In the realm of time travel, others embark on one-way journeys, yet I find myself subjected to a peculiar return and rescind by the system. Following a failed initial crossing, the protagonist, now imbued with residual memories, re-enters the realm of Pokémon. However, he soon discovers that even the system seems to have shifted its peculiarities. With an innate two-dimensional memory buff, he gains the ability to perceive the hidden attributes of Pokémon. Just as he prepares to wield this advantage with devastating force, the system suddenly issues a warning. An anomalous traveler has been detected initiating balance mechanism. Even Pikachu regards him with an unsettling gaze. Chapter 1. A second crossing after the first? Within a certain advanced class at Jiangzhou First Senior High School, the diligent educators toil at the lectern, nurturing the future blossoms seated below. Yet among them, one flower stands out like a sunflower. It gazes dreamily out the window, detached from the attentive classmates around. His name is Duanmu. Though his name may suggest origins from a land of the rising sun, he is, in truth, an authentic descendant of the Middle Kingdom. At this moment, his mind is consumed by a singular thought. He has traversed dimensions. Indeed, you heard correctly, has crossed over. Merely days ago, he transitioned from his original world into this one, inhabiting his current form. In his previous existence, many novels and films spoke of such crossings, and with a heart full of courage, he swiftly embraced this new reality. Initially, he harbored concerns about fitting into this world, but the information he gathered over the past few days revealed that this realm mirrored his own quite closely. Save for some geographical name changes, everything else seemed like a mere transposition from his previous life. However, as an avid aficionado of anime and games, Duanmu quickly discerned a significant difference. This world appears devoid of the concept of Pokémon altogether. To clarify, while his original world did not host actual Pokémon creatures, the Pokémon franchise was well known as a series of games and adaptations. Yet, in this world, the Pokémon series itself is absent, which perplexes him greatly. Why have I been transported to a place devoid of Pokémon? Although my previous world lacked them, what does this truly signify? Thus, Duanmu found himself lost in contemplation, gazing at the sun outside. His seemingly solitary reverie did not go unnoticed by the attentive educator. Lin Shui, standing at the lectern, had observed Duanmu's fixation on the window for quite some time. Initially, she assumed he was merely organizing his thoughts, as he was, after all, a student in an advanced class. He should not be so inattentive. She expected him to return to the board soon. However, as half a lesson passed and he remained unresponsive, Lin Shui felt a frown forming on her brow. Having recently taken over the advanced class, Lin Shui was only in her 20s, fresh from teacher training. The students were close in age to her, and her composed demeanor commanded less authority than that of older instructors. Thus, she often found herself at the mercy of mischievous students. Yet, she remained remarkably composed, unlike other new teachers who would flounder in such situations. Her methods for managing students could be described as fierce. Within 5 days, she had managed to tame even the most unruly students, who would send veteran teachers into despair merely by their names. Now, observing the inattentive Duanmu, she assumed he was simply too proud to heed a younger teacher. You successfully capture my attention, young man. With this thought, Lin Shui cleared her throat a couple of times, attempting to draw his focus back, hoping to provide him with an easy way out, as he was a student in an advanced class and should retain some semblance of dignity. Yet, Duanmu appeared oblivious, as if deaf to her gentle hints, still lost in contemplation of the peculiarities he had uncovered. Seeing her efforts wasted, Lin Shui felt a flush of annoyance rise to her cheeks. Very well, you forced my hand. With that, she declared, some of you ought not to underestimate me simply because I am a temporary substitute and a new teacher. As someone who has walked this path, I can assure you that every teacher capable of guiding you possesses their own strengths. Do not disregard their lessons merely because of their youth. As she spoke, she cast a meaningful glance in Duanmu's direction. Now, then, perhaps it's time to turn your head? Alas, contrary to her expectations, Duanmu continued to gaze out the window, as if oblivious to everything happening in the classroom. Oi, my temper is flaring. Lin Shui felt her frustration mounting, and the pulsing vein on her forehead betrayed her agitation. Duanmu, you. With each syllable, she emphasized her words, reaching for a piece of chalk and hurling it toward Duanmu with force. At last, he seemed to register the furious call of his new teacher, turning his head in response. However, as he did, he witnessed the chalk soaring through the air, tracing an elegant arc, hurtling toward him at an astonishing speed. Just as he raised a hand to shield himself, darkness enveloped his vision, and his consciousness began to fade. This sensation felt eerily reminiscent of his previous crossing. The next moment, the chalk met empty air. It was not that Lin Shuai lacked precision, or that Duanmu Yeo was particularly quick, rather. He had vanished into thin air. Lin Shuai stood frozen, blinking in disbelief until she confirmed that Duanmu Yeo had indeed disappeared. Along with him, all 50 students in her class had vanished without a trace. The only remnants of their existence were the books rustling in the wind, offering silent testimony to their prior presence, yet not a single hair remained. Of course, it was not merely the students of Lin Shuai's class who had disappeared. The entirety of Jiangzhou First Senior High School, nay, the entire nation, and indeed, the world saw its students vanish without warning. What has transpired? Where have my students gone? Are you kidding me? What on earth? Teachers from every corner of the globe were left bewildered, grappling with the inexplicable phenomenon. Thanks to the internet, this news spread rapidly across the world. In less than 5 minutes, headlines blared across major apps, proclaiming in bold letters, "All students have disappeared." Meanwhile, Duanmu Yeo slowly opened his eyes, finding himself sprawled upon an endless expanse of grass. Where am I? Have I crossed over again? Chapter 2. The Chosen One System Activation. Where am I? Have I crossed over again? As Duanmu Yeo grappled with confusion, a white figure streaked past him. He focused his gaze, frozen in place. There stood a white foal, a flame from its back, to be precise, adorned with fiery manes stretching from its crown to its tail and limbs, meticulously groomed at the head compared to other areas. Is that a little fire horse? As a Pokemon enthusiast, Duanmu Yeo instantly exclaimed the creature's scientific name. Have I traversed into the world of Pokemon? Duanmu Yeo found himself momentarily frozen in place. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of a ding echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a Windows system boot up. Shortly thereafter, a voice imbued with a mechanical punk essence resonated. The Chosen One system has been activated. Checking for updates. Updates complete. Logging in a host account. Login successful. Welcome to the Chosen One system. Before Duanmu Yeo appeared a white light screen. Upon closer inspection, he discerned it displayed his personal profile. Name, Duanmu Yeo. Gender, male. Authority, Chosen One highest. Title, none. Position, none. World change progress. 0 updates commence at 5. Duanmu Yeo. What is happening? Why has a system suddenly appeared? And what is this Chosen One nonsense? Such a glitch name. Nevertheless, having already traversed realms twice, Duanmu Yeo possessed a modicum of psychological resilience. Clearing his throat, he inquired of him, "May I ask, what system are you? Why have you brought me to this place?" Detection of classical Chinese. Would you like to enable classical Chinese mode? The system unexpectedly posed the question. What on earth? Never mind that, just tell me, what are you? Why did you bring me to this place? Duanmu Yeo had no patience for formalities and directly adopted a northeastern dialect. A system is simply a system. Duanmu Yeo waited for a considerable time, without hearing his second response. Are you toying with me? Did you swallow my second question? Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift pack 1. The system inexplicably declared. What? What's this? Trying to pass off a gift pack? I assure you, that will not suffice. Duanmu Yeo declared as his hand instinctively moved to the bottom right corner of the light screen, where the backpack icon resided. 5 seconds later. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the opportunity to choose a starter Pokemon any region 1. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 luxury balls. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 silver crown. Duanmu Yeo gazed at the items in his backpack, scoffing. Is this all you have to offer? Humph. I demand Froki. How delightful. Duanmu Yeo secretly rejoiced within. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Kalos region water-type starter Froki. Before he could savor his joy, a colossal subtitle emerged above him, accompanied by the mechanical punk voice. Congratulations, player. You are the first to acquire a Pokemon. You have received abundant rewards. Congratulations. Congratulations, player. You are the first to acquire a Pokemon. You have received abundant rewards. Congratulations. Congratulations, player. You are the first to acquire a Pokemon. You have received abundant rewards. Congratulations. Goodness. Is this how it's done? I'm somewhat taken aback. However, it feels rather splendid, huh? Shortly thereafter, the integrated system proclaimed, Congratulations, host. You have become the first player to acquire a Pokemon. achieving an accomplishment and receiving Achievement Gift Pack 1. Oh, this feels promising. Duanmu promptly tapped the Achievement Gift Pack 1 in midair. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the opportunity to choose a quasi-legendary Pokémon any region 1. Ah, a quasi-legendary, you say? In my humble opinion, aside from the Kalos region Slime Dragon, they all seem rather commendable. Slime Dragon, it's not that it's weak, it's just its slime is somewhat unapproachable. Duanmu pondered, propping up his chin. Let me think. Dragonite, Tyranitar, Salamence, Metagross, Garchomp, Hydreigon, Dragapult, all of these boast base stats exceeding 600. Choosing is quite a challenge. I would love to select the Dragonite for nostalgia's sake, but its dragon-flying typing being 4 times weak to ice is a significant flaw. Eureka! I choose Dragapult. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Dragapult. Why Dragapult, you ask? Although Dragapult's Dragon Ghost typing is 4 times weak to Fairy types, there are far fewer Fairy-type Pokémon than Ice types. Moreover, it is the 4th Dragon-type quasi-legendary after Dragonite, Salamence, and Garchomp, distinguished by its prowess and special attack. Furthermore, its speed stat of 98 significantly surpasses Dragonite's 80. While in game, Hydreigon may struggle against Dragonite. One must remember, this is not a game, but the real world. Hydreigon can undoubtedly carve out its niche with its high mobility. Lost in thought, a luxurious ball materialized on Duanmu's belt, containing Dragapult. As he gazed at the remaining silver crown in his backpack, deep contemplation ensued. The Silver Crown, an item from the 7th generation of Pokémon, can elevate a Pokémon stats by 1 tier. Currently, bestowing it upon Dragapult and nurturing it diligently seems the wisest choice, but as a nostalgic player, how could I labor for mere gameplay experience? I choose to give it to Froakie, Duanmu declared, releasing Froakie and adorning it with the Silver Crown. Froakie appeared utterly bewildered, questioning what was being placed upon its head. Yet, the moment the silver crown settled onto Froakie's head, it radiated a brilliant glow, and the crown itself vanished. Duanmu sensed that Froakie's demeanor seemed to exude newfound confidence. What do you think, Froakie? Froakie! Froakie raised its arms, seemingly showcasing its non-existent muscles. Yet the sentiment was clear. It felt empowered. Just as Duanmu reveled in Froakie's triumph, a data panel abruptly appeared. Froakie, level 5. Type Water. Ability, Torrent. Potential, Champion. Moves, Pound Growl Bubble. Chapter 3. The Power of Dragons' Divine Assistance? What kind of trait is this? How have I played for so many years without encountering it? However, upon reading the description of this trait, Duanmu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Wow, incredible. Divine Assistance, Pokémon with this trait. When using skills that involve consecutive attacks, double the number of consecutive hits and the damage dealt. The effects of items such as the King's Certificate or Sharp Fang will also be triggered twice. My goodness, what does this imply? Divine Assistance is akin to guaranteeing critical hits on consecutive attacks, with a critical damage multiplier of 400%. If a critical hit is triggered again, the power of the original skill becomes 8 times greater. It would be exhilarating to obliterate opponents in an instant. Moreover, this trait synergizes remarkably well with Froakie. Froakie possesses a move called Water Shuriken. It has a priority of 1. A base power of 25, and strikes consecutively 25 times. If Divine Assistance is activated, it becomes a priority of 1, a power of 50, and strikes consecutively 410 times. Although the individual damage is only 50 if all hits connect, the actual damage dealt would fluctuate around 200, 500. If one finds this insufficient, a lucky critical hit would double the damage to around 400, 1000. The maximum power reaches 1000. Currently, the most potent skills, such as Rayquaza's and Victini's V-Create, only reach a power of 180. This means that even in the worst-case scenario, the damage would still be around 200. In a fortunate scenario, hitting 1000 power would be equivalent to using V-Create 5 times over. Duanmu exclaimed with excitement. I have a premonition. This Greninja may very well ascend to godhood. Just the enhancement to Water Shuriken is enough to conquer everything. The thought alone sent a thrill through him. Yet before Duanmu could ponder further, a series of notifications appeared above his head. Congratulations, player. You are the first to obtain a Pokémon with potential of a champion. You have received substantial rewards. Congratulations. This notification repeated itself multiple times before his system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for becoming the first player to obtain a Pokémon with champion potential. You have gained the ability, Power of Dragons. Duanmu couldn't help but curse in disbelief. Although he quickly regained his composure, the excitement within him was hard to quell. After all, the power of dragons is exceedingly rare, possessed only by the dragon envoy, Drayden, and his family. To wield such power is tantamount to cultivating exceptional dragon-type Pokémon. Furthermore, his affinity with dragon-type Pokémon would receive additional bonuses, ensuring that any encounter with them would likely result in mutual fondness. With this thought, he hastily summoned his Dratini. "Come forth, Dratini." As the portal opened, a majestic blue Dratini with long black fur materialized before him. In the blink of an eye, Dratini's information appeared before his eyes. Dratini level, 5 type, Dragon Dark trait, Unaware potential, Near champion skills, Tackle, Dragon Rage, Charge my goodness, another extraordinary trait. Duanmu Yeo exclaimed. Unaware, Pokémon with the Unaware trait ignore accuracy and will always hit. They can still hit Pokémon that are not on the field, such as those using Fly, Dive, or Dig, and it is effective against one-hit knockout moves. It seems that this Dratini could indeed become a formidable force in the future. Yet, reflecting on the 2 district-wide announcements, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, realizing it was all regarding him. To maintain this momentum, it appears he must venture forth to train and level up. The thought of the large red text floating above him twice made Duanmu Yeo's face flush. With that, he chose a direction and began to walk. However, unbeknownst to Duanmu Yeo, he was actually the first person to enter this world, having arrived nearly 5 minutes earlier than others. Just seconds ago, others began to enter this realm one by one. As these newcomers entered the world, still dazed and confused, they were met with 3 lines of large text floating above them. Congratulations, player. You are the first to obtain a Pokémon. You have received substantial rewards. Congratulations. Many began to voice their confusion. What the heck? I just arrived, and before I could process anything, someone already got a Pokémon? As they grumbled, mere moments later, 3 lines of bright red text appeared again. Congratulations, player. You are the first to obtain a Pokémon with champion potential. You have received substantial rewards. Congratulations. At this point, everyone ceased their complaints. After all, they were spirited youths, quickly adapting to the idea that this resembled a game. It seemed the primary objective was to collect various Pokémon, but what to do afterward? When asked, they realized that unlike Duanmu Yeo, they had no concept of the Pokémon world and were left to follow in the footsteps of the one who triggered the notifications above their heads. Thus, dramatic scenes unfolded. Some dove underwater in search of Pokémon, only to catch a glimpse of a vibrant red water overlord, only for it to splash away and escape. Others climbed trees in hopes of gaining a better view to find Pokémon, only to be pursued by a flock of Spearow. A few girls spotted a patch of Oddish, thinking them adorable, and nearly suffocated from the stench of a nearby Weepinbell. Countless amusing incidents transpired, yet our protagonist remained oblivious, focused instead on seeking Pokémon to battle and level up. Duanmu Yeo strolled leisurely across the grasslands, with Dratini on his left and Froakie on his right. As he surveyed the landscape below, he suddenly noticed a town in the distance. Chapter 4. The chaotic Pallet Town in Professor Oak's lab. Is that a town up ahead? Duanmu Yeo murmured, gazing at the few buildings not far away. Should I go take a look? Indeed, it was wise to investigate, as he currently lacked any camping essentials. And who knows how long it would take to find the next town if he missed this opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, Duanmu Yeo turned to Froakie and Dratini and said, "Let us sprint over there. No slacking off. This will be our first training." Without waiting for their response, he dashed toward the town. Naturally, Froakie and Dratini were not to be outdone and quickly followed suit. However, upon reaching the small town before him, Duanmu Yeo was taken aback, frozen in place by the scene that greeted him. "Uncle, allow me to assist you with these vegetables. The remuneration is negotiable." "I will help you." "Auntie, I shall help you milk this cow." "Brother, do you have any errands for me? Just let me know, and I will lend a hand." In a quaint town not vast in size, a throng of individuals congregated, each peculiar in their own right, seeking out local residents for tasks, leaving Duanmu Yeo utterly perplexed. At that moment, many took notice of him, specifically his accompanying Froakie and Dratini. They swarmed around, encircling Duanmu Yeo's companions. "Is this Pokémon? How does one capture it?" "Foolishness. Capturing Pokémon requires the purchase of Pokéballs, each costing 300 league coins. What do you think we are doing here? Alas, it is unfortunate that this place, known as Masera Town, lacks a shop for Pokéballs." While many gazed with envy, Duanmu Yeo gleaned significant information from their chatter. For instance, this town, Masera Town, is the birthplace of the renowned rookie Ash Ketchum. Who is Ash? He is a famous master of the release technique, a frequent contender in the losers bracket of various league competitions, the strongest rookie, and the founder as well as the epitome of the revival roar. His titles are innumerable. The first 2 are quite understandable, but what of the strongest rookie and the revival roar? He is the man bold enough to withstand the might of legendary Pokémon's signature moves, always emerging alive. Even if there were instances he was utterly obliterated but was revived afterward. And as for the revival roar, I ask you, who else can stand firm during Pokémon battles, refusing to concede defeat, and restore a Pokémon that should have lost all fighting capability? I seem to have wandered off topic. The most crucial aspect of Mosera Town is undoubtedly Professor Oak's research facility. It serves as the official institution where novice trainers select their starter Pokémon from the Kanto region and conduct vital Pokémon research. Thus, Dwanmu Yayo could acquire a starter Pokémon for free. With this thought in mind, he recalled his Froakie and Dratini, relying on his memories from games and anime, and proceeded toward a grand building atop a nearby hill. Hey, brother, I haven't seen enough yet. Brother, are you the one? Could you assign me a task? Brother, where did you catch that Pokémon? Please inform me. After navigating through the dense crowd, Dwanmu Yayo arrived at the fence of Professor Oak's research facility. Child, there are no tasks here as you claim. Leave immediately. The two guards stationed at the entrance of the research facility clearly displayed their annoyance. Having been harassed by rookie players, scratching his head, Dwanmu Yayo replied, I am a novice trainer here to collect my starter Pokémon from Professor Oak. The guard's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly responded, I apologize. We have been bewildered by the influx of individuals asking for tasks. Some have even trespassed into the yard, nearly getting mauled by the Pokémon. No worries, I understand. Dwanmu Yayo chuckled awkwardly in sympathy. The guard then opened the iron gate, allowing Dwanmu Yayo passage. While some noticed the guard permitting him entry, they had already researched for quite some time at the facility, believing it to be a late-game structure requiring certain achievements for access. Thus, they paid little attention, possibly thinking Dwanmu Yayo was merely another passerby. Meanwhile, they busily assisted the town's residents with their tasks. If only they knew that the Pokémon they yearned for could be obtained right here. Their expressions would surely be priceless. Upon entering the enclosure, Dwanmu Yayo felt as though he had stepped into a new realm. The area was adorned with mountains, water, and woods, spanning a considerable expanse. One must commend the government for its generous funding of the research facility, unlike the exorbitant property prices today. I digress. As Dwanmu Yayo admired the scenery surrounding the research facility, he made his way inside. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the research facility, took a moment to calm his nerves, and knocked on the door that symbolized the beginning of his dreams. Creak. The door creaked open slightly, revealing an elderly man with white hair peering out cautiously. Who are you? Upon seeing Professor Oak's anxious demeanor, Dwanmu Yayo was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to feel nostalgic or merely chuckle awkwardly. Hello, Professor Oak. I am a novice trainer from the Kalos region, here to collect my starter Pokémon. After listening to Dwanmu Yayo's words, Professor Oak scratched his head and awkwardly opened the door wider, apologizing, I am sorry, but as you may have noticed, there is an unusual number of people in town today, all claiming to be looking for tasks. Many have even climbed over the gate, nearly getting mauled by the Pokémon in the yard. It's all right, I completely understand, Dwanmu Yayo thought to himself, wishing he could kneel and apologize to Professor Oak for the inconvenience. Please, come in, esteemed guest from the Kalos region. Dwanmu Yayo, feeling no need for further pleasantries, entered the research facility. Upon stepping inside, a few unfamiliar machines caught his eye, with several technicians actively working at the surrounding consoles. Naturally, the research facility could not possibly house only Professor Oak. That would surely be overwhelming for him. Professor Oak led Dwanmu Yayo deeper into the facility. After passing through 2 rooms, they arrived at a table, upon which rested a solitary Pokéball. Professor Oak scratched his head, saying, I apologize, but today happens to be the day when novice trainers from Mosera Town set out, and we only have this one fire-type Charmander left. That's perfectly fine. I wish to have Charmander. Novice trainers setting out? Only one left? Could it be? Chapter 5, The Place Where Dreams Begin. As Professor Oak spoke, he handed the Pokéball containing Charmander to Dwanmu Yayo. The moment Dwanmu Yayo grasped the Pokéball, 3 lines of bright red text materialized above him. Congratulations, player. You have become the first player to obtain a Pokémon with champion potential. You have received substantial rewards. Congratulations. Congratulations, player. You have become the first player to obtain a Pokémon with champion potential. You have received substantial rewards. Congratulations. Congratulations, player. You have become the first player to obtain a Pokémon with champion potential. You have received substantial rewards. Congratulations. Dwanmu Yayo was taken aback. Who is this? How fortunate to acquire a Pokémon with champion potential. As he spoke, Dwanmu Yayo directed his gaze towards the Pokéball containing Charmander. Come forth, Charmander. As the Pokéball opened, a beam of white light emerged, revealing a small, orange Charmander before Dwanmu Yayo. The flame at the tip of its tail blazed at an impressive height of 10 centimeters. It is known that the average height of a Charmander is approximately 0.6 meters, yet this particular Charmander boasts a flame taller than itself, a testament to its potential prowess. Duan proceeded to examine Charmander's profile. Charmander level, 5 type, fire ability, solar power potential, champion skills, scratch, growled. Duan felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that the district-wide announcement had been about him all along. To my utter astonishment, I find myself remarkably fortunate to have acquired a champion potential Charmander without any cost. Moreover, this particular Charmander possesses the rare ability known as solar power. Solar power. Under sunny and extremely sunny weather conditions, its special attack is amplified by 15-fold. This Charmander's damage output in the later stages is bound to be extraordinary. Should Ash learn of this, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming the first player to obtain a Pokémon with champion potential, and for acquiring the character ability, Power of Evergreen. The Power of Evergreen, though only appearing in the Pokémon special manga, allows the wielder to read the thoughts of Pokémon and even heal them. It is a unique ability bestowed by the Evergreen Forest, passed down every decade. The initial protagonist, Yellow, possessed the ability to temporarily elevate the Pokémon's level. This ability is quite advantageous. Henceforth, I shall effectively serve as a mobile Pokémon Center, saving ample time that would otherwise be spent traveling to a Pokémon Center for leveling up. With a joyful pat on Charmander's head, I cheerfully exclaimed, "I look forward to our journey together." Professor Oak nodded in agreement, retrieving a red Pokédex from his pocket, and said, "This is your Pokédex. With it, you can look up information about any unfamiliar Pokémon you encounter in the wild. It is a prized creation of mine. Please take good care of it." Only those who possess a Pokédex may participate in the league competition. Before Professor Oak could finish, a commotion erupted at the entrance, startling him. He initially feared it was those individuals returning for another task. Moments later, a figure rushed in, bracing himself against the doorframe, panting heavily. The moment I laid eyes upon him, my heart raced with a whirlwind of emotions. It was none other than Ash. The man who had accompanied me through 2 decades of adventures, now standing before me in this place where my dreams began. However, Ash seemed oblivious to my presence. Hastily addressing Professor Oak, "I'm so sorry, Professor Oak. Am I too late? Are there any Pokémon left?" Professor Oak awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "The 3 starter Pokémon available for new trainers were all distributed just moments ago. How could this be?" Ash slumped to the floor, disheartened. Witnessing his despair, I felt a twinge of guilt, as my unexpected arrival had deprived him of the last Charmander. I pondered for a moment before deciding to subtly advance the plot, and inquired of Professor Oak, "Is there truly no other Pokémon available? Perhaps a gentler creature would suffice?" The League's distribution of the starter Pokémon held significant meaning. These 3 Pokémon are notably close to humans, primarily to mitigate incidents where initial Pokémon might harm their trainers. Thus, I reasoned that any Pokémon with a gentler temperament, while not on par with the starters in terms of bonding, should also be unlikely to cause harm, although Pikachu had its moments. Professor Oak, resting his chin in contemplation, finally said, "It is not entirely out of the question. After all, rules are made to be bent. I do have a gentler Pokémon in my collection." Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, reaching into a nearby drawer to retrieve a Pokéball, placing it on the workstation before Ash. "This Pokémon has recently arrived and is much more docile than the Gyarados in my yard. Would you like to take a look, Ash?" Upon hearing this, Ash sprang to his feet in excitement, exclaiming, "Of course I want to see." Professor Oak nodded and gently pressed the button on the Pokéball. With a resounding click, a plump, yellow rodent appeared on the workstation. I took the opportunity to examine Pikachu's data, only to be taken aback. Pikachu level, 5 ability, actor potential, level 3 divine beast skills. Actor? What on earth is that ability? No wonder Pikachu seems to downgrade so significantly upon entering a new region. It appears it has been acting all along. Furthermore, it is classified as a level 3 divine beast? Is that how it earned its illustrious title? This Pokémon, known as Pikachu, is the electric mouse Pokémon, characterized by small electric pouches on its cheeks. It discharges electricity when threatened and raises its tail to sense its surroundings for safety. While Professor Oak showcased his extensive knowledge about Pokémon to Ash, I discreetly began to retreat. Just as Professor Oak was about to impart a crucial piece of advice to Ash, the latter eagerly reached out his hands towards Pikachu. "Pikachu from now on, please." Before he could finish his sentence, the freshly released Pikachu unleashed a devastating thunderbolt. In an instant, the laboratory was illuminated by a dazzling array of electric sparks. Chapter 6. Changes in the real world. As I fled from Professor Oak's laboratory, glancing back at the electrifying chaos behind me, I sighed in relief and muttered to myself. Thank goodness I was aware of the plot. Otherwise, this frail body of mine would not have withstood such a thunderbolt. Ash, or rather the new trainer's threshold for endurance, has always remained a mystery. Even the aging Professor Oak emerged unscathed from Pikachu's shock, continuing to endure daily torment from Tauros and Mook, maintaining his vigorous health, which is indeed perplexing. Putting such thoughts aside, my foremost priority is to enhance my own strength. In the game, to the north of Pallet Town lies Viridian City, while to the south is Cinnabar Island. The northern route is Route 1, primarily consisting of grassy areas, while the southern route is Route 21, a waterway. This city features 3 buildings. The 2 houses to the north belong to the protagonist and his rival, and the southeastern structure is Professor Oak's research lab. Given the layout of Professor Oak's research lab, one can easily determine the cardinal directions by process of elimination. We lack transportation. Traversing Route 1 would be perilous, considering the Pokémon there are all above level 10, which I cannot contend with. As for the southern Route 21, I currently lack any Pokémon capable of traversing water. Lastly, Cinnabar Island is home to the Cinnabar Gym. However, as it is an island, I would need to cross the water. After this analysis, it seems the optimal training location remains the northern Viridian Forest, the origin of my power of Evergreen. Training there allows for infinite healing, and once I am sufficiently leveled, I can venture to Viridian City. The gym leader there, Giovanni, is a formidable opponent I am not yet prepared to face, even if the game were to allow it. With this plan in mind, I set my course towards the lush expanse of Viridian Forest. In the real world, within a secret conference room of the highest echelons of Huaxia, a stern-faced official inquired, "Have we compiled the statistics on the missing persons yet?" Reporting, the count is still ongoing. However, we have confirmed that the missing individuals are all adolescents aged between 15 and 18, came the response. The official furrowed his brow, stating, "Although this incident is global in nature, our actions represent the will of the people. We must swiftly locate those missing children." The officials in the conference room nodded in agreement, expressing their support. At this moment, an elderly man suddenly spoke up. "Leader, there is something else I need to report." The leader turned to the old man, noticing the 5 stars on his collar, and respectfully replied, "Elder Long, please proceed." The man referred to as Elder Long was none other than Long Tianxiong, one of the few 5-star generals in Huaxia. His face, etched with the passage of time, now bore an expression of utmost seriousness. "According to my subordinates, all the weapons in the armory, including those already distributed, have malfunctioned since the children went missing." A sharp intake of breath resonated among the high-ranking officials in the conference room. The complete failure of conventional weapons. What did this signify? The immense financial investment the nation had made to develop these arms had now turned into scrap metal, representing a significant loss for the country. More critically, the national defense capability would be drastically diminished, leaving the nation vulnerable to potential invasions. The leader fell silent for a long while, frowning as he inquired, "What about the nuclear weapons?" Nuclear weapons, which harness the enormous energy released from nuclear fission or fusion reactions, possess destructive capabilities on a massive scale and serve as a nation's hidden strength. Although a multilateral international treaty prohibiting nuclear arms had been signed by various countries, who could guarantee that they would refrain from their use if pushed to the brink? From the internal data, the nuclear weapons remain operational, Elder Long replied. After pondering for a moment, the leader asked, "Elder Long, has this news leaked yet?" "Rest assured, my subordinates began sealing the information the moment they learned of it. It will not escape," Elder Long said nonchalantly. The leader nodded, stating seriously, "This information must not be divulged, otherwise it will incite widespread societal panic. Additionally, Elder Long, please increase the number of spies to gather intelligence on the arms situation in other nations. We must maintain a delicate relationship with them until the children return." This delicate relationship, as one might surmise, involved maintaining the fateful of possessing military strength, despite the fact that all conventional weapons had become ineffective. "All right, everyone, send your people to prepare. Remember, everything is for the people." With that, the leader dismissed the meeting. Unbeknownst to him, however, it was not just Huaxia that faced the malfunction of its conventional weapons. It was a phenomenon that affected all nations across the globe. The entire world order had begun to subtly shift following the disappearance of the children. Guagua Bubble Frog ends the battle with foam. Upon uttering this, Dunmu Yayo extracted a clump of foam from around the neck of Guagua Bubble Frog and tossed it towards a horned goldfish in the lake. The goldfish emitted a mournful cry, its eyes spiraling into circles as it lost its combat ability. "Congratulations, host. Victory in battle. Guagua Bubble Frog gains 30 experience." "Congratulations, host. Guagua Bubble Frog has reached level 8. "Congratulations, host. Guagua Bubble Frog has learned the skill, Flash of Lightning. Finally reached level 8. Dunmu Yayo sighed with relief. Since entering the Evergreen Forest, Guagua Bubble Frog had defeated 2 Rattatas, 3 Pidgeys, 2 Caterpies, and 1 horned goldfish. One must admit that this method of leveling up was rather slow. Dunmu Yayo placed his right hand on Guagua Bubble Frog's forehead, emitting a faint green glow, the indication of the power of Evergreen. It must be noted how formidable the power of Evergreen is after so many battles. A typical novice trainer would have had all their Pokémon rendered incapable of battle, left as a solitary commander, much like a certain character who fell victim to a Firebird's blood. Alas, the battle experience gained was indeed frustratingly slow. After half a day, Guagua Bubble Frog had only leveled up 3 times. While the game allows for accelerated battles, the reality was exhausting. The little Charmeleon and Dratini in his backpack had yet to gain any experience, and this could not continue. As Dunmu Yayo contemplated, he rested his chin and thought. To acquire more experience, he could either engage in more battles or face higher-level Pokémon. However, when it came to higher levels, it was best to seek out those with type advantages. Otherwise, victory would be improbable. Just as Dunmu Yayo was deep in thought, a piercing scream rang out, breaking the calm of the Evergreen Forest. Chapter 7. Long Wiyue in the dense Evergreen Forest, a variety of trees intertwined, forming a natural maze where many had become lost. The foliage was so thick that sunlight struggled to penetrate, casting the forest in a somewhat dim atmosphere. As a result, the most common Pokémon found here were bug and flying types, while trainers were predominantly young bug catchers. Help! A clear, piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the Evergreen Forest. A young girl, with bright, sparkling eyes and elegantly arched eyebrows, appeared delicate yet ethereal. However, trailing behind her was a swarm of menacing Beedrills. The girl, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, wondered why she was being pursued by such a multitude of bees when she had done nothing wrong. Tears welled in her eyes as she recalled how she had been attending class at school just moments before, only to find herself in this strange place surrounded by bizarre creatures. While some were adorable, others seemed intent on attacking her, just like the Beedrill swarm behind her. Help! Is anyone there? Her cries were tinged with desperation. Suddenly, as the tears rolled down her cheeks, she stumbled over a rock and fell to the ground. Ouch! She exclaimed. Yet, she had no time to dwell on her pain. She scrambled to her feet, fearing what the Beedrills might do if they caught up to her. As she struggled to rise, she realized her ankle had begun to swell, indicating she had likely sprained it. Turning to glance back, she saw the ominous swarm of Beedrills closing in. In fright, she hugged her head with her arms, too terrified to look further. 1 second, 2 seconds, the moments ticked by. Yet the anticipated pain did not arrive. Curiously, she lifted her head and suddenly spotted a boy standing before her, his right hand raised toward the swarm, seemingly attempting to communicate with them. All right, I understand now. I want to do it again. I'm truly sorry. The boy spoke inexplicably to the Beedrill. It's my first time here. I didn't know. Please, let her go this once. As soon as his words fell, the Beedrills exchanged glances before turning to leave. The girl finally breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. Are you all right? Dunmu Yayo turned to the girl sitting on the ground, asking with concern. I sprained my ankle, she replied, noticing the tear stains on her cheeks and feeling a bit embarrassed. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Let me take a look, Dunmu Yayo said, sitting in front of the girl and, without waiting for her response, lifted her injured foot into his hands. The girl, around the same age as Dunmu Yayo, was in her adolescence. His sudden gesture made her cheeks flush bright red. In an effort to alleviate the awkward tension, the young girl ventured, I am Long Wuyue, hailing from Kyoto. And you? I am Duanmu Yayo, from Jiangzhou, he replied nonchalantly. Your foot is indeed sprained. It requires a cold compress. A cold compress? But how can I manage that in this desolate wilderness? Long Wuyue felt somewhat perplexed. It's quite simple, Duanmu Yayo said, as he proceeded to remove her shoes and socks. He then retrieved a Pokéball from his belt, declaring, Come forth, Froakie. With a satisfying click, the Pokéball opened, revealing a blue frog before Long Wuyue. What is this? She exclaimed, a hint of fear creeping in due to her prior encounter with the Beedrill. Do not be afraid. This is my Pokémon, Froakie. It will not harm you, Duanmu Yayo reassured her. Ultimately, your chase by the Beedrill was due to your intrusion into their territory. They merely sought to warn you. I had no idea it was their territory, and there were no signs. Long Wuyue's cheeks flushed, realizing her error. Duanmu Yayo did not pursue the topic further. Instead, he instructed Froakie, Froakie, please apply bubble to her sprained foot, but be gentle. Do not cause her further harm. Froakie. Being a cold-blooded creature, had a body temperature significantly lower than that of typical frogs, making its bubbles perfect for a cold compress. Nodding in understanding, Froki delicately placed a large bubble upon Long Wuyue's swollen ankle. Ah, she gasped, the icy bubble providing an unexpectedly delightful relief. Duanmu Yayo, observing her reaction, raised an eyebrow. Ahem, thank you. Had it not been for you, I truly do not know what would have happened, Long Wuyue said, clearing her throat awkwardly and attempting to shift the conversation. Not at all, even had I not arrived. The Beedrill would not have seriously harmed you. They merely intended to frighten you, he replied, squatting down and turning his back to her. Allow me to carry you. Although the compress has been applied, it is prudent to visit a hospital. Long Wuyue contemplated refusing, but quickly recognized that navigating with a sprained ankle would indeed be challenging. Then I shall rely on you, she said, closing her eyes and leaning onto his back. Heave-ho! Duanmu Yayo exerted himself, lifting her effortlessly. Froki, scout ahead for us. Frokin nodded and bounded ahead, clearing a path for the pair. Duanmu, how does one acquire Pokémon? Long Wuyue inquired, her fear of Pokémon lingering, yet curious about the prospect of having a unique little companion. What? You think Pokémon are not pets? They are indeed companion creatures, he replied. Firstly, you need to possess a Pokéball, which can be purchased at various Pokémon shops across cities for just 300 league coins. Oh, I see, Long Wuyue responded, her understanding still vague. Thereafter, the two fell silent, the awkwardness enveloping them once more. Upon delivering Long Wuyue to the Pokémon Center, Duanmu Yayo returned to the depths of the evergreen forest. A straight man is unworthy of love. What? You wonder why a sprained foot necessitates a visit to the Pokémon Center? Isn't that where Pokémon are treated? He mused. Pray tell, have you ever encountered a hospital in the games? When trainers of lesser strength are injured by wild Pokémon in the wilderness, where else could they turn for healing? The answer is the Pokémon Center. Do not question why. Simply ask Nurse Joy. He recalled a specific episode where even Ash had been injured and sought care at the Pokémon Center, where Nurse Joy tended to his wounds. The conversation had strayed somewhat, so he returned to the matter at hand. Charmander, use Ember. Charmander opened its small mouth, unleashing a flurry of sparks that struck a green Scyther before them. As a bug-type Pokémon, Scyther was doubly weak against fire-type moves, and with Charmander's ability, Solar Power, a single Ember was sufficient to bring it down. Ding. Congratulations, you have defeated a Pokémon of higher level than yourself, earning a substantial amount of experience. Ding. Congratulations. Charmander has reached level 16. Duanmu Yayo wiped the sweat from his brow. Finally, level 16, it was time to commence. As expected, shortly thereafter, Charmander was enveloped in a radiant white light, illuminating the surroundings. The light of evolution. Indeed, after a lengthy day of provoking Beedrill nests and assaulting Scyther swarms, Charmander had finally accumulated enough experience to evolve. Ding. Detecting the host possesses dragon power, would you like to use it to further enhance your Pokémon? Duanmu Yayo paused. Realizing that dragon power was a unique ability utilized by the Dragon Master to deepen bonds with dragon-type Pokémon. Could dragon power serve another purpose? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The evolution process was fleeting, and missing the opportunity would mean losing the chance to infuse dragon power. Resolutely, Duanmu Yayo raised his right hand towards the evolving Charmander, a purple wave of energy emanating from his palm, merging with the evolution light. At that moment, the color of the evolution light transformed. What had been a brilliant white now shimmered in a soft lavender hue, captivating Duanmu Yayo. He had never encountered a lavender evolution light in any version or region before. Wait, if dragon power could influence evolution, could the special ability of evergreen power also play a role? A bold idea sparked in his mind. He quickly raised his left hand, sending a gentle green wave towards the evolution light. Warning. The host is attempting to combine dragon power with evergreen power. Estimated success rate, 30. Duanmu Yayo was taken aback and urgently inquired, if it fails, will it adversely affect Charmander? Ding. As both dragon power and evergreen power are special abilities. Should the attempt fail, there is a high probability that the previously infused dragon power will be nullified. Duanmu Yayo hesitated. If dragon power were nullified, then Charmander would lose its enhancement post-evolution. But what if the fusion succeeded? Fortune favors the bold. He resolved firmly and continued to channel evergreen power into the evolution light. However, he found it curious that what should have been a swift evolution was now seemingly waiting for his decision, prolonging the process. It must be that the system is momentarily holding back, he surmised. As evergreen power interacted with the evolving Charmander, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A tempest of purple and green swirled around Charmander, an overwhelming energy erupting forth. Duanmu Yayo was startled by the sudden storm, But soon after, he heard the system's alert. Warning. The compatibility of the host's eternal power with the Charmander is lower than that of dragon power. Please increase the output of eternal power, or the fusion is about to fail. With a wry smile, Duanmu realized that he had been maintaining maximum output, and now it seemed he was on the brink of failure. Just as disappointment washed over him, a verdant wind suddenly whipped around him. While others might find the green hue of the wind peculiar, Duanmu understood that it was the eternal power, pure, vibrant eternal power. 100 times more potent than his own. I see now. I am in the eternal forest, and the special ability it grants is passed down every decade. Those bestowed with the eternal power are chosen by the forest itself. Since it is helping me, this is a stroke of fortune. Duanmu was overjoyed, nearly shouting in excitement. The verdant wind enveloped the earlier storm, compressing it into the light of evolution. As time passed, the light of evolution began to wane, revealing a dragon-shaped figure before Duanmu. Ding! Congratulations, host. You are the first player to evolve a Pokémon, earning 100,000 Alliance coins. Both Dragon Power and Eternal Power levels have been elevated to 2. Ding! Congratulations, host. You are the first player to achieve an alternate evolution of a Pokémon. Attracting the attention of Arceus, you have a high probability of receiving rewards from Arceus upon encountering it, and your affinity with Arceus is increased. Ding! Congratulations, host. You are the first player to achieve a tri-attribute Pokémon through alternate evolution, receiving a giant experience chest. Duanmu paused at the system's announcement, having encountered the unfamiliar term alternate evolution. However, he was more concerned about what form Charmander would take after evolving. Charmander? Due to the previous storm, it was now obscured by dust and ash, rendering its appearance indistinguishable. Roar! A roar erupted from the haze. Duanmu seemed to glimpse Charmander's alternate evolution as it flapped its wings, scattering the dust. Soon, a dark green dragon-like Pokémon appeared before him, resembling a Charizard. But its body was predominantly dark green, save for a light green belly, and the flame on its tail had transformed into a golden green hue. Yet, what truly astonished Duanmu was the pair of wings sprouting from its back. Quickly, he opened the information panel to check. As it is an alternate evolution, please name it. Host, level, 20 attributes, fire, dragon, fairy ability, solar power, fairy aura potential, level 3 god skills, claw, roar, ember. Glare Chapter 9, Fairy Fire Dragon and Frokuel. Duanmu exclaimed as he gazed at the data panel, unable to contain his astonishment. Charmander, which had previously possessed only champion potential, now boasted level 3 god potential. How could he not be amazed? Wait, why is it at level 3 god? Where's my reward? Duanmu queried, puzzled. Ding. Due to the host's rapid growth, to avoid discouraging other novice players, the system has automatically disabled all server announcements. Should the host attain further advancements, please proceed to the achievement panel to claim rewards. So, they are concerned about the self-esteem of other novice players, Duanmu chuckled, brushing aside the matter. However, this tri-attribute seemed quite remarkable. Originally, the shiny Noctowl was considered a traitor among dragons. Now, it seemed that his Charmander, after evolving, might become a dragon's nemesis. The notion of shiny Noctowl being a traitor stemmed from its appearance, which was not dragon-like, and its super evolution. A fairy and dragon-type Pokémon was often teased by netizens as a traitor to the dragon kin due to the fairy and dragon type's effectiveness against dragons. Yet now, his Charmander maintained its draconic form while acquiring the fairy attribute. This could be said to overpower all dragons. How could it not be labeled a traitor? Moreover, it had gained a new ability, Fairy Aura. If memory served, this was akin to Shiny Noctowl's ability, which allowed fairy-type moves to be boosted by 30 when using normal-type moves. Duanmu analyzed seriously, noting that the evolution had also granted him an additional 4 levels. Likely thanks to the eternal power, reminiscent of the original Protagonist's temporary ability to elevate Pokémon levels. Yet, his enhancement was permanent. With a smile, Duanmu gazed at the newly evolved dragon Pokémon and said, "Congratulations, Charmander. No, it's time for a name change. The system did ask me to name it. You embody fire, fairy, and dragon attributes, and you have a draconic form. I've decided. You shall be called Fairy Fire Dragon." Duanmu proclaimed with a grin. "Do you like this name?" Fairy Fire Dragon's eyes squinted in delight, its wings flapping joyously, seemingly satisfied with the name. Nodding in approval, Duanmu returned Fairy Fire Dragon to its Pokéball. Having just completed 4 achievements, the 100,000 Alliance coins were quite welcome, especially since he was in dire need of funds. As for Arceus's attention, that seemed more relevant for the later stages. After all, he recalled that Arceus first appeared before Krista in the Pokémon Special Series, and there was still time before that event transpired. Additionally, he speculated about the giant experience chest, though he had never seen one. Its name was self-explanatory. Suddenly, Dwanmu Yu addressed the system, use the giant experience chest on Froakie. Why not use it on Fairy Fire Dragon, you ask? Because the existence of Fairy Fire Dragon remained a secret. Keeping it as a trump card was prudent. Dwanmu Yu had no desire to expose such a unique Pokémon. After all, would Team Rocket be interested? Ding. The host has used the giant experience chest on Froakie. Froakie's level has increased. Current level, 25. As the system announced this, the Pokéball containing Froakie suddenly opened, and a light of evolution appeared before Dwanmu Yu. Ding. Would you like to use Eternal Power to assist Froakie in its evolution? No need, Dwanmu Yu replied calmly. He was not willing to risk another transformation. What if Froakie also changed forms? That would mean he would have to train a single-headed dragon again. And single-headed dragons also had the dragon attribute. He would inevitably need to utilize dragon power. Thus, the light of evolution gradually faded, revealing a Frogadier before Dwanmu Yu. Congratulations. You have evolved into Frogadier, Dwanmu Yu exclaimed, embracing it. To be honest, Frogadier was still a bit dazed, having been resting comfortably in the Pokéball, only to suddenly evolve. However, upon seeing Dwanmu Yu's knowing expression, it quickly realized he was responsible for the transformation and felt at ease. After embracing Frogadier, Dwanmu Yu returned it to the Pokéball. Let me see what new abilities this achievement has granted, he said, navigating to the achievement panel displayed on the large screen. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. All character abilities have been enhanced by 2 levels. The Dragon Power and the Evergreen Power have both ascended by 2 levels, currently standing at level 4 each. It was no longer a matter of character abilities. However, it could be inferred that if it were indeed character abilities, they would likely pertain to aura, psychic powers, or perhaps supernatural strength. If the subsequent treasure abilities were of a similar nature, could I not engage in battles against Pokémon with merely my human form? Dwanmu Yu swiftly accepted this reality. Upon exiting the achievement panel, he suddenly noticed some alterations in his personal information. Name, Dwanmu Yu. Gender, male. Authority, chosen 1, highest. Title, none. Position, none. World alteration progress, 49, update imminent. What? Less than a day has passed, and an update is already on the horizon? What nonsense. While Dwanmu Yu was lamenting, a metallic punk voice resonated through the sky. Attention, players. The system update is 2 hours away. When the update commences, all players and their affiliated Pokémon will be ejected from this world. This announcement sent the players into a frenzy. Oh my god. We can finally leave this place. I haven't caught any Pokémon yet. Goodness. I've only earned a mere 20 coins today. How many more days until I can buy Pokeballs? Fortunately, I managed to catch a Isekai'd. However, Dwanmu Yu was oblivious to their chatter. He was solely focused on maximizing the remaining time to level up his single-headed dragon. It appeared that time was of the essence. With that thought, he rushed into a territory inhabited by a swarm of Beedrills. Chapter 10, The Return. After 2 final hours of diligent effort, Dwanmu Yu succeeded in leveling his single-headed dragon to level 15. Yet, he was still far from evolution. He couldn't fathom the designer's reasoning behind requiring level 50 for the single-headed dragon to evolve into a double-headed dragon. It was truly exhausting. At that moment, the mechanical punk voice echoed through the sky once more. 10 seconds until the update. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. As the system commenced its countdown, Dwanmu Yu felt his body gradually transforming into a series of code-like sequences, slowly drifting into the air. When he regained his senses, he found himself back in the prestigious Muzhou First High School. I'm back already? As he marveled at the wonders of the system, a delicate figure suddenly embraced him. Woo. You're finally back. I was so worried. Dwanmu Yu realized that it was his substitute homeroom teacher, Lin Shui, who had wrapped her arms around him. Although Lin Shui was known for her strict teaching methods, she was undoubtedly a caring teacher, deeply concerned for her students' safety. Dwanmu Yu smiled warmly and patted Lin Shui on the shoulder, saying, Teacher, I'm back now. The other students will be back soon, so please don't cry. Lin Shui managed to calm her emotions slightly, her voice still tinged with tears as she asked, Where have you all been today? I was so worried. You might not believe it, but we ventured to another world. As soon as Dwanmu Yu spoke, he was met with Lin Shui's incredulous gaze, clearly doubting his words. To be honest, even Dwanmu Yu found it hard to believe his own experiences, yet they had indeed transpired, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward, as if he were attempting to deceive her. At that moment, lines of computer code suddenly appeared on every desk in the classroom, and soon, his classmates reappeared in the classroom. Wow, we're finally back. Oh no, I still haven't caught any Pokémon. I just finished my part-time job. And they haven't even paid me yet. The classroom erupted in excitement. Some overly emotional girls burst into tears, while several boys animatedly recounted the various Pokémon they had encountered. The principal, upon hearing that the students had returned, sprang from his office chair, eager to ensure their safety, though secretly relieved that his position as principal was likely secure. Mainstream media outlets had already received news of the students' return, with headlines proclaiming, "They have returned from another world." Quiet. Everyone, please settle down. Lin Shui, having adjusted her emotions, began to restore order in the classroom. Despite their excitement, the reinforced class was still composed of disciplined students, and they gradually quieted down, all eyes fixed on Lin Shui at the podium. "May I ask where everyone went today?" "To another world. A place filled with wondrous Pokémon." Lin Shui furrowed her brow. Duanmu Yu had previously claimed they went to another world, and she had assumed it was a fabrication. But with the entire class echoing the same sentiment and the headlines confirming their return, could it possibly be true? Ahem, students. Does anyone have proof that you truly went to another world? Lin Shui pondered, still skeptical, and sought corroboration from others. At that moment, the class leader of the reinforced class, Yin Shenlong, raised his hand and said, "Teacher, I can provide proof." As he spoke, he reached to his waist and produced a spherical object that was half red and half white. "Wow, a Pokéball. Oh my goodness. Yin Shenlong has already caught a Pokémon?" As he revealed the Pokéball, the classroom erupted once more. Yin Shenlong smiled subtly, seemingly relishing the moment. "I believe you've all guessed it. I have indeed caught a Pokémon. And my Pokémon is this." With that, he tossed the Pokéball to the ground. And with a resounding pop, a small orange dog appeared before the crowd, its head and chest adorned with tufts of white fur. Its eyes reflected a hint of fear, as if apprehensive of its new surroundings. "My goodness, it's a herdier." A classmate recognized Yin Shenlong's Pokémon, which was indeed a herdier. Duanmu Yeyu promptly opened his information panel to examine the herdier. Herdier level, 8 type, fire ability, intimidate potential, outstanding skills, bite. Howl. Duanmu Yeyu nodded. For a player without a system to acquire such a Pokémon on the first day was quite impressive. However, the herdier's ability seemed rather ordinary. Were it to possess the hidden ability, justified, its strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Lin Shui, now somewhat bewildered, wondered how a dog had emerged from the Pokéball. At that moment, the principal entered Duanmu Yeyu's classroom. He instantly spotted the herdier, which bore little resemblance to the dogs of reality, and paused momentarily before coming to terms with it. "This must be a Pokémon," the principal inquired. Lin Shui, surprised, asked, "Principal, you know?" "No, I don't. But the Ministry of Education has issued a notification. Teacher Lin, please organize the students for dismissal. We will hold a meeting shortly regarding this matter." The principal spoke and then turned to leave the classroom. Lin Shui gently rubbed her temples, after a day filled with setbacks. She felt slightly dazed by the abruptness of it all. "Well, everyone heard that. We can leave now." With that, Lin Shui hurriedly exited the classroom. Upon her announcement, her classmates cheerfully began to pack their belongings, eager to share the myriad thoughts bottled up inside them. However, a larger group gathered around Yin Shenlong and his adorable Houndoom, eager to curry favor. "Class monitor, how did you obtain your Pokémon so quickly? Can you teach me?" "Class monitor, where did you catch your Houndoom? It's so cute. I want one too." "Class monitor, class monitor." Yin Shenlong's eyes narrowed with delight. This attention felt quite gratifying. Yet, Duanmu Yeyo refrained from joining the throng, as it was merely a Houndoom after all. No matter how charming it appeared, could it possibly rival the beauty of his own evolved flame dragon? Nevertheless, his demeanor did not go unnoticed by Yin Shenlong. "Student Duanmu, have you captured any Pokémon? Would you like me to show you where to find a Houndoom?" Yin Shenlong suddenly called out to Duanmu Yeyo, who was about to leave the classroom. The crowd shifted their focus to him. Duanmu Yeyo? How could he possibly have a Pokémon? With his mediocre grades, he barely ranked in the middle of the regular class. It was a mystery how he even made it into the advanced class. He hardly pays attention in class. He's practically a disgrace among students. Yin Shenlong and Duanmu Yeyo represented two extremes of the advanced class. One was a dedicated learner, actively participating in every activity, while the other, having succumbed to despair after losing his parents, spent his days lost in gaming and shunning all social events. As class monitor, Yin Shenlong felt compelled to keep an eye on him, and over time, they became rivals. As a result of Yin Shenlong's words, the conversation quickly shifted to Duanmu Yeyo, and the remarks grew increasingly unkind, sounding more like those of street thugs than students. Taking a deep breath, Duanmu Yeyo turned with a smile and said, "As for Pokémon, I have caught one as well." The crowd erupted in disbelief. "No way. He managed to catch a Pokémon? Huh, if he did. It's probably just a caterpie or some other mundane creature." While the crowd debated the nature of Duanmu Yeyo's Pokémon, Yin Shenlong suddenly raised his hand, silencing the chatter. Student Duanmu, since you've also captured a Pokémon, why don't we have a Pokémon battle to see who is superior? What do you say? Yin Shenlong's smile concealed a cunning scheme. Duanmu Yeo shrugged nonchalantly. I'm indifferent, but you might want to think this through. I wouldn't want others to say I'm bullying you. Yin Shenlong burst into laughter, as did the onlookers, who joined in with unabashed mockery. After a prolonged fit of laughter, Yin Shenlong wiped away the tears of mirth from his eyes and said, Rest assured, Duanmu, you cannot defeat me. Duanmu Yeo merely shrugged again, having issued his warning. Since you insist on battling, let us head to the playground. With that, he turned and made his way toward the playground. Yin Shenlong furrowed his brow, feeling an unusual confidence emanating from Duanmu Yeo, which perplexed him. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. Surely, he was misreading the situation. Perhaps this fellow was merely attempting to bluff him. I won't fall for your tricks, he thought, following closely behind, as if fearing Duanmu might slip away. The crowd behind them erupted in excitement. Quick, inform the other classes. Yin Shenlong and Duanmu Yeo are about to have a Pokémon battle. I can't wait to see how Duanmu Yeo gets utterly crushed. Word spread rapidly, and within moments, nearly the entire school was aware. Soon, the bleachers at the playground were overflowing with spectators, including the principal, who abandoned a meeting to witness the event. Student Duanmu, you still have time to regret your decision. If you publicly apologize to me before the entire school, saying, I am sorry. I didn't catch a Pokémon and deceived everyone. I sincerely apologize. Then perhaps we can avoid this. Yin Shenlong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Duanmu Yeo as if awaiting an apology. Enough with the prattle. Let us get started. Duanmu Yeo yawned, unfazed. Yin Shenlong, incensed by Duanmu's attitude, retorted, Fine. You brought this upon yourself. Houndoom, come forth. He released Houndoom from its Pokéball, brimming with confidence. Now, it's your turn to reveal your Pokémon. Yin Shenlong boasted, his expression radiating assurance. Duanmu Yeo sighed and said, Come forth, Dratini. As his words echoed, a blue, dragon-like Pokémon enveloped in dark fur appeared before the crowd. Yin Shenlong chuckled, Student Duanmu, your Pokémon seems rather unhygienic. Its fur is blocking its eyes. Can it even see? It doesn't need to see to battle, Duanmu Yeo replied coolly. Though he spoke the truth in the games and anime, Dratini was portrayed as blind, relying on physical contact to navigate its surroundings. Hence its body bore numerous fresh wounds. Let us hope that's the case. Houndoom used bite. As soon as he finished speaking, Houndoom lunged at Dratini with its mouth agape, its teeth gleaming with a white light, indicating an energetic charge. Dratini, evade and then use charge. Sensing Houndoom's approach, Dratini swiftly maneuvered away just as Houndoom was about to strike, creating some distance before inhaling deeply, its body glowing faintly with white light. Yin Shenlong frowned, taken aback by Dratini's agility despite its blindness. However, he did not hesitate to give further commands. Houndoom, use bite again. With that command, Houndoom lunged again, jaws wide open, repeatedly attempting to strike Dratini. Yet, Duanmu Yeo remained entirely composed. Dratini, evade all attacks. True to his words, Dratini danced like a specter, skillfully dodging each of Houndoom's attempts to bite. Houndoom, frustrated, continued to charge forward. But it could not match Dratini's speed. Despite Dratini's base speed being only 38, compared to Houndoom's 60, Dratini's level was 15, 7 levels higher than Houndoom. This level difference compensated for the disparity in speed, allowing Dratini to effortlessly evade Houndoom's assaults. Watching Houndoom's attacks continuously miss their target, Yin Shenlong felt his confidence wane. Could it be that Houndoom was no match for this Dratini? Student Duanmu, are you planning to cower like a coward and evade indefinitely? Yin Shenlong found himself with no other option but to resort to the most rudimentary tactic of provoking Duanmu Yeo, hoping to incite him into making a mistake. Indeed. You are right. This approach seems rather unwise. Duanmu Yeo nodded and declared, Let us conclude this battle. Single-headed dragon, execute headbutt. As the words left his lips, the single-headed dragon leapt into the air, charging towards the cat-eye dog. Watch out. Dodge quickly. Yin Shenlong hastily commanded cat-eye dog to evade. Although his reflexes were commendable, alas, the single-headed dragon possessed the ability of unaware, ensuring a 100 hit rate. There was no escaping it. Sure enough, with a resounding bark, cat-eye dog was knocked to the ground, its eyes spiraling in disorientation. Cat-eye dog had lost the ability to battle. Chapter 12, The Great Transformation. As the single-headed dragon landed firmly on the ground, an eerie silence enveloped the playground. 3 seconds later, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonished gasps. Did he truly just defeat Yin Shenlong's cat-eye dog? It feels as though Duanmu Yeo exerted unilateral dominance. Such an effortless victory. Although it was a one-sided affair, it still ignited a fervor in onlookers. Is this what Pokémon battles entail? Meanwhile, Yin Shenglong wore an expression of disbelief. I lost. I actually lost. He appeared utterly despondent, entirely ensnared in Duanmu Yao's scheme. For someone as proud as Yin Shenglong, it was intolerable to accept defeat at the hands of a perceived underachiever. Thank you for your efforts, single-headed dragon. Come back. Duanmu Yao said with a faint smile as he recalled the single-headed dragon, looking across at Yin Shenglong. I mentioned earlier that I did not wish to bully you. Why would you not heed my words? With that, Duanmu Yao executed a graceful turn and departed the playground amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. In Yanjing, the Long family was abuzz with excitement. Not for any particular reason, but simply because the Long family's beloved daughter had returned home safely. Xiaoya, are you all right? An elderly man with graying hair rushed into Long Wuyue's room. The servants tending to her wisely retreated, granting the grandfather and granddaughter the space to converse intimately. Grandpa, I'm fine. Can't you see I'm perfectly all right? Long Wuyue exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his, playfully pouting as she sat up from the bed, attempting to demonstrate her well-being. However, after barely turning around, she winced in pain from her ankle and fell back onto the bed. Xiaoya, what happened to your leg? Long Tianxiong, a 5-star general, was perceptive enough to notice. Oh, it's nothing. I just had a little accident and twisted my ankle. But don't worry, Grandpa. I received treatment at the hospital there. And I'll be fine in a few days, Long Wuyue said with a gentle smile, seemingly trying to reassure him. Long Tianxiong, however, could see through her facade and immediately adopted a serious tone. Stop pretending. Tell me what really happened. Did someone bully you? What did they look like? Inform me, and I'll have them globally hunted down. Long Wuyue was taken aback by her grandfather's reaction, but she also understood that he indeed had the clout to pursue such a mission. Grandpa, you're mistaken. I merely stumbled into the territory of a Pokémon called Beedrill and was chased away. Who would dare to bully me? Besides, even if someone did, they would be from another world. What could you do about that? Long Tianxiong was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, if they were beings from another world, he would have no means to confront them. So, you have no other issues? Just a twisted ankle? He asked, still somewhat unconvinced. I'm fine. Fortunately, someone happened to pass by and saved me. Long Wuyue recalled the silhouette of Duanmu Yao, and for some reason, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Long Tianxiong noted his granddaughter's expression and subtly inquired, he must be quite handsome, huh? Long Wuyue, caught off guard, inadvertently let slip her thought, realizing her blunder. Her delicate face turned crimson, as though it could bleed. Grandpa, you're prying, she protested shyly. Ha! Who would have thought that our precious little princess has developed feelings for someone? This is monumental news. Grandpa, Long Wuyue was nearly in tears from embarrassment, prompting Long Tianxiong to relent. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Now tell me about this Beedrill you encountered. Long Wuyue understood that her grandfather's serious demeanor indicated the gravity of the subject. She realized that the existence of Pokémon could indeed disrupt societal order. Though a 5-star general, Long Tianxiong was no longer on the front lines, and such matters fell under his jurisdiction. Well, the Beedrill resembles our world's wasps but is about a meter long, possessing only 4 legs instead of 6. Its body is segmented into 3 parts, and its forelimbs bear long spear-like appendages reminiscent of ancient knights. A meter long with knightly spears? Long Tianxiong pondered deeply. Xiaoya, have you witnessed the Beedrill's attack? I haven't seen them attack, as they were merely trying to scare me off their territory at the time. However, the person who saved me said that Beedrills are incredibly fast. They were only driving me away and did not use their full speed. If they flew at full throttle, it would be comparable to the speed of a regular car. Moreover, their venom is highly potent. If someone is stung, immediate medical attention is required. Long Wuyue rested her chin on her hand and continued, that should cover everything. A car's speed and potent venom. Long Tianxiong fell into contemplation once more. Grandpa, is something wrong? Long Wuyue asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Long Tianxiong shook his head. It's nothing. You should get some rest. With that, he exited the room, his expression somber. If a mere wasp can attain the speed of a car and possess such venom, what would become of other creatures? In an age where all conventional weapons are rendered ineffective, these Pokémon, if falling into the hands of malevolent individuals, could easily be transformed into the war machines of a new era. As he contemplated this, he dialed a subordinate's number. Have someone prepare a survey for students from various institutions to document their experiences in the other world. Remember, speed is of the essence. We must swiftly acquire intelligence about that realm. After hanging up, he gazed out at the setting sun. Worry etched across his face as he muttered, this world is on the brink of a great transformation. I wonder if our China can maintain its international standing, and if we can leverage this situation to surpass other nations. Pushing open a simple wooden door, Duanmu Yeo finally returned home. As soon as he entered, he released his Pokémon, Demon Flame Dragon, Froakie, and Single-Headed Dragon. The three creatures from another world curiously surveyed their new surroundings. This is my world. A mundane realm devoid of Pokémon, Duanmu Yeo reclined on the sofa, gazing at the afterglow of the setting sun, and sighed wistfully. Suddenly, a smile graced his lips. However, this world is on the cusp of a monumental change. Pokémon will soon become the benchmark of power, and I shall ultimately stand at the pinnacle of this hierarchy that embodies strength. Chapter 13. Secrets. Upon arriving at school the next day, one could observe a considerable number of students accompanied by their Pokémon, predominantly early-stage creatures such as Caterpie and Weedle. Of course, should one desire, they could refrain from allowing their Caterpie to evolve, nurturing it until it reaches a bond of 220, thus potentially transforming into the majestic Rayquaza. According to Duanmu Yeo's recollections, Caterpie first made its appearance in the original Pokémon games, Red and Green, ranking at number 10, a venerable creature indeed. It resembles an ordinary caterpillar and possesses feeble abilities that are almost laughable. In stark contrast, Rayquaza debuted in the third-generation games, Ruby and Sapphire, holding the 384th position. Rayquaza is an ancient Pokémon of the Hoenn region, imbued with immense strength, capable of devastating attacks that leave even the likes of Groudon and Kyogre trembling. With an astonishing base stat total of 780, it is revered as a legendary Pokémon. Geographically, Caterpie is native to the Kanto region, while Rayquaza hails from Hoenn, showcasing a two-generation gap in their release. The disparity in their rankings, 10 versus 384, underscores the vast chasm between them. Yet, after 2,200 years, the notion of Caterpie evolving into Rayquaza remains a cherished jest, primarily due to their superficial resemblance. In a subsequent Pokémon game modification, the similarity between these two Pokémon inspired a delightful Easter egg. Should one cultivate a bond of 220 with their Caterpie and level it up, it could indeed evolve into Rayquaza. Thus, the amusing idea of Caterpie's evolution into Rayquaza has since persisted. Duanmu Yeo observed that among the throngs of students with Pokémon, some had managed to acquire the prestigious starter Pokémon from various regions, such as Charmander, Torchic, and Cyndaquil. It could only be said that they were exceptionally fortunate, as they seemed to possess no prior knowledge of Pokémon. Their acquisition of these starters was likely gleaned from the tales of novice trainers preparing for their journeys. However, Duanmu Yeo paid little heed to this, for he was endowed with a system that granted him a fortuitous start, with an array of system rewards. He felt as though he had drawn an unbeatable hand. He had received the coveted Pikachu from the outset, a stroke of luck not easily matched. Realizing he was running late, Duanmu Yeo hastened his pace towards the classroom. The moment he stepped inside, the previously boisterous classroom fell into an immediate hush, with all eyes fixed upon him, holding their breath, save for the defeated Yin Shenglong. To be scrutinized in such a manner was an unfamiliar sensation for Duanmu Yeo. Yet he valiantly suppressed his discomfort and returned to his seat. Just as he settled in, the substitute homeroom teacher, Lin Shui, entered the classroom, cradling a hefty stack of papers. Could it be? Another examination today? What subject could it possibly be? What a ridiculous concern. Many of us now possess Pokémon. If we choose not to write, what could the teacher do about it? Duanmu Yeo regarded the previously esteemed students with a hint of amusement. Lin Shui seemed to grasp their sentiments and reassured them with a smile. Fear not. This is not an examination. It is merely a form mandated by the government for you to provide information about the world you are venturing into. I hope for your cooperation with the nation's efforts. She emphasized nation with evident intent, for even though students might defy the school, they would not dare to challenge the state. Fortunately, they had discussed such matters in yesterday's meeting. Otherwise, the situation could have been quite dire. Lin Shui silently expressed her relief. Students who completed the forms could leave if they did not have Pokémon. Those with Pokémon were asked to remain for registration, as the school was organizing an impromptu Pokémon tournament in the coming days. As soon as Lin Shui's words left her lips, the classroom erupted with excitement. A Pokémon tournament. Wouldn't that be a splendid opportunity to witness thrilling battles? Duanmu Yeo's spirits lifted at the prospect. It could provide the experience he desperately needed in this world. Over the next half hour, students gradually completed their questionnaires. However, Duanmu Yeo showed no signs of finishing. Nearly an hour passed before Lin Shui noticed his peculiar behavior. Taking a deep breath, she cautiously approached him and gently inquired, Duanmu, this is a government survey. Could you please cooperate? She had assumed he was merely wasting time, but having witnessed his battle with Yin Shenglong, she was naturally more patient than before. I'll be done shortly, Duanmu Yeo replied succinctly. But Duanmu, your classmates submitted theirs within half an hour, and you've taken an hour. That simply illustrates their lack of insight, he replied nonchalantly. Even I could not provide valuable information in half an hour. Lin Shue's lips twitched, her dignity as an educator urging her to reprimand him. Duanmu, please do not be so obstinate. Kindly submit your questionnaire, or here it is. At last. Duanmu Yayo wiped the sweat from his brow and handed over a densely written questionnaire to Lin Shui. She paused, momentarily taken aback, assuming he had written nonsense. However, upon glancing down, she was astonished. His survey was filled with detailed information concerning the 15 types of Pokémon. The first generation featured only 15 types. Dark, Steel, and Fairy were introduced in later generations, their elemental strengths and weaknesses, a comprehensive overview of the Pokémon world, its various regions, their unique characteristics, the number of towns, notable figures, and the Pokémon they possessed and where they could be encountered, all laid out with remarkable clarity and logic, far from the ramblings of a careless student. Lin Shui became enraptured by the depth of his responses, finally looking up to ask, "What on earth have you experienced?" Duanmu Yayo merely smiled. A secret. Chapter 14. Doubts. The much-anticipated Pokémon tournament organized by the school took place the following day at the local sports arena. However, it was not solely attended by the students of Jiangzhou First Senior High School. Nearly all the institutions in Jiangzhou had sent representatives. The number of spectators was so great that there were insufficient seats in the stands, with many adults also eager to join the excitement. Gathering outside the glass walls of the arena, over 600 participants entered the competition, roughly one-fifth of the student population in Jiangzhou. It appeared that those possessing Pokémon were still a minority. The tournament commenced with a chaotic free-for-all among the 600 participants, and once only 64 remained. The competition would follow a traditional knockout format to determine the top 32, 16, and ultimately the champions. Moreover, this event would be broadcast live by Jiangzhou Television, presenting an excellent opportunity for participants to achieve fame. Hello everyone. I am your beloved gaming commentator, Momo. As the gym buzzed with excitement, a melodious female voice suddenly echoed through the speakers, captivating the attention of the single attendees. It was Momo. My goodness, she is renowned for her gaming commentary. Being a native of Jiangzhou, it appears she was specially invited to narrate the competition. Momo, I adore you. Hello everyone, I am the commentator, Sword Immortal. Just as the crowd was about to cheer for Momo's arrival, a somewhat bashful male voice interrupted. The moment he spoke, the gaming enthusiasts erupted in astonishment. Sword Immortal? Goodness, am I dreaming? The gaming deity, Sword Immortal, my idol, as you may have surmised. Today's Pokémon competition is being co-commentated by Momo and the illustrious Sword Immortal. I won't waste time on tedious introductions. I believe everyone is eager to commence. Right? Thus, Sword Immortal elongated his words and, in unison with Momo, declared, "Let the competition begin." Duanmu Yu smiled. He had anticipated such a grand affair. So he discreetly informed his companion, Shuyulong, to level up quietly today. Even someone as formidable as Duanmu Yu preferred to avoid the media's gaze. Who knows? If an entertainment company or government took notice, he might find himself ensnared in the murky waters of the entertainment industry. Although Duanmu Yu held this thought, the moment they announced the competition's commencement, he suddenly heard the system chime. Ding. Task triggered. Task objective. Win the championship flamboyantly. Reward. Experience treasure chest, giant, X2. Duanmu Yu was exasperated, wondering why this system found pleasure in stirring trouble. Did it think that 2 experience treasure chests, giant, would entice him into chaos? Absolutely not. Ding. Detecting the task's inclination to contravene the host's will, task reward amended. Experience treasure chest, super. Duanmu Yu paused, pondering what this experience treasure chest, super, entailed. Ding. Response to host. Experience treasure chest, super, equals 5 experience treasure chests, giant. No sooner had the system finished speaking than Duanmu Yu shouted, "Come forth, dark fire dragon." Suddenly, a dark green dragon-like Pokémon materialized amidst the crowd of caterpies and horn pests. The stark contrast immediately captured the spectator's attention. What Pokémon is that? I've never seen it before. It resembles the evolved form of Charmander, but the coloration is off. As Yin Xinglong observed, his pupils contracted. Did he possess more than one Pokémon? Just as the crowd began to ponder, Duanmu Yu chuckled and addressed the competitors around him. Forgive my candor, but you all are nothing but a bunch of weaklings. This classic taunt proved exceedingly effective, drawing the ire of dozens. Kid, don't think you can act so brazenly just because your Pokémon is a bit different. Exactly. The first round is a free-for-all. Do you intend to take on over 100 of us individually? With a cold smirk, Duanmu Yu retorted, Am I not clear enough? You all are weaklings. Pray tell. What can 100 weaklings accomplish? A heap of weaklings? Goodness. This kid is insufferably arrogant. Brothers, let us deal with him first. It was unclear who proposed this, but the words united those displeased with Duanmu Yuyu, and soon, their Pokémon surrounded his Darfire Dragon. Oh, we see a competitor deploying a rather unique Pokémon. But this has led to him being besieged. This is not looking good. Mo observed Duanmu Yuyu's predicament with a hint of sympathy. This contestant is too young. He must learn to remain composed. Those who stand out are often brought down by the winds. Now that he is besieged by so many, his failure seems inevitable. I hope he takes this lesson to heart. Sword Immortal shook his head, seemingly convinced that Duanmu Yuyu was destined to lose. Duanmu Yuyu smiled, beckoning the surrounding competitors with a finger. Come on, I invite you to strike first. Unaware of his own limitations, Caterpie used Tackle. Hornpest, deploy Poison Sting. Fluffball, initiate Tackle. In an instant, hundreds of Pokémon unleashed various skills upon the Darkfire Dragon. However, this was inconsequential. Duanmu Yuyu noticed that some were instructing their Metapod to harden, while others commanded their Magikarp to splash. My goodness, are you all here for a joke? Duanmu Yuyu chuckled lightly, calmly instructing, Darkfire Dragon, take to the skies. Obediently, the Darkfire Dragon dove downward, flapping its wings vigorously before propelling itself up to several meters high. All the attacks missed their mark. Oh, I didn't expect this contestant's Pokémon to evade so many attacks. It appears this Pokémon possesses considerable strength. Mo's eyes sparkled with admiration as she beheld the soaring Darkfire Dragon, finding its evasive maneuvers exceptionally stylish. Though it had evaded this round of attacks, it could not remain airborne indefinitely. Ground Pokémon were not without their long-range capabilities, and its ascent had inadvertently thrust it into aerial combat. Sword Immortal remained skeptical of the Darkfire Dragon's prospects. Just as Mo was about to inquire about the aerial battlefield, several flying-type Pokémon, including Pidgey, Spearow, and Swellow, swiftly engaged the Darkfire Dragon. The audience seemed convinced that Duanmu Yuyu was on the brink of defeat, clearly ensnared in a dire predicament. No one in attendance held hope for him. Chapter 15. Leveling up 10 times. Alas, what a pity. I have never heard of this Pokémon and was eager to see how it would perform against such a multitude of adversaries. If one must assign blame, it can only be directed at its master for provoking all the competitors. It's a miracle he hasn't been overwhelmed by over 600 opponents. A chorus of sighs resonated from the audience, lamenting the fate of the Darkfire Dragon. On the competition field, the Darkfire Dragon had evaded several rounds of attacks and returned to Duanmu Yuyu, awaiting his command. Darkfire Dragon, it seems no one believes in us. What do you propose? Duanmu Yuyu smiled at the dragon, seemingly anticipating its response. The Darkfire Dragon roared in response, expressing its dissatisfaction. Yes, that is the spirit. Let us go for it. Onward. Duanmu Yuyu was pleased with the Darkfire Dragon's reply. They had allowed their opponents to attack for long enough. It was time to counterattack. Darkfire Dragon, ascend. With another ferocious roar, the Darkfire Dragon flapped its wings and shot up like an arrow, soaring to several meters high without any intention of stopping. Pidgey, pursue. Spearow, take him down. The trainers of the flying-type Pokémon immediately commanded their creatures to bring the Darkfire Dragon down. However, this time was different. The Darkfire Dragon's speed had significantly increased, and in the blink of an eye, it soared to hundreds of meters high, leaving the Pidgey and others far behind. Still struggling to reach even a few dozen meters up, Duanmu Yuyu smiled slightly. Darkfire Dragon, unleash Spark at the bug and grass-type Pokémon below. The Darkfire Dragon paused momentarily, inhaling deeply. In the next instant, hundreds of fireballs, each the size of a soccer ball, burst forth from its mouth, raining down upon the ground. What on earth? Is that really Spark? By the heavens, it's the Phoenix Fire technique. Goodness. Everyone, take cover. Caterpie. Amidst the astonished gasps and cries of the crowd, hundreds of fireballs rained down upon the earth, indiscriminately striking every Pokémon on the ground. Even those Pokémon that were not directly aimed at by Duanmu Yuyu found themselves inexplicably affected by the onslaught. What the heck? I haven't done anything. So why am I being hit? He exclaimed. Surely this damage can't be real. How could my Pokémon lose all its fighting capability in an instant? On the commentary stand, Momo was rendered speechless by the sheer surprise, while Jianxian's face flushed crimson, as though he had just been slapped twice. This dragon-type Pokémon is astonishingly powerful. Indeed, the damage inflicted by the Fairy Fire Dragon was unequivocally real. There was no doubt about it. Originally, when the Charmander evolved into the Fairy Fire Dragon, its potential surged to level 3, boasting an astonishing special attack stat. Moreover, with its ability, Solar Power, it dealt 15 times the damage in sunny weather. Just moments ago, Duanmu Yuyu had commanded the Fairy Fire Dragon to soar high into the sky, drawing closer to the sun to activate this trait. Considering that Fire-type moves inherently counter Bug and Grass-type Pokémon, coupled with the level advantage of the Fairy Fire Dragon, it was hardly surprising that it could obliterate multiple opponents with a single attack. Ding! Congratulations to the Fairy Fire Dragon for defeating the Caterpie, earning 18 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the Fairy Fire Dragon for defeating the Oddish, earning 19 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the Fairy Fire Dragon for defeating the Metapod, earning 25 experience points. As the system notifications chimed incessantly in his ears, Duanmu could not help but feel a sense of glee, although the experience points were modest. Even the smallest mosquito was still meat, and he would not let any opportunity slip by. In that moment, he appeared to be savoring an exquisite symphony, his expression one of pure enjoyment, inciting the defeated trainers to fantasize about confronting him in a fit of rage. Even those who had not previously targeted Duanmu now felt a surge of trepidation. Such a formidable opponent must not be allowed to advance to the elimination rounds. Squirtle. Use Bubble. Ponyta. Use Ember. Pidgey. Use Peck. One after another, attacks hurtled toward the Fairy Fire Dragon, yet it exhibited no fear. Instead, its demeanor was one of disdain. In that moment, it resembled a ballet dancer gliding gracefully through the air, evading each attack with effortless spins, occasionally diving to the ground to unleash its fairy aura-enhanced claws upon yet another unsuspecting Pokémon. Before long, the number of trainers on the field dwindled to below 100. It could be said that 99% of those defeated were felled by Duanmu alone. 81, 82, 83, 85, he counted the remaining trainers, then looked up at the Fairy Fire Dragon, stating, Fairy Fire Dragon, just 22 more to finish this. He stretched languidly, as if winning was a trivial affair for him. This nonchalant demeanor drew the ire of many present. Were they truly that inept? Ha ha ha. It seems our contestant is brimming with confidence, having single-handedly vanquished over 500 opponents, Momo remarked, momentarily at a loss for words. As this battle was undoubtedly the most one-sided she had ever encountered in her commentary career. Meanwhile, Jianxian remained silent, realizing that this Pokémon battle bore a striking resemblance to competitive gaming, and after years of experience, he had never before encountered someone so incomprehensible. As the Fairy Fire Dragon dispatched yet another Pokémon with its claws, the number of trainers quickly dwindled to 64. Alright, the competition is over. Congratulations to the 64 remaining contestants who have advanced to the elimination rounds. Momo announced, recognizing that the Fairy Fire Dragon had ceased its assault, thus concluding the match. The next competition would commence in 5 days, urging all contestants to prepare adequately. In truth, had it continued any longer, many would have been reduced to tears. Standing on the stage was a torment, uncertain if their Pokémon would be snatched away by the Fairy Fire Dragon in the next instant, lacking the experience of battle. They could only stand still and pray for divine intervention. However, Duanmu was blissfully unaware of their plight. He simply reveled in the fact that he had defeated over 600 individuals, resulting in the Fairy Fire Dragon's level skyrocketing to 30, a staggering increase of 10 levels. This was not unexpected, as the average experience points for a Pokémon hovered around 20, totaling 206,001, 2000 experience points. Gaining 10 levels was hardly remarkable. As Duanmu pondered this, he opened the Fairy Fire Dragon's profile panel. Fairy Fire Dragon level, 30 type, Fire, Dragon, Fairy ability, Solar power, Fairy aura potential, level 3 deity skills, Claw, Howl, Ember, Leer, Earth power, Fairy Dragon Claw Chapter 16, the first update. Goodness gracious. Duanmu found himself at a loss for words. Not to mention that Dragon Claw, a powerful dragon-type physical move typically learned at levels 40 or 50, except for Dratini, which learns it at level 28, had somehow transformed into a special attack simply by appending the word fairy to it. But the earth power was truly excessive. This fairy-type move could only be utilized by one Pokémon, which was none other than the deity of life, Xerneas, who resurrected all beings in the forest of auras that had perished at the hands of Yveltal. Moreover, when Xerneas revived those beings, it was with this very earth power. How could one not be astounded? Although in the game, earth power required the Pokémon using it to charge in the first turn, during which it simultaneously boosts the user's special attack, special defense, and speed by 2 levels in the second turn. When carrying a powerful herb, it could take effect immediately after charging, without consuming an additional turn. Yet I had previously stated that this was reality, not a game. This meant that if the Fairy Fire Dragon's abilities reached the level of Xerneas, it could very well possess the capacity to resurrect life. Just the thought of it sent shivers of excitement through him. Thank you for your hard work, Fairy Fire Dragon. Return. Duanmu smiled as he recalled the Fairy Fire Dragon. Perhaps creating the fairy fire dragon was indeed a monumental decision. However, his expression soon darkened. While he had successfully showcased his prowess, he had also inadvertently revealed his trump card. Was it truly wise to expose his strength for the sake of such an experienced treasure super? Wait, system. Where's my experienced treasure super? Duanmu Yeo suddenly realized something and hurriedly inquired. Ding. To the host, the task objective is to win the championship in a high-profile manner. Currently, the host has yet to meet this objective, and thus no reward shall be granted. What? I still need to win the championship? Duanmu Yeo exclaimed. Had I known, I would have let the fairy fire dragon leave no survivors. This is truly frustrating. He grimaced, realizing that his illustrious reputation had ultimately been undermined by this very system. With his trump card exposed, he sighed, contemplating whether his strength was simply insufficient. Just then, a thought struck him. System, do you have any other tasks available? Provide me with a few, and I shall grind for some rewards. Ding. To the host, there are currently no tasks available. However, there remains only one night until the system update is complete. Please choose the difficulty level for the upcoming mixed world. Note, eligibility for entering other worlds will no longer be limited to teenagers 1. Evil Era. The number of villains among the total players in the Pokémon world will increase at a ratio of 1:9. In the Age of Kindness. The total number of players venturing into the Pokémon world will increase the number of benevolent individuals in a ratio of 1:9. In the Age of Neutrality. The total players will have an equal distribution of good and evil at a ratio of 5:5. Please make your choice. Duanmu Yu paused momentarily, surprised that the update had been completed so swiftly. This effectively meant choosing a level of survival difficulty. The extreme evil path would undoubtedly be hellish, on the other hand. The kindness route seemed rather dull, as a narrative without antagonists lacks purpose for heroic characters. I choose the Age of Neutrality. Ding. The ratio of good and evil among new players has been established. Ding. As the chosen one. You may enter the Pokémon world early for minor adjustments and to review the update summary. Shall we proceed now? Yes, yes, yes. Duanmu Yeu was fretting about the next competition starting in 5 days, but now he could return early, since other players would only be entering the game the following morning. He would gain an entire night of leveling up. Moreover, with the strength of the Evergreen, staying awake posed no issue. Ding. Commencing teleportation. Upon the system's announcement, Duanmu Yeu's body dissolved into lines of code, vanishing from his location. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the Evergreen Forest, where he had been before returning to reality. Ding. Would you like to view the update content? Yes. It is essential to review the updates, as this will aid in formulating future strategies. As soon as he agreed, a semi-transparent screen appeared before him. Update content. 1. Enhanced data for alternative evolution Pokémon, providing players with more methods to achieve alternative evolution. 2. Introduction of a friendship system. 3. General players can now access Pokémon data. 4. Adjustments to the appearance rate of shiny Pokémon and their capture success rates. 5. Additional storylines have been added. Players can actively alter the narrative direction beyond the original plot. The system provided 5 update points. Duanmu Yeu's attention was particularly drawn to 2 aspects: the newly introduced friendship system and the influence on storylines. Friendship is a hidden value ranging from 0 to 255, which can be increased by engaging in various activities with Pokémon in the party. The concept of friendship first appeared in Pokémon Pikachu, where only the protagonist Pikachu possessed a friendship value. From the 2nd generation onward, all Pokémon have friendship levels. Friendship affects certain dialogues and plot triggers, with some Pokémon requiring a friendship level of 220 to evolve. The power of the moves Return and Frustration depends on the user's friendship level. The introduction of the friendship system significantly enhances the game's playability and variability. The potential to influence storylines piqued Duanmu Yeu's curiosity. He recalled the red text and voice that appeared in the sky after he achieved certain milestones. Those words and voices were only visible and audible to players. Moreover, when Duanmu Yeu went to Professor Oak's lab to obtain his starter Pokémon, it seemed preordained that he received the last Pokémon. Had he not gone, would Professor Oak have ended up with Charmander instead? This all felt orchestrated, as if someone intended to prevent players from other worlds from disrupting the original Pokémon narrative. But what was this update? It appeared to allow direct interference with the plot. It felt as though a mastermind wanted the 2 worlds to influence each other. Or perhaps they had been cautiously managing both realms, but now wished to relinquish control, leaving the decisions entirely to the players, becoming mere spectators. A chill ran down Duanmu Yeu's spine, and he hesitated to contemplate further. Chapter 17, Deep Gray City if time were to be considered. Ash and Pikachu must have already traversed this forest. Duanmu Yeu suddenly remembered something. In the animated series, Ash and Pikachu had witnessed Ho-Oh flying across the sky at sunset, where a rainbow feather fell, and Ash vowed that they would one day meet again. Reflecting on this, Duanmu felt a pang of sadness. Ash must have seen Ho-Oh in the sunset, and now, it was nighttime. Ho-Oh was likely already off duty. How disappointing it was that he couldn't catch Ho-Oh. Even a distant glimpse of the legendary Pokémon would have been splendid. As Duanmu sighed, he suddenly noticed something shimmering in the trees ahead. What was that? He wondered, as it seemed too small to be a sweet spark. Wait, where would a sweet spark be in the evergreen forest? Deciding to investigate, he approached and discovered that something was stuck to the branches. Duanmu swallowed hard. Could it be? Carefully, he removed the object and, upon closer inspection, found it to be a feather, an extraordinary feather that made him want to scream. A rainbow feather! He exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that this item could summon Ho-Oh at the bell tower. What incredible luck! Mere words of praise could scarcely encapsulate his fortune. Just as he was reveling in his excitement, he noticed something peculiar. The light seemed to emanate not just from the rainbow feather, but there was also a faint glow on the branch. Gently brushing the feather, he discovered a dust-like substance that glowed on his fingers. After a brief moment of silence, he couldn't suppress a smile and burst into laughter. I can't believe it. Sacred Ash. What is Sacred Ash, you may wonder? Seasoned players would surely recognize it as an exceedingly rare item obtained in the bell tower in Pokémon Gold, Silver, and Crystal, or through defeating Ho-Oh. Its primary function is to restore all Pokémon in the party to full health. What luck! I casually picked up a rainbow feather. And it's even coated in Sacred Ash. Duanmu grinned, but he quickly composed himself, recalling that the gym in Evergreen City was formidable. After all, the gym leader's Pokémon included a Rhydon, a ground rock type at level 45, with moves such as Stomp, Tail Whip, Fury Attack, and Horn Attack, a Dugtrio. A ground type at level 42, with moves like Growl, Dig, Sand Attack, and Cut, a Nidoqueen, a poison ground type at level 44, with moves like Scratch, Tail Whip, Poison Sting, and Body Slam, a Nidoking, a poison ground type at level 45, with moves like Tackle, Horn Attack, Poison Sting, and Horn Drill, and a Golem. A ground rock type at level 50, with moves like Tackle, Tail Whip, Earthquake, and Horn Drill. At present, my strength would not suffice to overcome any of them. Given this, my only option is to traverse the Evergreen Forest and head directly to Deep Gray City to challenge Brock at the Deep Gray Gym. With a clear plan in mind, Duanmu released all of his Pokémon and pointed toward Deep Gray City, declaring, "Before we reach Deep Gray City, let us battle as we go. Once we arrive at the gym, we will crush everything in our path." However, as Duanmu spoke, he remained oblivious to a peculiar sight behind a tree. A small, pink Pokémon resembling a kitten floated in midair, secretly observing him, specifically his Charizard. Had Duanmu caught a glimpse of its appearance, he would have been thoroughly startled. For the Pokémon fixated upon him was none other than the exceedingly rare mythical creature, Mew. Mew, gazing at Charizard with a contemplative expression, gradually faded from view, leaving no trace behind. After a night of intense battles, Duanmu Dragonair had finally reached level 25, while his Froakie had impressively attained level 30, nearing its next evolution. As for Charizard, the experience gained here was notably insufficient, as it had only risen to level 33 after an entire night. At last, he had arrived at Gray City. Duanmu stretched languidly, excitement bubbling within him as he beheld the distant skyline of Gray City. Speaking of Gray City, only two places held any significant fame: the Gray Gym and the Gray Science Museum, nestled in the northern part of Gray City. The Gray Science Museum stands as a major attraction and is the sole museum within the Kanto region. It primarily showcases exhibits on the cosmos and fossils. The museum comprises 2 floors. The ground floor features skeletal fossils of the pterodactyl and scyther, while the second floor hosts a space exhibit, including displays of space shuttles and lunar rocks. Entry to the museum requires a fee of $50 Pokédollars. However, the true highlight is the ability to resurrect ancient Pokémon fossils. Yet, during the first and second generations of the game, the museum was closed. In the 4th generation, it opened for commercial purposes, but since the main exhibitions were not housed there, entry was free. Duanmu pondered whether the Gray Museum was currently operational. If it were, he could venture to MT Moon to search for fossils. Nevertheless, he decided there was no rush. Other players had only just begun to enter, and he had ample time at his disposal. Lost in thought, Duanmu soon found himself at the Pokémon Center. "Miss Joy, could you please check on my Pokémon?" Although he possessed the power of the Evergreen, he felt it prudent to ensure that his Pokémon had not sustained any damage after a night of battles. Of course, Miss Joy replied with a smile as she took Duanmu Pokéball and placed it on the healing machine behind her. By the way, Miss Joy, could you also assist me in registering for the Quartz League? Duanmu Yayo said, presenting his Pokédex to her. After completing the registration, Miss Joy glanced at the machine's readings and, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "Are you a trainer from another region?" "Yes, I hail from the Kalos region." "Is there a problem?" Duanmu Yayo felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing his hidden identity might have been exposed. "Oh, not at all. I simply noticed that I had never seen your Pokémon before. I meant no offense," Miss Joy explained with a gentle smile. "That's a relief. Well then, goodbye, Miss Joy." Duanmu Yayo took his Pokéball and made his way out of the Pokémon Center. Unbeknownst to him, 3 figures in the adjacent resting area closely followed his departure. Chapter 18. The early arrival in a military base codenamed Sky Dragon located within Huaxia. Long Tianxiong meticulously sifted through a towering stack of investigation questionnaires collected from various schools nationwide. This questionnaire had been issued as a top-secret directive from the government, requiring expedited transport to this location. Just as Long Tianxiong became engrossed in his reading, a knock sounded on his office door. "Come in," he said, removing his reading glasses and rubbing his tired eyes. "Report, Commander. The children have been teleported again," a soldier hurriedly stated, saluting before him. Long Tianxiong frowned, perplexed that they had only just returned 2 days prior, and now they had been sent away once more. The soldier added, "Many adults have reportedly been teleported as well." "Adults too?" Long Tianxiong was intrigued. Previously, only adolescents had been transported, so the inclusion of adults warranted further investigation. However, this was not the time for speculation. Immediately inform the intelligence team to halt all other tasks and collect data on the adults who have been teleported for comparison to identify any commonalities, he commanded sternly. Long Tianxiong had already received intelligence indicating that all firearms worldwide had malfunctioned, alleviating concerns about foreign attacks or terrorist organizations. Understood. The soldier acknowledged the gravity of the situation before departing. Once alone, Long Tianxiong resumed reading, donning his reading glasses to examine another questionnaire from the towering pile. 3 minutes later, he stood up in shock. The questionnaire was densely packed with intricate details about the 15 types of Pokémon attributes. The first generation featured only 15 types, with Dark, Steel, and Fairy introduced in later generations, as well as information about the various regions of the Pokémon world, their unique characteristics, the number of towns within each region, notable figures, and the Pokémon they possessed, including attributes and where they could be encountered, all presented with remarkable clarity and coherence that belied fabrication. "Someone, bring me the head of the intelligence department," Long Tianxiong exclaimed excitedly to the door. Given the information at hand, he could not ascertain its authenticity alone. Yet, if this were indeed true, it would deepen their understanding of the alternate world, potentially altering Huaxia's developmental plans regarding it. Regrettably, the questionnaire was anonymous. If only they could locate the child responsible for it, they might gain invaluable insights into the Pokémon world. Unbeknownst to Long Tianxiong, the child he praised was currently lost in the second city of the Kanto region. After some exploration, Duanmu Yayo finally located the Gray Gym. "I'm at a loss for words. In every game, the average population of Gray City is only about 30, with a mere 6 or 7 buildings. The Gray Gym should be easy to find. I never imagined the real Pokémon world would have such sparse architecture and population," Duanmu Yayo lamented, standing before the Gray Gym. Yet, despite his complaints, he knew he had to face the gym challenge. He boldly pushed open the grand doors of the Gray Gym and called out, "Is anyone here? I have come to challenge the gym." Surely this isn't the beginning of the gym's decline? Duanmu Yayo wondered aloud, recalling that in his memories, the gym's decline had begun when Brock's father, known as Wu Ning, left home one day to become a professional Pokémon trainer, leaving Brock and his siblings to manage the gym. I recall that in the anime, Wu Ning returned to take over the gym after Ash defeated Brock. Given its current state of disrepair, it seems Ash has yet to arrive. Just as Duanmu Yayo analyzed the situation, a man emerged from within the gym. The man, with his dark complexion and towering stature, donned an outfit of vibrant green, accompanied by 9 children who bore striking resemblance to one another. However, the most remarkable feature of this man was the complete absence of his eyes. "Greetings, I am Xiaojang, the gym leader of the Deep Gray Gym. Please follow me to the battle arena," Xiaojang politely stated, leading Duanmu Yayo, or rather, his 9 younger siblings, into the gym. They arrived at a battle arena characterized by an unusual large stone at its center. The challenge rules of the Deep Gray Gym mandated a 2-on-2 battle, with the challenger striking first. "Do you understand?" Xiaojang succinctly explained the rules to Duanmu Yayo. "Understood," Duanmu Yayo nodded in acknowledgement. "Excellent. I shall send out my first Pokémon now." With that, he tossed a Pokéball onto the battlefield, and with a resounding pop, a Geodude materialized. Duanmu Yu smiled and called out, "Go, Froakie." With a croak, Froakie appeared gracefully on the battlefield, its naturally half-closed eyes now reflecting a hint of mockery. An unfamiliar Pokémon. Where does this one hail from? Xiaojing inquired with curiosity. This is Froakie, a companion I brought from the Kalos region, Duanmu Yu explained. Since it is called Froakie, it must be a water type, which puts my rock and ground type Geodude at a disadvantage. But don't think that will make it easy for you to defeat me, Xiaojing declared, adopting the pompous tone typical of gym leaders. If not for Duanmu Yu's commendable expression management, he might have burst into laughter. Brother, your Geodude is merely level 12, equipped only with tackle and defense curl. How can it possibly compete with me? Alright, let the battle commence. As Xiaojing's words fell, Duanmu Yu immediately commanded, Froakie, use water pulse. Hearing the instruction, Froakie swiftly formed a water sphere between its webbed feet. Geodude, dodge. Xiaojing reacted promptly, ordering Geodude to evade. Yet, given Froakie's type advantage and level superiority, how could the humble Geodude possibly escape the onslaught of Water Pulse? Froakie unleashed a powerful Water Pulse directly in Geodude's path, resulting in the latter colliding straight into it. Geodude's eyes spiraled, rendering it unable to continue fighting. At this moment, Xiaojing sensed something amiss. Had he acted too prematurely? Geodude has lost its fighting capability. His younger brother, Zareo, who was officiating the match, reluctantly announced the result, despite his displeasure at the outcome. Xiaojing recalled Geodude, casting a meaningful glance towards Duanmu Yu. I underestimated you. But this time, winning won't be so effortless. He produced another Pokéball, declaring, come forth, Onix. As he commanded, a serpent-like Pokémon composed of boulders appeared before Duanmu Yu. Onix had been a birthday gift from his childhood friend, making it his first Pokémon and the one he had trained the most diligently. Thus, Xiaojing felt confident in his ability to triumph over Duanmu Yu's Froakie. As a seasoned Pokémon player, Duanmu Yu was acutely aware of Onix's data, level 14, with the moves Tackle, Bind, and Rock Throw. Its typing remained Rock and Ground. He sighed, feeling somewhat guilty for the situation. However, Xiaojing misinterpreted this sigh as a sign of fear on Duanmu Yu's part. Indeed, you lack the confidence to defeat my Onix. With this thought, Xiaojing commanded, Onix, use Bind. Since he lacked assurance, he intended to force an attack. Froakie Water Pulse. Duanmu Yu issued his command with an air of indifference, or perhaps pity. The sudden water pulse struck Onix, knocking it to the ground, its eyes spiraling as it succumbed to defeat. Onix has lost its fighting capability. The challenger is victorious, Zareo announced, incredulous as he gazed at the fallen Onix. Embarrassed, Xiaojing scratched his head and approached Duanmu Yu. I didn't expect you to be quite formidable. Here, take this deep gray badge as a token of your triumph. He retrieved the gray badge representing a successful challenge from his pocket and handed it to Duanmu Yu. Thank you, but you were quite strong as well. Duanmu Yu suddenly realized that his words might have come off as sarcastic, creating an awkward atmosphere, just as everyone was at a loss for words. A deafening noise erupted from above, and the gym's ceiling was suddenly breached by a massive hole. A net swiftly descended from the opening, ensnaring the still-recalled Onix and Froakie. What on earth is happening? Xiaojing exclaimed, startled by the unfolding scene. Since you inquired so earnestly, Musashi interjected, we shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from ruin, Kojiru continued, and to safeguard the peace of the world, Musashi added, we embody the charming yet villainous essence of love and truth. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Surrender now, or prepare for trouble. Duanmu Yu regarded them with an expression of indifference, even suppressing a chuckle. How did I end up encountering Team Rocket? Aren't you two meant to be in love with Ash? Why are you bothering me? Who are you? Why did you attack my gym? Xiaojing shouted angrily at the trio in the hot air balloon. Hey, kid, is your hearing impaired? We just told you. We are Team Rocket. Musashi rolled her eyes at Xiaojing, explaining, we attacked your gym because of this Pokémon that even Nurse Joy hasn't seen before. Yes, indeed. If we capture it, we can impress Boss Giovanni and perhaps even secure funding. Kojiru added with a greedy expression. Duanmu Yu smirked. If Musashi or Kojiru had said this, it would have been understandable, as they were desperate for money. But what about you? A scion of a prominent family. Wait a minute. If you're after my Froakie, why did you also capture Xiaojing's Onix? Duanmu Yu inquired, intrigued. Huh, they're an Onix too? Team Rocket exclaimed, realizing for the first time that the net also contained Onix. Meow. There really is an Onix. Meowth remarked, surprised. So what if there is an Onix? Consider it a 2-for-1 deal. If we take the gym leader's Onix back, the reward from the boss will be even greater. Musashi proclaimed, crossing her arms, visibly pleased. No. Meow. The Onix is too heavy. We can't fly with it. Meowth anxiously explained. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Duanmu Yu observed as the two bickered in the air, exasperation washing over him. With brains like yours. It's no wonder you've been trying to catch Pikachu for over 20 years without success. I can't watch this any longer. Come forth, Dratini. Duanmu Yu rested his forehead in exasperation, releasing a single dragon in frustration. Were it not for his concern that Team Rocket might not ascend to become the brightest star in the sky, he would have long since commanded his Frogadier to chase them away. After all, the very essence of Team Rocket's existence is to be sent soaring into the heavens. My goodness. Meow, look quickly. Once again, we encounter a wondrous Pokémon previously unseen. Musashi, filled with excitement, pointed at the single-headed dragon while gently patting Meow Meow's head, exclaiming, "How does this little fellow possess so many extraordinary Pokémon that we have never encountered before? If they are all apprehended, would we not be able to attain promotions and salary increases?" As Kojiro spoke, a glimmer of avarice shone in his eyes. The single-headed dragon unleashed its breath upon their hot air balloon. Damiyu remarked with an air of indifference. In the next moment, the dragon opened its mouth wide, gathering a brilliant azure light within. An instant later, a terrifying shockwave erupted forth, swiftly obliterating Team Rocket's hot air balloon. Musashi exclaimed, "How could this happen? We were so close." Kozaru, next time, we must purchase a larger hot air balloon. Meow meow, we have no budget for that. Meow, a most unpleasant sensation enveloped me. And at that moment, the two individuals transformed into the brightest star in the sky. Just then, the system chimed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for repelling the rockets and earning the reward of an experienced treasure chest, giant, and onyx. Upon witnessing the rockets being sent flying, Xiaojiang refrained from expressing excessive astonishment. His primary concern was his beloved onyx. After all, this was the first Pokémon gifted to him by his father. And after years of companionship, a profound bond had been forged between the boy and his serpent. Only after confirming that Onyx was unharmed did Xiaojiang release a sigh of relief. Thank you. I truly would not know what to do without you. It's nothing. Today has turned out to be quite an interesting day for me, replied Duanmu Yeyu, before he could finish his sentence. They were interrupted by the familiar voices of a man and a woman emanating from the entrance of the gym. Is this what the gym looks like? Xiaoxi, are you not able to discern that this place has been attacked? Chapter 20, targeted by Xiaoxia. Xiaoxi, has he just come to challenge the gym? Are you two also challengers? Regrettably, it appears that I shall not be able to engage in battle with you today. As you can see, the arena has been buried beneath the debris of the roof, and my Pokémon are in no condition to fight. Brock said humbly to Ash and Misty. Oh, how could this happen? Ash lamented in despair. At that moment, he noticed the handsome Yuya Duanmu standing beside Brock, and of course, Misty also took note of such a charming figure. Before Ash could finish his sentence, Misty had already pushed him aside. What is your name, handsome? Are you also a trainer? Observing the infatuated expression on Xiaoxia's face, Duanmu Yeyo couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. However, this reaction was understandable, for she had three sisters, collectively known as the Hualan Three Sisters in Hualan City, Sakura, Peony, and Iris. These three were quite enamored with romance. Not to mention their younger sister, Xiaoxia. Moreover, in the realm of animation, Xiaoxia indeed exhibited her infatuation on several occasions. Ah, I am Duanmu Yeyo, a Pokémon trainer. He stated somewhat awkwardly. Is that so? Where do you reside, handsome? What are your hobbies, and what type of girl do you find appealing? Duanmu Yeyo found herself somewhat bewildered by the barrage of questions directed at her, although she possessed an innate beauty that was hard to overlook. Such an intense infatuation was rather overwhelming. Your obsession places me in a rather awkward position. I apologize, but I have someone I admire. The secret, creating something from nothing. Once this technique is employed, it can deter 70% of women. It is the signature technique often employed by Duanmu Yeyo when approached by admirers at school. Oh, is that so? Who is that person? Xiaoxia seemed to perceive that Duanmu Yeyo was being deceitful, stubbornly clinging on. At that moment, Xiaojiang stepped forward and said, My dear lady, if you do not mind, I am still without a beloved. Step aside. Do you not have eyes? Did you not notice my attempts at flirtation? As the situation grew increasingly dire, Duanmu Yeyo suddenly spotted a familiar figure at the entrance of the dojo. Instantly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes, and he rushed towards that silhouette, embracing her and exclaiming, She is the one I adore. Long Wuyue felt an immense sense of joy today, as she returned early in the morning. Initially, she intended to traverse Route 2 towards Deep Gray City, only to discover an inebriated elder obstructing her path. She patiently lingered there for a while. Before long, the elder's drunken stupor began to dissipate, and he realized he was blocking Long Wuyue's way. In a gesture of apology, he imparted to her the art of capturing Pokémon. As a token of his contrition, he gifted her 2 Pokéballs before parting ways. In the game's Pokémon Red, Green, and Blue, he would lie on the ground due to intoxication, hindering the protagonist's journey to Route 2 until the protagonist retrieved a parcel from the store and delivered it to Professor Oak to obtain the Pokédex. Only then would he awaken and clear the path. Upon waking, he would kindly teach the protagonist how to capture Pokémon, but in Red, Green, and Blue, the protagonist must actively inquire to receive this lesson. If the protagonist declines, the elder would proceed with the tutorial, potentially triggering glitches involving encounters at the seaside of Red Lotus Town and other erroneous Pokémon, known as the Elder Glitch. In Pokémon Pikachu, this glitch was corrected. In the Gold, Silver, and Crystal versions, he introduced himself as a former distinguished trainer. In Pokémon Pikachu and Eevee, Team Rocket's trio replaced the Elder, blocking the protagonist's path to Route 2, but no capturing tutorial would occur until the protagonist delivered a parcel to Professor Oak from the friendly shop. Thus, as she traversed the Evergreen Forest, Long Wuyue successfully captured her first Pokémon, a charming Ditto. Upon reaching Deep Gray City after navigating the entirety of the Evergreen Forest, she learned from Nurse Joy about the Quartz League and resolved to partake in it herself. She sought out a Pokédex and registered for the Quartz League. Nurse Joy informed her that to challenge the Quartz League, she must pass examinations by the 8 gym leaders and earn their 8 badges. Additionally, there was a gym located in Deep Gray City. She ascertained its location and proceeded, clutching her Budo. However, scarcely had she entered when she was embraced by the enigmatic Endenmuya. One might wonder, was she not utterly bewildered? Endanmu, what are you saying? Upon hearing Duanmuye's words, Long Wuyue's charming face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. While she herself was relatively untroubled, the sudden embrace nearly suffocated the sensitive bud cradled in her arms. The shy bud exerted considerable effort to escape from between the two, and had it not been for its supple form, it likely would have suffered a broken stem. Xiaoxia gazed at Long Wuyue before her. Long Wuyue possessed a pair of deep, crystalline eyes, soft and full crimson lips, and a delicately charming nose that graced her exquisite, pure, and elegantly serene visage. Complemented by her gracefully contoured cheeks and flawlessly smooth complexion, she epitomized the very essence of a transcendent beauty. More crucially, Xiaoxia observed a particular aspect and found herself utterly outmatched in comparison. In terms of appearance, this little princess from Hualan City cannot compare to Long Wuyue. Even her figure lacks the captivating curves that Long Wuyue possesses. One can only sigh and find it hard to give up. Humph. Do you dare to engage in a Pokémon battle with me? Misty, with her left hand on her hip and her right finger pointed at Dragon Dance Moon, wore an expression of displeasure. Huh? Long Wuyue was momentarily taken aback. However, when she lowered her gaze and saw the pleading expression on Duanmuye's face, her heart softened instantly. All right, fine. Let's go outside and battle, Xiaoxia declared, turning to Xiaojing. Hey, you're the gym leader, right? Could you officiate our match? Okay. Xiaojing, looking quite bewildered, was summoned by Xiaoxia to step outside. Meanwhile, Long Wuyue cast a nervous glance at the chuckling Duanmuye and frowned. Why are you still laughing? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be battling out of the blue. What should I do? I have no experience in battling at all. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Duanmuye replied calmly, Don't worry, you have me. I'll teach you. He then took Long Wuyue's hand and followed Xiaoxia outside. Hey, wait. Why did you two start battling without me? The iron-hearted Xiaoji still hadn't grasped the situation, wondering why the two had suddenly engaged in a fight. For now, he could only trail behind with his yellow mouse companion. Chapter 21. Initial battle rewards. Not far behind the deep gray gym lies the outskirts. Even though the gym was destroyed, they chose not to battle in the streets, as it would undoubtedly lead to Miss Junsha dragging them back to write statements. Worst case scenario, their game names could turn into a prison simulation. Xiaoxia found a spot by a small stream, confidently placing her hands on her hips. All right? This is the place. She then turned around and asked, What's your name again? Long Wuyue. Okay, Long Wuyue, are you ready? As Xiaoxia spoke, she took out a Pokéball, fully adopting a combat stance. Long Wuyue glanced nervously towards Duanmuye. Is this really okay? This match will be a one-on-one battle, ending when one side loses all fighting capability or concedes, Xiaojing said suddenly with a serious demeanor. It must be said, Xiaojing seems quite fit to be a referee, even though he has officiated numerous matches in the Pokémon Indigo League series. With Xiaojing's command, Xiaoxia immediately tossed her Pokéball. Come forth. Stereo. Indeed. Duanmuye watched the Koi King with a calm demeanor, as if everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. In the game, Xiaoxia initially possessed only 3 Pokémon. One was the Koi King she had raised since childhood, known for its beauty and referred to as the Queen of the Waters. yet rarely appeared in battles. Although it struggled on land, it displayed great agility in the water. The second was Staryu, which Xiaoxia skillfully utilized in the Hualan Gym, often her go-to choice in battles. However, when she called out Staryu, it was often Psyduck that appeared instead. Lastly, there was the cherished Starmie. The third Pokémon Xiaoxia had been nurturing since childhood. It later participated in water ballet at the Hualan Gym, achieving second place in the Pokémon Wilderness Racing competition alongside Xiaoxia. After the water ballet performance, it stayed at the gym at the suggestion of her sisters, preparing for the next performance. Though Duanmu Yayo couldn't fathom why Xiaoxia would keep both a Starmie and a Staryu, he noted that statistically, Xiaoxia's Staryu lacked battle power in the early stages. He began to examine the data. Staryu level, 12 type, water ability, illuminate potential, gym leader moves, tackle, harden, water gun, rapid spin, recover. Hey, can you do it, Beauty? Long Wu Yue asked, uncertainty evident in her expression as she looked at Beauty. Without hesitation, Beauty nodded and leaped in front of Staryu. Beauty level, 10 type, grass, poison ability, leaf guard potential, champion moves, absorb, growth, water sport, stun sport champion potential. How fortunate is this girl? Duanmu Yayo felt a twinge of jealousy, especially considering Beauty's rare hidden ability, Leaf Guard. Leaf Guard, when the weather is sunny. Pokémon with the Leaf Guard ability cannot become afflicted by status conditions, but it does not heal Pokémon already affected by them. Pokémon with Leaf Guard cannot use Sleep when this ability is activated, and the special ability can ignore Leaf Guard. Due to today's system update, regular players could now view Pokémon data. Thus, Duanmu Yayo exclaimed, wait. Beauty's level is 2 levels lower than her Staryu. What should we do? Long Wuyue looked anxiously towards Duanmu Yayo. With a twitch of his lips, Duanmu Yayo awkwardly replied, your Beauty has a grass typing, which doubles its effectiveness against Staryu. What are you worried about? At that moment, Xiaoji leaned in. What do you mean by type advantage? Duanmu Yayo. Dude, you want to become a Pokémon master yet you don't know about type advantages? Oh, wait, that makes sense. You always pick your Pokémon based on mood during battles. For instance, during the Quartz Conference, when Xiaoji faced off against Shigeru, Shigeru had his Blastoise out, while Xiaoji, in his foolishness, opted for his Charizard but didn't even use his Bulbasaur. In the end, he sent out his Charizard against Blastoise, and thankfully, Charizard's higher level allowed him to win. Otherwise, he might not have made it to the top 16. Let us just watch the match first and I'll explain later. Duanmu Yayo concocted a random excuse, then turned to Long Wuyue. It's fine. Just follow the method I shared with you. Long Wuyue hesitated, not wanting to see Beauty get hurt. Yet, upon witnessing the unwavering confidence in Duanmu Yayo's eyes, she finally calmed down. Beauty, use Stun Spore. Upon receiving the command, Beauty opened its flower bud, half blue and half red, and released orange-yellow spores that flew towards Staryu. Staryu, use Rapid Spin to blow away the Stun Spore. Xiaoxia smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed by the challenge. Just as Xiaoxia felt confident, she was startled by Long Wuyue's astonishing command. Beauty, rush in now. Trap it with your flower buds. Before the words finished, Beauty had already dashed towards Staryu, which was still recovering from its spinning attack, and clamped it between its flower buds. Wait, what is this? What are you doing? Xiaoxia was clearly taken aback by Long Wuyue's audacity. Now, use Stun Spore. Immediately, Beauty's Stun Spore hit Staryu, which was practically at point-blank range. Oh no, Xiaoxia thought. Realizing the situation had gone awry, Staryu, break free. But it was too late. The Stun Spore had already taken effect, and Staryu was now paralyzed. Beauty continuously use Absorb. Long Wuyue, seeing her plan succeed, smiled triumphantly. The power of Absorb, initially only 20, doubled due to type advantage. Moreover, Staryu, paralyzed, was unable to put up any resistance. After a few hits, Staryu lost its fighting capability. Staryu is unable to battle. Therefore, the winner is Long Wuyue. Xiaojing declared, signaling the end of the match. I won. Long Wuyue joyfully picked up the shy bud. Although Xiaoxia felt a twinge of reluctance, she still put away the starfish, smiled, and approached Long Wuyue, saying, I never expected that the 2 petals of the shy bud could be utilized in such a way. It seems my skills are lacking. Duanmu is yours. Long Wuyue replied. So my reward for the initial battle is Duanmu? Duanmu Yayo nearly choked on Xiaoxia's words. What on earth? Are there rewards for this battle? And it's for me? Upon hearing Xiaoxia's words, Long Wuyue's cheeks flushed crimson like a ripe apple. No, I meant Duanmu. Before she could finish her sentence, Duanmu wrapped his arms around her waist, covering her mouth. Xiaoxia, what a joke. There's nothing that can make Long Wuyue dismiss me now. Otherwise, Xiaoxia might not even want the bicycle that Ash would compensate her for, and simply follow me instead. The unfortunate shy bud, cradled in Long Wuyue's arms, was once again squished by Duanmu Yeo. So, the gym was destroyed by a group called Team Rocket? Long Wuyue gathered this information from Duanmu Yeo and couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Duanmu Yeo nodded. Yes. It seems it's in such a state that it might take 2 or 3 days to fix. I plan to go train my Pokémon at Crescent Moon Mountain later. Would you like to join? Long Wuyue contemplated for a moment and replied. I just arrived in Deep Gray City today and have been through a battle. I'm a bit tired, and I don't have any camping gear. So, let us go tomorrow. I will head to Crescent Moon Mountain then. That's reasonable. You need to rest. Duanmu Yeo did not press the issue, for he was different from Long Wuyue. He possessed the 4th level of the evergreen power, and when tired, he could simply close his eyes and meditate for a moment to draw power from the distant evergreen forest. When hungry, he could easily pick wild fruits to satiate himself. I'll head to Crescent Moon Mountain and wait for you. Goodbye. Duanmu Yeo waved at Long Wuyue and turned to head towards Crescent Moon Mountain. Goodbye. Long Wuyue watched his receding figure, feeling an inexplicable emotion in her heart. It was not until she could no longer see Duanmu Yeo that she lowered her head and asked the shy bud in her arms, Shy bud, what do you think of Duanmu? Bud, yes, I think he is quite reliable too. The shy bud, feeling a bit vexed, actually meant, this guy Duanmu is utterly useless. He just grabs beautiful girls without a care for my feelings. What? You ask it, and it responds with a single bud that contains so many meanings? Hee hee. As if I can understand it. Manual humor. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Long Wuyue, Duanmu Yeo carefully looked around to ensure no one was nearby before releasing his Frogadier and addressing the system. System, use the Experience Treasure Chest, Giant, on Frogadier. Ding. Successfully use the Experience Treasure Chest, Giant, on Frogadier. Ding. Frogadier has successfully leveled up, current level, 36. As he spoke, a beam of evolutionary light enveloped Frogadier. It's happening. Duanmu Yeo exclaimed inwardly. Ding. Evolution detected for Frogadier. Would you like to use Evergreen Power on Frogadier? Tip. There is a chance to obtain a permanent bond evolution. Oh my gosh, a permanent bond evolution. I have to use it. With that, Duanmu Yeo raised his right hand, channeling his Evergreen Power into the evolutionary light. It is known that bond evolution occurs when a trainer and Pokémon share a deep bond and trust, which can unlock the Pokémon's potential. This phenomenon was said to have appeared only once in the ninja village of Kalos hundreds of years ago. In the Pokémon series, only Ash's Greninja transforms into this form when their emotions are synchronized. This makes Greninja's performance quite unstable, though it ultimately secured 2nd place. What would a permanently bonded Greninja entail? It means you don't have to rely on feelings during battles to enhance its power. It would be an existence you cannot provoke right from the start. The 4th level of Evergreen Power had turned a vibrant green, significantly stronger than the previous pale green energy. The shape of the evolutionary light, enveloped by Evergreen Power, gradually transformed into that of Greninja. Duanmu Yeo felt a pang of anxiety. Would it fail? A Greninja with bond evolution features a large shuriken on its back and a red cross mark on its head. Before long, the evolutionary light began to fade. A Greninja appeared before Duanmu Yeo. It failed. Just as Duanmu Yeo sighed, he suddenly noticed the Greninja's head bore a red cross mark. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully evolved into Greninja Bond. Ding. Congratulations, host. You are the first player to obtain a 3rd stage Pokémon. Reward. Evolution Pack. Selectable evolution materials, X1. Ding. Congratulations. Host. You are the first player to achieve Bond evolution for a Pokémon. Reward. Character ability, Bond Power. With the System S3 notifications, Duanmu Yeo discovered that his Greninja now sported a massive shuriken on its back. I succeeded? Congratulations. You've finally evolved into Greninja. Duanmu Yeo joyfully embraced Greninja, hoping for their continued partnership. He then returned Greninja, Bond, to its Pokéball. I'll check the evolution pack the system just provided. However, I currently have no Pokémon needing evolution, so I'll keep it for now. Also, Duanmu Yeo looked at the Bond Power and his character abilities. This term, Bond Power, was new to Duanmu Yeo. Unfortunately, the Pokémon series games and anime rarely mention Bond evolution. Perhaps this Bond Power is the source of Bond evolution strength. It was mentioned that it appeared once in the ninja village of Kalos hundreds of years ago, followed by Ash gaining the ability for Bond evolution. This indicates that such an ability is indeed rare. After pondering for a moment, Duanmu Yeo decided to review the introduction of Bond Power. Bond Power, level 1. You may choose to bind with one fully evolved Pokémon at maximum friendship, once bound. That Pokémon can undergo Bond evolution in battle. Pokémon that have already undergone Bond evolution cannot bind this ability. Sighing, Duanmu Yeo lamented that he could only bind with one Pokémon. Wait, could this, level 1, imply something deeper? It seems that besides bond evolution, bond power does not provide any other quantifiable enhancements. Could it be that my level of bond power determines the number of Pokémon I can bind with? Duanmu Yayo made a bold assumption. However, character abilities can only be improved gradually through use or by opening achievement treasure chests. And neither level 2 gods nor level 1 gods, let alone creator gods, are within my reach right now. Besides the already bonded Greninja, I have no other final stage Pokémon. Have I acquired a useless ability? Chapter 23. Entering Crescent Moon Mountain. Crescent Moon Mountain, located in the northern part of Kanto, is a mountain that is home to many rare Pokémon, including Clefairy. It lies between Deep Gray City and Azure City. Crescent Moon Mountain is difficult to traverse. Most travelers pass through caves. The mountain is famous for its wild Clefairy and frequent meteor showers. The meteorite that has fallen here has transformed into a moonstone. And one can also unearth fossils in this area. In his leisure time, Xiao Gang often comes here to dig for fossils. There are rumors that the Clefairy dance every Monday night, although they tend to avoid humans. Scientific research has revealed that within Moonview Mountain, there exists a plethora of cosmic materials, including sizable intact meteorites. Every Monday, the Clefairy gather around one of these meteorites to dance. This has led to speculation that Clefairy might be extraordinary Pokémon from outer space. However, Duanmu Yayo does not subscribe to this belief. After all, the atmosphere is guarded by Rayquaza, and with such a strong territorial instinct, it would not allow any Pokémon to pass through easily. Even Dialga and Palkia would find it challenging to breach the atmosphere and reach Earth, let alone the seemingly harmless Clefairy. Nonetheless, Duanmu Yayo's purpose for visiting this place is not to explore the origins of Clefairy. However, since Clefairy has been mentioned, it is only fitting to discuss its evolved form. Clefable. A well-known theory posits that Gengar is the result of Haunter consuming Clefable. This topic continues to spark considerable debate. On one hand, the silhouettes of Gengar and Clefable bear striking resemblance, as if Gengar is merely a shadow of Clefable. Additionally, there are astonishing aspects in the design of these two Pokémon. Ghastly is 3 feet tall and weighs 1 pounds, essentially existing in a gaseous state. Haunter is 3 feet tall and weighs 1 pounds, still maintaining a gaseous form. Gengar is 11 feet tall and weighs 5 pounds, thus becoming a solid. Clefable, on the other hand, is 3 feet tall and weighs 2 pounds, as per calculations. The combined weight of Haunter and Clefable totals 2 pounds, while Gengar weighs 5 pounds. In physics experiments, an error margin of less than 3% can be deemed negligible. Thus, as a scientifically minded individual, I must assert, this indeed suggests that Haunter evolved into Gengar by consuming Clefable. What? You claim Gengar evolves through trading? Then please explain the significant density change before and after the evolution. How does a gas simply transform into a solid and gain an additional 4 pounds? Moonview Mountain is not only a habitat for Clefairy, it is also rich in fossils. Duanmu Yayo's objective is to find these fossils. If fortune smiles upon him and he discovers a fossil, reviving it at the Deep Gray Museum would result in adding a formidable ally to his team. In various versions of the game, only 2 types of fossils can be found in Moonview Mountain: the Dome Fossil, which can be revived into Kabuto, and the Helix Fossil, which revives into Omanite. Of the two, I have a preference for Kabuto, as records suggest that it became extinct due to its slow movement leading to starvation. This raises a curious question. How did the other Pokémon survive without succumbing to starvation? While Duanmu Yayo contemplated this, he stepped into the dark cave. It seemed rather dim. Perhaps he should purchase a flashlight in the city. He was touched by his own lack of foresight. In the games and anime, the caves of Moonview Mountain are bright and transparent, rendering a flashlight unnecessary. Yet he overlooked the fact that in reality, caves are dark, which is quite normal. Suddenly inspired, Duanmu Yayo produced a Pokéball and called forth his Pokémon, the Charizard. Upon emerging, Charizard was puzzled as to why it had been summoned in such a dark locale. Was it to train here? At that moment, Duanmu Yayo grasped Charizard's tail and directed it forward. The golden-green flames, though not as bright as a flashlight, illuminated the way. I am quite clever, Duanmu Yayo proclaimed. Charizard, please keep your tail in front to guide our path. Charizard, initially reluctant to serve as a torchbearer, complied and moved ahead to light the way for Duanmu Yayo. The cave was spacious, with few obstacles, making the journey relatively easy. However, the sudden appearance of a few Zubat startled Duanmu Yayo, who had to intervene to prevent Charizard from attacking them. Do not disturb the bats. Are you not afraid of being quarantined? He warned. One must not meddle with nature. Angering it could lead to unforeseen consequences, such as being bored enough at home to write a novel. Do you believe that? Charizard shook its head in confusion. Regardless, do not harm the bats, Duanmu Yeo insisted firmly. He then glanced ahead and noticed a glimmer of light. Let us investigate further. Together, they proceeded toward the luminous cave. Just as they neared the entrance, Duanmu Yeo overheard a conversation between two individuals and quickly concealed himself. Do you think the boss is mistaken? Moonview Mountain has existed for centuries. Even if there were cosmic Pokémon, they would likely have perished long ago. Are you questioning Boss Bammo? Keep your temper in check and focus on the task at hand. The boss mentioned that the cosmic energy harvested from Moonview Mountain remains consistent each year. If there were no Pokémon here, this cosmic material would have vanished long ago. If we manage to find it this time, it would significantly enhance our strength as Team Rocket. Let us hope so. As their voices faded, Duanmu Yeo emerged quietly, a knowing smile gracing his face. The only Pokémon capable of emitting cosmic material are Clefairy, Dialga, Palkia, small meteorites, Jirachi, and Rayquaza, with Rayquaza residing in the sky and Arceus needing to gather tablets, thus eliminating the sky deity Rayquaza and the creator deity Arceus from consideration. Consequently, the remaining four, aside from the small meteorite, are all formidable entities. With this realization, Duanmu Yeo bore a conspiratorial smile. He never expected that in his quest for fossils, he would stumble upon such an opportunity. Truly, he owed a debt of gratitude to Team Rocket. Chapter 24. The General Athena Duanmu Yeo recalled Charizard into its Pokéball and stealthily approached the glowing cave. He cautiously peered inside. The cave contained two individuals clad in Team Rocket uniforms, alongside 4 or 5 researchers bound and seemingly captured during an archaeological expedition. The guards typically lack formidable strength, but the uncertainty of the whereabouts of other Team Rocket members required careful consideration. Before Duanmu Yeo could formulate a plan, the system chimed in. Ding. Hidden mission triggered. Rescue the Deep Gray Museum researchers and seize the cosmic Pokémon from Team Rocket. Reward: access to the points shop and 10,000 points. Duanmu Yeo exclaimed, intrigued by the system's hidden features. Tell me, what other functions have yet to be unlocked? Ding. Please explore independently, host. Duanmu Yeo mused. Why does it feel like my system is rather different from others? Everyone else is obedient or readily responds to requests. Yet why are we so clueless when questioned? Never mind that for now. Our focus should be on how to deal with the 2 members of the Rocket team before us. Just moments ago, 2 members of the Rocket team departed from my presence, so it is highly likely they won't return anytime soon. This may be the opportune moment to launch an attack. If we delay, those individuals might return. After careful consideration, Duanmu Yeo resolved to make a move now, but it must be executed unexpectedly. Hey, how long do we have to guard? One of the Rocket team members squatted down, resting his chin in boredom. Who knows how slow their exploration speed will be? After all, we are entering this world with the weakest abilities. We might as well just stand guard. Just as the two were idly chatting, a Pokémon suddenly appeared at the cave entrance. The creature was a deep blue color, adorned with a thick mane of black fur that obscured even its eyes. Hey, look, what kind of Pokémon is that? The Rocket team member who had just squatted down suddenly sprang up, excitedly asking his companion. This is my first time encountering it. How would I know? But one thing is certain, this Pokémon is not found in our Rocket team's storage. So, it's a rare Pokémon that even our Rocket team doesn't possess? If we could capture such a rare creature, according to the rules of the Rocket team, we might get several promotions. Perhaps we won't have to handle such dull tasks anymore. Don't you dare take it from me. It's mine. I saw it first. The two of them inexplicably followed the Pokémon toward the cave's exit. However, just as they stepped out of the cave, it felt as if someone had struck the back of their heads, and they instantly collapsed into darkness. At that moment, Duanmu Yeo leisurely entered the cave with his Greninja. Greninja used water shuriken to cut the ropes binding them. Greninja responded and swiftly threw several water shurikens, accurately severing the ropes around the captives. Hurry and leave. The remaining members of the Rocket team may return at any moment, Duanmu Yeo urged the delighted group. The people hesitated, and the leader spoke. What about you, young man? You need not worry about me. Those Rocket team members are not strong enough to defeat me, Duanmu Yeo replied confidently. Now go quickly, if you don't leave now. It may be too late. After a moment of hesitation, the leader gritted his teeth and told his companions, let us trust him and leave first. Turning back, he addressed Duanmu Yeo. Young man, I am Ajin, the deputy curator of the Deep Gray Science Museum. When you have time, please visit the museum, and we will repay you for your help. Duanmu Yeo nodded. All right, I'll remember. With that, Ajin led the other researchers toward the cave's exit. Just as they were about to leave, a woman's voice called out, Did I permit you to leave? The researchers were startled, and as they regained their senses, they found themselves surrounded by a pack of Houndoom and Driftbloom. Duanmu Yayo looked in shock toward the source of the voice. A woman with fiery red hair and golden earrings stood with her hands on her hips, a cold smirk on her face. Duanmu Yayo swallowed hard. Unable to believe his eyes, Athena, one of the 4 generals of the Rocket Team, had not been mentioned until the Heart Gold and Soul Silver games. She first appeared in the Rocket Team warehouse in Fired Leaf Green and later in the Rocket Team base in Heart Gold Soul Silver, where the protagonist would battle her alongside another member of the Rocket Team. She reappeared in the Goldenrod Radio Tower, where she would battle the protagonist again. Given that Athena was known as one of the Rocket Team S4 generals, her strength was undoubtedly formidable. Duanmu Yayo recalled that in the games, her signature Pokémon were Arbok, Honchkrow, and Venusaur, all above level 50. At his current strength, he was no match for her. Athena looked at the 2 collapsed Rocket Team guards, then turned her gaze to Duanmu Yayo, sneering, "You have quite the nerve, boy, to dare to confront our Rocket Team members. You all will remain here today." The researchers behind Duanmu Yayo stared at him in fear, given their combat abilities. They could not contend with the numerous Rocket Team members surrounding them and could only place their hopes on Duanmu Yayo. Despite appearing anxious, Duanmu Yayo's mind raced as he sought a way to escape. Oh no, I should have guessed. Since they are capturing cosmic Pokémon, they must have brought higher-ranking members. Oh no, this is disastrous. In truth, he was thoroughly panicking. Although he could potentially defeat the Rocket members before him with the Pokémon he truly had no means to contend with Athena, known as one of the 4 generals. Stay calm, stay calm. There must be a way to ensure my safety. Duanmu Yayo seemed to have an epiphany. He suddenly raised his head confidently and locked eyes with Athena, saying, You all arrived just in time. I wish to join the Rocket Team." Chapter 25. The Brazen Ones. Ajin and the others behind Duanmu Yayo expected him to make a bold statement, especially since he had previously boasted that those Rocket Team members were no match for him. However, Duanmu Yayo's sudden declaration startled Ajin, nearly causing him to stumble. "Brother, just a minute ago you were acting tough in front of us, and now you're caving in at the sight of the Rocket Team members?" Nonetheless, Duanmu Yayo paid no mind to Ajin's incredulous gaze and instead looked anxiously at Athena, fearful that she would not believe him. "Oh, you wish to join us?" Athena said with interest. "Then why did you knock out our members?" "That was merely to demonstrate my abilities to the higher-ups. You see, I can easily take down 2 of them," Duanmu Yayo replied nonchalantly. At that moment, one of Athena's confidants suddenly interjected, "Lady Athena, I doubt he genuinely wishes to join us. I think we need to reconsider." Athena nodded. "You make a valid point. We should indeed deliberate. Listen, boy, how about this? If you are willing to kneel and swear loyalty to our Rocket Team, I will allow you to join as a junior member under my command. What do you say?" Athena asked with a cold smile. As soon as she finished speaking, Duanmu Yayo suddenly dropped to the ground, exclaiming, "I swear loyalty to the Rocket Team." This unexpected action startled not only Athena, but also drew eye rolls from Ajin and the others behind him. Athena's eye twitched slightly. "Very well, you may join us. Inferno Dragon. Use Dragon Claw to clear a path for me." Unbeknownst to anyone, Duanmu Yayo had concealed a Pokéball in his hand. And just as Athena spoke, he threw it into the air. A deep green, dragon-like Pokémon with wings suddenly appeared before them, extending its claws adorned with glimmering energy. The Fairy Dragon Claw is a skill acquired by the Fiery Dragon during the Pokémon competition in the real world. At first glance, it merely appears to be an enhancement of the Dragon Claw with the addition of the word fairy, yet its efficacy far surpasses that of its predecessor. It was only during a leisurely moment that Duanmu Yayo discovered the true extent of this ability while examining the skill's description. Fairy Dragon Claw, Power 100, Accuracy 100. Category, Hybrid, encompassing both physical and special attributes. Take note of this new concept. Type, Dragon Fairy. Effect, in multi-battles, after defeating one Pokémon, it can be unleashed again upon another Pokémon. This is not merely a matter of a 20-point power increase over Dragon Claw. The hybrid classification means that any skills enhancing physical or special attack attributes can amplify the power of Fairy Dragon Claw. If the Fiery Dragon could learn a skill like Shell Smash that boosts both attack types, its power would immediately escalate by 4 levels upon using it. However, the Fiery Dragon has no shell and likely cannot acquire such a skill. As for the Dragon Fairy type, it is undoubtedly a sin for the Dragonkin. Finally, the effect. One cannot help but exclaim that facing Team Rocket, composed entirely of Dark-type Pokémon, is an overwhelming advantage. With a single strike, it can annihilate them all. In this scenario, the Fiery Dragon moved like a dark green specter, weaving in and out among the Dark-type Hyena Dogs and Dairubi. Each time its Fairy Dragon Claw connected with a Hyena Dog or Dairubi, they were sent flying, collapsing instantly, and losing their combat capability. My heavens! How did my hyena dog fall? Ruby, quickly! Ruby! Watching as Team Rocket's Pokémon fell one after another, accompanied by the incessant chimes of experience points being awarded. Duanmu Yiyu's lips curled into an intrigued smile. Yet, this smile was short-lived, for Athena had yet to make her move. I must leave before she does. Ha. I didn't expect you to kneel merely to distract me. You truly are adaptable, Athena said through gritted teeth. Duanmu Yiyu made a face and retorted. Kneel? You must be joking. Did you not see that the author referred to a prone position? My knees never touched the ground. With that, he turned to leave. Attempting to leave? Not a chance. Athena glared fiercely, brandishing a Pokéball. Go, Venusaur. As her words fell, a massive Venusaur appeared at the cave entrance, blocking the path of the group. Duanmu Yiyu quickly began to examine the data on this Venusaur. Venusaur level, 55 type, grass poison ability, chlorophyll potential, champion skills, sleep powder, giga drain, sludge bomb. Sleep powder, goodness gracious. Level 55. The fiery dragon had only reached level 46 after defeating so many hyena dogs and Dairubi. Although the level difference is merely 9. The troublesome aspect is that the fairy dragon's type includes fairy, making it susceptible to double damage from poison-type moves. Thus, the fiery dragon finds itself at a significant disadvantage. You came out in a hurry, only bringing a single Venusaur, but that should suffice to deal with you, Athena declared with a smug expression, coldly regarding Duanmu Yiyu and his companions. Wait, you claim you only brought one Venusaur? Duanmu Yiyu's expression turned contemplative upon hearing this. Athena snorted, indeed. I brought only one Venusaur. So what? I can still trample you beneath my feet. Ha. Duanmu Yiyu looked at the laughing Athena, and suddenly a smile crept onto his face. Come forth, Greninja, Dracozolt. Duanmu Yiyu unleashed all his Pokémon, surrounding the Venusaur at the exit with his 3 Pokémon, including the fiery dragon. He then turned to the researchers behind him and urged, quickly, release whatever Pokémon you have. The researchers hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the urgency etched on Duanmu Yiyu's face, they retrieved their Pokémon. Come forth. Pidgey, come forth. Geodude, come forth. Magikarp. In an instant, with the addition of the researchers' Pokémon, a total of over 10 surrounded Athena's Venusaur. Are you attempting to overwhelm us with numbers? Are you not afraid we will report you to the Pokémon League? Athena exclaimed, her face a picture of indignation. Oh, would you dare? Duanmu Yiyu replied with interest, not to mention whether you would be apprehended. Wasn't it you who first attempted to overwhelm us? I merely cleared the trash away. Now, these Pokémon, well, they are merely experiencing network latency. Athena stared in shock at Duanmu Yiyu's brazen audacity. How could such shamelessness exist in the world? Chapter 26. The siege before Athena could issue any commands. Duanmu Yiyu led his dozen Pokémon in an assault on the Venusaur. Greninja, use Water Shuriken. Dracozolt, use Bite. Fiery Dragon, use Earth Power. With the assistance of its ability, Greninja launched 8 Water Shurikens in rapid succession. Though there was no type advantage, the sheer power of Water Shuriken was formidable. Should luck be on their side, landing 10 hits with critical strikes would guarantee that the Venusaur could not withstand the assault, due to the Venusaur's level advantage. It managed to evade 2 of the Water Shurikens, but the 6 that struck were more than enough to inflict damage, having just endured 6 Water Shurikens. The Venusaur was still regaining its footing when suddenly, Dracozolt appeared from a diagonal rear, giving it no chance to react before it lunged forward with its gaping maw, delivering a powerful bite. At that moment, the fiery dragon glowed with a golden-green radiance. The ground seemed to respond. Visible waves of energy began to surge into the fiery dragon's body. Meanwhile, the researchers began issuing commands to their Pokémon to attack the Venusaur. Although their Pokémon were of low level and included a Magikarp, any damage, no matter how minimal, was still damage. Except for the splashing attack, of course. Enough. Annoying pests. Venusaur, use Giga Drain followed by Sludge Bomb. Venusaur opened its mouth, and from its body, a nearby Magikarp was suddenly consumed by a burst of green light. In an instant, the Magikarp lost its fighting capability while the Venusaur's injuries began to heal significantly. Subsequently, spheres of dark purple energy erupted from its mouth toward the Pokémon present. Apart from Duanmu Yiyu's Pokémon, which managed to dodge, the researchers' Pokémon were swiftly knocked out. Duanmu Yiyu felt a wave of frustration. He had hoped they could endure a bit longer. The researchers, near tears, lamented, please. We spend all day doing research. When do we have time to train Pokémon? Duanmu Yiyu shook his head and suddenly raised his right hand towards the Pokémon that had lost their fighting ability. In the next moment, a vibrant green light emanated from his palm, soaring toward the researchers' Pokémon. Before long, the injuries on those Pokémon began to fade, and they stood upright once more. It is not time for you to rest yet. Buy me some time. Duanmu Yiyu commanded, turning his gaze to the fiery dragon. Currently, the only Pokémon capable of threatening the Venusaur was the fiery dragon, which possessed fire-type skills. However, the fiery dragon had only learned Ember, a move too weak to finish off the Venusaur in a single blow. If it did not secure a one-hit knockout, the Venusaur could retaliate with Giga Drain to restore its health. Thus, the only option was to allow the fire dragon to enhance its special attack through the power of the earth, thereby amplifying the efficacy of its sparks. Athena clearly did not anticipate that Duanmu Yiyu could restore Pokémon without a healing device. However, this did not induce her concern. As Duanmu Yiyu himself remarked, no matter how many weaklings there are, they merely constitute a pile of weaklings and pose no fundamental threat. Yet, despite this rationalization, a sense of unease lingered within her. Why do I feel so unsettled? Surely, these weaklings cannot be a threat to the Venusaur. It must be a mere illusion. Shaking her head, Athena chose not to dwell on it further. Venusaur, unleash Mud Bomb and take them down. The Venusaur opened its mouth once more, launching a barrage of mud bombs. While the researchers could only command their team to dodge, striving to buy Duanmu Yiyu some time, the damage values indicated that the attacking Pokémon, with a skill power of 0.42 and individual values of 50, were poised to unleash a formidable assault. Currently, the fire dragon had been under the Earth's influence for 2 turns, thereby enhancing its special attack by 4 levels. Although the specific special attack value of the fire dragon was unknown, the special attack base value of the fire lizard stood at 80. Thus, using a conservative estimate of 80 for calculations, with a potential level of 3, its individual value was estimated at 31, and its effort value was approximately 50. The Venusaur's special defense average was around 90, with its individual value likely around 20. Typically, Venusaur did not invest in special defense effort values, rendering its effort value at 0. Currently, there were no other modifying effects in play, and the nature of the Venusaur was uncertain. So it was assumed to possess an effort-enhancing nature. If Greninja and the Dragonite attacked simultaneously, they could potentially deal 12 damage. As the calculations unfolded within Duanmu Yuyu's mind, he was reminded that he was not just any traveler, but one who had transmigrated into the body of an original academic prodigy. Such computations were trivial for him. After a moment of contemplation, a confident smile graced his lips. Greninja, use Water Shuriken. Dragonite, employ Crunch. Fire Dragon, unleash Spark. Upon receiving the commands, Dragonite charged forward while Greninja launched 10 Water Shurikens. The golden-green sparks from the Fire Dragon cascaded down like a torrential downpour, all directed at the level 55 Venusaur. Go! Duanmu Yiyu exclaimed. The Venusaur had no time to react, with Water Shurikens ahead and Dragonite's Crunch behind, coupled with the rain of sparks from the Fire Dragon. It was overwhelmed. Venusaur, quickly dodge. Athena's heart raced, acutely aware of the immense power behind the dragon's flames. The combined assault from the other 2 Pokémon rendered the Venusaur unable to withstand the onslaught. The sounds of impact echoed as all skills struck the Venusaur simultaneously. The explosion from the sparks and Water Shurikens kicked up a cloud of dust, obscuring the battlefield from view. Venusaur! Athena cried out in alarm. At that moment, Duanmu Yiyu also felt a surge of anxiety. If they failed to defeat the Venusaur now, it could utilize its ultimate absorption to recover the researcher's Pokémon to full health. As the dust began to settle, the silhouette of the Venusaur gradually emerged. No way. It's still standing? Duanmu Yiyu was taken aback. Venusaur? Athena called out. The Venusaur seemed to respond to her voice, glancing in her direction, and as it lifted its foot to move, it suddenly collapsed to the ground, its vision darkening. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully challenged beyond your level. Fire Dragon, Greninja, and Dragonite have gained substantial experience. In the 27th chapter, a bond of kinship was formed. Ding. Fire Dragon has leveled up to 47. It has learned the skill, Fiery Dance. Fiery Dance, Power 100, Accuracy 100, Classification, Special Attack, Type, Fire Fairy. Effect, 10 chance to burn the opponent and a 10 chance to confuse the opponent. Ding. Greninja has leveled up to 38. Ding. Dragonite has leveled up to 28. It has learned the skill, Takedown. A slight smirk appeared on Duanmu Yuyu's lips as he looked at Athena with intrigue. Hiki. Now your Pokémon have lost their combat ability. What do you have to say? Athena gritted her teeth. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. We are leaving. Despite their numerical superiority, the fact remained that their Pokémon had been rendered powerless, and they had acted hastily without any weaponry. Unarmed, they could not hope to contend with Pokémon. Just as Athena and her subordinates were about to depart, Duanmu Yiyu interjected. Did I permit you to leave? Athena. Seething with rage, retorted, "You insolent brat. Don't think this matter ends with your victory. If we cannot return, you will become Team Rocket's #1 enemy. Don't blame us for unleashing our full force against you." Duanmu Yuyo flashed a devilish grin. "Perfect. I also require someone to help me grind for experience." With that, he stepped forward, blocking the cave's exit, his gaze coldly fixed on Athena. Taking a deep breath to calm her nerves, Athena asked, "What will it take for us to leave?" At that moment, Vice Director Akin grew anxious. "Little brother, don't let them escape. Hand them over to the Pokémon Alliance. They will send someone to protect you." However, Duanmu Yuyo waved his hand, signaling Akin to silence. "I only wish to know the location of the cosmic Pokémon you seek and what kind of Pokémon it is." Duanmu Yuyo inquired nonchalantly. Athena seemed to have anticipated his question, responding, "Unfortunately, I cannot answer that. The detected location is underground, and we lack excavation equipment to delve deeper. Beyond that, I have nothing more to disclose." As she attempted to exit, Duanmu Yuyo intercepted her. "I already know what you've disclosed. What more do you want?" "Well, I merely stated what I wished to know. I never said I would let you go. I wonder what kind of reward the Alliance would grant me for capturing one of Team Rocket's 4 commanders." Duanmu Yuyo wore a smug expression, grinning malevolently at Athena. Athena was incensed, nearly ready to curse at him for his audacity. "So, you might as well stay put," Duanmu Yuyo said coolly. "Do you truly believe you can keep me here?" Athena retorted defiantly. Suddenly, with a swift motion, she grasped her garment and tore it away, revealing a simple flying vest beneath. She pressed a button on the vest, and wings unfurled from its back, flames igniting as she soared into the air. "Brat, I will remember you. Await my revenge," Athena declared, swiftly ascending out of reach. "Damn it," Duanmu Yuyo exclaimed angrily. "Don't run away. What about my reward?" Yet it was too late. At Athena's speed, she had likely already flown beyond the moonlit mountain. As he gazed in the direction where Athena had departed, Duanmu Yuyo suddenly felt as though all his strength had been sapped, collapsing onto the ground in despair. "Damn it, Ward. How could you let her escape?" he lamented. Akin, observing Duanmu Yuyo's despondency, hesitated before stepping forward to offer comfort. "It's all right. She's just one who got away. The Pokémon League will still reward you." Duanmu Yuyo raised his head, eyes reddened, and retorted, "Do you even understand? The one with the highest bounty has fled. How can I not feel miserable?" Akin didn't grasp the first part of his statement but understood the latter. "So, you're only concerned about that meager bounty, huh?" Subsequently, Akin suggested that they, as researchers, were of little help here and proposed returning to Deep Gray City to summon Miss Junsha to handle the situation. Duanmu Yuyo agreed, realizing he couldn't simply watch them indefinitely. Around dusk, Miss Junsha from Deep Gray City arrived with a fleet of police cars. Duanmu Yuyo promptly handed over the Team Rocket members to her and provided a brief statement before returning to Moon Viewing Mountain. "Remember my name, Duanmu Yuyo. Be sure to report it, and tell the League that while verbal commendations are nice, I need some useful items." His parting words nearly caused Miss Junsha to stumble. By the time Duanmu Yuyo returned to Moon Viewing Mountain, evening had fallen, and the trainers and archaeological teams had already dispersed. The vast Moon Viewing Mountain was now deserted, leaving only Duanmu Yuyo behind. Athena had mentioned that the Pokémon in question was underground, which posed a significant challenge at present. He lacked a Pokémon capable of burrowing. "If it truly is underground, I might need to seek external assistance," Duanmu Yuyo analyzed seriously. At that moment, his stomach emitted a loud growl. Embarrassed, he clutched his abdomen, realizing that he hadn't had dinner yet. "Wow, I'm so hungry. Let us see what I have left in my bag." Quietly, he opened his backpack and began to rummage through it. Duanmu Yuyo suddenly pulled out a pack of sausage. Thankfully, he had made some preparations for this trip and packed sausages. He tore open the packaging, took out a sausage, and began to feast with great enthusiasm. "When I get back, I must learn how to cook. Traveling like this feels more like being a wandering ascetic." While he complained, he suddenly heard a faint sound. Instinctively, he turned to look and discovered a Jigglypuff hiding behind a nearby rock, drooling as it gazed at him. Duanmu Yuyo paused, then took out another sausage, directing his voice towards the Jigglypuff. "Would you like one too?" The Jigglypuff seemed to understand, exclaiming, "Jigglypuff," before happily trotting over to accept the sausage. In the Pokémon world, the origin of meat remains a mystery. Despite countless episodes, aside from humans, Duanmu Yuyo had never encountered a creature that wasn't a Pokémon and was curious about where their meat came from. However, it was clear that this Jigglypuff was enjoying its meal immensely. Before long, the Jigglypuff finished the sausage in its hand. Suddenly, it stood up, grasped the hem of Duanmu Yuyo's pants, and pointed towards a cave, seemingly inviting him inside. Duanmu Yuyo smiled slightly, realizing he had forged a bond with it through a single sausage. In the next chapter, Clever readers might have already guessed that Duanmu was about to discover the Pokémon radiating cosmic energy. So, who do you think it will be? Little Nebula, Dialga, Little Meteor, or Giratina? Leave your answers in the comments section. Chapter 28. The ancient ultimate beast Duanmu couldn't refuse the invitation. After all, Jigglypuffs are quite straightforward creatures. Having taken something from another, one naturally must return the favor. He gathered his belongings and followed the Jigglypuff into the descending cave. The cave was initially dark, and as night fell, it became pitch black. Duanmu had no choice but to release his fire dragon as a makeshift torch. The cave started off spacious enough for a dozen people to walk side by side without feeling cramped. However, after walking a few dozen steps, it became exceedingly narrow, forcing them to crouch to pass through. At the end of the path was a small cavern with intersecting stone ridges and columns. The gaps between these columns were easily traversed by the Jigglypuff, but for a human of Duanmu size, it required him to turn sideways and crawl awkwardly to squeeze through. As for the fire dragon, it was simply impossible. Duanmu had no choice but to recall the fire dragon and, with the Jigglypuff's guidance, managed to squeeze through. To his surprise, he found that the area behind the intersecting stone columns resembled a corridor. Before he could fully process this, the Jigglypuff dashed ahead. With a wry smile, Duanmu resigned himself to the adventure, continuing onward. The stone path, initially extremely narrow, opened into a vast expanse. Apologies, Tao Yuanming. I borrowed this line. Humorously, inside the cave was remarkably spacious, yet Duanmu was astonished to see a glow emanating from the front. What in the world? This isn't some mythical paradise. How can there be light underground? Duanmu paused, realizing, wait, have I really reached underground? Before he could finish his thoughts, the Jigglypuff bolted towards the glowing exit. After hesitating momentarily, Duanmu approached slowly, cautiously peeking his head inside. The sight before him was breathtaking. Bands of white and gray light danced across the cavern walls, which were made of marble, causing the light to reflect continuously throughout the cave. What kind of cave is this? It was nothing short of extraordinary. No, it wasn't just a cave. It was circular inside, with a bizarre black crystalline monolith standing in the center, radiating the very light. Surrounding the stone were countless Jigglypuffs and even a few Jigglypuff evolutions dancing joyfully. Duanmu smirked slightly, realizing that this was perhaps why Jigglypuffs danced every week. The Jigglypuff that had let him in was now encircled by other Jigglypuffs, seemingly inviting him to join their dance. However, that Jigglypuff waved its hands, smiling as it pointed towards Duanmu. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff. It appeared to be introducing Duanmu to its companions. As a person who struggled with social anxiety, even faced with Pokémon, Duanmu felt a wave of awkwardness in the presence of so many. Hesitantly, he extended his hand to greet them. The Jigglypuffs, however, seemed indifferent to this newcomer, or rather, they welcomed Duanmu warmly, pulling him towards the center of the dance floor in front of the peculiar monolith. As Duanmu stood beside the monolith, all the Jigglypuffs and their evolutions turned their gazes towards him, clapping in unison, as if urging him to perform a dance. Duanmu felt a rush of embarrassment, but as someone who once fancied himself a prince of talents, how could he not know a few dance moves? Uncertain of whether the Jigglypuffs would appreciate it, he launched into a street dance, spinning and leaping, leaving the audience of Jigglypuffs utterly spellbound. Soon enough, the Jigglypuffs began to clap along to his rhythm, seemingly creating a beat for him. Perhaps feeling a sense of unfulfillment, Duanmu decided to unleash his Pokémon, the fiery dragon, the Frogadier, and the Dragonite. Hey brothers, let us dance, he exclaimed to the fiery dragon and its companions. The bewildered Pokémon had no choice but to follow Duanmu rhythm and began to jump along. Gradually, they found their groove, dancing with increasing enthusiasm. The Frogadier even attempted to mimic Duanmu with a breakdance move. Just as the group was reveling in their joy, an unexpected event occurred. The massive rock behind them began to tremble violently. This sudden commotion frightened the weaker Pokémon, causing them to retreat far away. In the next instant, the rock cracked open along its intricate patterns, revealing a peculiar Pokémon with hands ending in 3 claws, a back adorned with a white to black gradient pyramid crystal, and elongated arms like slender prisms. The elbows sported a pair of forward-curving, hook-like crystals. The little Clefairy were dumbfounded. They had danced here for centuries without ever witnessing such an occurrence. However, Duanmu quickly understood what was happening. Necrozma. He called out the Pokémon's name. Necrozma is believed to have arrived from another world during ancient times, resembling a creature of ultimate power that had long slumbered underground. Its energy source, if not fully consumed, would gradually accumulate impurities, causing it to darken and become immobile. It seems that by releasing the fiery dragon, its light was stealthily siphoned away, awakening Necrozma. The glow observed earlier must have resulted from complex chemical reactions occurring over centuries, producing fluorite. Duanmu analyzed seriously. How could I not have realized this? As an ancient ultimate creature, Necrozma might indeed possess cosmic energy. Yet, there was no time for lamentation. Duanmu hastily examined its data. Necrozma level 50, originally 75. Type, psychic ability, prism armor potential, mythical moves, moonlight, morning sun, photon geyser, light screen, metal claw, psychic, split. Assist power, rock slide, critical hit, gravity, psycho cut, power gem, lightweight, shadow rock, iron defense, titan, prism ray. Duanmu exclaimed, damn. It's fortunate it didn't absorb too much energy, otherwise, it could have been a level 75. If it regains its strength, I might be doomed. Nevertheless, even at level 50, Necrozma was not something he could easily defeat. After pondering for approximately 5 seconds, Duanmu devised a plan. Everyone run, he shouted, leading the way out of the cave, leaving a bewildered group of Clefairy behind. Chapter 29. Rampaging Necrozma. Perhaps due to its prolonged slumber, Necrozma, upon awakening, urgently soared into the sky. With its body encased in hard black crystals, it effortlessly drilled through the rock to escape. Meanwhile, in the nearby city of Deep Gray, people suddenly felt intense tremors emanating from the direction of Moonview Mountain. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Look, the summit of Moonview Mountain seems to have collapsed. Something is emerging. Panic ensued throughout Deep Gray. At the front of Moonview Mountain, Duanmu and the fleeing Clefairy gazed in terror at the Necrozma, hovering in midair. What on earth? Isn't Necrozma supposed to be in the depths of 10 Carat Hill in the Alola region or within Lanakila Mountain? System, explain this madness. Ding. Necrozma is an ultimate creature from the ancient times that came from the Ultra world. As you mentioned, there is indeed one in the Alola region. But there is not just one Necrozma. During ancient times, there were multiple locations connected to the Ultra world. The rarity of such Pokémon is comparable to that of Mew in that era. Surprised that the system was responsive today, Duanmu had a realization. I remember that in ancient times, there was supposedly one Mew in each region. Does that mean there is essentially a Necrozma in every region as well? Suddenly, Duanmu felt a surge of excitement. Although Necrozma was merely a mythical creature, if it absorbed the legendary Solgaleo or Lunala, it could evolve into either Dawn Wings Necrozma or Duskmane Necrozma. Furthermore, by later carrying the Ultra Necrozma crystal, it could even evolve into the god-level Pokémon, Ultra Necrozma. Arceus has a total base stat of 720, while Ultra Necrozma has a total base stat of 754. However, the pressing question remained, how could he capture it? Duanmu found himself in a quandary. Admittedly, this Necrozma, buried for a century, had significantly lost its power compared to its peak, yet it was still not something he could easily overpower. At that moment, Necrozma in the sky suddenly moved, swiftly aiming toward Deep Gray. Duanmu was left perplexed. Ding. Warning. Necrozma is attempting to absorb artificial light sources in Deep Gray to restore its strength. Please defeat it promptly. The system's alarm jolted Duanmu into action. Necrozma restores its power by consuming light. Although it's night, Deep Gray is filled with streetlights. A veritable feast for Necrozma. Damn, a level 50 is already challenging enough. I can't let it continue to recover. Duanmu declared, swiftly mounting the fiery dragon. Fiery dragon. Quick, pursue it. We cannot allow it to approach Deep Gray. With a mighty roar, the fiery dragon flapped its wings and rapidly surged toward Necrozma. However, the dragon's speed had its limits, and with Duanmu riding on its back, it struggled to match Necrozma's velocity. Meanwhile, trainers in Deep Gray had noticed the swiftly approaching Necrozma. Since this Pokémon was only documented in ancient records, they were unaware of what it was. Yet it elicited gasps of astonishment. My goodness! What Pokémon is that? Why is it flying so fast? Well, I've never seen a Pokémon like that. As the crowd looked up at Necrozma, the system issued a prompt. Ding. Necrozma is about to reach Deep Gray, considering its potential strength upon recovery. A world battle is imminent. Just as the system finished its warning, countless trainers from the real world found themselves confronted by a flashing red box that materialized before them, displaying World Event. Location, Deep Gray. Target, Necrozma. Difficulty. Reward, elevate one of the player's Pokémon to level 50. Players will be teleported to the battlefield shortly. After the battle, players will be returned to their previous location. The trainers from the real world erupted in excitement. Level 50. I've been grinding for ages just to gain a level or two. I must seize this opportunity. A world event? Now that is more like it. Let us do this. In the next instant, in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of trainers from the real world appeared throughout the streets and alleys of Deep Gray. The indigenous inhabitants of Deep Gray City appeared largely oblivious to the sudden influx of newcomers, or perhaps something hindered their awareness of the event. Their only sensation was the growing presence of others. As the World War commenced, Duanmu Yeo let out a curse. The hard-won Necrozma might attract unwanted attention from so many observers, exponentially increasing the difficulty of capturing it. Ding. Due to Necrozma's rampage. The hidden mission to rescue the researchers at the Deep Gray Museum and retrieve the cosmic Pokémon from Team Rocket has become unattainable. Consequently, the system will initiate the points store and reward 10,000 points. Simultaneously, a new hidden mission has been triggered: eliminate Necrozma. Reward: Necrozma Core, which can be used for resurrection in the system. Duanmu Yeo paused, seemingly incredulous, and inquired, "System, I must have misheard. What did you say the mission was?" Ding. Hidden mission: eliminate Necrozma. Reward: Necrozma Core. Duanmu Yeo replied, "Are you certain it is to eliminate, not just to defeat?" Ding. Necrozma has completely succumbed to its rampage. Even if defeated, it will revert to this state once its stamina is restored. The best course of action is indeed to eliminate it. Otherwise, it will fight until its energy is entirely expended. If the host has an alternative method to prevent the rampage, a reward will still be granted. Duanmu Yeo hesitated. Typically, Pokémon battles conclude only when one side loses its ability to fight, but Necrozma was in a state of total rampage. Even if incapacitated, it would revert once restored. Thus, elimination might truly be the only option. Yet, Duanmu Yeo found it difficult to take such action. After all, it was likely that his abrupt awakening of Necrozma was the catalyst for its current state of rage. Is elimination the only solution? Chapter 30. Methods to prevent the rampage. Duanmu Yeo fell into contemplation, convinced there must be other ways to avert Necrozma's rampage. Think quickly. What methods exist to halt its fury? In the cinematic universe, when Perukia battled Dialga, it was at the Tower of Time, and Hoopa, the Genie of Light, was summoned by Arceus. Duanmu Yeo felt as if his head might split from the effort of thought. There must be a solution. Just then, the fiery dragon beneath him let out a soft roar, seemingly to comfort him. Upon hearing this sound, Duanmu Yeo suddenly turned to the fiery dragon. Of course, fiery dragon. You are a genius. The fiery dragon was taken aback. I merely offered you a bit of comfort. Whether you understood my words is another matter entirely. How did you arrive at this conclusion? Indeed, the cocoon of destruction and Yveltal were both caught in a rampage, only to be calmed by Xerneas's aromatherapy. Duanmu Yeo exclaimed with excitement. Yet, he was soon troubled again. None of his Pokémon possessed aromatherapy, nor did he have even one grass-type Pokémon. Wait. The system just mentioned it opened the point store and granted me 10,000 points. Perhaps there is a Pokémon with aromatherapy available in the point store. Time was of the essence, so Duanmu Yeo hastily accessed the points store and navigated to the Pokémon section. However, the moment he saw the prices, he felt utterly defeated. Are you kidding me? A simple Lilycove doll is priced at 15,000. Duanmu Yeo gritted his teeth, but there was no time for further complaints. He could see that Necrozma was already engaging in battle, with several skills being unleashed upon it. Fueled by anger, Duanmu Yeo scrolled to the TM section, clinging to his last hope. Don't ask why this was his last hope. Aromatherapy had no corresponding TM, just as despair threatened to engulf him. He suddenly spotted the last TM listed. Custom TM can be transformed into any known skill of the host, priced at 5,000. This is it. Duanmu Yeo excitedly selected to purchase it. In the next moment, a blank TM materialized in his hand. System, quickly tell me how to use this. Duanmu Yeo anxiously asked. Ding. The host merely needs to envision the skill they know while holding the TM, and it will inscribe the skill. Without hesitation, Duanmu Yeo shut his eyes and began to visualize Xerneas using aromatherapy on Yveltal. The TM commenced recording the skill. Progress 10, 80, 100. Skill, aromatherapy, inscription complete. As the system's notification concluded, Duanmu Yeo swiftly pressed the TM against the fiery dragon. Since Xerneas is a fairy type, the fiery dragon, possessing fairy type attributes, should. Before he could finish his thought, a system prompt interrupted him. Ding. This Pokémon cannot learn this skill. Damn it. Duanmu Yeo clenched his jaw. Was there truly no way out of this? Just as he was about to command the fiery dragon to attack, a vision of a girl cradling a Budu appeared in his mind. Long Wuyue. Deep Gray City had descended into chaos, in addition to the trainers of the real world. Many of the city's inhabitants had joined the fray. Even Miss Junsha felt compelled to prevent Necrozma from entering the city center. rallying Pokémon from the police station to assault it. However, due to level disparities in the Prism armor's characteristics, despite the overwhelming number of attackers, they failed to inflict any damage on Necrozma, or rather, as soon as they did, it would absorb light to recover and strengthen itself. Yet among the many assailants were some who either lacked powerful Pokémon or had none at all, thus relegated to mere spectators. Long Wuyue was also observing from a distance, yet she did not belong to either of these categories. You do. Don't you think that Pokémon is rather pitiable? It hasn't done anything wrong, yet is being attacked by so many, Long Wuyue said, gazing at Necrozma with sympathy. Buta nodded, its small face appearing puffed in indignation at the sight of such relentless assault. With such a grand spectacle, he should have arrived by now. For some unknown reason, the thought of him stirred a sense of unease within Long Wuyue. Long Wuyue, startled, she broke into a silly smile and said, Buta, am I ill? Why'd I hear his voice? Long Wuyue. Long Wuyue. The voice grew increasingly urgent, seemingly emanating from right beside her. Long Wuyue pushed open the balcony window of her hotel and stepped outside, scanning her surroundings. At that moment, a green dragon-like Pokémon appeared before her, startling her. Yet when she recognized the trainer atop it, her cheeks flushed crimson. Why did he arrive just as I mentioned him? Duanmu, there's no time to explain. Quickly, get on. No, hop on the dragon, he exclaimed, reaching out to pull Long Wuyue onto the back of the fiery dragon. Long Wuyue, for reasons she could not comprehend, instinctively extended her hand and was drawn onto the dragon's back by Duanmu. Although the demon fire dragon is significantly larger than the fire dinosaur, it ultimately does not match the size of the fire-breathing dragon, with the two nearly pressed against one another. My goodness, what on earth is he planning to do? Long Wuyue's mind is in a state of chaos, utterly perplexed as to why Duanmu has brought her up here. At that moment, Duanmu spoke. Wuyue, do you wish to assist Necrozma? Who? Long Wuyue replied, somewhat bewildered. Necrozma, the Pokémon currently being besieged, Duanmu clarified. Well, yes. But with just the two of us, we probably can't stop these tens of thousands of people, can we? Long Wuyue said, her brow furrowing in concern. No, we don't need to stop the tens of thousands. We only need to halt Necrozma. Duanmu smiled faintly, then turned to the shy bud in Long Wuyue's arms and asked, do you wish to grow stronger to better protect Wuyue? I can grant you power. The shy bud gazed at this individual it found rather disagreeable with a hint of curiosity. It would be disingenuous to say it did not desire strength. Who wouldn't yearn for power? The shy bud, too, harbored such aspirations. Although it was naturally adorable, it possessed a heart that aspired to be a champion. Seeing the shy bud nod, Duanmu lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a charmingly wicked smile. Chapter 31. The Battle. Long Wuyue asked with concern, Duanmu, what are you planning to do? Duanmu replied with a smile, do not worry. As long as we stop his rampage, the world battle will cease. As he spoke, he took out a golden yellow stone from his pocket and placed it on the shy bud's forehead. In an instant, the shy bud began to radiate a dazzling light. What is this? The light of evolution? Duanmu, what have you done? Long Wuyue exclaimed, for having lived in the Pokémon world for some time, she recognized the light of evolution. When the shy bud's intimacy reaches 220, it can evolve into Rosalia during the day. Or it can use a sunstone to evolve into Roserade. What I just gave it was a sunstone. This sunstone had originally been part of an evolution gift pack provided by the system after Froakie evolved into Greninja. He had taken it from his pocket to avoid revealing the system's secrets, for anyone would find it strange if a stone appeared out of thin air. He had initially intended to save it for later, but unexpectedly found it useful today. The shy bud's evolutionary light gradually dimmed, revealing a Pokémon with a green body, a head shaped like a rose, and leafy adornments around its neck that resembled a cloak, exuding a pleasant fragrance, standing before them. Shy bud, Long Wuyue tentatively called. Incorrect. It should now be called Roserade, Duanmu corrected. Roserade seemed quite pleased with its new appearance, joyfully twirling around atop the demon fire dragon's head, as if to show off. Wonderful. Congratulations, you have finally evolved into Roserade, Long Wuyue exclaimed, affectionately stroking Roserade's rose-like head. At that moment, Duanmu pulled out a peculiar machine from his bag and presented it to Roserade. Roserade, I hope you can learn the skill from this machine, so we can stop Necrozma. Are you willing? Duanmu asked urgently. Although Roserade could naturally learn aromatherapy, that would only be possible at level 43. And Duanmu certainly could not wait that long. Roserade did not hesitate and placed its hands on the aromatherapy learning machine. Ding. Would you like Roserade to learn aromatherapy? Yes. In the next moment, Roserade suddenly closed its eyes, seemingly in deep contemplation. Ding. Roserade successfully learned aromatherapy. As the system notification concluded, Roserade opened its eyes in excitement. Waving its two rose-like hands at Long Wu Yue, as if to say it had mastered the skill, Duanmu Yayo observed Roserade's reaction and smiled slightly. But then immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Demon Fire Dragon. Fly to Necrozma's side. My goodness, what is that Pokémon? Nearby, Ash gazed in awe at Necrozma. However, Misty beside him wore a worried expression. Ash, don't you think it's unfair that he is being attacked by so many at once? Upon hearing her, Ash furrowed his brow. Realizing, isn't it a rule that Pokémon battles can only involve one at a time? Their actions seem quite unjust, but there is no other choice. If that Pokémon enters the city, it could cause massive destruction, Ash said, tightly clenching his fists. Watching the besieged Necrozma, he suddenly declared, No. I can't just stand by. I must intervene. Hey, Ash, wait. Although Necrozma could absorb the city's light to regain energy, the number of players present was in the tens of thousands, combined with Miss June Xia and her guard, along with several local trainers from Deep Gray City. While the damage might not be significant, under such a concentrated assault, even Necrozma began losing health. Brothers, it has finally started to lose health. Keep it up. Take it down. Go, Pidgey. The players, witnessing Necrozma's health depleting, became exhilarated as if they had already secured a world reward. Just as they celebrated, Necrozma, previously on the defensive, suddenly sprang into action. With its claws extended forward, a pale gray light began to gather in its palms, forming a sphere. In the next moment, a terrifying gray beam swept across the ground. Watch out. Quickly dodge. Quick-thinking trainers immediately commanded their Pokémon to evade, but how fast was Prism Beam? It was beyond the capability of Pokémon, most of whom were only around level 10, to dodge. In an instant, over half of the Pokémon on the ground lost their combat ability. Darn it. I only have a Magikarp. Can't I even get a reward? One player, who had only one Pokémon, complained. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was enveloped in a teleportation light. And a line of text appeared before him. The player's Pokémon has lost all combat ability and will soon be teleported back to the player's previous location. Before he could voice another complaint, he was whisked away. Similar occurrences transpired for numerous players with only one Pokémon, drastically reducing the number of participants present. In just one Prism Beam, so many Pokémon were defeated. Necrozma's power was truly fearsome, just as the remaining players began to worry about insufficient damage. Green teleportation lights flickered around them. After the teleportation concluded, approximately 100,000 players were transported in, replenishing those who had lost their Pokémon. Wow, is this the world? So cool. Quickly, unleash your power. There is still plenty of health left. Come forth, Firebird, let us do this. The attacks resumed with renewed intensity, causing Necrozma's health to plummet swiftly, nearing depletion in mere moments. Just as everyone was attacking with fervor, a deep green dragon-shaped Pokémon suddenly appeared before them. Look, what is that? Someone shouted, pointing at the figure soaring closer to Necrozma. It looks like there are two people on it. What are they planning to do? They wouldn't be aiming to snatch the kill rewards, would they? Goodness. They were absent earlier, and now they seek to claim the kill rewards? Brothers, bring them down. Suddenly, the focus of everyone's attacks shifted to the emerald figure in the sky. Chapter 32. The Sinful Dragon of Flames. Come on, Fire Dragon. We're almost within the range of fragrant healing. As Duanmu Yu spoke, a flicker of unease washed over him. In the next moment, a barrage of seed bullets whizzed past the Fire Dragon. Duanmu frowned and looked down, witnessing an array of skills, water guns, razor leaves, and fiery bursts, being unleashed from the ground. Fortunately, the Fire Dragon's reflexes were remarkably swift, allowing it to evade with a few deft sidesteps. Duanmu, they seem to be attacking us. Long Wuyue, unaccustomed to such a scene, turned pale in fright. Duanmu scoffed. Humph. They probably believe we're after the kill rewards, which is why their Pokémon are targeting us. What should we do now? After a moment's contemplation, Duanmu smirked and declared, they wish to impede us, but they must first assess their own strength. Fire Dragon, unleash your Fiery Blaze. The Fiery Blaze was a skill acquired after defeating the formidable Athena, one that Duanmu had never employed until now. However, it was essential to assert dominance today. The Fire Dragon opened its mouth, and a dazzling green light began to swirl within. Soon, a verdant fireball was launched into the air. Just before it reached the ground, the fireball erupted, transforming into a vast ocean of golden-green flames, engulfing nearly a third of the Pokémon present. My goodness, what on earth is this? My Pokémon was taken out in an instant. This person must be cheating. Below, the crowd erupted in curses, yet fear permeated the atmosphere, a palpable dread of absolute power. Ding. The Fire Dragon has defeated Bulbasaur, gaining 21 experience points. Ding. The Fire Dragon has defeated Psyduck, gaining 20 experience points. Ding! The fire dragon has defeated Metapod, gaining 25 experience points. As the system's notifications rang out incessantly, the fire dragon's experience surged, reaching level 50 in mere moments, showing no signs of stopping. Suddenly, the fire dragon was enveloped in a brilliant white light, drawing the attention of everyone present, including the rampaging Necrozma. Evolution light. Ever since the Charmander evolved into the fire dragon, Duanmu had assumed it had reached its final form once it hit the 40s. Yet, to his astonishment, the fire dragon was set to evolve again upon surpassing level 50. Ding! Detecting that the fire dragon is evolving. Would you like to infuse it with the power of eternity and dragon force? Yes. As he spoke, Duanmu placed his hands on the evolving fire dragon, secretly channeling the power of eternity and dragon force into it. This approach not only concealed his dual powers from prying eyes, but also ensured a swifter energy transfer, minimizing loss during aerial transmission. Given the current situation, time was of the essence. With the 4th level power of eternity and 4th level dragon force infused, a swirling storm of emerald green and purple materialized around the fire dragon. Reminiscent of its previous evolution, this tempest shielded the fire dragon from numerous ground-based attacks, and both Duanmu and Long Wuyue found themselves safely positioned in the eye of the storm. With a resounding dragon roar, the fire dragon completed its evolution. Duanmu gazed down. Astonished, the fire dragon, already comparable in size to Charizard, had now nearly doubled, towering over it. A third horn sprouted from its head, longer than the other two. Its neck and snout shortened, while its limbs, tail, and wings elongated. Small wings formed at its wrists. The edges of its back wings became more irregular, and the tail's tip sprouted 3 small spines, with a long spike emerging from its back. Its flames burned even more fiercely than before. The body color shifted from green to black, but upon closer inspection, it revealed subtle hints of emerald. Duanmu was momentarily taken aback. Was this not akin to Charizard being dyed a dark green? Ding! Congratulations, the host has acquired a Pokémon with level 2 divine potential. Receiving the reward, all character abilities increased by 3 levels. Current power of eternity, level 7. Dragon force, level 7. Bonding power, level 4. Duanmu opened the status panel to inspect. New species, named by the host, level 56 type. Fire Fairy Dragon abilities, solar power. Fairy skin potential, level 2 divine skills, claw, roar, ember, glare, earth control, fairy dragon claw, fiery blaze. After a series of notifications, the evolved fire dragon astonishingly stabilized at level 56. Duanmu joyfully stroked the neck of the newly evolved fire dragon, smiling as he declared, "You are born of the power of eternity and dragon force, embodying both fairy and dragon, possessing the fire and fairy types, and have attained level 2 divine potential. Worthy of being called an emperor, the fire in the forest shall burn, and the dragon and fairy coexist in sin. Henceforth, you shall be known as the sinful dragon of flames." Upon hearing this, the sinful dragon of flames let out a triumphant roar, its voice resonating powerfully, echoing even 100 miles away. Every Pokémon present trembled in awe. Even the rampaging Necrozma was momentarily stunned, feeling a sense of inferiority in its presence. Mewtwo? Why are you bowing down? Arcanine, what has happened to you? Continue attacking. Kingler? Why are you frothing? Don't be frightened. Crabs do seem to foam. In an instant, all Pokémon ceased their attacks. Within 100 miles of Deep Gray City, every Pokémon simultaneously bowed towards the sinful dragon of flames, as if subjects paying homage to their sovereign. A level 3 divine Pokémon might not induce such reverence. Yet the emergence of a Pokémon above level 2 divine would surely compel the surrounding creatures to worship. This exemplified the disparity born of their inherent ranks. Sinful Dragon of Flames, charge. Witnessing the fire dragon evolve into the sinful dragon of flames and exude such overwhelming presence, Duanmu felt a surge of confidence. Pikachu, are you alright? Sensing the tremors in the Pikachu on his shoulder, Ash quickly cradled it in his arms, frowning as he gazed at the sinful dragon of flames above. What kind of Pokémon is that? He pulled out his Pokédex, but it responded, unable to identify this Pokémon. What has transpired? Why are Duanmu and the others on that dragon-shaped Pokémon? Ash stared at the 2 figures atop the draconic creature, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 33. An uninvited guest. Though the sinful dragon of flames held level 2 divine status and possessed an absolute racial dominance over Necrozma, the latter still outclassed it in level. Otherwise, the sinful dragon could have approached it more easily. Necrozma, with its claws crossed over its chest, faced the sinful dragon of flames and, without hesitation, unleashed a prism beam. Quick dodge. Even without Duanmu's warning, the sinful dragon of flames understood that being struck by this attack would spell disaster. Prism Beam deals damage to the target. In the forthcoming turn, the player is unable to issue any commands, including executing moves, using items, fleeing, or switching Pokémon. The Prism Ray possesses a formidable power of 160. And given that Necrozma's level has nearly recovered, being struck by such an attack is no trifling matter. The Burning Sin Dragon Dove, narrowly evading the Prism Ray. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity while the foe is immobile, it rushed forward. The Burning Sin Dragon let out a roar, seemingly preparing to unleash its full might. With a powerful flap of its wings, it summoned a Tempest, achieving a terrifying speed that allowed it to travel over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. 600 meters, 500 meters, the distance between the Burning Sin Dragon and Necrozma steadily diminished. Just as the Burning Sin Dragon and Roserade entered the range of aromatherapy, an unexpected intrusion occurred. A fleet of helicopters suddenly appeared in the skies above Deep Gray City, each adorned with large red letters. Before Duanmu could react, modern weaponry extended from the helicopters, targeting the immobilized Necrozma. Team Rocket. Duanmu gritted his teeth, urging the Burning Sin Dragon to distance itself, lest it be caught in the crossfire of Team Rocket's weaponry. A tumult of emotions surged within him: frustration, anger. Why did Team Rocket have to disrupt their success at this critical juncture? In the next instant, missiles from nearly 10 helicopters were launched, all aimed squarely at the helpless Necrozma. With a series of explosive sounds, the missiles struck their target with unerring accuracy. Though this did not constitute a Pokémon battle, Duanmu noted with alarm that Necrozma's health points plummeted drastically, nearing a critical state. This cannot continue. If it does, Necrozma will be in grave danger. Seemingly resolute, Duanmu commanded the Burning Sin Dragon to place Long Wuyue on a nearby skyscraper. Long Wuyue, caught off guard, was swiftly lifted by the Burning Sin Dragon. Duanmu, what are you doing? Put me down. Long Wuyue cried out anxiously. I cannot let you face this danger with me. Stay here. We will save Necrozma. Duanmu replied as the Burning Sin Dragon set Long Wuyue atop a high platform. Duanmu, stay calm. Don't do anything reckless. Long Wuyue shouted desperately. But her words were lost to the chaos as Duanmu and the Burning Sin Dragon plunged into the smoke of the explosions. The Burning Sin Dragon flapped its wings vigorously, dispersing the dust around them. As the dust settled, Duanmu finally discerned the scene before him. The helicopters had deployed capture nets, ensnaring Necrozma in layers of black polymer mesh. Having been bound in such a manner, Necrozma, whose energy was derived from light, seemed utterly powerless. It could scarcely muster the strength to unleash any moves, desperately clawing at the net in a futile attempt to break free. However, these efforts were in vain. The resilience of the nets was such that even a fully powered Necrozma might struggle to tear through them, let alone in its current weakened state. At that moment, one helicopter's door swung open, revealing a familiar figure with a cold smile, gazing down at the struggling Necrozma. I never expected that while I was away fetching equipment, you would emerge from the ground on your own. It seems that little brat must have aided you quite a bit. Unfortunately, today, you belong to Team Rocket, Athena declared, producing a walkie-talkie. Quickly, power it up. Stun it so we can take it back. Fairy Dragon Claw. Just as Athena issued her command, a large, dark green dragon-like Pokémon appeared above Necrozma. Its claws radiated a dazzling light, severing the cables linking the helicopter to the net. What is that? Athena exclaimed, momentarily flustered. Never mind what it is. Bring it down. Don't let it destroy the other nets. With that, the helicopters turned their weaponry towards the Burning Sin Dragon. Get away. Duanmu shouted commands to the Burning Sin Dragon while turning to Roserade. Is this distance sufficient for you to perform aromatherapy on Necrozma? Roserade nodded with determination in its eyes. All right. When the opportunity arises, use aromatherapy on Necrozma. Remember, give it your all. We must alleviate its berserk state. As Duanmu instructed the Burning Sin Dragon to evade, he watched missiles from the helicopters soar toward them, narrowly avoiding the attacks. Athena's face darkened with rage. Useless fools. Come forth, Dark Raven. As Athena unleashed her Pokéball, a raven with feathers resembling a wizard's hat and a tail like a broomstick appeared before her. Dark Raven. Use delay on them. Delay. If the opponent has not acted this turn, the move will cause them to act last, disregarding priority. Should multiple Pokémon be affected, the order of actions will be determined by the user's chosen targets. The Burning Sin Dragon suddenly halted, and in the next moment, dozens of missiles hurtled toward them. Duanmu heart raced. He clenched his teeth and shielded Roserade. While he and the Burning Sin Dragon could endure injuries, Roserade could not. It was their last hope. Just as Duanmu closed his eyes, bracing for the impending explosion, a pink figure suddenly darted from nowhere, swooping to the side of the Burning Sin Dragon. Chapter 34. Calm Duanmu Yayo kept his eyes tightly shut, seemingly awaiting the pain from the impending explosion. However, after a moment, he felt no such anticipated agony. Slowly, he opened his eyes, revealing a small, pink figure before him. This creature possessed mammalian traits and stood on two legs, with a short, broad snout, triangular ears, and large blue eyes. Its claws bore 3 fingers, and its feet featured an oval mark at the base. Its tail was long and slender, tapering to an oval tip. Mew? Duanmu Yayo recognized the pink Pokémon instantly. Mew appeared to have heard its name, turning its head to glance at Duanmu Yayo, before looking back at the burning sin dragon with an expression of wonder. With its small hand, it playfully patted its own head, seemingly fascinated by the burning sin dragon. Duanmu Yayo was taken aback. Could Mew have been drawn in by the aura of the burning sin dragon? Before he could ponder further, a fierce roar erupted from Necrozma. Team Rocket had begun their assault. Duanmu Yayo furrowed his brow. We cannot delay any longer. Yet the burning sin dragon was still under the effects of delay and unable to act. Duanmu Yayo turned to Mew, who was tenderly touching the burning sin dragon. Perhaps. Mew, could you assist us? He asked anxiously. Mew blinked its large, watery eyes, regarding Duanmu Yayo with a curious expression. Endless Forest pointed at the controlled Necrozma, saying, Look, that is a companion from your era. Now he is in a state of rampage, and only you can aid us in saving him. Mew glanced at Necrozma, sensing a shared essence of time, and began to float with excitement. However, it soon realized the gravity of the situation. I need you to teleport with Roserade to Necrozma's side and protect Roserade until aromatherapy can quell Necrozma's rampage. Mew looked at the resolute Endless Forest and nodded solemnly. Without further ado, Mew flew to Roserade and embraced it. In the next moment, a blue light flickered, and they appeared atop Necrozma. Feeling the presence of 2 Pokémon on its head, Necrozma, already furious from being restrained, became even more agitated, shaking violently as if trying to throw them off. At that moment, Mew gently touched Necrozma through layers of capture nets. The telepathic connection with its companion calmed Necrozma, reassuring it that they were there to help. Though in a state of rampage, the communication brought about by the telepathy allowed Necrozma to regain a semblance of sanity, and it ceased its struggle. Seeing this, Roserade finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a flick of its rose-shaped hands, a verdant light slowly descended upon Necrozma, soothing its turbulent emotions. Ding! The rampage of Necrozma has been quelled. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You are about to convert Necrozma into the Necrozma core. As the system notification ended, the screens of hundreds of thousands of players teleported to Deep Gray City displayed a message indicating failure of the challenge, and they would soon be returned to their original locations. In the next moment, Deep Gray City became once again desolate. Hearing the system notification, Endless Forest finally relaxed. But the current situation still left him uneasy. A member of Team Rocket aboard a helicopter asked, General, we have captured this cosmic Pokémon, and it is no longer resisting. With Junch's security team below, continuing to delay is unfavorable for us. Should we retreat? Just as Athena was about to agree, she noticed that Necrozma's body within the capture net began to transform into streams of green data, disappearing shortly thereafter. Where's that Pokémon? Athena shouted in fury, suddenly spotting a pink figure in the capture net. Is that Mew? Did Mew teleport it away? How infuriating. General, reinforcements from the Alliance have arrived. The helicopter pilot, glancing at the radar, noticed several aircraft appearing and felt a wave of fear. Damn it, Mew. Athena was now frantic. Having nearly secured the cosmic Pokémon only to lose it was intolerable. Retreat. Retreat. She ordered angrily. At that moment, she suddenly noticed Mew disappearing again, only to reappear in front of Endless Forest. Athena gritted her teeth and said, It's that brat again. Just wait. Once I report Mew's whereabouts to my superiors, we shall see how Team Rocket retaliates. Ding. The Necrozma core has been retrieved and is now undergoing refinement. The refined Pokémon will retain its original strength and share maximum intimacy with the host. Hearing the system notification and seeing Mew and Roserade return safely, Endless Forest exhaled in relief. Then, the sounds of helicopters filled the air, and a voice over a loudspeaker announced, This is the Pokémon Alliance Guard. Please do not resist, young man. We mean you no harm. Kindly accompany us for an investigation. Endless Forest smiled faintly and said to Mew and Roserade, Buckle up. He then patted the back of the burning sin dragon and commanded, Quick, let us flee. Are you kidding? If you reward me, I might comply, but you want to take me back for questioning? Not a chance. With a flap of dragon wings, Endless Forest and his companions vanished before everyone's eyes. Endless, hurry up. Long Wiyue, hands clasped behind her back, watched Endless Forest with a smile. Big sister, can you slow down? I didn't sleep all night and am about to collapse. Endless Forest yawned as he ambled toward Long Wuyue. Why were you hiding from the Pokémon Alliance's helicopters all night? If you had explained everything to them, perhaps they would have rewarded you. Long Wuyue inquired, puzzled. Reward? After I caused such a mess, it's already a miracle they don't arrest me. A reward is the least of my concerns, Endless Forest replied, stretching as they approached the Moonview Mountain. Let us see if we can unearth any fossils. Chapter 35. Fossil Hunting. The Moonview Mountain, already desolate, appeared even more ravaged after Necrozma's turmoil the previous night. Many Pokémon residing in the mountain caves were forced to evacuate due to landslides. The caves of Moonview Mountain served as a shortcut from Deep Gray City to Hualan City. With the collapse, the only way to reach Hualan City would be to climb over the mountain. If those travelers knew that Endless Forest was the cause of Necrozma's rampage, leading to the mountain's destruction, he would likely be met with ire. With Moonview Mountain in this state, can we still explore? Long Wuyue gazed at the partially collapsed mountain, feeling somewhat at a loss. Perhaps we shouldn't go in. Endless Forest scratched his head awkwardly. What a pity. There must still be many fossils inside, now buried. Just as he lamented, someone called out to him. Endless? Endless Forest turned to see Akin, the vice director of the Deep Gray City Science Museum, who had been kidnapped by Team Rocket the previous day, clad in exploration attire and accompanied by familiar researchers from yesterday. Akin approached with a smile. What a surprise to see you today. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Are you here for research as well? Endless Forest replied. Yes, Akin said, looking regretfully at the half-collapsed Moonview Mountain. It's a shame. It's too dangerous to enter now. Endless Forest nodded. Yes, what a pity about the fossils. Upon hearing this, Akin's interest peaked. Are you interested in fossils? Yes, I entered Moonview Mountain yesterday specifically to search for fossils, Endless Forest explained. Perfect. Come back with us. We agreed to reward you yesterday, and what better day than today? Akin cheerfully took Endless Forest by the hand. Is this young lady with you? Long Wuyue shyly nodded. Hello, Vice Director. I am Long Wuyue. Having gathered supplies and learned a bit about Deep Gray City, she recognized Akin's name. Haha, no need for formalities. Just call me Akin. So, Endless, have you made your decision? Endless Forest pondered and said, all right, since Moonview Mountain is collapsed, let's visit the Deep Gray Science Museum. Who knows, I might score a fossil. Very well, Endless Forest smiled, agreeing. Before long, several individuals arrived at a two-story building, the Deep Gray Science Museum. Despite its modest height, it occupies the second largest area in Deep Gray City, second only to the Deep Gray Dojo. Director, the young man I mentioned yesterday has arrived. Akin shouted, disregarding the visitors, causing Duan Yu to feel somewhat embarrassed. Akin, how many times must I tell you? Do not disturb the visitors. Duan scolded. Just then, an elderly gentleman descended slowly from the second floor. The museum is only open on the first floor, while the second houses the fossil revival apparatus and various research materials. The old man approached Duan Yu, asking, are you the one who saved Akin and the others yesterday? Yes, Duan Mu replied. Almost immediately, the old man embraced him, exclaiming, thank you. Akin is always so engrossed in his research, frequently venturing into Moonview Mountain. I've watched him grow from a mere intern to the current deputy director, and I truly worry for his safety. Thank you. Akin turned crimson, awkwardly saying, Director, you make me feel quite embarrassed. Embarrassed? The director's retort left Akin momentarily speechless. Ahem, Director, Duan Mu is also quite interested in fossils, so I would like to gift him a fossil I discovered. Is that all right? The director waved his hand, saying, since you discovered it, the decision is yours, no need to consult me. Akin smiled bashfully. Thank you, Director. He then led Duan Mu upstairs. The second floor of the museum differed from the exhibition hall on the first floor, consisting of individual rooms. Each room bore a corresponding name. Research Room 1, Research Room 2, and so forth. It appeared that the museum engaged in a considerable amount of research. At this moment, Duan Mu noticed a room labeled Fossil Revival Room. His eyes brightened. Akin, can I use the fossil revival apparatus once I obtain the fossil? You wish to revive a fossil? Akin hesitated but then accepted the idea. Well, you are a trainer. The revival apparatus can be lent to you, but the costs incurred will be your responsibility, as it is not an insignificant amount. Duan Mu gulped and asked, how much? Well, it will cost about 10,000 Alliance coins. 10,000. My heavens. It costs 10,000 for a revival. Luckily, I have 100,000. Otherwise, I truly couldn't afford it. However, Long Wuyue, standing nearby, was astonished, her hand covering her mouth in surprise. Duan Mu, do you really have that much money? Of course. I can also lend you some, Akin began, but upon turning, he saw Duan Mu retrieving 10,000 000 cash from his backpack, causing him to swallow the latter part of his sentence. 10,000 is nothing. I have plenty of money, Duan smiled. After walking a few meters, the trio arrived at a room marked fossil storage room. Here we are, Akin said as he led them inside. They approached a table covered with fossils. And Akin proudly proclaimed, "These are all fossils I discovered. Feel free to choose whatever you like." "Can I really?" Long Wuyu asked, astonished. Although she was unaware of the value of the fossils, it was not difficult to guess their worth based on the fossil's value in the real world. Of course. Especially since you're with Duan. But these are too precious. Just as Long Wuyu was about to decline, Duan began examining the fossils one by one. Shell fossil, crustacean fossil, he named them. Indeed, are there only these two types? Just as Duan was about to select a random crustacean fossil, he suddenly spotted an unusual fossil. "I want this one." Chapter 36, Tentacled Lily and Ice Dragon. "I want this one," Duan declared as he picked up a peculiar fossil. Why was it peculiar? Because it resembled neither a shell nor a crustacean but rather appeared to be a fin. Perhaps due to its age, it was difficult to identify what it truly was. Akin frowned, saying, "Duan, have you thought this through? The completeness of the fossil determines its revival success rate. I have considered it, and this fossil is indeed intact." Duan replied with a smile. Akin shrugged, saying, "Then it's up to you. But if it fails, don't blame me for not warning you." Duan nodded, then turned to Long Wuyu, asking, "Wuyu, have you chosen yet?" "Wuyu?" Long Wuyu was taken aback by Duan Muyu's suddenly affectionate address. However, she didn't react much and blushed, saying, I haven't decided which one to choose yet. Let me think about a fossil suitable for you." Duan Muyu pondered before resuming his search. "There should be one. I found it," he exclaimed, lifting a fossil that looked like nothing at all. Akin smirked. "What you have there is likely a plant root fossil. It cannot revive a Pokémon." "No, this is indeed a Pokémon fossil," Duan Muyu asserted confidently. Seeing his certainty, Akin refrained from discouraging him further, merely stating, "Fine, whatever you say, it's not my money anyway." With that, Akin led the two to the fossil revival room. Inside the room were two researchers adjusting the apparatus. Akin explained their purpose, then nodded at Duan Muyu, signaling him to bring forth the fossils. "Duan, maybe I shouldn't revive mine. I could sell it for a decent amount," Long Wuyu hesitantly suggested. "Are you doubting my appraisal skills?" Duan Muyu placed his hands on his hips, appearing somewhat displeased. No, it's just that I truly don't have the funds for revival." "No money? Didn't I tell you? I have plenty. If you lack funds, just ask me. This time it's on me," Duan Muyu declared, handing over 20,000 alliance coins. Long Wuyu clasped her hands together in front of her chest, a bit bashful. "I promise I will pay you back." Duan Muyu did not refuse. Rejecting a kind-hearted girl like Long Wuyu would only weigh on her conscience. One researcher took Long Wuyu's fossil and placed it on the revival apparatus. The machine began its operation, a bright white light shining down upon the fossil. In the next moment, the fossil shattered into brilliant particles, slowly reconstructing its original form under the guidance of the revival apparatus. Approximately 5 minutes later, the machine ceased its operations, revealing a creature resembling a sea lily with a purple base, pink tentacles, and a black top. "See, I told you it was a plant," Akin began, but suddenly fell silent as he noticed the creature's black top opening to reveal a pair of yellow eyes. Clearly, this was a Pokémon. "What is this?" Even the two researchers, accustomed to reviving fossils, were unable to identify this Pokémon. Could it be a newly discovered Pokémon? Akin, the research enthusiast, was nearly beside himself with excitement. Duan Muyu paused, thinking, "Isn't it just a tentacled lily? Why all the excitement?" Later, he came to realize that the tentacle lily and the primordial winged insect were both species discovered only in the 3rd generation. Given the current timeline, this must be the 1st generation, and thus, naturally, they were unaware of such Pokémon. Excited as he was, Akin turned to Duan Muyu and said with a smile, "Duan, thanks to you. Had it not been for your efforts, we might never have resurrected this fossil. Therefore, since this newly discovered Pokémon is your find, the naming rights belong to you. Go ahead and choose a resounding name. Let's call it the Ruthless Hunter of the Deep Sea." Akin was momentarily taken aback by Duanmu's response. "Is that truly the name of a Pokémon? Brother, surely you jest." Observing the expressions of those around him, Duan Muyu suddenly burst into laughter. "Just kidding. Let us call it Tentacle Lily instead. If it has an evolutionary form, we shall name it Cradle Lily." The crowd then sighed in relief. "Brother, don't scare us like that." After Long Wuyu captured Tentacle Lily, Duan Muyu placed his fossil upon the revival apparatus. "Duanmu, while you correctly selected the fossil earlier, I can assure you that this time you certainly cannot guess right. This fossil is bound to be unrevivable, Akin said, somewhat disheartened. Oh, let us see about that, Duanmu Yeo replied confidently. Revival commencing, commanded the researcher in charge. And the machine began its operation once more. The crowd held their breath, gazing intently at the revival apparatus. At that moment, Duanmu Yeo heard a sound. Ding. Ice Dragon revival detected. Would you like to infuse it with dragon power to grant it the dragon attribute? Duanmu Yeo smiled faintly, silently affirming, yes. He then discreetly placed his right hand upon the revival apparatus, subtly injecting the purple dragon power within. The Ice Dragon. Indeed. What Duanmu Yeo was reviving was none other than the Ice Dragon. At that time, he had seen the fossil of the fin. This explains why Duanmu Yeo could deduce the presence of the Cradle Lily's root fossil here. It is well known that dinosaurs existed during the Permian period, approximately 165 million years ago. Meanwhile, sea lilies thrived during the Carboniferous period, between 286 million and 360 million years ago, and became scarce only after the Permian-Triassic extinction event. One might wonder, why are you bringing up real-life dinosaurs and sea lilies? Well, you might not understand. Most Pokémon are based on real organisms that exist in our world, embellished with a touch of imagination. Thus, the discrepancies in time are not significant. Since Duanmu Yeo had previously seen the fin fossil, it indicates that this area was covered in glaciers at least 165 million years ago. According to the adage of changing seas and fields, 286 million years ago, it must have been a vast ocean, precisely where the tentacle lily flourished. I admire my own imagination. As the purple dragon power was infused, a pale blue silhouette gradually emerged. A Pokémon with a dinosaur-like form, entirely light blue. Possessing a pair of blue eyes adorned with large wing-like membranes above, a white underbelly, and two diamond-shaped gem-like features on either side appeared before everyone. However, this was merely an ordinary ice dragon, yet it astonishingly possessed a pair of wings. Ice Dragon level, 20 type, Rock Ice Dragon ability, Snowfall potential, Champion skills, Roar, Powder Snow, Thunder Wave, Rock Slide, Icy Wind, Body Slam, Haze, Laser Beam. Chapter 37. Master Yi is in trouble, another unknown Pokémon. Akin was astounded, his jaw nearly dropping. If the first time was merely a stroke of luck in selecting a Pokémon fossil, the second time was undoubtedly suspicious. Duanmu, do you already know about these fossils? Akin inquired, his brow furrowed in seriousness. Duanmu Yeo was startled but quickly laughed it off. Huh, how could that be? Akin, you truly have a sense of humor. I simply thought these two fossils were quite special, which is why I chose them. Akin observed Duanmu Yeo for a moment, unable to fathom that a mere teenager could possess more knowledge about fossils than the seasoned researchers present, all nearing their 50s. Thus, he could only shake his head, attributing Duanmu's selection to luck. So, Duanmu, what do you intend to name this second newly discovered Pokémon? The Polar Ice Chaser. Stop joking, be serious. Akin seemed to have anticipated Duanmu Yeo's whimsicality, interrupting him before he could finish. Duanmu Yeo scratched his head, exasperated. Didn't you say the naming rights were mine? Fine. Let's just call it Ice Dragon. If it evolves, we shall call it Ice Giant Dragon. Is that acceptable? Akin finally nodded, noting down the name. But are you all in a rush to leave? We wish to record the data of these two Pokémon for future research. Duanmu Yeo nodded. Sure, coincidentally. Long Wuyue is about to challenge the Deep Gray Gym, which will take 2 days to repair. 2 days later, Akin recorded the data of Tentacle Lily and Ice Dragon, and the Deep Gray Gym was finally restored. In due time, I will write several papers and mention your name, Akin said to Duanmu Yeo. Duanmu Yeo pondered for a moment, realizing that these two ancient Pokémon could significantly impact academia, perhaps even earning him a doctorate title. All right, I appreciate your help. Akin nodded and, being a research enthusiast, turned to return to his laboratory to begin writing his papers. After Duanmu Yeo and Long Wuyue left the Deep Gray Science Museum, they returned to the Deep Gray Gym. Upon entering the gym, Duanmu Yeo noticed two individuals standing on the battle arena. As he recognized them, he remarked, "It seems Ash arrived before us." Meanwhile, in the spectator area, Misty noticed the two and waved. Duanmu, Wuyue. The two took a seat beside Misty. Although Long Wuyue appeared unfazed, Duanmu Yeo felt quite flustered, fearing Misty might act as she had during their last encounter. However, he was overthinking. After battling Long Wuyue, Misty had come to understand her disparity with him and had given up. How long has Ash been battling? Long Wuyue inquired curiously. Don't mention it. BB Bird has already been defeated by Onyx. Pikachu is on the brink of collapse, Misty remarked, resting her chin in her hands as she observed the one-sided battle. Duanmu Yeo chuckled, realizing that it mirrored the animated series. Everyone knows Ash's starter Pokémon is Pikachu, not any of the 3 starters. Brock uses Rock-type Pokémon, making Electric-type moves virtually ineffective against Rock types. However, considering Ash has just begun his journey, it is understandable that his knowledge is somewhat limited, still rolling up his sleeves and charging into battle. Nevertheless, one couldn't help but feel sympathy for Ash. Brock sent out Onix right away to battle Pikachu. The type advantage is evident. Rock is strong against Electric. Biologically speaking, snakes eat mice. What is most frustrating is that when Ash attempted to switch in BB Bird, it was inevitable. After all, it's in his nature. Pikachu is so small, while Onix is enormous. It's only natural for a mouse to fear a snake. Yet, they still insisted on sending Pikachu into battle. Wasn't that simply inviting disaster? The outcome was as expected. Onix unleashed a constricting attack, leaving Pikachu with no chance to retaliate. A reluctant electric shock barely grazed the massive Onix, insufficient even to tickle it. This battle was lost due to Ash's recklessness. As expected, in the next moment, Brock's Onix tightened its grip and decisively ended the skirmish. Pikachu! Ash exclaimed anxiously, scooping up his fallen companion. Are you alright? Pika! At that moment, Brock stepped forward, his demeanor serious. In Pokémon battles, it is not merely perseverance and determination that lead to victory. You should be aware that Electric-type moves are ineffective against Ground-type Pokémon. How can you expect to win? Clenching his teeth, Ash replied, I understand. With that, he hurriedly exited the gym, cradling Pikachu in his arms. May I join you? Misty suggested, noting Ash's evident distress. Perhaps you should, Dragon Dancy replied with concern. Ash seems quite upset. Misty nodded and dashed after him. You might as well challenge him, Dragon Dancy remarked. It appears Brock's Onix has sustained minimal damage. Let Ash have some time alone. He had his reasons for suggesting this. In the animation, after Ash stormed out, he encountered Wooning, who provided him with some much-needed encouragement before he took Pikachu for an electric training session. After some contemplation, Dragon Dancy nodded and proceeded to the battlefield. Oh, it's you, Miss Long, Brock greeted. Are you here to challenge the gym as well? Yes. Is now a suitable time? Does Onix need to rest? Dragon Dancy inquired cautiously. Not at all. My Onix is currently brimming with fighting spirit, Brock replied with a smile. The match will follow a 2-on-2 format, continuing until one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. Is that understood? Yes, understood, Dragon Dancy affirmed with a nod. Good. Then my first Pokémon will be Onix. I shall use it as well, Dragon Dancy declared, retrieving a Pokéball from her pocket and tossing it onto the battlefield. With a resounding click, a Pokémon resembling a sea lily emerged onto the battlefield. Tentacruel level, 20 type, Rock Grass ability, Rain Dish potential, champion moves, Scare, Bind, Acid, Rooted. Brock murmured, his expression revealing his unfamiliarity with this Pokémon. He glanced at Inmuyiyu in the stands, recalling the earlier defeat and involuntarily shivering. This Tentacruel was revived from a fossil, and it is my first time using it, Dragon Dancy explained to Brock. But I will do my best. Oh, revived from a fossil, you say? Brock exclaimed, intrigued. What did she just say? This Pokémon was revived from a fossil? Chapter 38. Brock's reclusiveness resurfaces. Cough. Inmuyiyu cleared his throat twice and blinked at Dragon Dancy. Realizing her faux pas, Dragon Dancy quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I forgot. Akin mentioned that certain things shouldn't be disclosed beforehand. Turning to Brock, she added, this Tentacruel, it isn't from a fossil. Inmuyiyu facepalmed, clearly amused by Dragon Dancy's endearing naivety. Brock, feeling a wave of embarrassment, reassured her, it's all right. I didn't know anything. After a brief cough, he declared, now, let the match begin. Tentacruel, use Scare. Thanks to Inmuyiyu's explanation, Dragon Dancy understood that challengers strike first and initiated her attack immediately after Brock's command. Tentacruel reacted swiftly, lunging directly at Onix and delivering a powerful blow. The sudden assault startled Onix, causing it to enter a state of fear. Brock was momentarily taken aback. You're far more adept than the previous challenger, but don't think it will be so easy to win, even in a frightened state. My Onix is not one to be easily defeated. Once again, Brock assumed the authoritative stance of a gym leader. I know, Dragon Dancy replied calmly. So, return, Tentacruel. Go, Roserade. Swiftly exchanging Pokémon, Dragon Dancy sent forth Roserade. Roserade level, 25 type, Grass Poison ability, Leaf Guard potential, champion moves, Absorb, Growth, Water Sport, Stun Spore. Aromatherapy, Mega Drain, Leech Seed, Magical Leaf, Grass Whistle, Giga Drain. Inmuyiyu was taken aback. How did Roserade reach level 25? Then he recalled that many Pokémon had been defeated by the Blazing Dragon that night, and Roserade had been present, likely counting towards the battle tally. Has Beauty already evolved into Roserade? Brock expressed surprise, having seen Beauty just 2 days prior. Roserade, use Giga Drain. Dragon Dance you commanded. Upon her order. Roserade extended its hands adorned with roses towards Onyx, and suddenly, a green light shot forth from Onyx, flowing into Roserade's hands. In the next instant, Onyx collapsed, rendered incapable of battle. It lost its fighting ability in one hit? Dragon Dance you exclaimed, clearly astonished. Her initial plan had been to frighten the opponent with Tentacruel before gradually wearing it down with Roserade, but she hadn't anticipated such a swift victory. It exceeded her expectations. Enmuyi awkwardly explained, Onyx is a ground and rock type, which is quadruple weak to grass-type moves, especially considering your level advantage. It was only natural that it was defeated so quickly. Is that so? I thought perhaps Onyx was simply weak, Dragon Dance you remarked innocently. Her comment landing harshly on Brock's ears. The years of training Brock had dedicated to his Onyx now felt undermined. Suddenly recalling that this was Brock's Onyx. Dragon Dance you blushed and stammered. No, I didn't mean it like that. Brock raised a hand, signaling her to cease. It's fine, I can handle it. Upon hearing this, Dragon Dance you sighed in relief. That's wonderful. I feared you might retreat into yourself. Enmuyi you couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. Brock looked at the two before him, feeling as if he might convulse from frustration. Goodness, how can you both be so infuriating? Return, Onyx, Brock said curtly, choosing to remain silent to avoid further irritation. Go, Geodude. Although Brock recognized that he was no match for Dragon Dance you as a gym leader, he felt compelled to maintain his final dignity. Go, Geodude. Fight for honor. Roserade, Giga Drain. At Team Rocket's base, a man sat behind a desk. Frowning as he gazed out the window, a Meowth lounged comfortably beside him, occasionally nudging him for attention. Athena, one of Team Rocket's 4 commanders, stood before the desk. Head bowed, not daring to breathe. It is clear, this man who instilled fear in Athena is none other than Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket and the Viridian Gym's master. So, not only did we fail to retrieve that Pokémon, but we were also intercepted. And to make matters worse, we lost dozens of team members? Giovanni inquired, his voice devoid of emotion. Yet it was precisely this tone that made Athena even more apprehensive. Yes, sir, Athena replied softly. It was all due to that kid's sudden appearance, and he had several Pokémon we didn't recognize. Otherwise, enough. Giovanni slammed his hand on the desk, startling Athena into silence. I do not wish to hear your explanations. I merely need to know that you have failed in your task. Banmu turned his head, coldly gazing at Athena. Athena trembled as if she were being stared at by a ferocious beast. Given that this is your first offense, I shall not pursue the matter further. However, should there be a next time, I will strip you of your title as the 4 generals. Banmu stated coldly, now leave my presence. Athena, feeling a glimmer of hope, replied, yes, and hurriedly exited the room. Why do I possess no information on such a young and powerful trainer as Duanmu Yeo? Banmu pondered as he stroked his cat beside him, gazing out the window in confusion. Ding. The host has become a key investigation target for Team Rocket. Meanwhile, Long Wuyue had just acquired her badge when Duanmu Yeo received this system notification. What on earth? Why is Team Rocket fixating on me again? Long Wuyue, joyfully toying with her badge, suddenly noticed Duanmu Yeo's puzzled expression. Duanmu, is something the matter? Duanmu Yeo snapped back to reality, saying, it's nothing. Perhaps someone is thinking of me, and flashed a cunning smile. Team Rocket, they are nothing. I once refrained from making a scene out of fear. But now, if you dare to come, I shall unleash my 2nd-level Divine Burning Sin Emperor Dragon Rampage. The tone elongated, Rampage. Someone is thinking of you. Who? Long Wuyue pouted, seemingly displeased. What? Are you jealous? Who is jealous? Look at you, stuttering. I am not. Chapter 39, The Despairing Ralts. Duanmu, what kind of Pokémon is this? It seems there is no entry for it in the Pokédex, Long Wuyue inquired, sitting atop the Burning Sin Emperor Dragon and searching the Pokédex in vain. It's a secret. Duanmu Yeo smiled slightly, unwilling to elaborate. As if anyone would care, Long Wuyue pouted. However, sitting atop it was indeed comfortable. And it soared like an airplane, swiftly crossing Moonlit Mountain. Duanmu Yeo nodded, casting a glance behind him. I wonder if that fellow will follow. The fellow he referred to as Mew, who had appeared that night to assist him in rescuing Necrozma, only to vanish again. Could it be that Mew merely came out of curiosity about the Burning Sin Emperor Dragon that night? As Duanmu Yeo contemplated this, Long Wuyue tugged at him excitedly, pointing ahead. Duanmu, look, it's the ocean. Following Long Wuyue's direction, Duanmu indeed saw a vast expanse of sea. Beside it flowed a river. And adjacent to the river lay a beautiful city. Duanmu Yeo smiled gently, saying, we are nearing Hualan City. Let us begin our journey on foot from here. He had no desire to enter ostentatiously, risking an ambush like Necrozma faced. Long Wuyue did not object, acknowledging that flying in would be rather conspicuous. The two descended into a forest below. Just as Duanmu Yayo stowed the burning Sin Emperor dragon, he suddenly heard a cry for help. Wuyue, did you hear something? Duanmu Yayo asked, puzzled. Long Wuyue paused, shaking her head. No, I didn't hear anything. Strange. Just as Duanmu Yayo was contemplating, the voice echoed again, more urgent than before. Help. This time, Duanmu Yayo was certain someone was in distress. The voice resonated not through his ears, but directly in his mind. Akin to a system notification. Telepathy. Duanmu Yayo realized that a Pokémon was using telepathy to summon him. What? Long Wuyue, now tense, asked. Can you pinpoint the location of that Pokémon? Duanmu Yayo fell silent. He truly had no means to locate the distressed Pokémon precisely. Is there no way? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. If that fellow is still following, Mew, I know you're still out there. I need your assistance. Duanmu Yayo called out into the surrounding woods. Only Mew could help him find the Pokémon in distress, so it was imperative to have its aid. Mew. Duanmu Yayo shouted several times, yet there was no response from the surroundings. Gritting his teeth, he continued, Mew, I do not wish to harm you. There is a Pokémon calling for help through telepathy. I cannot locate it, so you must assist me. Mew. Moments later, a pink figure suddenly appeared before them. Mew. Wow, what kind of Pokémon is this? Long Wuyue exclaimed, reaching for the Pokédex, but it displayed that no information was available for this Pokémon. Mew. Please help me. You possess the skill Aura Sphere. You must be able to utilize Aura to help locate the Pokémon in distress. Duanmu Yayo wasted no time in expressing his request. Mew nodded, then closed its eyes, commencing to explore the surrounding forest with its aura. After a brief period, it opened its eyes, immediately grabbing Duanmu Yayo and using teleport. Wuyue, you head to Hualan City first. I will join you after I find that Pokémon. Duanmu Yayo said just before being transported away. Haha, run away, will you? What's the matter? Can't keep up. A portly man in a brown vest coldly regarded the battered Pokémon before him. Boss, an alternate colored Ralts. Think of how much it could sell for. A thin man flattered from the side. Who knows, but it must be worth at least several tens of thousands of Alliance coins. The fat man wiped his greasy hands across his mouth, seemingly envisioning the moment he would receive the money. Before them sat a white Pokémon, trembling as it lay on the ground. Its body and legs gave it the appearance of wearing an excessively long garment. The reason they referred to it as an alternate colored Ralts was that its originally green hair, resembling a bowl-shaped cap, had turned blue. Its azure hair obscured much of its face, split by two flat orange horns inserted in the middle, one larger and pointing forward, the other smaller and directed backward. Am I to be taken away? Ralts seemed to have lost all hope, slowly lowering its head. Is it merely because my hair color differs from that of my sister's? Tears suddenly streamed down Ralts's face as feelings of injustice and sorrow surged within. Born into an ordinary Ralts community, among those who emerged alongside her, she was the only one with such azure locks. Perhaps it was fate's cruel jest, or perhaps misfortune. Since her arrival, calamities had befallen her kin. Everyone blamed her for every mishap, bestowing upon her the title of the daughter of misfortune. Consequently, the others distanced themselves from her, sisters turned away. And ultimately even her parents abandoned her, treating her as the daughter of the clan leader. She could not fathom why all misfortunes were attributed to her. Why was it that she alone bore the burden of such distinctive blue hair? Why? Suddenly, she smiled, a smile so sorrowful. Perhaps being captured by them and subsequently sold from one wealthy individual to another was the best fate for one such as her, an outcast. Brother. It seems she is no longer resisting? The thin man observed Leluraz's reaction with some confusion. The overweight man pondered for a moment, unsure of how to escape. Let me tell you, there is no way you're getting away. Rada, unleash the lethal fangs. Rada, standing beside the overweight man, opened its gaping maw, revealing two long, terrifying fangs, and lunged at Leluraz. Farewell, world. Chapter 40. The rescue. Leluraz had closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of the lethal fangs. Yet, after a while, she felt no pain. Instead, a warmth enveloped her. Have I already perished? But this warmth feels quite comforting, Leluraz mused, leaning into that warmth. Huh? Why do I still feel something? She sensed an oddity and gradually opened her eyes, partially concealed by her azure hair, revealing twin orbs akin to rubies. The scene before her was indelibly etched in her heart. A human boy, turned slightly, held her close with his right arm, while his left arm shielded her. Arata was viciously biting his arm, crimson blood dripping onto her face. The boy offered a gentle smile. I have come to rescue you. Tears streamed down her face like a torrent. And in that moment, Lalura seemed to forget her pain, clinging desperately to the boy as if he were her sole salvation. Radha, realizing it had bitten the wrong target, appeared somewhat vexed and bit down harder. Yet, no matter how forcefully Radha clamped down, the boy continued to smile. The overweight man could no longer contain himself. Hey, you little brat, where did you come from? How dare you obstruct my path to riches? Are you tired of living? Exactly. Still smiling? Do you not want your arm anymore? Are you a fool? Echoed the thin man in agreement. Upon hearing their voices, Lalura's trembled in fear, burrowing further into the boy's embrace. The boy, Duan Muyiyu, observed Lalura's reaction and felt an inexplicable surge of rage. So, you're poachers of Pokémon. Duan Muyiyu uttered, casting a cold glance at the Radha biting his left arm. For reasons unknown, Radha began to tremble, as if the boy before it were not merely a human, but a colossal dragon, one that gazed down upon the world with disdain. Unconsciously, it released its grip and retreated in fear. Duan Muyiyu suddenly shook his left hand, enveloping the injured area with a vibrant green energy. In a mere breath, his arm was restored to its former state. Had it not been for the tear in his sleeve, one would scarcely believe he had been wounded at all. The two poachers were equally dumbfounded by the spectacle. The thin man stammered, "Boss, is he even human? How did he heal so quickly?" I don't know," the overweight man replied, though fear lingered in his voice as he tried to maintain his bravado. "Kid, do you think a mere trick will scare us? Even if you've healed, my Radha can easily defeat you." "Oh, is that so?" Duanmi remarked, glancing at the Radha on the ground, his pupils swirling with purple light, unleashing an invisible draconic pressure. Radha, being a Pokémon of such low species value, could not withstand this force and promptly fainted. "Radha, what have you done to it?" The overweight man exclaimed in alarm as he watched his Radha inexplicably collapse. "Oh, now you're concerned about your Pokémon's safety?" Duan Muyiyu stepped forward, releasing his full draconic might, a pressure so intense that even humans could feel the terror. The two men were unable to endure this oppressive force and collapsed to the ground in fear. "Don't come any closer, please," the overweight man pleaded nervously. When Lalura's begged for mercy, "Did you ever stop?" Duan Muyiyu stepped forward once more. "When Lalura's pleaded for your forgiveness, did you ever relent?" He took another step forward, and at that moment, the two men could no longer bear the pressure and fainted. Duan Muyiyu looked at the unconscious men and spat. "Humph, they fainted just like that. Too merciful." He turned to his companion, Mew, and said, "Mew, could you help me teleport these two to the police station in Hualan City?" Mew nodded and placed its hands on their foreheads, and in the next moment, the poachers appeared in the police station. Miss Junsha was still working at the station when two unconscious men suddenly appeared on her desk, startling her. However, upon recognizing their faces, she realized they were the very Pokémon poachers recently active around Hualan City. "What is going on? Has heaven sent me a performance bonus?" Mew, use the life water on Lalura's. Duan Muyiyu watched anxiously as Lalura's lay battered and bruised. Though Mew was not fond of being ordered around, it understood the urgency of healing Lalura's. With hands clasped, Mew summoned droplets of cerulean water that cascaded onto Lalura's. In an instant, her wounds healed at an astonishing rate, and before long, she was restored to full health. Lalura's marveled at the miraculous healing power of Mew's life water. But her primary concern remained with Duan Muyiyu. "Are you alright? It looks like your arm was injured." Duan Muyiyu smiled gently and waved his left hand. "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine now." "That's good. I don't want anyone else to suffer because of me." Lalura's words momentarily stunned Duan Muyiyu. Nevertheless, he quickly responded with a smile. "My name is Duan Muyiyu. You can simply call me Duan Mu." "Lalura's, where are your family?" In Duan Muyiyu's memory, Lalura's was typically cared for by Cerulean or Shinado, the well-known trio of sisters. But why was this Lalura's alone? "My family, they no longer want me." Lalura's replied, her voice breaking into sobs once more. Duan Muyiyu hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Can you tell me what happened?" Taking a deep breath and pondering for a moment, Lalura's began, "I was born into an ordinary, small tribe. My father was the tribe's only evolved Galade, and my mother was the sole Gardevoir. This was once a simple, happy tribe, but everything changed, as they put it. Our once stable and blissful life altered with my birth. It became irretrievable, transformed." Chapter 41. Character skills following my birth. Our tribe's habitat was seized by humans to build houses. Many of the other tribe members' children were captured by trainers or poachers. Even some members fell gravely ill and passed away. As Lalura's recounted her tale, her voice quivered with emotion. "Everything is because of me. It is my fault that calamity has befallen everyone. Thus, I am referred to as the daughter of calamity. Thus, I am cast aside." Before Lalura's could finish her words, she was enveloped in the embrace of Duan Muyiyu. It is not your fault. Upon hearing this statement, Lilurus felt, for the first time, an unusual sensation, an emotional stir of being trusted. Wiping away her tears, she managed a sorrowful smile and replied, "You are the first person ever to say that to me. Trust me, be confident. You will eventually amaze them," Duanmuyu said with a smile. "Would you like to join us and travel with me?" Just after Duanmuyu finished speaking, the system suddenly chimed. Ding. Hidden task triggered. Evolve Lilurus into Shinado and return to her original group to prove herself. Time, unlimited. Reward, shimmering stone. Transform one Pokémon into a shiny variant. By the time they arrived at the Azure City, it was already evening. Duanmuyu first led Lilurus to the Pokémon Center, while the elusive Mew seemed to have vanished again. However, Duanmuyu was unconcerned about that. He was more worried about whether Lilurus had any internal injuries. "Duanmu, where did you suddenly go?" A girl approached angrily just as they reached the Pokémon Center. "I'm sorry, Wuyue," Duanmuyu said, scratching his head awkwardly. Looking at his sheepish demeanor, Long Wuyue couldn't maintain her anger. "Next time, take me along too. It's quite rude to keep a girl waiting for so long." At that moment, Long Wuyue noticed Lilurus nestled in Duanmuyu's arms. "Is this the Pokémon you went to save? So small and adorable." The sight of Lilurus instantly ignited Long Wuyue's girlish heart, and she reached out to embrace Lilurus. However, upon seeing Long Wuyue's outstretched hand, Lilurus burrowed deeper into Duanmuyu's embrace, appearing frightened. "What's wrong with her?" Long Wuyue observed Lilurus's unusual behavior and felt puzzled. Duanmuyu sighed and said, "I'll explain later. For now, let us take her to Nurse Joy for a checkup." With that, Duanmuyu entered the Pokémon Center and entrusted Lilurus to Nurse Joy. However, Lilurus was too timid to allow anyone to touch her. Almost using psychic powers against Nurse Joy. Unable to manage her, Nurse Joy had to enlist the help of her assistant, Chansey, to conduct the examination. Finally, Duanmuyu had a moment to explain Lilurus's ordeal to Long Wuyue. "Oh, she is so pitiful." Long Wuyue, ever so kind-hearted, was soon in tears. "So now she is with you. You must treat her well. You cannot let her down. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily," Long Wuyue declared, raising her little fist in a mock threat before Duanmuyu. Not long after, Lilurus's examination concluded with no significant issues. She merely needed some rest. By the time the examination was finished, night had fallen. Duanmuyu and Long Wuyue found a hotel to stay for the night. Since every city's inns received funding from the Pokémon League, all registered trainers could stay for free. Seizing such a grand opportunity, they each took separate rooms. As Duanmuyu lay in bed, Lilurus had already fallen asleep beside him. This Lilurus, much like Ash's Pikachu, seemed averse to staying inside a Pokéball. Gently stroking Lilurus's hair, Duanmuyu murmured, "Lilurus's fear of people will likely improve once she evolves into Shinado. There is still some time before the court's conference. And I need 7 more badges, but that is merely a matter of time." Suddenly, Duanmuyu sat up, smacking his forehead. "All right. I opened the point shop earlier and haven't had a proper look at it yet." With that thought, he summoned the point shop interface. The Pokémon listed within started at a minimum of 15,000 points, each boasting at least champion-level potential. However, he only had 5,000 points left, rendering any purchase impossible. "I might as well see if there is something useful," Duanmuyu mused, when he suddenly noticed a section labeled Character Skills. I understand character abilities, but what is character skills?" Driven by curiosity, Duanmuyu clicked on it. Upon entry, he saw a line of text, "Character Skills, each one. 000 points. Cooking, fishing, climbing. So it's all these things." Just as he chuckled at the simplicity, he stumbled upon a skill, Pokémon Space. Pokémon Space. Create a small world in the void, where Pokémon and Pokéballs and those exceeding backpack limits will be transported. The host may enter freely. Duanmuyu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before declaring, "I should purchase this Pokémon Space. Keeping them all in Pokéballs seems rather cramped. Especially for the Infernal Dragon. I've even switched to luxury balls, yet it still feels insufficient." With that, Duanmuyu focused his thoughts and clicked to purchase. In the next instant, he felt an image materialize in his mind. The scene depicted the Infernal Dragon, Greninja, and Dratini standing in confusion on a vast plain, surrounded by mountains, swamps, forests, and oceans. It appeared that this Pokémon Space was quite expansive. Closing his eyes, Duanmuyu entered the Pokémon Space. Surveying his surroundings with satisfaction, the Pokémon gathered around him, seemingly eager to inquire about the situation. After explaining everything, the Pokémon understood and relaxed, setting off to find their preferred habitats. Once he settled all the Pokémon, Duanmuyu exited the Pokémon Space and purchased cooking and energy cube crafting in the point shop. Just as he was about to log out, he discovered an intriguing skill, Super True Newbie Physique. Super True Newbie Physique. Gain a physique as powerful as Ash's. Oh wow, having a physique like Ash is quite impressive. Duanmuyu marveled. To illustrate, he quickly recalled several examples. In the special episodes, Ash effortlessly lifted a 122 kilograms Mutwo and even tossed it without difficulty. Aside from that, there was a 55 kilograms Charizard, a 72 kilograms Gyarados, and a 495 kilograms Hippowdon. There was an episode where Ash was almost overwhelmed by these Pokémon. Turtwig at 97, Scizor at 425, Staraptor at 249, Monferno at 22, Bizel at 295, and Pikachu at 6. He even engaged in hand-to-hand combat with a fighting flying type Hawlucha. Hawlucha exclaimed, "Why can't my flying type resist your chop?" He struck Lucario with a punch and withstood a legendary Pokémon's attack. Most astonishingly, he effortlessly lifted a 999 kilograms Cosmoem. Coupled with the Dragon Force's might and the healing powers of the Evergreen Force, he believed he could substitute for Pokémon in battle. Chapter 42. A second return. Good morning, Duanmu, Lilurus. Long Wuyue greeted Duanmuyu, and the Lilurus perched on his shoulder with a smile. Morning, Wuyue, Duanmuyu replied. However, Lilurus clung tightly to Duanmuyu's neck, appearing somewhat frightened. Lilurus, Wuyue is saying hello to you. Isn't it a bit rude not to respond? Duanmuyu said earnestly to Lilurus. It's all right. Lilurus just needs time to adjust, Long Wuyue replied cheerfully. Are we going straight to challenge the Azure Gym today? As Duanmu was about to respond, a line of large characters suddenly flashed above their heads. 1 hour until the second system update. Huh? Duanmu paused for a moment and hurriedly switched to the personal profile panel. Name, Duanmu gender, male authority, chosen one, highest, title, none position, none world alteration progress, 99, update imminent. Ugh. Duanmu grumbled. Lately, there have been so many events that I didn't even notice this update. Duanmu, you saw that, right? Long Wuyue's face revealed a hint of disappointment. Shall we still challenge the Hualon Gym? After pondering for a moment, Duanmu replied, let us pass. With only an hour left, we probably won't make it. Everyone knows that the Hualon Gym always begins with a water ballet performance before challenges. And that alone would take more than an hour. How can we fight? That's true, Long Wuyue said, lowering her head in disappointment. However, Duanmu noticed her reaction and casually suggested, then let us take a stroll around Hualon City. Really? Long Wuyue exclaimed excitedly. Of course, let us go. Ding. The system entered an update, and all players were about to be ejected from the world. An hour later, the system's notification echoed in everyone's ears. Well then, I had a delightful time strolling, Long Wuyue said with a smile. See you next time. Duanmu nodded, and in the next moment, they both transformed into streams of green data and vanished from the spot. When Duanmu regained his senses, he found himself standing on the streets of the original world. The pedestrians, having experienced similar occurrences before, were not particularly surprised by the sudden appearance of individuals, merely commenting, those kids are back again, perched on Duanmu's shoulder. Relurus felt confused by what had transpired and clung fearfully to his neck. It's all right, Relurus, this is my world, Duanmu reassured her. After explaining the situation, she finally accepted reality and began curiously examining her novel surroundings. General, the second batch of players has returned, a messenger reported to Long Tianxiong in his office. Long Tianxiong nodded, saying, understood. Go inform them to initiate the Eagle Plan. Yes. The messenger replied and quickly departed. Long Tianxiong stood up and quietly walked to the window, gazing at the morning sun, seemingly deep in thought. The Eagle Plan was a covert initiative proposed by the government following the arrival of the second batch of players in that world. Its purpose was to select powerful players from this group as fledglings, training them through national programs to become the eagles that would protect Huaxia. Sighing, Long Tianxiong expressed his concern. I never wanted the children to experience the brutality of our era, but now, with nuclear weapons rendered ineffective, the balance between nations is becoming increasingly tenuous. Upon returning home, Duanmu turned on his computer, intending to relax. However, he was immediately greeted by a news alert. The second batch of players has returned. Initially uninterested, he soon noticed a forum beneath the advertisement, the Emerald Demon of Deep Gray City. Could it be? Duanmu clicked on the forum with a mix of trepidation. Days prior, during the night in Deep Gray City, a Pokémon made of black crystals had appeared, and just as they were about to defeat it, a dragon-shaped Pokémon of emerald green descended from the sky, launching an assault that obliterated tens of thousands. Duanmu smirked, thinking, didn't you little brats attack me first? How did it turn into me attacking you without hesitation? At the scene, I nearly thought I would die. Thankfully, that fireball didn't hit me. The demon truly exists. There are images and evidence, they added, attaching several blurry photographs. Wow, what a colossal Pokémon. Indeed. Isn't this Pokémon magnificent? Wait, do you see that? Is there a figure on its back? It seems so. The comments section erupted, with everyone chattering and speculating wildly. Some even claimed it was an alien. Holding back laughter, Duanmu Yayo closed the forum. Surprised that the Blaze Sin Dragon had achieved fame so swiftly, now being referred to as the Emerald Demon, he wondered how the Blaze Sin Dragon would react upon hearing that. Just then, a text message pinged on his phone. School as usual in the afternoon. Predictably, Duanmu Yayo smiled slightly, thinking they were likely going to discuss the upcoming Pokémon competition and have them fill out some surveys. Time flew by, and in the afternoon, Duanmu Yayo sat bored in his seat, scrolling through short videos, while Rulures rested quietly on his head. Ever since the last battle, his classmates had either admired or feared him. His already limited social interactions had dwindled even further. However, the girls in class were now eyeing him intently, not for him, but for the adorably captivating Rulures. Wow, what an adorable Pokémon. It's even cuter than my Oddish. Her little face looks so bouncy. I just want to squish it. I want to pet her hair. Feeling the increasingly fervent discussions from the girls behind him, Duanmu Yayo shuddered. Rulures, frightened, jumped into his arms, fearing they might rush over to play with her. Just then, Lin Shui entered the classroom, followed by a white, fox-like Pokémon. Huh? Duanmu Yayo immediately recognized the creature as the Alolan Vulpix from the Alolan region. Has the teacher also entered the Pokémon world? Chapter 43, Yin Qingqing Miss. Lin also has a Pokémon now. Wow, so cute. Naturally, the other classmates noticed the Alolan Vulpix beside Lin Shui, causing a stir. Ahem, quiet down. Lin Shui coughed a couple of times, signaling for silence. Then continued, I have 3 matters to discuss since returning to school. First, I believe everyone has earned a fair amount of Alliance coins in the Pokémon world, and the government is currently offering a high buyback rate of 1,000. Redeemable at major banks nationwide. Second, regarding the Pokémon competition, many of you who previously didn't have Pokémon have now acquired one. If you are confident in your Pokémon, you may apply to register. Tomorrow morning, there will be a brawl, and the top 64 remaining will compete against the previous 64 for the championship. Third, the national policy has been updated. The college entrance examination will now include Pokémon as an additional scoring item, with no upper limit on points. This means that if you train your Pokémon well, you might be able to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University without needing to take other subjects. After Lin Shui finished speaking, she left the classroom. And as soon as she did, the room erupted in chaos. My goodness, a 1,000 buyback rate. That means my 50 Alliance coins can be exchanged for 50,000? Well, I feel like I'm about to get rich. Plus, Pokémon can add points to the college entrance exam. Why should I study anything else? I'll just focus on training Pokémon. Regardless of how much you train, you can't compete with seasoned players. Have you all heard about the Emerald Demon of Deep Gray City? It was not just anyone who suddenly brought up the topic of the Emerald Demon, Duanmu Yayo, who was drinking water, nearly choked. What is the Emerald Demon? A new urban legend? No, it is a terrifying existence capable of defeating thousands single-handedly. Do you remember the world just a few days ago? We were on the verge of victory when the Emerald Demon appeared out of nowhere, annihilating nearly 10,000 Pokémon with a single skill. Is that even possible? How could there be such a powerful Pokémon? I assure you, it is true. If you don't believe me, you can search online. There are videos from that time uploaded on the internet. Duanmu Yayo felt a jolt of fear. No way. Could it have captured me? Terrified, he quickly searched for the Emerald Demon. Sure enough, the first result was a video about it. Trembling, Duanmu Yayo clicked on it. The video began with the situation before the evolution of the fiery dragon. After the fiery dragon unleashed a torrent of golden-green flames at the ground, it began to evolve. Upon evolving, all surrounding Pokémon either crouched or knelt, none daring to gaze upon the imposing presence of the fiery dragon. Following that was the battle between the fiery dragon, Necrozma, and Team Rocket. However, Duanmu Yayo's focus remained on his own figure in the background. Fortunately, the fiery dragon was flying high, and due to the poor quality of the recording, his appearance was obscured, leaving only a shadow visible. In the late-night city of Yinjing, at the Long family residence, Long Wuyue, with sleepy eyes, approached the brightly lit room of Long Tianxiong, followed by a similarly drowsy Rose Rayquaza. Long Wuyue knocked on the door, her expression displeased. Grandpa, why are you still awake? I'll sleep after I finish studying this video, Long Tianxiong replied. His eyes wide and fixated on the emerald figure on the screen. Curious about what could excite her grandfather so much, Long Wuyue leaned in to take a look. Pfft. Long Wuyue couldn't help but laugh. Long Tianxiong frowned. What are you laughing at? Don't you find this creature dangerous and frightening? Dangerous? Frightening? Long Wuyue clearly did not grasp her grandfather's meaning. A being capable of overpowering hundreds of thousands of Pokémon, making them cower before it, and engaging in combat with modern helicopters. How could that not be terrifying? Hearing this, Long Wuyue smiled knowingly and said, "Grandpa, I think it was quite right. If it hadn't intervened, Necrozma would have been bullied by those people." Necrozma? You mean that black Pokémon? It deserves to be beaten if it falls behind. It should be punished. This is a rule established in Huaxia over the past century, Long Tianxiong stated seriously. Moreover, although it acted to save that Necrozma, what if it commits evil next time? With its power, I believe it could easily destroy a city. Long Wuyue pouted and said, "Grandpa, you worry too much. It won't let the fiery dragon do harm. It." Long Tianxiong inquired with curiosity, looking at Long Wuyue. But to his surprise, Long Wuyue turned away, pulling Rose Rayquaza with her, and said to Long Tianxiong, "I don't know anything. You should go to bed. You have a meeting tomorrow, don't you?" That little brat. Long Tianxiong chuckled in reprimand before turning back to the video on the computer. Is there someone sitting behind that Pokémon? On his way home from school, Duanmu Yayo found himself surrounded by a group of girls for the first time in his life. Naturally, they were drawn to the Ralts perched on his shoulder. "Wow, what an adorable Pokémon. Is that a Ralts? I want one too," the girls chimed in, making Duanmu Yayo feel awkward and scaring Ralts, who clung tightly to his neck, fearing for her safety. "Hey, can I buy your Ralts? I'll give you 100 alliance coins." Someone suddenly asked Duanmu Yayo about the price of Ralts. Just as he was about to refuse her, others chimed in. "Big brother, I'll offer 150 alliance coins. Please sell it to me." "Step aside, little brother. I'll give you 200 alliance coins. Sell it to me, okay?" As they shouted one offer after another, a bell-like laughter suddenly echoed from behind them. An irritable girl turned around and snapped, "What are you laughing at?" But when she saw the person, her face turned pale. Miss Yin. The girl referred to as Miss Yin was Yin Qiqing, whose beauty matched her name. Born with an enchanting charm, the Yin family was one of the 4 prominent families in Jiazhou, with an immense legacy and high status that ordinary people dared not offend. Yin Qingcheng paid no heed to the girl, as if ignoring a small stone at her feet. She gracefully approached Duanmu Yayo, prompting the girls who had surrounded him to quickly make way. Yin Qiqing looked at Ralts and smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, your Ralts is a rare alternate color, right?" UNT agreed to their offers. As she spoke, she extended her right hand and said, "I'll give you this amount." Duanmu Yayo scoffed. 5,000? No. 50,000. Chapter 44. The Yin family scheme. My heavens. 50,000. That translates to 50,000,000. The Yin family's resources are indeed terrifying. What does this mean? I heard that before the state began acquiring alliance coins, families like the Yin family were already purchasing them. The vast majority of the alliance coins from the first returnees were sold to them. Onlookers eagerly discussed, seemingly anticipating the unfolding drama. "I won't sell," Duanmu Yayo replied coldly. He turned to leave. Yin Qiqing was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Duanmu Yayo to refuse her. With a strong sense of pride, she gritted her teeth and said, "Don't go, we can negotiate the price." Duanmu Yayo calmly glanced back and said, "I've said it before, Ralts is not for sale. Impossible. There is nothing that can't be bought. Unless you don't have enough money. How much do you want? Let us negotiate." Yin Qingcheng's tone carried a hint of pleading. She truly desired Duanmu Yayo's Ralts. After a moment of contemplation, Duanmu Yayo replied coolly, "I've told you. Ralts is not for sale. If she wishes to go with you, I want to stop her, even if you don't pay me. Pokémon are not commodities." Upon hearing Duanmu Yayo's words, Ralts blushed, her crimson eyes shimmering with a unique light hidden beneath her azure hair. Yin Qingcheng, irritated, exclaimed, "How do you know Ralts doesn't want to come with me?" Duanmu Yayo sighed, turned around, and gently asked Ralts, "Ralts, do you want to go with her?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ralts shook her head and buried her face into Duanmu Yayo's shoulder. "Well, you've seen it. Ralts does not wish to accompany you," Duanmu Yayo said, and he left with Ralts, leaving Yin Qingcheng standing there, surrounded by onlookers. "Oh, my precious daughter is back. Come here for a hug." Yin Zhangwo joked with Yin Qingcheng as he had done in the past. If it were any other time, Yin Qingcheng might have completely ignored him, but today was different. She suddenly leaped into Yin Zhangwo's embrace, startling him. "What's wrong, my precious daughter?" Today, the sun rose in the west. Yin Zhangwo tenderly stroked Yin Qingcheng's silky hair. Yin Qingcheng lifted her head, her clear and bright eyes shimmering with tears, her delicate willow-like brows arching gracefully, and her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Her fair, flawless skin bore a faint blush, and her thin lips resembled dewy rose petals. A glimmer of light seemed to dance in her eyes, as if tears were on the verge of falling. Yin Jiangwo, feeling a pang of heartache, hurriedly wiped away the crystalline tears that had already spilled. With concern, he asked, "What's wrong? Has someone bullied you?" "Dad, today I saw someone with a rare-colored ralts. It was so adorable. I desperately want it. But that person refused to sell it to me. Even when I offered 50,000 alliance coins, he remained unmoved." Upon hearing Yin Qingqing's words, Yin Jiangwo nearly fainted. 50,000 alliance coins. That was a staggering sum. Even for a prestigious family like the Yin family, it would be inconceivable to part with such an amount for a mere Pokémon without a second thought. Yet, this piqued Yin Jiangwo's curiosity about the young man who could be so indifferent to such wealth. "My daughter, did he say anything?" Yin Jiangwo pressed further, with tears brimming. Yin Qingqing choked out. "He said that unless Ralts is willing to come with me, no matter how much I offer, he will not sell." Upon hearing this, Yin Jiangwo felt an urge to applaud. A person who values emotions so deeply is indeed rare in today's society. Suddenly, he conceived an idea. Why not arrange for his daughter to be by this young man's side, allowing her to learn from his admirable qualities? As the head of the Yin family, Yin Jiangwo naturally intended for his daughter to study etiquette. However, every time she attended those lessons, Yin Qingqing wore a sorrowful expression that tugged at his heart, ultimately leading him to dismiss the etiquette teachers. Yin Qingqing's mother worked abroad for many years, and with so many responsibilities to manage, Yin Jiangwo had no time to teach her these lessons himself. If he could place Yin Qingqing by that young man's side, it might subtly alter her spoiled and willful nature. There's an old saying, one who stays close to vermilion will turn red, and one who stays close to ink will turn black. This plan would yield countless benefits with no drawbacks. "Ahem, my daughter, do you truly desire that rare-colored ralts?" Yin Jiangwo feigned concern. Naturally, Yin Qingqing nodded eagerly. "Father, are you going to help me buy that ralts?" Yin Jiangwo nearly stumbled, but he composed himself and replied, "Buying it isn't feasible, but didn't he say that as long as Ralts is willing to follow you, he would let you take it? I can arrange for you to be by his side, thus increasing your chances of spending time with Ralts. As is well known, feelings often develop over time. Who knows? Perhaps Ralts will grow fond of you?" Yin Qingqing pondered for a moment. "That makes sense. Then, Dad, I'll leave it to you." With that, she turned and walked towards her room. "My daughter, aren't you going to give your old dad a grateful hug?" "No." As Duanmu Yuyu arrived at his doorstep, he encountered Aunt Jiang from next door. "Oh, Duanmu, you're back." Aunt Jiang smiled and waved at him. Duanmu Yuyu politely nodded and replied, "Yes, I just returned this morning." "You haven't made dinner yet, have you? Why not come over to my place for a meal?" Aunt Jiang had been a close friend of Duanmu Yuyu's mother during her lifetime. Since both of Duanmu's parents had passed away, Aunt Jiang had taken it upon herself to look after him, occasionally inviting him over for dinner. "Then I shall graciously accept your offer." Duanmu Yuyu smiled as he entered Aunt Jiang's home. As soon as he stepped inside, a boyish voice rang out. "Hey, isn't this the top student Duanmu? Long time no see." Without needing to look, Duanmu Yuyu recognized the voice belonged to Jiang Peng, Aunt Jiang's son. He was a lackadaisical student who had failed to study, ultimately ending up in a mediocre high school, even then consistently ranking at the bottom of his class. "Duanmu, I've caught a level 15 Pidgey. What about you? A level 10 Ralts that only knows how to be cute? You're falling behind, top student." Jiang Peng sneered. Duanmu Yuyu took a deep breath and, feeling anger welling up within him, retorted, "You can say what you want about me, but you cannot belittle Ralts." "Huh? Do you dare to battle my Pidgey?" Jiang Peng scoffed. Duanmu Yuyu glanced at Ralts perched on his shoulder and gently inquired, "Now, let me teach you your first step towards transformation. That is to prove yourself. Are you willing to battle?" Ralts smiled and nodded, using telepathy to convey, "If you wish to go, I shall accompany you." Duanmu Yuyu smiled slightly and said to Jiang Peng, "All right." At this moment, Aunt Jiang appeared concerned and cautioned Jiang Peng, "Don't be rude and cause trouble. Your brother Duanmu hardly has time to battle you." Duanmu Yuyu smiled reassuringly at Aunt Jiang and said, "It's all right. Since Ao Ping wants to battle, let him. Besides, we still have some time before dinner." With that, he turned and walked outside, saying, "Let us fight in the empty space behind the house." Jiang Ping shot Duanmu Yuyu a disdainful glare, thinking, even now, he still pretends. "I'm curious how a level 10 can defeat my level 15 Pidgey." With that, he rose and followed Duanmu Yuyu to the vacant lot behind the house. This empty space had originally been gifted to Duanmu's family by the government during his parents' lifetimes, supposedly intended for the establishment of a research institute for their future studies. However, since Duanmu Yuyu's parents passed away last year, the plans for the research institute had fallen through, leaving the land unused. Duanmu Yuyu looked calmly at Jiang Peng and stated, "The battle will be conducted one-on-one. The first to lose their fighting capability will be deemed the loser. Any objections?" "None," Jiang Peng replied. Very well, but merely battling like this is rather dull. Let us add some stakes, Duanmu Yu said with a smirk. If I lose, I shall give you 1,000 alliance coins. However, if you lose, you must apologize to Ralts. What do you say? Zhang Peng's eyes lit up. A guaranteed win for him, along with a potential reward? How could he refuse? Agreed. Of course I accept. Good. Then send out your Pokémon. Duanmu Yu gestured invitingly. Jiang Peng retrieved a Pokéball from his belt and tossed it into the air. With a loud bang, a Pidgey appeared before them. Duanmu Yu calmly opened his Pokédex to check. Pidgey level, 15 type, flying ability, tangled feet potential, ordinary skills, tackle, gust, sand attack, gust, quick attack. In contrast, Ralts level, 10 type, psychic fairy ability, synchronized potential, champion skills, growl, confusion. Double team. It was evident that there was a significant disparity in their combat prowess. Yet Duanmu Yu remained unconcerned, for he had unwavering faith in Ralts and his own skills. Pidgey, use gust. Jiangping commanded his Pokémon. Pidgey flapped its wings, unleashing a gust of wind toward the unsuspecting Ralts. Despite its ordinary nature, for a level 10 Ralts, a direct hit would not be taken lightly. In theory, it was impossible for Ralulus to evade such a fierce storm. However, Ralulus, utilizing its psychic powers, lifted itself effortlessly into the air. Endymion, you spoke calmly. Without a moment's hesitation, Ralulus employed its psychic abilities to elevate itself to the same height as a Pidgey. The Pidgey's recent attack had been directed toward the ground. Thus it failed to strike Ralulus. What? Can skills be used on oneself? Jiang Peng was somewhat astonished by Ralulus's display of prowess. Ralulus then executed the move Shadow Clone. Endymion, you had no intention of allowing Jiang Peng another opportunity to attack, fearing it would only plunge Ralulus into a difficult battle. Hence, he opted to use Shadow Clone as a precaution. With a graceful wave of its pristine white hands, Ralulus conjured forth a multitude of Shadow Clones, over a dozen. Endymion was taken aback. Typically, one would expect no more than 5 or 6 clones in animations. The fact that Ralulus was capable of summoning so many at once suggested its champion potential was indeed formidable. Gritting his teeth, Jiangping commanded, Pidgey, use quick attack repeatedly. With the real one mixed in among the clones, he believed that eliminating all would inevitably lead to hitting the original. However, it was far from easy. Pidgey repeatedly missed its targets, as the clones had already shifted positions several times. How could one distinguish between them? Ralulus, continue using psychic. Endymion chuckled at the frustrated Pidgey. At that moment, the Ralulus in the air all raised their hands simultaneously, directing psychic energy toward Pidgey. They threw it to the ground repeatedly, picking it up and tossing it again. Before long, Pidgey could no longer endure. Its eyes rolled back, and it lost the will to fight. Pidgey. Jiangping rushed to check on its condition. At that moment, Ralulus floated obediently to Endymion's side, looking up with a childlike expression, seeking praise. Endymion smiled warmly, affectionately ruffling its head, saying, Well done, Ralulus. Feeling the warmth of Endymion's hand, Ralulus happily returned to his shoulder. Observing Jiang Peng attending to Pidgey, Endymion quietly approached and said, Let me handle this. I've learned a bit of Pokémon first aid. Jiang Peng, albeit skeptically, stepped aside. Endymion placed his hands on Pidgey's chest, gently pressed, and then caressed its wings and neck. Gradually, Pidgey regained consciousness. Thank you, Endymion. Jiang Peng expressed his gratitude. Cradling the revitalized Pidgey, Endymion clapped his hands and remarked, The battle is over. Have you forgotten something? Jiangping, with a simple smile, bowed to Ralulus and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have underestimated you. Ralulus shyly tucked itself behind Endymion, nodding as if to forgive Jiang Peng. Jiangping then awkwardly scratched the back of his head, laughing, Endymion, you must have known you could win all along. That 1,000 league coins was just to tease me. Wasn't it? Endymion shrugged with a smile, replying, Who knows? He then began walking toward Jiangping's home. Let's go. Aunt Jiang's dinner should be ready. And I can hardly wait. Jiangping scratched his head in confusion over Endymion's words, but upon hearing about dinner, he exclaimed, My mom made braised pork today. Don't you dare steal it from me. He hurriedly followed Endymion, reminiscent of their childhood days. Chapter 46. The Pokémon Bazaar. The next day, a new round of Pokémon competitions commenced. Yet, Endymion had little interest. As to him, they were merely trivial skirmishes. Endymion, have you heard? Today there's a Pokémon Bazaar on Happiness Road. Come with me to check it out. Jiangping said excitedly to Endymion. A bazaar? What is that? Endymion, clearly uninformed, inquired. You don't know about the bazaar? Jiangping responded in surprise before explaining. Since our last return, many rare items from the Pokémon world have surfaced, and people are willing to pay a high price for them. Thus, Mr. Ma from Alibaba saw a business opportunity, setting up a bazaar in various cities where players can pay a fee to sell their goods. There are plenty of good things at the bazaar. I heard someone bought a strange stone there, and when he showed it to his stereo, guess what happened? It evolved into a Starmie. Oh. Endymion pondered for a moment before smiling. All right, I have nothing else to do today, so I'll accompany you. That stone was likely a water stone, which is why stereo evolved. However, the availability of such rare evolutionary items was too enticing to pass up. Moreover, given the general lack of understanding about Pokémon, it was an excellent opportunity for someone as knowledgeable as Endymion. Upon arriving at Happiness Road, they found a sizable crowd, throngs of people jostling for space. There were 2 students stationed at the entrance, likely hired for security. According to Jiang Ping, if it weren't for the Pokémon competition that day, even more people would have attended. After waiting in line for quite some time, they finally entered. Fortunately, to prevent unforeseen incidents, the bazaar limited the number of attendees, so the crowd inside was manageable. As soon as they entered, they were met with vendors enthusiastically hawking their wares. Come take a look at the exotic fruits from another world, a favorite among Pokémon. Don't miss out on the Magikarp clearance sale. Spider webs from Spinnerack. Is anyone interested? Endymion was momentarily speechless at the eclectic array of items on display. What on earth were they selling? Aside from the fruits, most of the products seemed utterly pointless. He decided to approach a stall selling berries, intending to purchase some, as he had the ability to create energy cubes and could provide Ralulas with something good to eat. The vendor was a boy of about 10 years old, likely still in elementary school. What would you like to buy? All my berries are 5 pounds for 1 league coin, the boy said with a cheerful smile. 5 pounds for a league coin. Endymion stifled a laugh. The boy looked momentarily confused, then added, if the price seems high, we can negotiate. Endymion quickly lowered his head, pretending to examine the berries, while suppressing his laughter. In the game, berries typically cost dozens of league coins each, with some even reaching hundreds. It was evident that the boy was unaware of their true value. How could he not take advantage of such a bargain? Raising his head with a smile, Endymion said, these berries seem to be of excellent quality. I'll take them all. Please weigh out how many pounds I'm getting. Upon hearing this, the boy eagerly nodded, realizing he had a big customer, and promptly began weighing the berries. In total, it amounted to 100 pounds, costing 20 league coins. The boy excitedly placed bags of berries in front of Endymion. Endymion nodded, retrieving 20 league coins from his pocket to hand over. He effortlessly picked up the 100 pounds of berries with one hand. The boy, while thrilled, was utterly bewildered. 100 pounds of berries. 100 pounds. How could he lift them so easily? Beside him, Jiang Peng was equally astonished. Brother Duanmu, your strength is truly remarkable. Duanmu Yiyu chuckled, responding, it's simply a matter of regular exercise. Exercise? You must be joking. The physique of a super true new human is no laughing matter. Just as Duanmu Yiyu was reveling in his moment, he noticed a figure cradling a snow-white Pokémon. Teacher Lin, Duanmu Yiyu called out tentatively. Lin Shui turned curiously, her gaze falling upon the large bags of tree fruits in his hands, momentarily stunned before breaking into a smile and approaching him. What a coincidence. Duanmu, you're here at the Taba Fair too. Yes, I came to see if I could find some good deals, Duanmu Yiyu replied honestly. Aren't you going to watch the Pokémon competition? No, the principal and the head teacher are leading the group today. After all, our school doesn't have many students participating. As they chatted, they walked side by side, with Duanmu Yiyu completely forgetting Jiang Peng's presence, moving ahead with Lin Shui. Jiang Peng. Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, a commotion erupted ahead. Kid, do you dare sell my girlfriend a counterfeit product? A burly man seized a vendor by the collar with one hand, his other fist clenched, ready to strike. Beside him stood a flamboyantly dressed woman, holding a disgruntled dream demon in her arms. Exactly. After consuming the energy cubes made with the machine you sold, my dream demon still feels nauseous. She exclaimed. Did you hear that? Refund my money and compensate us for emotional distress. As the burly man swung his fist, the vendor closed his eyes in fright. At that moment, Duanmu Yiyu dashed forward, intercepting the man's punch with his free right hand. Are you all right? He asked the vendor, only to forget about the large bags of tree fruits in his left hand. The 100 pounds of tree fruits swung around with his turn, crashing into the vendor's face, knocking him out cold. Duanmu Yiyu, everyone, cough, cough. How could you hit someone? You knocked him out. Duanmu Yiyu sheepishly stepped aside, withdrawing his hand. The burly man, momentarily stunned, retorted angrily, he sold my girlfriend a fake energy cube machine. I'm here to seek justice. Indeed, indeed, echoed the flamboyant woman. You simply don't know how to make energy cubes. Don't come here talking about fake machines. Duanmu Yiyu replied nonchalantly. The woman exploded with rage. What did you say? Such a simple task. How could I not do it? You just chop the tree fruits and put them in, then start the machine. Duanmu Yu shook his head, saying, how about this? We make a bet. If I can use this energy cube machine to create a cube that satisfies your dream demon, you sell me the machine at the original price and let this vendor go. If I can't, I'll give you 100 alliance coins. What do you say? Chapter 47. Fong Family 100 alliance coins. My heavens, that's 100,000. The crowd gasped at Duanmu Yu's words, as players typically had an average of only 60 or 70 alliance coins. His bold wager was indeed shocking. The burly man seemed skeptical, asking, that's fine. But do you really have 100 alliance coins? Duanmu Yu smiled slightly, took off his backpack, and unzipped it in front of the crowd. Gasps filled the air as they beheld the enormous bag brimming with alliance coins. Even Lin Shui, standing behind him, was taken aback. The coins appeared to number in the tens of thousands. Yet someone questioned, aren't you tired carrying so many coins? Duanmu Yu chuckled, addressing the burly man. Want to try lifting it? Aren't you afraid I might just take it? The man asked with a laugh. Not at all, Duanmu Yu replied. Zipping the bag back up, the burly man scoffed, stepping forward to grab the shoulder strap, attempting to lift the bag. But after a brief struggle, his expression changed. And he dropped the bag, astonished. It's real. Duanmu Yu secretly chuckled. These alliance coins weigh about the same as 1 yuan coins. I have nearly 80,000 coins here, which is over 400 pounds. If you could lift it, that would be a miracle. So is that settled? Duanmu Yu asked, smiling as he slung the bag back over his shoulder, gazing at the burly man. The man nodded silently. Without further ado, Duanmu Yu approached the vendor's stall, retrieving several types of tree fruits from a nearby bag. Skillfully wielding the small knife on the stall, the crowd could barely see his hands move. They were too fast to follow. By the time they registered, the fruits had been chopped into small pieces. Duanmu Yu sampled a few pieces, seemingly satisfied, and handed some to Lala Leisai. Why are we eating while making energy cubes? The crowd wondered, perplexed. They were unaware that the precise ratios of the fruits in energy cubes were crucial. Even a slight deviation could severely affect the flavor and texture. Duanmu was simply managing the excess portions. Once he deemed the ratios satisfactory, he opened the energy cube machine and placed the fruits inside, beginning to operate it with utmost care. The flamboyant woman scoffed, what a show. Let us see what you can concoct. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted from the machine, causing the crowd to gasp in astonishment. My heavens, what is that smell? It's divine. Even a 5-star hotel couldn't produce something this fragrant. What do? I suddenly want to eat. As the crowd savored the delightful scent, Duanmu Yu pressed a few more buttons, and the fragrance abruptly changed. What on earth? Did a toilet explode? Oh my goodness, it smells like rotten pickles from years ago. It's unbearable. The sudden shift prompted the crowd to cover their noses, with many departing, already anticipating the outcome. Ding! With a sound from the energy cube machine, dark purple cubes tumbled out. Duanmu Yu picked one up, smiling. It's ready. Can this even be eaten? The flamboyant woman pinched her nose, asserting, you can't do it. I bet you'll fail more than I did. In a turn of events, the dream demon in the woman's arms suddenly broke free, darting to Duanmu Yu and devouring the energy cube he held. After a few chews, it seemed unsatisfied and rushed back to the remaining cubes in the machine, feasting heartily. The woman was bewildered. Why wouldn't her delicious energy cubes be eaten, while the ones that smelled terrible were devoured? Duanmu Yu merely smiled gently. Pokémon have different preferences than humans. Take Dream Demon, for example. Dream demons derive their energy from the fears harbored by humans and other spirits. These wild entities often engage in mischievous antics, startling unsuspecting passersby and other creatures, while utilizing their beads to absorb the terror emanating from their victims. To enhance this effect, I have added certain materials to render the energy cubes repugnant to humans, yet completely odorless to dream demons. This unexpected fright transforms the energy cubes into vessels infused with the very essence these creatures cherish. After articulating his thoughts, Duanmu Yu turned his gaze toward the burly man, stating, now that I have proven you cannot manufacture energy cubes, it would be wise to sell this energy cube machine to me. The burly man chuckled, patted Duanmu Yu's shoulder, and replied, brother, you possess impressive skills. Clearly, we fall short in comparison. Consider this energy cube machine as a gift from me, a token of friendship. I hope that when my family requires assistance in the future, you will lend a hand. The mention of the Fong family struck Duanmu Yu with astonishment. Fong Cheng was indeed affiliated with one of the 4 prestigious families of Jiangzhou. He had not anticipated such generosity from Fong Cheng, yet he graciously accepted the energy cube machine with a smile, mentally noting the significance of the Fong family. Following this encounter, Fong Cheng departed with his girlfriend, and the onlookers dispersed. Duanmu Yu then resumed his stroll with Lin Shui. At the entrance of Happiness Street, A man was abruptly shoved to the ground. "Why are you cutting in line?" he protested indignantly. However, he quickly fell silent as a level 30 large wolfhound glared at him menacingly. The crowd around him hastily retreated, fearing the impending chaos. The trainer of the large wolfhound, the very person who had cut in line, smugly remarked, "What? Does Team Rocket need to wait in line?" Another accomplice chimed in, "Exactly. Team Rocket does as we please." "What of it?" Just then, the guards responsible for maintaining order noticed the commotion and rushed over with their Pokémon. "What is going on here?" they demanded. But before they could react, a jet of flame erupted, incapacitating the guards' Pokémon in an instant. Bulbasaur, Rattata. At that moment, a man approached nonchalantly, accompanied by a level 39 Houndoom. Now, everything here belongs to Team Rocket. Chapter 48. An unexplainable encounter with a deity as Duanmu Yuyu and Lin Shui continued their exploration. They soon found themselves feeling quite hungry after a morning of wandering. Fortunately, the restaurants along Happiness Street remained open. Choosing one at random, they settled down for lunch and engaged in conversation. "Teacher, were you also selected for the Pokémon world?" Duanmu Yuyu inquired, feeding a piece of apple to his Ralts with curiosity. "Indeed," Lin Shui replied. "I was diligently organizing lesson plans at home when I was unexpectedly chosen as one of the first players in this expansion." As she spoke, she gently stroked her Vulpix. Strangely enough, upon entering the game, I discovered a pristine white egg before me. I curiously touched it, and it hatched into a Vulpix, which has since mistaken me for its mother and continues to follow me. As it turns out, this Vulpix is a sample for a researcher studying regional subspecies of Pokémon. But it has become so attached to me that I had no choice but to hire myself as its assistant, with a monthly salary of 2,000 Alliance coins. Duanmu Yuyu couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. "What is so amusing?" Lin Shui asked, intrigued. "Nothing much. I just find it surprising how vastly different everyone's experiences have been upon entering the game." Duanmu Yuyu chuckled. Indeed, many players were frantic on their first day, scrambling for Pokémon, Pokeballs, and Alliance coins, only to find themselves trapped in an endless cycle of demands. Lin Shui's journey seemed extraordinary. She had been handed money, Pokémon, and even status right from the start. Being a research assistant is no small feat. Many aspire to attain such a position, yet struggle to do so. As a research assistant, you can engage in the most effortless work while achieving remarkable academic accomplishments. Isn't that infuriating? Let us not dwell on me. How about you? How have you been faring? Lin Shui asked, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at Duanmu Yuyu with keen interest. "Me?" Duanmu Yuyu waved his hand with a smile. "I'm just like any other player. Nothing special." "No, you're different," Lin Shui said, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Duanmu Yuyu felt a sense of unease, as though she could see right through him. "Why do you say that?" he inquired, slightly flustered. Lin Shui chuckled. "What do you think I've been doing in that world for the past few days? I've scoured every region's Pokédex and couldn't find any information on the dragon Pokémon you used in the competition." Duanmu Yuyu sighed in relief. "Sister, can we not breathe so heavily? You're making me think you know about my system." He had long devised a perfect narrative regarding the origins of his Pokémon, ready to address any inquiries. So, he had been discovered. "Well, you mustn't tell anyone else," Duanmu Yuyu said cautiously, glancing around before beckoning Lin Shui to lean in closer. Seeing his demeanor, Lin Shui grew excited, anticipating an intriguing revelation. However, Duanmu Yuyu simply stated, "It was given to me by Arceus." "Arceus?" Lin Shui furrowed her brow, suddenly realizing something, her eyes widening. "You mean the creator god, Arceus?" "Shoo." Duanmu Yuyu gestured for silence. "Keep your voice down. This is a secret." Lin Shui also cast a cautious glance around, ensuring no one was paying attention to them before calming her excitement. "How did you encounter Arceus?" she asked. "I'm not sure. Perhaps it was just luck. Arceus took a liking to me and bestowed this Pokémon upon me. When in doubt, invoke quantum mechanics. When explanations fail, let the divine intervene." This was the method Duanmu Yuyu had conjured, reasoning that since no one had ever seen Arceus, who could challenge his claim? Yet Lin Shui seemed to accept his story, nodding in a daze, for indeed, Arceus was the only entity capable of explaining the existence of Duanmu Yuyu's extraordinary Pokémon. Just then, someone kicked open the restaurant door, shattering the glass into a myriad of pieces. Who dares? The restaurant had security, and upon hearing the commotion, they rushed in with their Pokémon. "Venomoth, use Silver Wind." At that moment, a moth-like Pokémon with a purple body, yellow compound eyes adorned with 3 black spots, and golden oval antennae flew in front of the guard. With a flap of its wings, a silver whirlwind surged toward the guard and his Pokémon, sending them flying across the room. "Ah!" Several timid girls in the restaurant screamed in terror. Endless calm enveloped Duanmu Yuyu as he gazed at the poison powder butterfly, Poison Powder Butterfly level. 28 type. Bug Poison ability. Scales Powder potential. Outstanding skills. Gust. Telekinesis. Poison Powder, Moonlight, Venoshock, Dream Eater, Silver Wind, Light Screen. Yet, this Poison Powder Butterfly was of little consequence. What truly captured Duanmu attention was its trainer. A diminutive figure clad in a crimson uniform. Team Rocket? A frown creased Duanmu's brow. How could Team Rocket exist in reality? Had a player truly joined their ranks? At that moment, Lin Shui tugged at Duanmu's sleeve. Duanmu, what should we do now? Despite Duanmu's impressive performance in the last competition, that was a past event. Previously, the levels of Pokémon could not be assessed, but since Lin Shui had acquired the ability to discern the levels of various Pokémon, she discovered that the average player level was merely in the teens. Now, a level 28 Pokémon appeared before her, leaving her somewhat anxious. Let us observe the situation. Duanmu replied serenely. Suddenly, the diminutive figure spoke. Listen up, everyone. This area is now under the control of Team Rocket. Hand over all your valuables and Pokémon. Or else, well, you shall regret it. The Ralts perched on Duanmu's shoulder clung to him in fear. Yet, Duanmu merely smiled gently, reassuringly. It's all right. This gesture caught the attention of the diminutive figure. What are you doing, kid? Upon noticing the Ralts, his eyes gleamed with avarice. A shiny Ralts. Imagine the contributions I could receive if I capture it. Hand over your shiny Ralts, or I won't be so polite. Duanmu's gaze sharpened, his demeanor shifting abruptly. You are not the first to covet my Ralts. Chapter 49. The emergence of the dark green demon. What are you mumbling about? Just hand it over already. Don't waste my time, the diminutive figure said, growing increasingly impatient. Meanwhile, the poison powder butterfly hovered threateningly before Duanmu. Just as Duanmu was about to retaliate, he suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding. Mission triggered. Capture all Team Rocket members causing a disturbance at the Taba event. Reward. Access to the lottery system and an additional lottery chance. A smirk played at the corners of Duanmu's mouth as he coldly declared, You want it? Let us see if you have the ability to take it from me. With that, he retrieved a Pokéball from his waist. Come forth and stretch your legs. Greninja. With a resounding pop, the permanently bonded Greninja made its dazzling appearance. The diminutive figure scoffed, Ha! A mere frog dares to challenge me? Suddenly, he fell silent, as if confronted by something terrifying. Level 38. Lin Shui gasped, covering her astonished mouth with her hand. Level 38? In less than 10 days since entering the Pokémon world, Duanmu had managed to acquire a level 38 Pokémon. What extraordinary potential. Previously, Lin Shui might have harbored doubts about Duanmu, but now she thought, no wonder he is the chosen one of the Creator God. 38 is impressive, shouted the diminutive figure. Poison Powder Butterfly. Use Silver Wind. However, just as the Poison Powder Butterfly was about to unleash its attack, Duanmu issued a command. Greninja's speed surpassed that of the Poison Powder Butterfly, and before Silver Wind could manifest, it had already launched 6 water shurikens. Although the number was small, the total power exceeded 300, sufficient to obliterate the Poison Powder Butterfly in a single blow. Indeed, before the Poison Powder Butterfly could execute Silver Wind, it was struck by the 6 water shurikens and was instantly defeated. The diminutive figure, witnessing his Pokémon's swift demise, felt his legs weaken, and he collapsed onto the ground. Do you still desire my Ralts? Duanmu taunted coldly. And no, please. I'm sorry. I was blind to your strength. Spare me. The diminutive figure pleaded, shaking his head in desperation. Duanmu scoffed. You thought you could covet my Ralts so easily? With a nod to Greninja, who understood his intent without words, the two moved in unison. Greninja approached the diminutive figure and, with a swift blow, rendered him unconscious. Before returning quietly to Duanmu's side, Duanmu nodded, retrieving his bag and berries. Ralts, please help me store these. Ralts nodded and raised its hand, causing the items to vanish in an instant. In truth, there was no actual storage. Duanmu simply employed Ralts to obscure the existence of the system backpack. Now, Lin Shui, I will proceed to capture the remaining members. You should return for now. With that, Duanmu turned and departed the restaurant. As Lin Shui remained seated, contemplating Duanmu's departure, he ascended the stairs to the rooftop. Come forth, Infernal Dragon. Once certain the surroundings were clear, Duanmu unleashed the Infernal Dragon. The moment it emerged, a thunderous roar echoed, startling Ralts perched on his shoulder. Keep it down. You frightened Ralts. Duanmu glared at the Infernal Dragon. With a roll of its eyes, the Infernal Dragon seemed to scoff at him. Duanmu waved his hand dismissively. All right, let us get to business. I need you to soar into the sky and scout for any remaining Team Rocket members at this Taba event. Remember, if you spot them, incapacitate them immediately. Once you confirm the area is clear, return here to regroup. Previously, during their encounter in Deep Gray City, the Infernal Dragon had already encountered Team Rocket and recognized their uniforms. Moreover, the last time, Team Rocket had even fired upon it. As a second-tier deity, vengeance was imperative. The Infernal Dragon nodded and, with a powerful flap of its wings, generated a whirlwind that nearly blinded Duanmu. Once the gust subsided, he realized the Infernal Dragon had already soared far into the distance. At that moment, Ralts communicated telepathically, "Will I be able to be like him one day?" The gentle breeze tousled her cerulean hair as her sparkling ruby-like eyes gazed at Duanmu with excitement. Duanmu smiled softly, "Certainly. One day you will be just as powerful, perhaps even surpassing him." Gazing at Duanmu warm smile, Ralts could not help but drift into dreams of the future. Hand over your valuable belongings and your Pokémon. The imposing hound of the Team Rocket member who had previously pushed others at the entrance glared menacingly at several innocent tourists. "I can give you the items, but please do not take my Sandshrew. He is my only Pokémon," a young boy pleaded, clutching his Pokéball containing Sandshrew. "Humph. You will hand it over as commanded. Stop wasting my time." As the member of Team Rocket waved his hand, the fierce hound lunged toward the boy, seemingly intent on biting him. Just as the boy, in despair, closed his eyes, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. A 3-meter-long, dark green dragon-type Pokémon materialized between the boy and the hound, effortlessly sending the level 30 hound flying with a single swipe of its claw. What on earth? The Team Rocket member was momentarily stunned, and when he regained his composure to check the Pokémon's level, astonishment rendered him speechless. 56. In the next instant, the Pokémon casually struck him down to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the Pokémon vanished from sight. Was that the dark green demon? The boy stood in bewilderment, dumbfounded. "Hey, Air, can you hear me? Respond." The leader of the three, now oddly seated at an outdoor CAF, was accompanied by his level 36 Houndoom, while a group of hostages huddled on the ground nearby. How strange, the third member had gone silent earlier, and now the second one had too. The man stroked his Houndoom, seemingly lost in thought. Just then, the sound of a helicopter echoed from above. "Robbers below. You are surrounded. Please release the hostages and surrender immediately. Otherwise, we will take stern measures." Chapter 50, The Eagle Squad. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Cat's Tooth Lift. We are currently hovering over the Taba conference in Jiangzhou, where a significant Pokémon robbery has just occurred. A female host aboard a helicopter narrated to the camera. The police have dispatched helicopters to encircle the criminals. However, as Pokémon-related crime is a newly emerging phenomenon, the police currently lack effective countermeasures and are hesitant to act rashly. The remaining Team Rocket member, watching the live stream on his phone, couldn't help but grin. Indeed, no one can contend with us now. Does this mean we can act with impunity? Just as he reveled in his thoughts, the helicopter overhead urged once more. "Criminals below. You are surrounded. Release the hostages and surrender immediately, or we will take decisive action." Annoying. The Team Rocket member glared at the helicopter above. Houndoom, unleash flamethrower. Hearing this, Houndoom opened its mouth and aimed at the helicopters, gathering an ominous heat within. Meanwhile, the police chief, Ningbin, anxiously monitored the situation from the helicopter. This was the first instance of Pokémon-related crime in Jiangzhou, and with no viable national response, he had personally come to oversee the rescue operation. "Chief, are we just going to wait like this?" A nearby armed police officer frowned at the scene below, seemingly dissatisfied. Ningbin shook his head. "For now, we have no choice but to wait. We are still unaware of the destructive capability of their Pokémon. Furthermore, our firearms are rendered ineffective. We can only rely on bludgeons. We must minimize unnecessary casualties." Just then, he noticed the black dog-like Pokémon, which appeared to have 2 curved horns, suddenly open its mouth, flames flickering within. "Not good. All units, ascend. Increase altitude. Watch out below." The pilots, not daring to delay, quickly raised their altitude. In the next moment, a pillar of fire shot skyward. Had it not been for Ningbin's warning, a helicopter might have been struck by that fiery blast. The armed police wiped the sweat from their brows, puzzled. What was that creature? "Chief, that must be the Pokémon's attack. I didn't expect it to be so fearsome," Ningbin thought, relieved to have narrowly escaped disaster. Yet this did not guarantee their safety. At that moment, the pilot of Ningbin's helicopter spoke up. "Chief, we have news from the military." Ningbin felt a surge of hope and quickly responded. "Connect us. Jiangzhou Armed Police comrades. The military has received your distress signal and has dispatched members of the Eagle Squad to assist in the rescue. Please cooperate with them to save the hostages." Ningbin was taken aback. "Eagle Squad? When was this unit established?" Though perplexed, Ningbin replied, "Understood, Chief. A girl is approaching the criminals," the pilot suddenly exclaimed. Ningbin quickly grabbed his binoculars and looked down. He saw a girl in military attire, holding a Pokéball, walking toward the Team Rocket member. Her flowing black hair cascaded like a waterfall, adorned with a deep blue ribbon. With delicate brows, captivating eyes, a graceful nose, and rosy cheeks, her lips resembled cherries. Framed by a face as radiant as jade, with skin as pure as snow. Even clad in oversized military garb, her slender figure exuded elegance and charm. If she were to be meticulously adorned, she would surely resemble a lady of high society. The prominent eagle insignia on her uniform added to her striking presence, embodying a spirit that rivaled that of her male counterparts. Is she a member of the Eagle Squad? Ningbin mused curiously. The Team Rocket member also noticed the girl. The moment he laid eyes on her, his heart stirred, and a hesitant smile crept onto his face. Hey there, girl. What brings you here? Need some help from your big brother? The girl approached within 10 meters of the Team Rocket member and threw her Pokéball. Come forth, Riolu. A small blue Pokémon resembling a puppy appeared before her. Oh, are you here looking for your big brother? How flattering. The Team Rocket member grinned wickedly. But do you really think this level 25 Pokémon can trouble me? Riolu level 25 type, fighting ability, inner focus potential, champion skills, quick attack, endure, feint, metal claw. Reversal, swords dance, rock smash, trick. The girl scoffed. How would you know unless you try? The man shook his head. If you wish for your demise, I shan't stop you. Go, Houndoom. Play with her. Houndoom leaped in front of Riolu at the command. The girl hesitated, then narrowed her brow. Riolu, use quick attack. She seemed determined not to back down, ordering Riolu to strike. However, the level disparity resulted in a significant speed gap. Even with quick attack, Houndoom evaded effortlessly. Riolu, metal claw. Riolu charged forward, its claws gleaming as it aimed for Houndoom. It connected. The girl smiled slightly, but her expression froze the next moment. Houndoom tilted its head, absorbing the impact of metal claw with its sturdy horns, rendering Riolu's efforts futile. It's been fun. Houndoom, unleash flamethrower. The Team Rocket member remarked, as if he had seen through the unfolding drama. With a flick of its head, Houndoom sent Riolu flying. As Black Lugia opened its mouth, aiming towards the direction where Riolu had flown, a fiery column erupted from its maw, swiftly hurtling towards Riolu. Hold on, Riolu. The girl's response was immediate, issuing a command without hesitation. Riolu adjusted its posture midair, a radiant light enveloping its form. In the next moment, the searing flames whizzed past, injured yet resolute. Riolu stood its ground. Oh ho, it managed to withstand this attack. Quite impressive. But what comes next? Black Lugia, unleash the flames. Chapter 51. The meeting of the young eagles. The enormous fire column rapidly approached Riolu, accompanied by an overwhelming heat that sent shivers down one's spine. There was no escaping. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl dashed forward, wrapping her arms around Riolu, seemingly intent on shielding it with her own body. The Team Rocket member was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, lamenting, what a pity for such a beautiful face. With only 1 HP remaining, standing firm was a challenge for Riolu. Yet as it witnessed the girl selflessly attempting to shield it from the oncoming flames, its eyes glistened with moisture. I will protect you. The girl's words were drowned out by the roaring flames. Oh no! Ningbin exclaimed from the helicopter. Quick! Call for the medical team. Prepare for an emergency assault. With a deafening explosion, the area where the girl stood erupted violently. Dear viewers, we have just witnessed that brave girl using her body to shield her Pokémon from such flames, exclaimed the female host from a helicopter dedicated to live broadcasting. The entire venue was now shrouded in dust from the explosion, obscuring the scene within. The police had issued an order for a forced assault. Let us pray for the girl. The intensity of the flames, combined with the explosion, scorched the nearby asphalt, transforming it into a cloud of black ash, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The girl coughed as the acrid scent of burnt asphalt filled her nostrils. Huh? I'm unscathed? She checked herself, realizing that aside from minor burns from the blast's heat wave, she was, astonishingly, entirely unharmed. Riolu. The girl quickly turned to check on the Riolu in her arms, sighing in relief when she confirmed it was all right. You're fine, of course. We, however, have a bit of a situation. A sudden male voice interrupted her thoughts. Startled, the girl instinctively shielded Riolu and turned towards the source of the voice. As the dust settled, she finally discerned a handsome boy's face. Who are you? She began, but was interrupted by a high-pitched, furious dragon roar emanating from behind the boy. The intensity of the sound made her instinctively cover her ears. The boy patted the shadow behind him, seemingly communicating something, but the previous roar had left her with a slight ringing in her ears, rendering her unable to comprehend his words. Burning dragon, dragon claw, she vaguely heard a few words. In the next instant, the shadow behind the boy vanished. A gust of wind, propelled by the massive figure, stirred the dust that had settled, once again obscuring her view. All she heard next was a pained cry from Black Lugia and a muffled grunt from the Team Rocket member. Then she sensed the boy saying something akin to goodbye before he mounted the shadow and soared into the sky. Shortly thereafter, she felt herself fading into unconsciousness, her memory dissolving into darkness. Luyao, Luyao. As the helicopter landed, Ningbin leapt out, anxiously calling out, just as he worried for Luyao's safety. A thick plume of black smoke was suddenly dispersed by a strong gust of wind. A dark green figure soared from the smoke, vanishing in an instant. What was that? Ningbin stared, bewildered, at the dark green dragon figure in the sky. Director, look. A nearby armed police officer pointed, directing Ningbin's attention. To his astonishment, the Team Rocket member and Black Lugia lay defeated on the ground, alongside two individuals dressed similarly. Lu Yao was on the ground, cradling Riolu, completely unharmed. Someone quickly cuffed those individuals. Medical team, check on Lu Yao. With years of experience, Ningbin swiftly took charge. Duan Mu Yi let out a long sigh of relief, patting the burning dragon beneath him. Are you all right? The burning dragon nodded, indicating that the injuries it sustained were trivial. The dark green figure emerging from the smoke was indeed the burning dragon. In truth, the burning dragon had identified the last Team Rocket member early on, but with the media and armed police already present, it had no choice but to seek out Duan Muye's Lala Leisai first to relay the situation before returning to assist the girl named Lu Yao in withstanding the fiery onslaught. However, after protecting her, the burning dragon felt its dignity as a divine beast had been slighted. It nearly unleashed its formidable pressure, but fortunately, Duan Muyi halted it. Otherwise, the Pokémon within a 10-mile radius would have faced disaster. That girl truly possesses remarkable courage. Daring to confront such an immense level disparity and even risking herself for her Pokémon, Duan Muyi remarked. Lala Leisai nuzzled Duan Muye's cheek, seemingly signaling something. Of course, if you're in danger, I will also protect you. In a military conference room located in a certain base in Huaxia, Long Tianxiong paused the video displaying the dark green figure. Young Eagles, take a look at this. The young men at the conference table focused intently on the figure, attempting to glean information. However, after several attempts, they shook their heads in frustration. No matter how they observed, the displayed panel of this Pokémon read: level, type, ability, potential, skills. General Long, what kind of Pokémon is this? Why can we not discern its information? A curious boy inquired. Long Tianxing pondered for a moment before replying. This is a Pokémon that saved Lu Yao today. Based on our current data, it is highly likely to be the dark green demon from Shenhui City. A collective gasp echoed through the room. General, are you certain New Haven team made a mistake? The dark green demon is a legendary Pokémon, not a player's Pokémon, is it? Aside from speculating that it might belong to a player, they could not fathom any other explanation. Long Tianxing nodded, presenting a screenshot. This is a still from the video taken that night in Shenhui City. Observe carefully. Does it not appear that there is a person behind this Pokémon? Now, look at today's video still. Does it not also show a person on its back? Thus, I deduce that the so-called dark green demon is indeed a player's Pokémon. Chapter 52. Espionage within espionage. What? It truly belongs to a player. I had always believed that this was some sort of guardian spirit of that world. The conference room erupted in excitement. The young members of the Eagle team engaged in fervent discussions, for this was indeed momentous news. The dark green demon of Deep Gray City incapacitated nearly 10,000 Pokémon with a single strike, and merely with a roar, commanded the Pokémon within a 10-mile radius to submit willingly. The astounding achievements from this battle alone left many in awe. And to think that such a formidable Pokémon was merely a player's companion. So, General, are you instructing us to locate that player? The captain of the Yanjing squad, Yan Wuzhua, asked earnestly. Long Tianxiong nodded. However, do not seek him out deliberately, and certainly do not provoke him. Even the nation dares not confront a being of such immense power. Once located, strive to befriend him and invite him to join our Eagle team. Should he agree, it would be advantageous for both us and the nation. I will share the screenshots with everyone shortly. Let us adjourn this meeting for now. By the time Duanmu Yayo returned home, it was already evening, due to the registration process for entering the Taobao meeting. The police ensured the safety of all attendees through these records. Thus, Duanmu Yayo had to rely on the infernal Emperor Dragon to find a rooftop terrace to safely descend. After providing a lengthy statement to the police, he was finally released. Sigh, why have I been entangled with the police so often lately? Duanmu Yayo sighed. Oh, I still haven't checked the lottery system. With that thought, he sat up in bed, and with a flick of his mind, a large spinning wheel materialized before him. Leaf stones, rare candies, experience treasure chests, super. Duanmu Yayo glanced at the wheel, which was adorned with numerous items from the game, alongside various system items and Pokémon. He even spotted a shiny Rayquaza on the wheel. The variety of rewards was indeed plentiful. At that moment, Duanmu Yeo noticed the rules beside the wheel. 1. Each lottery draw yields 3 distinct rewards. 2. In accordance with national regulations, the probabilities of winning each reward on the wheel are as follows. Shiny Rayquaza 0. 0000001. Arceus 0. 0000002. What a conscientious system to disclose the drop rates. But why must you adhere to national regulations? Duanmu Yeo shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it too much. He would simply draw his price. With that, he pressed the start button in the center of the wheel. Suddenly, 3 beams of light appeared, rapidly spinning on the wheel. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won a learning device, an experienced treasure chest, super, and a mysterious Pokémon egg. In the next moment, these 3 items materialized in Duanmu Yeo's system backpack. Wow, what a letdown. Just these few items? Duanmu Yeo lamented, but then he noticed something that piqued his curiosity. A mysterious Pokémon egg? What could that be? He retrieved the egg, which appeared quite ordinary, slightly larger than other Pokémon eggs, and devoid of any patterns. Had he not known it to be a Pokémon egg, he might have mistaken it for an ostrich egg. With a gentle tap on the egg, a pop-up window appeared. Mysterious Pokémon egg, capable of hatching into a Pokémon of semi-divine or higher status. Well, thankfully, it shouldn't be a loss. As long as my luck holds out, hatching a legendary Pokémon should be no problem. Next came the matter of distributing the learning device and experience treasure chest, super. Was there any doubt? They would all go to my beloved, no, to Lurantis. With a creature as adorable as Lurantis, Duanmu Yeo couldn't bear to send her into battle. Yet, he hesitated momentarily as a forgotten companion came to mind. Don't I still have a single-headed dragon? Duanmu Yeo chuckled awkwardly and summoned the single-headed dragon from the Pokémon space. Upon emerging, the single-headed dragon turned its head away, seemingly unwilling to face Duanmu Yeo. He clasped his hands together and squatted beside the single-headed dragon, awkwardly stating, I'm sorry. I've been so preoccupied lately that I forgot about you. It was truly not my intention to neglect you. The single-headed dragon huffed, clearly unimpressed by Duanmu Yeo's apology. Here, take this experienced treasure chest, super. Will you forgive me? Duanmu Yeo blinked twice. Upon hearing this, the single-headed dragon finally turned its head, a smile adorning its face. Duanmu Yeo grinned. What a clever little one. You were just pretending, weren't you? Nevertheless, words had been spoken, and Duanmu Yeo had no choice but to give the experienced treasure chest, super, to the single-headed dragon. Ding. The experienced treasure chest, super, has been used on the single-headed dragon, current level, 50. As the system notification faded, the single-headed dragon's body radiated a dazzling light of evolution. Ding. Would you like to use power of the evergreen and dragon power to assist the single-headed dragon in completing its evolution? Duanmu Yeo felt a surge of joy and quickly replied, yes. As he spoke, beams of green and purple light emanated from his palms, drifting toward the evolving single-headed dragon. Having employed this method twice before, Duanmu Yeo executed it with ease. In no time, the evolution was complete. The evolved single-headed dragon now boasted 2 heads, resembling a sauropod dinosaur. Its primary color shifted to green, covered in golden fur, with 2 rows of purple stripes adorning its belly. Though a pair of wings sprouted from its back, they were considerably larger than those of a typical 2-headed pteranodon, and its body elongated further. Duanmu Yeo, somewhat apprehensive. Open the information panel? Due to its alternate evolutionary form, please name the host. Level, 50, types, dark, dragon, fairy, abilities, vitality, grace, potential, level 3 god. Skills, double strike, tackle, charge, dragon breath, bite, roar, evil pursuit, headbutt, self-motivation, slam, crunch, phantom face, dragon pulse, mountain crusher, and roar of the giants. Indeed. Duanmu Yeo chuckled bitterly. Previously, the combination of fire, fairy, and dragon types was already absurd. Now, my dear brother, how do you manage to possess dark, dragon, and fairy types? It is well known that fairy types are strong against both dragon and dark types, and you have inherited both attributes that are weak against fairy types. What are you plotting, brother? Are you attempting to engage in espionage? Chapter 53, The Master of Naming. Yet, I still cannot comprehend why the power of the evergreen, which represents the forest, frequently yields Pokémon of the fairy type for me. Duanmu Yeo gazed at the evolved single-headed dragon with confusion. However, the evolved single-headed dragon seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, gazing at Duanmu Yeo with both heads, as if awaiting a name. Duanmu Yeo felt somewhat exasperated. Naming was such a tedious task, and given that it would not remain with just 2 heads, he decided to bestow it a nickname. Let us call you Multi-Head. Done deal. Multi-Head appeared perplexed. You give others such beautiful names as Fire Dragon and Infernal Emperor Dragon, yet I receive a name like this? Lurantis, sitting on Duanmu Yao's lap, covered her mouth and chuckled, seemingly sympathizing with Multi-Head's plight. Ding. The system's notification indicated that the exotic evolutionary Pokémon could only receive a nickname after its scientific name was confirmed. The sudden alert startled Duanmu Yao, causing him to furrow his brow. Fine, I'll call you the twin-headed dragon. He glanced at the multi-headed creature and asked, Are you satisfied now? The 2 heads of the creature exchanged a look, one of them deadpan. Could you at least use the scientific name? I would rather forego a nickname. Oh, right. Let us give Ralts a nickname too. Calling it Ralts feels a bit distant. Duanmu Yao said, lowering his gaze to the dazed Ralts. Ralts swallowed nervously and communicated telepathically. Could you please not before Ralts could finish? Duanmu Yao clapped his hands and exclaimed, Great. From now on, you shall be named Luoming. Ralts sighed in relief. Glad that the name wasn't something peculiar. By the way, Luoming, this is for you. Duanmu Yao said, placing the learning device he had just drawn on Luoming's head. In an instant, the device vanished mysteriously. Luoming curiously touched its head, pondering what that object had been. That was a learning device. As long as you observe battles, you'll grow stronger, Duanmu Yao explained with a smile. The next morning, Duanmu Yao and Luoming were awakened by an urgent knocking at the door. Who is it? Duanmu Yao groggily opened the door, revealing Jiang Peng, who was anxiously waiting outside. Jiang Peng, why are you here so early? Duanmu Yao inquired, intrigued. What do you mean? Did you party too hard with that beauty yesterday and forget? Don't you know there is a competition today? 127 contestants are here. And you're the only one missing. Jiang Peng's shout jolted Duanmu Yao awake. Oh no, I have a match today? Without hesitation, Duanmu Yao hastily threw on some clothes and rushed out. Duanmu, don't panic. My dad is driving us. Just then, Duanmu Yao summoned a 2-headed Pokémon and leapt onto it. The creature spread its wings and soared high into the sky. What kind of Pokémon is that? Jiang Peng stood dumbfounded, watching Duanmu Yao ascend. Hello everyone. Thank you for tuning into this competition. I'm still your host, MOMO. MOMO announced excitedly. I am Sword Immortal. Today, we will continue to provide commentary for several matches. MOMO continued. The group lists have just been revealed, featuring 64 pairs of matches to be completed over 2 days. Indeed, we will witness 64 thrilling battles, a visual feast for the audience. Sword Immortal added with a smile. Without further ado, let us commence the first match. Duanmu Yao from Jiangzhou First Senior High School versus Wang from Jiangzhou Technical School. Wang showcased exceptional prowess in yesterday's melee, with his Psyduck single-handedly eliminating dozens of competitors. Duanmu Yao also made a formidable entrance using a Dragon-type Pokémon in the first melee. What surprises will these 2 contestants bring us today? Let us stay tuned. As MOMO narrated, a confident young boy with a Psyduck stepped onto the stage, grinning widely, for his Psyduck was level 16 and could easily dominate most competitors. However, observant spectators noted that since Wang's entrance, no one else had taken the stage. Hey, why is it just him? Where is Duanmu Yao? He isn't backing out. Is he? The audience began to murmur, seemingly skeptical of Duanmu Yao's arrival. Meanwhile, MOMO and Sword Immortal received news that Duanmu Yao had not yet arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, Duanmu Yao has yet to make it to the venue. According to the competition rules, he will be disqualified in 1 minute. One will advance automatically. MOMO said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. What nonsense? Missing the first match? I want a refund. Yes. This is ridiculous. Who knows what else might happen later? Voices from the audience grew increasingly disgruntled. Meanwhile, Wang chuckled to himself, thinking he had lucked out. He had hoped to defeat Duanmu Yao stylishly to gain more followers. Seeing the commotion among the audience, MOMO felt the sweat trickling down her forehead. Please maintain order. There are 30 seconds remaining before Duanmu Yao loses his qualification. Sword Immortal added, please be patient. Perhaps Duanmu Yao will arrive in time? With the revered game deity, Sword Immortal speaking, the audience subdued their emotions, and the noise began to settle. There are 20 seconds remaining until Duanmu Yao loses his qualification. 10 seconds remaining. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. Wang listened to the countdown, clicking his tongue in dissatisfaction with Duanmu Yao's absence. 3, 2, 1. Just as the countdown was about to conclude, a shadow swiftly approached from above the stadium. As the count reached 1, the figure landed on the competition grounds, startling everyone. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a 2-headed dragon with a vibrant green body and golden green fur. Phew, I made it just in time. Duanmu Yeo jumped down from the multi-headed creature, staring at the visibly shaking Wong. So, you are my opponent? Chapter 54. Easy, are you my opponent? Duanmu Yeo asked coolly, eyeing the trembling Wong. Wong hesitated, instinctively nodding, but immediately regretted it as he beheld the massive figure of the Pokémon behind Duanmu Yeo. My goodness, what is that? Whoa, what Pokémon is this? I've never seen it before. The audience also noticed the terrifying appearance of the two-headed dragon beside Duanmu Yeo. Oddly enough, no matter how they searched for information, all they found were a multitude of question marks. Oh no, I forgot to recall it, Duanmu Yeo exclaimed, quickly retracting the multi-headed creature. Clearing his throat, he casually asked, so, shall we continue the battle? Although startled by the sudden appearance of the two-headed dragon, Wong was still a trainer with a level 16 Psyduck, a competent Pokémon among players. He wasn't easily intimidated. Of course we shall battle. Go, Psyduck, Wong commanded. And his Psyduck stepped forward with a fierce gaze. Level 16, not bad. I'll send out my Pokémon too. Go, Greninja. Duanmu Yeo decided, summoning Greninja. Wong was taken aback. He hadn't expected Duanmu Yeo to choose anything other than the Dragon-type Pokémon. Yet, when Greninja appeared before him, he was stunned. Level 38. No wonder he didn't use that Dragon-type Pokémon. This one is his ace. Wong concluded, bewildered. The audience also gasped in astonishment at Greninja's formidable level, exclaiming, oh my, Duanmu Yeo's Pokémon is level 38. This is a staggering 22 levels higher than Wong's Psyduck. It is evident that the disparity in strength for this battle is immense. Mo covered her astonished mouth with her hand, expressing her disbelief. The Sword Immortal nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, it seems that player Duanmu Yeo has brought us quite a surprise. However, let us not forget that during the last match, Duanmu Yeo wielded a Dragon-type Pokémon that wreaked havoc. Who knows what other trump cards he may possess? Drawing from years of gaming experience. And having been previously humiliated by Duanmu Yeo, he no longer dared to underestimate this formidable opponent. It is noteworthy that both the Sword Immortal and Mo have successfully become players in the Pokémon world for a second time, granting them access to Pokémon data, thus facilitating their commentary on the battles. However, upon hearing the Sword Immortal's words, Wong's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He has a hidden card? What should I do? Let's begin. As a penalty for my tardiness, how about I let you have 3 moves first? Duanmu Yeo looked at Wong with an innocent expression. Wong replied, brother, even if you let me have 30 moves, I still wouldn't stand a chance against you. As Duanmu Yeo noticed Wong's hesitation to strike, he chuckled and said, if you want to make a move, then I shall. Wait, I concede. Wong attempted to call out. But before he could finish, his Psyduck was sent flying by the Greninja. The referee at the edge of the arena approached the fallen Psyduck and confirmed. Psyduck has lost its ability to fight, thus the victor is player Duanmu Yeo. Wong felt as though he might burst into tears. Why must I face such an opponent? I merely wanted to gain some presence and perhaps attract a few fans, but now I have lost everything. In the real world, there are currently no medical facilities for Pokémon, meaning that once a Pokémon loses its ability to battle, it requires a lengthy recovery period. Consequently, Wong would be unable to use this Pokémon for the days to come. Duanmu Yeo calmly approached Wong, patting him on the shoulder as he said, brother, I told you I would let you have 3 moves. Why didn't you take the opportunity? Perhaps you could have defeated me. Wong was about to express his frustration when Duanmu Yeo, placing both hands on his shoulders, remarked, you're a good person. I guessed you were reluctant to engage in such an unfair contest, which is why you held back. Wong sighed, let's not speak of it anymore. Safe travels, good person. With that, Duanmu Yeo nonchalantly exited the gymnasium, leaving everyone with a striking silhouette. Upon leaving the gym, Duanmu Yeo patted his chest, nervously stating, that was close. I almost lost my qualification for the competition. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding. Ralts has leveled up to level 11. Suddenly, Duanmu Yeo seemed to recall something and hurriedly inquired, system. The competition rules have changed again, with 64 new participants added. Shouldn't you be increasing the rewards? Goodness. Trying to extort the system now? The system seemed exasperated and took a moment before replying. Task difficulty has increased. Reward modified. Champion title. Huh. What is the champion title? Duanmu Yeo furrowed his brow and clicked on the champion title. Champion title. All Pokémon attribute boosts by 5. Experience gain increased by 50. Applies to learning devices. Duanmu Yeo then smiled broadly. Now that's more like it. This reward surpasses the experience treasure chest, super, by leaps and bounds. He stretched lazily and said, let us go, Luomeng. We should grab some breakfast. I'm starving. In Jiangzhou First Hospital, Lu Yao slowly opened her eyes. Captain, you're awake. A fiery-haired girl exclaimed. grabbing Lu Yao's hand with excitement. I rushed over as soon as I heard you were in trouble. I was genuinely worried about you. Lu Yao recognized the girl's face and smiled. Isekai'd, I told you to just call me Lu Yao outside the unit, right? Hee, okay, Captain, no problem. Isekai'd grinned playfully, sticking her tongue out. Suddenly, Lu Yao furrowed her brow, asking, what about Riolu? And what about those criminals? She was eager to sit up. Isekai'd quickly pushed her back down, holding her hand. Don't worry, Captain, Riolu is fine. It's just next door for a checkup. As for those criminals, they have already been defeated by the Emerald Demon. Relieved, Lu Yao relaxed but then furrowed her brow again. Emerald Demon? Yes. The one that helped shield you from the flamethrower that day was the Emerald Demon and its trainer. This was discussed during the meeting, but you were still unconscious. So it wasn't mentioned. Once you're feeling better, I'll provide you with the details. Lu Yao contemplated carefully, a vague figure appearing in her mind. Duan Yeo? Chapter 55. My cousin is coming. Lu Yao? What are you mumbling about? Isekai'd waved her hand in front of Lu Yao's face, snapping her back to reality. Lu Yao smiled and replied, oh, nothing. I just thought of someone. Upon hearing this, Isekai'd perked up, immediately leaning in closer, her ear close to Lu Yao's lips. Pointing at her own ear, Liu tilted her head and asked, what are you doing? Tell me, who did you think of? Is it a boyfriend? Is he handsome? You must introduce me to him someday. Isekai'd eagerly inquired. Liu was exasperated. You're overthinking it. I don't have a boyfriend. Besides, even if I did, why would I introduce him to you? Let me see if he is worth me betraying our sisterhood, Isekai'd teased with a smile. Lu Yao, hearing this, playfully smacked her forehead. What are you thinking all day long? Isekai'd covered her forehead and stuck her tongue out playfully. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open, and an elderly man walked in. Seeing him, Liu sat up to salute. General Long. Isekai'd quickly stood at attention, saluting towards the entrance. General Long Tianxiong waved his hand, signaling Isekai'd to relax, then approached Lu Yao's bedside, saying, you've just awakened. And your injuries aren't healed yet. Stay lying down. He then sat beside Lu Yao's bed. General Long, may I ask if you have other matters besides visiting? Lu Yao asked seriously. I heard from Isekai'd that the Eagle team seems to be investigating the Emerald Demon recently. Long Tianxiong nodded thoughtfully. I intended to wait until you recovered to discuss this, but based on our recent findings, it appears that this Emerald Demon is likely a Pokémon belonging to a certain trainer. When it appeared during the Taba event, you were the closest to it. I'd like to know if you caught a glimpse of its trainer? Lu Yao shook her head. I didn't see anything. There was an explosion, and I was knocked unconscious by the impact. I have no idea what happened afterward. Long Tianxing sighed. I see. What a pity. General Long, is this trainer particularly significant? Lu Yao asked curiously. Long Tianxiong nodded. To be frank, all conventional weapons across the globe have now malfunctioned, and even nuclear weapons have been rendered inoperative. It's as if the laws of the world have been entirely altered. In the future, Pokémon will become the guardians of our nation, based on our speculations. This Emerald Demon is at least at level 40, making it one of our country's strongest weapons. However, if it falls into the hands of unscrupulous individuals, it is highly likely to bring about a catastrophe for Huaxia, and perhaps even the world. Lu Yu fell silent upon hearing this. Time passed, and soon, Long Tianxiong's phone rang, signaling new matters that required his attention, prompting him to leave. In the coming days, focus on your recovery. I shall grant you a month's leave, Long Tianxing stated before turning to exit the hospital room. After his departure, Isekai'd finally exhaled, stretching her somewhat numb limbs. Casting a resentful glance at Lu Yao on the bed. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Yao inquired curiously, noticing Isekai'd's expression. Yao. You have no idea. Recently, our Eagle squad has been overwhelmed with those bizarre Pokémon crime incidents. We're about to go mad. How can we take a month off like you? Isekai'd sighed. Lu Yao let out a wry smile, and the image of that figure resurfaced in her mind. I suppose I should inquire about it when I return. Long Tianxing answered the call. Yes, it's me. What is the matter? General Long? Wonderful. I am Ning Bin, the director of the Jianggo Armed Police Force. We have extracted information regarding the origin of the Pokémon claimed by those criminals calling themselves Team Rocket. Upon hearing this, Long Tianxiong quickly asked, how did they come into possession of them? The Pokémon carried by the Team Rocket members that appeared on Taba Street averaged above level 30. In contrast, the highest level among the Eagle Squad members barely reached 30. If we can ascertain the origins of these suddenly appearing high-level Pokémon, it would undoubtedly bolster the Eagle Squad's combat strength significantly. According to them, they had previously joined a criminal organization in the Pokémon world known as Team Rocket. That organization would provide each member with a Pokémon, but they had to nurture it themselves. However, These individuals had stormed into Team Rocket's storage warehouse for Pokémon just before the second transmission, managing to bring them back at the precise moment. Ningbin explained from the other end of the line. Long Tianxiong fell into contemplation upon hearing about the precise timing of the transmission and eventually stated, "I understand. Please report back with further developments." He stood still, gazing out the window for some time before saying, "For the sake of the nation, how about we infiltrate Team Rocket with the Eagle Squad?" He quickly shook his head, gritting his teeth. Having lived this long, how could I entertain such a ridiculous notion? With a resolute expression, he raised his chin and declared, "I cannot aid the wicked in their cruelty." After finishing breakfast with Lala Lasai, Duanmu Yayo returned home. As today's competition had nothing to do with him. However, it is worth mentioning that since players began bringing Pokémon back, a plethora of bizarre culinary businesses have emerged. For instance, some have used frost milk fairy to create cream, while others steeped fat sweetie in tea, even more shockingly. Some have dared to consume raw surskit and Magikarp sashimi. Although the Pokédex does declare that surskit is quite delicious, what wrong has Frost Milk Fairy done? Just because it secretes delightful cream when happy? Are you using it for that? You're simply coveting its form. Your honesty deserves commendation. "I'm starting to worry about the Pokémon in the Dongguan region," Duanmu Yayo said with concern as he sipped the cream milk tea made with fat sweetie, which was surprisingly pleasant. Just then, his phone, which had been silent for ages, unexpectedly rang. Furrowing his brows, Duanmu Yayo was startled. Since his parents' passing, his phone had seemed broken, with no one reaching out to him, not even those scam callers. This sudden ring genuinely startled him. As a person with social anxiety, he trembled as he answered the call. "Hello?" Just as he uttered the word, the voice on the other end said, "Duanmu, I need to take a month off. My parents are on a business trip again. I don't have a key, so I'll be crashing at your place for a few days." With that, the call ended abruptly. Duanmu Yayo was taken aback. Huh? What the heck? Suddenly, a woman's figure flashed in his mind. Me. Lu Yo, my cousin? Chapter 56. Arena. On the afternoon he received the call. A girl dressed in a light blue dress, carrying a suitcase, stood at Duanmu Yayo's door. She was Lu Yo, his cousin. Duanmu Yayo stepped forward to take her luggage, curiously asking, "Cousin, didn't you enroll in a military academy? Why are you on break now?" Lu Yao pouted. "What? Am I not welcome?" "No, not at all. How could that be?" Duanmu Yayo replied awkwardly. In truth, he could hardly recall having such a cousin. As previously mentioned, he was a person who had traversed into the body of the current Duanmu Yayo. Yet his memory seemed incomplete. For instance, he could not remember how his parents had passed away. Leo smiled slightly. "Well, that's more like it." As she spoke, she noticed the Liao Meng resting on Duanmu Yayo's shoulder, exclaiming, "Oh, what an adorable Pokémon." She reached out to pet it, but the timid Liao Meng promptly shrank behind Duanmu Yayo. He quickly intervened, saying, "Cousin, Liao Meng is a bit shy." With no other option, Lu Yao withdrew her hand and smiled. "So your name is Liao Meng? I hope to get along well with you over this month." Liao Meng merely nodded, unfazed. Lu Yao walked into the house. After Duanmu Yayo arranged a room for her, she suddenly suggested going out for a stroll. How could he refuse? He was reluctantly dragged out shopping. The two wandered about the streets briefly. Although Lu Yao claimed she wanted to shop, she seemed disinterested. Along the way, she frequently glanced around, as if searching for something. Suddenly, her expression brightened, and she pulled Duanmu Yayo toward a particular direction. Upon getting closer, he realized it was an arena. Beside the arena was a platform bearing 100 Alliance coins. A man dressed in fighting attire stood atop it, gazing down at the crowd with a faint smile, accompanied by a level 20 Chavalang. "Whoever can defeat me will claim these 100 Alliance coins," the man proclaimed with a grin. Many were tempted by the coins, but upon seeing the level 20 Chavalang, they quickly lost their resolve. Currently, players averaged around levels 11 or 12, with those reaching 15 considered quite high. Thus, a level 20 Pokémon was formidable. "Cousin, do you have any thoughts?" Lu Yao looked at Duanmu Yayo meaningfully. However, he was oblivious to her gaze, staring intently at the arena, seemingly lost in thought. "Why not set up an arena myself? This way, I could continuously attract challengers for experience." As he pondered, Duanmu Yayo felt his hand being raised. He was about to challenge. Glancing aside, he caught sight of Lu Yao's amused expression. The man noticed Duanmu Yayo's raised hand and glanced at Lu Yao beside him, chuckling, "Brother, if you don't wish to, I want to force you." Duanmu Yayo smiled, shaking off Lu Yao's grip. "No, I want to fight." With that, he pushed through the crowd and headed towards the arena. Lu Yao appeared to have anticipated his decision, showing no surprise, but her eyes sparkled with expectation. Once Duanmu Yayo stood on the arena, the man smiled and said, "Brother, you don't need to force yourself." He glanced at Duanmu Yayo's level 11 Lalu Lasai on his shoulder. No worries, I genuinely want to fight. Duan Yueyu waved his hand and said, let us begin now. The man shook his head, seemingly underestimating Duan Yueyu's confidence. Very well, let the battle commence. The Pokémon I have dispatched is the Javelin. Duan Yueyu smiled and retrieved a Pokéball from his belt. Go, Ice Dragon. The man momentarily froze. Surprised he was using that level 11 Pokémon. In the next instant, a pale blue dragon-like Pokémon with wings appeared on the arena, and as it materialized, hail began to fall upon the battleground. The spectators erupted in excitement. Wow, another level 20 Pokémon. What is this? Hail is falling too? I know him. He asked Duan Yueyu, who ruthlessly defeated his opponent this morning at the gym. His opponent didn't even have a chance to surrender before he was taken down. Among the crowd, some began to recognize Duan Yueyu, and exclamations of awe filled the air. Liu Yao furrowed his brow, attentively listening to the crowd's descriptions of Duan Yueyu, deep in thought. The man chuckled, and even from a distance, Duan Yueyu could sense his rising battle spirit. I was blind not to see your strength. You are indeed a formidable opponent. Perfect. Let us engage in a thrilling battle. Duan Yueyu nodded. Then let the battle begin. Ice Dragon, use mist. The Ice Dragon opened its mouth, and a thick white mist began to envelop the entire arena. Javelin, be cautious of your surroundings. Javelin looked around, unable to locate the Ice Dragon amidst the swirling white fog. Moreover, chunks of hail occasionally fell from above, striking him. Ice Dragon, use Thunderwave. In the next moment, a surge of electricity shot through the mist towards Javelin. By the time Javelin noticed, it was already struck and became paralyzed. Now, Ice Dragon, use Tackle. Suddenly, a pale blue figure emerged from the mist and charged towards Javelin. Javelin, dodge. The man shouted anxiously. However, paralyzed, Javelin could hardly evade, and was sent flying by the oncoming Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon, use Aurora Beam. Without giving Javelin a moment to recover, the Ice Dragon unleashed an Aurora Beam at the airborne Javelin, sending it hurtling back. Yet, at that moment, the paralysis wore off. Steady yourself, the man urged. Javelin spun in the air a few times before regaining its balance and landing firmly on the ground, avoiding further injury. It's time to counterattack. Javelin, use Revive. Javelin closed its eyes, and a strange light radiated from its body. When it opened its eyes again, its gaze appeared much sharper. Ice Dragon, retreat into the mist. Duan Yueyu understood that Javelin was now low on health, and the boost from Revive would significantly increase its attack power. Confronting it head-on was not an option. Don't think you can escape. Javelin, rush in and use Flying Kick. Javelin sprinted towards the Ice Dragon, delivering a powerful flying kick. The Ice Dragon, caught off guard, was struck and slid backward. Javelin, use Flying Kick continuously. Javelin excelled in leg techniques, and with Flying Kick being a fighting-type move, it was 4 times effective against the Ice Dragon, which possessed ice and rock types. Ice Dragon, use Powder Snow. As Javelin prepared for another kick, the Ice Dragon hastily unleashed Powder Snow towards it. Flurries of snowflakes enveloped Javelin, encasing it in ice and halting its advance. Duan Yueyu smiled slightly. Given the final blow, Ice Dragon used Tackle. In the next moment, the Ice Dragon charged towards Javelin, with its health already diminished. Javelin could not withstand this blow and was knocked to the ground, losing its ability to fight. Javelin. The man gritted his teeth in frustration and rushed to Javelin's side, comforting it. It's okay, you did great. Come back and rest. He then returned Javelin to its Pokéball. Quietly, he approached Duan Yueyu, extended his hand, and shook Duan Yueyu's right hand, saying, that was a splendid match, I concede. The 100 Alliance coins are yours. My name is Zhao Gang, the son of the owner of Zhao's Martial Arts Hall. Would you be interested in joining our dojo? Duan Yueyu shook his head. I have no such plans at the moment. Zhao Gang appeared disappointed but quickly smiled. No worries. Even if you're not interested in joining, you can consider me a friend. If there is anything I can assist you with in the future, feel free to reach out. Zhao Gang believed that someone as strong as Duan Yueyu, even if he could not persuade him to join, could still cultivate a friendship. Oh, Duan Yueyu replied, revealing a smile filled with intrigue. Actually, I require your assistance right now. What is it? Zhao Gang responded readily. I'd like to borrow your arena. Zhao Gang paused. That is fine. But, before he could finish, Duan Yueyu turned to the audience below and declared, now I am the champion. Who dares to challenge me? Though I say this, I doubt anyone will have the courage to step forward. Thus, I permit you all to team up against me. If you defeat me, I will reward each of you with 100 Alliance coins. As he spoke, Duan Yueyu placed a substantial sum of Alliance coins into the prize pool, amounting to thousands. Initially, no one dared to challenge him, but upon seeing the pile of coins, their eyes widened in disbelief. They thought that Duan Yueyu's Ice Dragon must have exhausted itself in the battle against Zhao Gang's Javelin. Even if one person was insufficient to defeat him, surely many could overwhelm him. Thus, challengers began to pour onto the stage, and in no time, nearly 100 spectators had taken to the arena, releasing their own Pokémon. Duan Yue surveyed the number of challengers and nodded with apparent satisfaction. Very well. Come back, Ice Dragon, he said, returning the Ice Dragon to its Pokéball. Go, Frogadier. The crowd was taken aback. Wasn't he at the Ice Dragon? But they quickly became bewildered. Level 38. What is this? Is it too late for me to back down? Meanwhile, Lu Yao frowned. Realizing that level 38 was 8 levels higher than the top Pokémon in the beginners group, Sima Xing Duan Yue, you smiled slightly, Brother Zhao. Please keep an eye out and prevent anyone from leaving. He then licked his lips with an eager glint in his eyes. Come, let me drain your experience. After approximately 10 minutes, nearly 100 challengers jubilantly ascended the stage, only to descend with disheartened expressions. Ding. Frogadier's level has increased, current level, 40. Ding. Ralt's level has risen, current level, 20. As the system notification echoed, the Ralts perched on Duan Yue's shoulder began to shimmer with brilliant light. What? When did the Ralts on his shoulder reach level 20? What is happening? Were we not battling that frog? While the crowd was still in confusion, the system notification chimed again. Ding. Would you like to use the power of the Everstone to assist Ralts in evolving? Duan Yue thought to himself. Yes. He then discreetly transmitted the power of the Everstone into Ralt's body through his own. After the vibrant green power of the Evergreen entered Luoming's body, her evolution neared its conclusion. As the dazzling light faded, Luoming appeared before the crowd. Her form was adorned in white, reminiscent of a ballet skirt, accentuated by her slender azure legs. Unlike during her previous evolution, her hair no longer obscured her eyes entirely, instead falling gracefully with shoulder-length bangs. The two crimson horns on her head shifted position, resembling decorative hairpins. Duanmu Yayo found it peculiar that there seemed to be no significant change. Curious. He examined her attribute panel. Luoming level, 20 attribute, psychic fairy trait, telepathy potential, level 3 deity skills, howl, psychic, shadow clone, teleport, blessing, forest form. Oh, initially, the panel appeared quite normal, but Duanmu Yayo suddenly noted the last skill, leaving him momentarily bewildered. With a thought, he opened the skill's description. Forest form description. Inherits the host's evergreen power, gaining strength from the forest. Effect. Restores to full status, significantly enhances all attributes, and changes form. Ends after battle. Duanmu Yayo nodded, seemingly pleased with the skill, sensing that Lala Laisai was on the verge of rising as well. However, he remained curious about what Luoming's forest form would look like. Glancing around, he noticed many onlookers were still watching him and Luoming. Perhaps he would try it later. As he spoke, he lifted Luoming, who was admiring her post-evolution appearance. Congratulations, Luoming. You are about to become truly powerful. With a smile, Luoming teleported onto Duanmu Yayo's shoulder. Despite Kairu Lian's power being 202 and Lala Laisai's only 66, it did not deter Duanmu Yayo from carrying her. After all, the super true new body was no trivial matter. Just then, Lu Yao approached, smiling as she said, Cousin, I didn't expect you to be so impressive. Do you have any tips for nurturing Pokémon? Could you share them with me? Duanmu Yayo hesitated for a moment before responding. My method is actually quite simple, yet effective. At this, the surrounding onlookers perked up, eager to hear his training techniques. Seeing so many eyes upon him, Duanmu Yayo smiled slightly and proclaimed, Listen well. Read more, watch the news, eat fewer snacks, and sleep well. The crowd was taken aback, pondering how this related to training Pokémon. Late at night, Duanmu Yayo stealthily slipped into a spacious area behind the house, accompanied by Luoming perched on his shoulder. Upon reaching the center of the clearing, Duanmu Yayo nodded and instructed Luoming. Luoming, use forest form. Luoming nodded, levitating into the air and slowly closing her eyes. Suddenly, she opened them, revealing that her right pupil was no longer the original bright red but a shimmering green. Immediately, a pair of wings akin to Celebi sprouted from her back. The ballet skirt lengthened, transforming into a gown. A green gem adorned the chest of her gown, pulsating with a vibrant life force even from a distance. Duanmu Yayo smiled at Luoming's transformation, feeling a sense of gratification. Yet, he remained unaware that a pair of eyes in his room was observing him intently. Chapter 58. The Chosen One. Hello everyone. Welcome to today's competition site. I am still your favorite, MOMO. I am the Sword Immortal. Yesterday's 64 matches were incredibly captivating. I wonder which one our esteemed audience enjoyed the most. Personally, I was particularly fond of the battle between Piku and Eevee. It was simply adorable. MOMO said with a smile. The Sword Immortal nodded. For me, The match between Charmeleon and Vulpix was truly spectacular, a true feast of flames. Mo clapped her hands. While yesterday's battles were thrilling, today's contest for the top 32 will be even more exciting. Now let us welcome the contestants. With that, 32 outstanding competitors entered the arena in an orderly fashion from both sides, standing in 2 rows facing each other. Today's matchups have been determined. Please shake hands with your opponents as part of the ceremonial process. Duanmu Yeo casually extended his hand, but the opponent across from him seemed disinclined to reciprocate. Hey, brother. It's time to shake hands, Duanmu Yeo prompted, assuming the other had not heard. Weaklings are not worthy of my handshake, the boy coldly replied. Duanmu Yeo, known for his fiery temper, retorted, Hey, may I inquire about your upbringing? Why are you so abrasive? Did you drink substandard formula as a child, causing your brain to malfunction? His words ignited a blush of anger on the boy's face, and just as he opened his mouth to respond, Duanmu Yeo interrupted. What do you mean by you? Is your entire hairstyle floating in the air? If it were an explosion, wouldn't that lump on your neck burst as well? What do you mean by what? You strut around with an air of superiority. It's utterly disgusting. The boy, incensed, raised his fist to strike Duanmu Yeo. However, Duanmu Yeo's reflexes were far quicker, and he caught the boy's fist effortlessly. Oh, so you didn't have a horse? My sincerest apologies. I had no idea you were untrained. Shut up. The boy finally lost his temper, roaring as he swung his other hand toward Duanmu Yeo's face. Seeing his reaction, Duanmu Yeo wore a sly grin. Before the punch could land, he feigned falling in the direction of the strike. Ouch. You hit me. He clutched his face as he writhed on the ground, howling in mock agony. The commotion drew the attention of everyone present, and several staff members rushed over, pulling the boy aside. You scoundrel. Get up. The boy shouted angrily at Duanmu Yeo. At this point, medical personnel had arrived at Duanmu Yeo's side. Let me take a look. As he rolled on the ground, he discreetly applied pressure to his face. When he removed his hand, a vivid red bruise appeared. The medical staff nodded toward the organizers, confirming that he had indeed been struck. The organizers approached to assess Duanmu Yeo's injury. Is it serious? It hurts terribly. Why are there such brutish individuals? I merely wanted to shake hands, and yet I was struck. I demand his disqualification, Duanmu Yeo said, tears brimming in his eyes. The organizers nodded. We will ensure you receive justice in this matter. They stood and spoke into the intercom, then gestured to security to escort the boy away. We have just received news that contestant Li Chang engaged in a dispute with contestant Duanmu Yeo during the handshake, resulting in injury to Duanmu Yeo. Therefore, we have determined he lacks competitive spirit and will be disqualified from the competition. Duanmu Yeo smiled at the furious Li Chang being led away, stood up, brushed off the dust, and calmly remarked, You thought you could compete with me? This round has turned into a rather splendid victory for me. Quite satisfying. Oh, are you all right? The contestant inquired. Well, I was perfectly fine, only struck unexpectedly by a punch, came the reply. In the enchanting world of Pokémon lies the majestic temple dedicated to Arceus. According to the locals, centuries ago, Arceus safeguarded the Earth from a meteor storm, losing its 16 plates in the process and nearly perishing, only to be rescued by a man named Damos. Grateful, Arceus fused 5 of its plates into the life gem, transforming the barren land of Midna into a prosperous realm. However, Damos betrayed Arceus, attacking it, which forced the deity into a deep slumber while vowing to exact retribution upon humanity upon awakening. Deep within the earth, Arceus, still in slumber, suddenly sensed an overwhelming pressure, a connection between its created world and another. Slowly, Arceus opened its eyes. What transpired that caused these once unrelated worlds to collide? Its eyes gleamed with a crimson light as it murmured, Is the chosen one from another world forcibly intervening in mine? In the depths of existence, it seemed Arceus was conversing with someone. I have my own objectives. Once accomplished, our 2 worlds shall become a more perfect whole. A magnetic voice resonated within Arceus's mind. Arceus gradually closed its eyes again. You may proceed with your plans, but do not harm my subjects. Were this not a time for slumber, I would. With that, Arceus fell back into silence. Yet, as the creator of the Pokémon world, each of its movements reverberated throughout existence. In the brief moment it had opened its eyes, the world underwent tremendous change. Dialga, residing in the Sea of Time, suddenly felt an unusual gravitational pull, and in the next instant, its territory expanded. Meanwhile, Palkia, dwelling in the void, sensed a peculiar space emerging beside its own, gradually merging with it. Conversely, Giratina, ruler of the Distortion world, discovered its realm collapsing. To survive, it had no choice but to abandon the crumbling world. Chapter 59. The second update, what happened to you? Lu Yao asked curiously. Due to a foul committed by Duanmu Yuyu's opponent, they were disqualified, leaving her uninterested in the remaining battles. The two exited the arena together. "It's nothing. I merely dealt with an inflated ego," Duanmu Yuyu remarked, falling into contemplation. Logically, after the chaos of the first brawl and yesterday's fight, she should have established a reputation. Why then did someone named Li Chang dare to provoke her? As they stepped out of the arena, Li Chang stood menacingly at the entrance, glaring at Duanmu Yuyu, seemingly waiting for her. "You finally emerged," he growled. Duanmu Yuyu frowned. "I was just thinking of you. What are you still doing here, waiting for your father?" "Presumptuous. I am not like you mere mortals. I have received the personal teachings of Lord Chiri, and he even lent me his mythology. How could you ordinary beings hope to compete with me?" Chiri, the leader of the Galactic Team? In Duanmu Yuyu's memory, the Galactic Team was a secret evil organization featured in the Pokémon Diamond and Pearl games and animations, hidden in the Sinnoh region, attempting to utilize the powers of ancient Pokémon from the Sinnoh legends to create a new world, led by the infamous Chiri. Ultimately, Chiri entered the Distortion world after summoning Dialga and Palkia, battling the Protagonist and suffering defeat, remaining trapped in the destroyed world thereafter. However, in Pokémon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, Chiri was summoned from a timeline where he successfully created a perfect world devoid of hearts using Dialga and Palkia. Li Chang glared fiercely at Duanmu Yuyu. "If it weren't for you, I would have secured the championship and entered the national organization's Eagle Group." Duanmu Yuyu paused. "Winning the competition grants entry into the national organization?" Lu Yao exclaimed. "You didn't know? That's the rule for those returning the second time. Didn't anyone tell you? Why are you even competing?" Duanmu Yuyu replied, as a socially anxious orphan, who would inform me of such things? "And as for why I compete, I certainly can't tell you. It's for the rewards. It's too late for you to plead for mercy now. Lord Chiri's mythology is level 65. Today, I shall make you realize the grave error of crossing the Galactic Team." Just as Li Chang reached for the Pokéball at his waist, a voice suddenly echoed in Duanmu Yuyu's mind. "Ding. Update complete. Preparing to teleport back to the Pokémon world." A slight smile crept across Duanmu Yuyu's lips. While she currently had no means to contend with that level 65 mythology, she was set to return to the Pokémon world. "Let us see how you provoke me now." As she mused, the three of them gradually transformed into green code, vanishing from their location. "Haha. Now let us see how you block me." When Duanmu Yuyu opened her eyes again, she was astonished to find Li Chang still standing before her, and Lu Yao remained by her side. Duanmu Yuyu blinked in surprise, surveying her surroundings. The vegetation was lush, unlike that of Hualan City, and behind her lay a vast ocean. Judging by the coastline, they must now be on Pomelo Island in the Orange Archipelago. "Damn, how do we end up here?" Duanmu Yuyu complained as a system update notice appeared before her eyes. Update contents. 1. Partial connectivity achieved between the original world and the Pokémon world. Each region has designated portals, allowing passage to their corresponding areas in the original world. 2. Cognitive barriers lifted. Inhabitants of the Pokémon world can now acknowledge the existence of players. 3. The system will no longer protect player lives. Duanmu Yuyu gasped. This update had effectively begun connecting the original world with the Pokémon world. This was far beyond what could be described as merely a game. For instance, it could be likened to adding a Pokémon module to the existing world. In the midst of shock, all players received the update notification as well. Li Chang grinned widely. "Haha, truly, fortune favors me." He then turned to Duanmu Yuyu, glaring menacingly. "Now that there are no security personnel around, let us see what you can do." Indeed, only the three of them remained. As for those in the arena, from Duanmu Yuyu's perspective, the ocean behind her suggested two possibilities. Either they had been teleported into the sea, which seemed unlikely, or the arena corresponded to another region, and they had been transported there. "Damn it. Had I known, I wouldn't have come out," Duanmu Yuyu declared as she retrieved a Pokéball. "Come forth, multi-head." With that, a magnificent dual-headed dragon Pokémon with golden green fur materialized before the trio. As Duanmu Yuyu did not wait for Li Chang to react, he directly seized Lu Yao and pulled her onto the dragon's back. "Multi-headed. Fly quickly." The multi-headed creature flapped its wings, stirring up a whirlwind. Yet its altitude did not increase at all. "What the heck? Are you still weight limited?" Duanmu Yuyu was at a loss for words. Li Chang, intrigued by Duanmu Yuyu's reaction, chuckled. "Run, why don't you run?" As he spoke, he released his mythology. In the game, the mythology was not only at level 65, but also possessed the ability Intimidation. Now, brought into the real world, even Duanmu Yuyu could feel the immense pressure it exerted. It seemed that this battle was inevitable. With a sigh, Duanmu Yuyu realized that the multi-headed dragon, the ice dragon, the Greninja, and Luoming would undoubtedly be unable to win. Only the blazing Sun Emperor dragon could have a chance of victory here. Was he really going to expose his trump card today? Wait a minute. The system just announced that it would no longer protect players. If I were to kill and silence him, no one would know. A terrifying thought flashed through Duanmu mind. Hey? No, wait. He himself claimed to be from the Galactic team, clearly a villain, almost forgetting how he had defeated Athena. Duanmu was about to throw a Pokéball when an abrupt female voice interrupted. What are you doing? Miss Jusha suddenly appeared before the three. Duanmu had a moment of clarity. Miss Jusha, he is from the Galactic team. Hurry, arrest him. What is the Galactic team? Chapter 60, A Sudden Change. Miss Junsha asked, puzzled. Duanmu felt a bit speechless. However, it was normal for Miss Junsha from the Orange Islands not to know about the Galactic team, which was an organization from the Sinnoh region. They are a criminal organization in the Sinnoh region, similar to Team Rocket. Upon hearing this, Miss Junsha understood and frowned at Li Chong. Sir, please cooperate with our investigation. Cooperate? No way. Li Chong suddenly cursed. I am from the Galactic team. So what? If you have the ability, come and catch me. He glared fiercely at Duanmu. Even if Miss Junsha is here today, you will still pay the price. My Taina. Use. Before he could finish his sentence, Duanmu noticed that Lu Yao had stealthily slipped behind him and struck him on the back of the neck, causing Li Chang to faint immediately. Duanmu was taken aback. It seemed his cousin truly excelled in her military academy studies. He would have to avoid offending her in the future. As for my Taina, although it was panicking without a trainer, it was still level 65 and had some confidence in defeating Duanmu and his companions. However, for Duanmu, this Pokémon, devoid of a commander, was even easier to battle against. Multi-headed, focus energy. The two heads of the multi-headed creature extended, surrounding it with a golden glow, increasing its critical hit probability. My Taina, unwilling to be outdone, clenched its right paw into a fist and charged forward, enveloping its fist in a layer of light blue aura. Ice Punch. For the dragon-type multi-headed creature, the Ice Punch posed a significant threat. However, my Taina's speed was incredible. Almost as soon as multi-headed finished focusing energy, the Ice Punch was already upon it. Having just used focus energy, multi-headed was unable to dodge and took the Ice Punch head-on. Multi-headed, use self-boost. Multi-headed glimmered with an orange light. Lu Yao was somewhat confused. Why are you continuously using attribute skills? Attack. Although Lu Yao found it strange that all the data for multi-headed was question marks, she reasoned that a Pokémon capable of withstanding an attack from a level 65 Mytina could not be low in level. Thus, she couldn't understand why Duanmu was only allowing multi-headed to use transformation skills. You will understand soon, Duanmu replied calmly. Mytina smirked coldly. I am level 65. Moreover, I am resistant to your ice-type moves. You think you can take me down with your low health? If you can, I will eat this Ice Punch today. With this thought, Mytina launched another Ice Punch at multi-headed. Almost there. Multi-headed, use Heavy Slam. Duanmu smiled slightly. Hearing this, multi-headed finally prepared to counterattack, pushing off the ground with great force and leaping several dozen meters into the air, crashing down heavily onto Mytina below. Multi-headed possessed the abilities Vital Spirit and Serene Grace, which could increase the damage of Heavy Slam by up to 15 times and double the paralysis chance, coupled with the previous focus energy and self-boost. The power of Heavy Slam was extraordinary. As expected, when multi-headed landed, it struck Mytina with tremendous force. In the next moment, electricity crackled around Mytina's body. Paralyzed. Multi-headed. Use Heavy Slam consecutively. Ding. Congratulations. Kyrillian's level has increased. Current level, 25. After a fierce battle, Mytina was finally defeated. After escorting Li Chong back, Miss Junsha asked, Who are you, and why are you here? Don't you know it's dangerous here lately? Dangerous? Duanmu was puzzled. What has happened? In his memory, it seemed that nothing significant had occurred on Tangerine Island. Why did Miss Junsha say it was dangerous? Recently, there have been frequent earthquakes, causing many Pokémon in the forests to flee from their territories. To compete for new territories, they often engage in fierce battles, which frequently leads to injuries among travelers. We are here to investigate what has happened, Miss Junsha explained. Now, shouldn't you introduce yourselves? Or do you want me to take you in as well? Duanmu quickly handed over his Pokédex to Miss Junsha. This is my Pokédex. My name is Duanmu and this is my cousin, Lu Yao. We are here on vacation and happen to encounter this galactic team trying to steal our Pokémon. Each Pokédex contains information about every trainer, so it serves as a form of identification. Miss Junsha took the Pokédex, glanced at it, and suddenly frowned. Why does your Pokédex only have your name and residence, but no other information? I recently lost my Pokédex and just replaced it, so some information has yet to be restored. Duanmu chuckled. Is that so? Miss Junsha looked at Duanmu Yayo with suspicion. Feeling her gaze, Duanmu Yayo's temper flared. If you don't believe me, you can check. Not long ago, I captured over 100 Team Rocket members single-handedly in the Kanto region. Upon hearing this, Miss Junsha was taken aback. You are that Duanmu Yayo? Indeed, Duanmu Yayo replied proudly. After that, Miss Junsha ceased her questioning. Duanmu Yayo might not be aware that the Alliance had already designated him as a key figure with achievements comparable to those of the Elite Four. After Miss Junsha left, Liu Yao looked at Duanmu Yayo with a profound expression and casually asked, "When did you go to Deep Gray City?" "The day before Necrozma emerged." "Why do you ask?" Duanmu Yayo replied curiously. "It's nothing. I just wanted to know if you participated in the world battle or if you encountered the Emerald Demon." Liu smiled as she gazed at Duanmu Yao. Duanmu Yao felt a slight chill from Liu Yao's smile, as if her penetrating gaze could see right through her. Well, she was indeed quite handsome. After speaking, Duanmu Yao fell silent, fearing that Liu Yao might extract something from her. Just as the two were enveloped in silence, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and the once solid earth began to crack. Strange black beams of light surged upward from the fissures. In an instant, the darkness enveloped the entire island. Chapter 61. The arrival of Giratina. The sky appeared as if stained with ink, shrouded in eerie stillness. The Pokémon within the forest began to panic, scattering in all directions, while many flying Pokémon fled towards the outer edges of the island. As if sensing an impending horror, Luo Meng, who had been perched on Duanmu Yao's shoulder, furrowed her brow, shrinking back in fear behind Duanmu Yao. "What's wrong, Luo Meng?" Duanmu Yao inquired curiously. I sense something terrifying is about to emerge." Luo Meng communicated telepathically, conveying her trepidation to Duanmu Yao. As Duanmu Yao was pondering this, Liu Yao suddenly patted her on the back, pointing to the sky with a tense expression. "Look at the sky." Duanmu Yao followed her gaze and felt her pupils constrict. The sky appeared to have been torn apart, revealing a massive rift. From within the rift, countless shadowy figures began to drift out, as if some deity were about to descend. Debris fell from the rift, crashing to the ground and sending plumes of dust into the air. Duanmu Yao squinted, scrutinizing the rift, trying to discern its secrets. After a moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. It's the distorted world." "What is the distorted world?" "In simple terms, it is the realm governed by Giratina, the Pokémon of antimatter." Duanmu Yao explained. At the dawn of creation, in the primordial universe, nothing existed. All was chaos and void. It was only when Arceus created the universe that order began to emerge. The fragments from creation formed tablets, bestowing different powers upon all things. Subsequently, Arceus created three beings: Dialga, the master of time; Palkia, the master of space; and Giratina, the master of antimatter. Space is the universe, and time is the void. Dialga and Palkia, through their divine powers, forged the cosmos, giving birth to a complete universe. However, Giratina, with his volatile nature, wreaked havoc upon the material realm. The world, painstakingly built by his father and brothers, was shattered by this unruly child. In a fit of rage, the creator deity confined Giratina to the distorted world. Logically, the intersections between the distorted world and the real world should only be through the Spear Pillar atop Spear Pillar Mountain and the ruins of Origin in the Alola region. Why then does a passage connected to the distorted world appear in the Orange Archipelago? As Duanmu Yao pondered this mystery, the rift widened further, and in the next moment, a grayish-white dragon's foot emerged. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar reverberated, causing the ground to tremble. A colossal figure stepped forth from the rift connecting to the distorted world. It was a large, gray, dragon-like Pokémon. A golden semicircle encircled its neck, with black and red stripes horizontally adorned on its front. Behind it were two ghostly wings, their tips resembling claw-like structures. These wings could transform like liquid or gas. It possessed 6 stout legs, each ending in claws. Giratina. With Giratina's arrival came the island's collapse, as the antimatter it brought began to consume this realm. "Oh no, Giratina has emerged." Duanmu Yao's expression turned tense. It was well known that Giratina's temperament was savage, and once unleashed, it would wreak havoc upon the world. Duanmu Yao checked Giratina's information. Giratina level, 80 type, Ghost Dragon ability, Telepathy potential, level 1 deity moves, Dragon Breath, Shadow Force, Ominous Wind, Origin Pulse, Cut, Shadow Sneak, Destiny Bond, Dragon Claw, Earth Power, Aura Sphere, Shadow Claw, Shadow Force, Bad Luck. Goodness! Level 80. Duanmu Yao exclaimed, feeling a surge of despair. What are we waiting for? Run. At that moment, a notification chime resonated in Duanmu Yao's mind. Ding. The distorted world is collapsing. Giratina has descended into the real world. The world battle is about to commence. In the next instant, a line of text appeared above every player's head. World emergence. Location, Pomelo Island. Objective, Giratina. Difficulty, defeat. Reward, acquired Giratina. Players will be teleported to the battlefield. Players will be returned to their previous locations after the battle ends. Finally, another world event has spawned. Let us go, brothers. Countless players were teleported to Pomelo Island. Gazing at Giratina in the sky, their voices filled with awe. Is that Giratina? It looks formidable. Don't fight over it. The defeat reward is mine. The native inhabitants of Pomelo Island were bewildered. They had just been startled by Giratina, and now they were perplexed by the sudden appearance of tens of thousands of people. Unbeknownst to them, similar situations had occurred before. However, this time, the system had removed cognitive dissonance, leading to their confusion. While the natives were in a daze, the newcomers had already summoned their Pokémon, launching a fierce assault on Giratina. Watching Giratina being besieged, Duanmu felt a pang of worry. Giratina was already known for its violent nature. With so many attacking it at once, it might unleash its fury uncontrollably. Ding. Hidden quest triggered. Antimatter wielder. Quest objective, defeat Giratina. Difficulty, time, before Giratina destroys Pomelo Island. Reward, gain the ability to control Giratina's antimatter. Duanmu was momentarily taken aback. System. Does that mean the world reward counts for me after defeating Giratina? Ding. The world reward is indeed counted for the host. Upon hearing this, Duanmu felt an irresistible urge to engage. Just the prospect of acquiring Giratina was already enticing. Now, the ability to control antimatter was simply too alluring. Cousin, it's too dangerous there. Stay back. I'm going to confront the world, Duanmu declared, mounting her multi-headed creature. Before Lu Yao could respond, Duanmu soared into the skies, leaving Lu Yao momentarily stunned. If my guess is correct, the last Necrozma was also defeated by him. Therefore, it won't be long before I encounter that dark green demon again, Lu Yao thought, gazing meaningfully in the direction Duanmu had departed. However, Duanmu, now soaring among the clouds, remained oblivious to her cousin's contemplations. Chapter 62. Bond Evolution. Duanmu did not rush headlong into Giratina's presence for a direct confrontation. Instead, she chose to hide and observe the attacks of others from a distance. Although there are hundreds of thousands of players attacking here, upon closer inspection, most of the strikes either miss their target or inexplicably vanish just before encountering Giratina. Consequently, Giratina's health remains untouched. Giratina possesses the ability to traverse and control dimensions beyond time and space. The vast majority of the long-range attacks are special attacks, constituting a form of energy that is also subject to Giratina's dominion. Duanmu analyzed the situation with a serious demeanor. As for the physical attacks, they inflict minimal damage on an entity of Giratina's caliber. A sigh escaped Duanmu's lips as he realized that ultimately, defeating Giratina would rely solely on his own prowess. With that thought, Duanmu produced a luxury ball and called forth, "Come forth, infernal dragon of punishment." As soon as he spoke, a massive, dark green dragon-shaped Pokémon materialized before him. Perhaps it had been too long since its last outing, for the infernal dragon let out a resounding roar towards the sky. A wave of formidable pressure radiating outward. Rein it in. You are merely a secondary deity, while Giratina is a primary one. Your aura pales in comparison. Duanmu gently admonished, patting the infernal dragon's body. The dragon glanced up at Giratina hovering in the distance, feeling a sense of embarrassment as it sensed a power significantly greater than its own. I shall elucidate the battle strategy. You will engage Giratina with your high mobility, collaborating with those others to gradually whittle down its health. When the time comes, unleash the fairy dragon claw for the final blow. Duanmu smiled, adding, if possible, let's secure some experience points before those others are teleported away. The infernal dragon shot Duanmu a look of disdain, as if finding his proposal somewhat shameless. Nevertheless, the disparity in levels, Giratina at level 80, while it was only at level 58, was rather significant. If only it could bridge that gap in strength. Suddenly, Duanmu's eyes lit up as he recalled something. Ah, yes, the power of bonds. After evolving his Greninja through Bond Evolution, he had gained this ability, but had yet to utilize it since Greninja was the only Pokémon he had at that highest form. The power of bonds, level 1, allows binding with a fully bonded Pokémon of the highest evolution, enabling that Pokémon to undergo Bond Evolution in battle. Pokémon already in Bond Evolution cannot be bound again. With that, Duanmu placed his hand upon the head of the infernal dragon and activated the power of bonds. In an instant, he felt a sensation as if someone were touching his forehead, and in his mind's eye, he perceived himself, not as Duanmu, but as the infernal dragon saw him. Simultaneously, the infernal dragon synchronized with Duanmu Yuyu, and a colossal golden fire ring appeared behind it, inscribed with sacred characters that seemed to emanate immense power. Bond evolution. The infernal dragon felt a surge of formidable energy coursing through its body, elevating its presence significantly. Giratina in midair sensed an aura that could rival its own emerging from a certain direction, casting a puzzled gaze toward it. Infernal dragon, bonded, level, 63 type, fire, dragon. Fairy ability, solar power, fairy aura potential, primary deity skills, claw, howl, ember, glare, earth manipulation, fairy dragon claw, inferno, fiery prison, flare blitz. Duanmu Yuyu was taken aback. This bond evolution had elevated the infernal dragon by 5 levels. Moreover, it had learned 2 new skills. A smile broke across his face, as the odds of victory seemed to increase. Romance, you stay here. Await our triumphant return, Duanmu Yuyu said, gently setting Romance down from his shoulder. I want to go too. Romance pleaded telepathically. Duanmu Yuyu's smile faded abruptly. It's too dangerous there. Please listen to me. Stay here and be good for me, all right? He affectionately stroked Romance's azure hair. Seeing that Romance remained silent, Duanmu Yuyu turned to mount the infernal dragon, only to feel a tug at the hem of his garment. Promise me you'll return safely, Romance said, tears glistening in her eyes. In that moment, Duanmu Yuyu felt his heart melt. I promise, he replied, swiftly mounting the infernal dragon. Let Giratina witness the might of our bond evolution. With a resounding roar from the infernal dragon, the duo transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Giratina in the sky. Why hasn't its health decreased yet? Players began to notice that Giratina's health bar seemed entirely intact. When we fought Necrozma last time, we took off a significant amount of health. Why is it resistant this time? As the crowd pondered, they suddenly spotted a massive dark green dragon approaching from a distant mountain. Look, it's the dark green demon. Oh my heavens, the dark green demon has reappeared. Amidst gasps of astonishment, the infernal dragon charged straight towards Giratina. Faced with an opponent larger than itself, the infernal dragon felt a twinge of fear, yet was fueled more by an overwhelming desire to battle. Infernal dragon, unleash Inferno. A barrage of gold and green fireballs erupted from the infernal dragon's maw, their power so immense that even Giratina struggled to deflect them all. With a series of resounding explosions, several fireballs struck Giratina, and at last, its health began to decline. Look, Giratina is losing health. Brothers, let us work with the dark green demon to whittle down its health. The crowd, not foolish, quickly discerned that only the infernal dragon's attacks could inflict damage on Giratina. Naturally, they would not repeat the errors of the past by targeting the infernal dragon. Conversely, Giratina appeared utterly astonished that it had sustained injury. The dignity of a primary deity surged forth, and it opened its mouth toward the infernal dragon. Instantly, a colossal dragon breath erupted from its maw, hurtling towards the infernal dragon. With a disdainful snort, the infernal dragon spread its wings and soared hundreds of meters away. Duanmu Yuyu encouraged, that's it, steadily chip away at its health. Chapter 63, The Death of Duanmu Yuyu Squirtle. Use water gun. Budu. Seed bomb. The assembled players soon realized that as long as they coordinated their attacks with the infernal dragons, their own strikes would not be nullified. In no time, Giratina was bombarded by countless skills, suffering the loss of half its health. Is that all it takes? Someone mused. With the dark green demon, it's as fragile as paper. Players began to jest about Giratina. Be careful not to trigger its rage mode. Oh please, when we fought Necrozma, there was no rage mode to worry about. What is there to fear? As soon as the words left his lips, Giratina unleashed a terrifying aura. In an instant, the very air felt oppressive, weighing heavily on those nearby and causing them to struggle to stay upright. My goodness, it really has gone berserk? In the air? Duanmu Yuyu also sensed the terrifying pressure. Fortunately, he maintained a bond with the Burning Sin Emperor Dragon, which alleviated much of the burden he felt. What was happening? Duanmu Yuyu cast a grave glance towards Giratina. Giratina slowly closed its eyes, but the next moment, it opened them wide, glaring down at everyone present with a terrifying gaze. Duanmu Yuyu swallowed hard, his calves trembling slightly. He had never encountered such a furious expression. Ding! Giratina entered a state of rampage. The system's notification explained the sudden shift in Giratina's aura. Damn! Why has it gone berserk again? Just as Duanmu Yuyu thought this, he noticed Giratina making a move. A circle of black light seeped from the ground, gathering in front of it, exuding an ominous aura from the coalesced black sphere. Duanmu Yuyu's sixth sense warned him that this black sphere was anything but ordinary. However, the players below dismissed it, thinking it was just a shadow ball. After all, it was merely a change of skill. Yes, it seemed to be all show with no substance. Let us take it down. Make it unable to use even a shadow ball. Someone started to rally the others, and they began bombarding Giratina incessantly. Yet, something strange occurred. All the skills launched towards the black sphere dissipated before reaching it, while the sphere swelled in size. As Duanmu Yayo pondered the situation, he suddenly realized something and shouted to those below, "Scatter." That is, before he could finish, Giratina had already hurled the black sphere towards the ground. At that moment, the sphere was as large as a football field. The impending impact of such a massive black sphere evoked a sense of impending doom. Brothers, we must destroy that shadow ball. Yes, yes, let us blow it up. The only thought that crossed everyone's mind was to obliterate the black sphere to ensure their safety. However, every attack directed at it simply vanished, and the sphere continued to grow larger. As the dark sphere was about to collide with the ground, Duanmu Yayo urgently called out to the Burning Sin Emperor Dragon, "Ascend quickly." That is a matter-antimatter cluster. As previously mentioned, Giratina holds dominion over antimatter. Thus, it was not surprising that it could easily gather the antimatter spilling forth from the distortion world. In elementary school, we learned that antimatter is the opposite state of normal matter. When matter and antimatter collide, they annihilate each other, resulting in a massive explosion and the release of tremendous energy. Through its control over antimatter, Giratina could effortlessly destroy all matter in the normal world. This was precisely why it was confined by Arceus in the distortion world. The antimatter cluster had already made contact with the ground. Just the touch obliterated everything on the surface, including Pokémon and humans alike. The reason the dark matter cluster continued to expand was precisely because Giratina had cleverly encapsulated the energy produced from the annihilation with antimatter. Now, the outer layer of antimatter had shattered, unleashing the terrifying energy within the cluster. The explosion's force surged hundreds of feet high. The speed of the explosion was such that even the Burning Sin Emperor Dragon could not escape its range. The smoke and dust from the explosion lingered for a long time before dissipating, revealing a horrific crater, one devoid of any life. In the distance, Luoming was blown far away by the hurricane produced by the explosion, taking a while to regain her balance. Player Dazhuang has died. Player Taiju has died. Player Ernio has died. A continuous stream of system notifications appeared before all players, ringing out for 2 minutes without pause. What the hell? So many people died from a single world event. Mom, I'm scared. I'm quitting. Panic spread among players worldwide, and many with weaker mental fortitude began to weep, fearing they would be transported and meet the same fate. To evade the misfortune of being sent there, numerous players rushed back to their original world through the teleportation portals. In a peculiar space, a man and a woman watched the massive screen displaying Giratina's strike. Their brows furrowed. "Do you think we've gone too far?" the woman suddenly asked, a hint of guilt creeping into her heart. The man paused for a moment before replying. "This is the inevitable conflict brought about by the fusion of two worlds. It would have happened eventually." He sighed, explaining that our world does not contain a realm composed of antimatter. Thus, during the fusion process, the distortion world was impacted by the differing laws of the two worlds, leading to its dissolution and the unfolding of such events. Meanwhile, Luoming rushed to the edge of the massive crater, calling out anxiously, "Master! Master!" Yet, there was no response, and the area felt eerily silent. Aside from Giratina's roar in the sky, there was no other sound. Luoming continued to shout as she ran. The scorching ground burned her feet, but she was oblivious to the pain, feeling only a deep ache in her heart as tears streamed down her face. Finally, overwhelmed, Luoming collapsed to the ground, crying out, "Master promised to strengthen together with Luoming. Why did you leave me all alone?" Luoming is filled with hatred. As she spoke, Luoming lifted her head. Her once ruby-like eyes now glowed with the color of blood. Chapter 64. Luoming's evolution. Gradually, Luoming rose to her feet, her crimson gaze filled with boundless hatred directed at Giratina above. The antimatter seeping from the ground began to be absorbed into her body, transforming her originally azure hair into a deep purple-black, a color representing death. In the next moment, Luoming's body radiated with a purple-black light. As the light enveloped her, her form began to change. When the purple-black light dissipated, she transformed into a bipedal Pokémon, clad in a flowing gown of purple-black, its legs long and slender. Her hair cascaded down from either side of her head, and the edges of her face bore spiky protrusions reminiscent of a masquerade mask. Her arms were purple-black, seamlessly blending into her slender, gloved fingers. A blood-red fin-like structure adorned her chest, while the back of her body featured a smooth, small fin. A cerulean pattern extended from her chest to the central fin, connecting with her arm-like appendages. Shaman. If Duanmu Yayo were present, he might recognize her. However, Luoming's current form bore little resemblance to Shaman. Though Luoming was a shiny Pokémon, she should have retained her azure color. At this moment, Luoming resembled a shaman draped in a purple-black evening gown, so much so that one might mistake her for a human. Why must Luo Ming be left alone once more? Her parents, and now even her master, have abandoned her. The blood in Luo Ming's eyes deepened to a vivid crimson, and the surrounding antimatter seemed to pulse with her resentment, as if it were her obedient servants. Suddenly, Luo Ming cast her gaze upon the Giratina hovering in the sky, gritting her teeth and exclaiming, "It's all your fault." In an instant, she teleported beside Giratina. With a firm grip, the antimatter surrounding Giratina seemed to betray it, ensnaring the creature. Giratina, taken aback, pondered how this seemingly feeble Pokémon could wrest control over the antimatter, a power it believed was solely its own. Yet, without ample time for contemplation, Giratina, a being of supreme rank, could not allow itself to be intimidated by a lesser Pokémon. With a fierce roar, it unleashed its authority as the sovereign of the distortion world, repelling the antimatter and clashing with Luo Ming. On a patch of grass, Duanmu Yeo leaned against the burning Sin Dragon, gasping for breath. That was close. I almost faced annihilation, but thankfully, I have the Pokémon space. Beside him, the burning Sin Dragon wiped the sweat that had emerged from tension. As Duanmu Yeo glanced at the incessant player death notifications on the bulletin board, a chill ran down his spine. He was relieved to have evaded such a fate. Otherwise, he too would have joined their ranks. Sitting cross-legged, he cradled his chin in contemplation, muttering to himself, there were so many others who could assist in dealing damage, but now it's just me and the burning Sin Dragon. How will we manage? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, and he began to scratch his head in despair. My head is splitting. With this predicament, I doubt anyone will dare to join. At that moment, Duanmu Yeo suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding. Congratulations, host. Kyrolean has evolved. Huh? Duanmu Yeo was momentarily bewildered. While he was strategizing, how had Luo Ming managed to evolve? Curiosity mingled with concern. He commanded, "System, show me the current situation outside." Upon his request, a screen materialized before him, displaying the battle between Luo Ming and Giratina. Luo Ming had finally grown, and Duanmu Yeo felt a swell of pride, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. However, he wondered why her hair had changed color. Wasn't he her original azure hue lovely? Just then, he noticed Giratina being seized by Luo Ming, who delivered a powerful punch, leaving Giratina with no chance to retaliate. Duanmu Yeo was taken aback. Is Giratina really that weak? Luo Ming isn't even level 30 yet she can dominate like this? Wait, something felt off. Why did it seem as though the antimatter surrounding Giratina was aiding Luo Ming? As he observed the dark antimatter entangling Giratina, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Luo Ming had absorbed the antimatter, thereby gaining control over it? His curiosity piqued as he watched the antimatter swirl around Luo Ming. However, Giratina was not to be underestimated. It retaliated with a powerful aura sphere aimed directly at Luo Ming. Caught off guard, she was sent flying. This is bad, Duanmu Yeo thought, quickly pulling the burning Sin Dragon from the Pokémon space. Luo Ming, having taken a direct hit from the aura sphere, was unable to rise due to the level disparity, despite the antimatter providing some defense. Gritting her teeth, she gazed at Giratina above her, murmuring, "I hate this so much." With that, she slowly closed her eyes. When she reopened them, her right eye shimmered with a golden-green hue, and two pairs of ethereal wings sprouted from her back. Though they were purple, her hair cascaded down her shoulders like a dark purple waterfall. In that moment, she resembled a fairy queen, as if just one crown away from her true royal status. Come. Luo Ming extended her right hand, and the antimatter began to coalesce into a black long spear within her palm. The instant the spear took form, she tightened her grip, her aura elevating significantly. Kill. The word erupted from her lips, releasing a torrent of murderous intent that surged toward Giratina. Giratina's pupils constricted as the black antimatter spear appeared before it, piercing its body in the next moment. With a furious roar, Giratina utilized its mastery over antimatter to disintegrate the spear. Yet, the damage was undeniable. A gaping wound had been inflicted upon its side. Come. Luo Ming summoned another antimatter spear into her hand. But this time, Giratina would not grant her the opportunity. In a flash, it vanished from sight. Just as Luo Ming puzzled over this, Giratina reappeared before her, striking down with a powerful claw. As Giratina's shadowy assault was about to connect with Luo Ming, a familiar voice echoed in her ears. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself on the burning Sin Dragon, facing the one she yearned for. The purple-black hue of her outfit had reverted to the original azure, and her blood-red eyes had regained their clarity. Luo Ming, are you all right? Duanmu Yeo asked anxiously. Before he could finish, Luo Ming rushed into his embrace. Huh? Duanmu Yeo was taken aback, stepping back instinctively. Luo, what are you doing? Her cheeks flushed and streaked with tears. She sheepishly grasped his hand, pleading, "Please don't leave Luo Ming alone." A pang of sympathy struck Duanmu Yao's heart as he pulled her into his embrace, assuring her, "I want tea." In that moment of intimacy, they were oblivious to the awkward presence of the burning sin dragon beneath them, leaving the solitary creature feeling quite uncomfortable. Of course, it wasn't he the only one feeling this way. Giratina, not far off, was equally displeased. Witnessing the weak Pokémon that had attacked it being rescued by an unfamiliar one left Giratina fuming. It opened its mouth to unleash an aura sphere. Burning Sin Dragon. Inferno. Duanmu Yao commanded swiftly. The aura sphere, guided by its wave, was unavoidable. The only option was to counter it with another attack. The golden-green flames collided with the aura sphere, creating a dazzling explosion. Yet, to Duanmu Yao, this spectacle was steeped in peril. As the smoke cleared, players continued to materialize onto the battlefield. Oh my goodness, why have I been transported here? I don't want to die? Oh no. How is there still so much health left? Amidst the despair, many players realized that defeating Giratina was their only chance of survival, and gradually, they began to assault Giratina. This is far worse than I anticipated. Giratina's ferocity is terrifying. I need to devise a plan to defeat it before its next attack. Duanmu Yao observed as Giratina began to gather antimatter once more. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Luo Ming. Luo Ming, can you control antimatter now? She nodded and communicated through telepathy. I'm not quite sure how it happened. I was overwhelmed with resentment, and then the surrounding antimatter began to resonate with my thoughts. Duanmu Yao pondered deeply. For a substance with a certain mass and charge, there must exist an equivalent substance of antimatter, possessing the same mass and an opposite charge. All properties of antimatter are inherently contrary to those of ordinary matter. According to the law of conservation of energy, the universe at its inception must have contained antimatter of equal mass to matter. In the world of Pokémon, all antimatter resides within the distortion world. Ultimately, antimatter is still a form of matter. However, why is it that only Giratina can wield control over it, while Palkia and Dialga cannot? Upon deeper reflection, Endymion, you realize that the primary distinction among these entities is their inherent personalities. Giratina, being the most violent, was confined by Arceus in a small dark room, the distortion world. It dawned on him that if controlling matter is akin to a positive force, then, according to Buddhist philosophy, pure and benevolent thoughts are required for such control. Conversely, since all properties of antimatter oppose those of matter, controlling antimatter would necessitate the inversion of all methods, demanding thoughts steeped in resentment and malice. After this analysis, Endymion furrowed his brow and glanced at Luo Ming. What must have been her emotional state to match Giratina's ferocity? Yet, he could not dwell on this any longer and turned to Luo Ming with an apologetic tone. Luo Ming, can you recall the emotions you felt just now? Luo Ming nodded. I'll try. With that, she closed her eyes, delving into the painful memories. Her expression turned agonizing, tears slipping unnoticed down her cheeks. Suddenly, she opened her blood-red eyes. So much hatred, she murmured. Her form shifted back to the previous dark purple state, but this time her gaze was filled with an infinite murderous intent. Luo Ming, Luo Ming. Endymion observed her altered state, sensing something was amiss. However, Luo Ming did not respond. This alarmed Endymion. System, what is happening to Luo Ming right now? Ding. According to system calculations, this is Shineido's new skill, Grudge. The resulting negative effect is confusion. Endymion was taken aback by the system's response. What? She has learned a new skill? He hurriedly checked Luo Ming's status panel. Luo Ming, Grudge state. Level 25 type. Ghost Fairy ability. Telepathy potential. Level 3 deity skills. Howl, Psybeam. Shadow Clone, Teleport, Wish, Forest Form, Grudge. Grudge. Type changes to Ghost and Fairy, significantly enhancing all attributes and granting the power to manipulate antimatter. Side effect. Feels boundless resentment and falls into confusion. Endymion frowned upon hearing this. While the boost was beneficial, the confusion could be troublesome, potentially leading to self-harm. Yet, his primary concern lay with the overwhelming resentment Luo Ming was experiencing. He could not bear to see her in such torment. Luo Ming, wake up, he urged, shaking her shoulder in an attempt to rouse her. But Luo Ming seemed oblivious to his words, continually murmuring, so much hatred. This won't do. Endymion felt a pang of sorrow watching her plight. Luo Ming, listen to me, calm down. I will always be by your side, regardless of what happens. I will stand with you. So much hatred. Do you remember when we first met? I promised I would never abandon you. Do you remember? Luo Ming trembled slightly, as if recalling that moment. Endymion gently placed his hand on her head, slowly stroking her hair. Do not be afraid. I am always here with you. he said with a smile. Gradually, clarity returned to Luoming's eyes as she gazed blankly at Endymion Yu. Together forever. Chapter 66. The demon messenger, seeing Luoming's gaze gradually regain its clarity. Endymion Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly became serious again. Luoming, I need you to help us suppress Giratina's antimatter attacks so we can defeat it. Luoming nodded and flew into the air, carefully observing Giratina's movements. Infernal Dragon. Continue the assault. Just as Endymion Yu prepared to launch another attack, a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding. Necrozma core transformation complete. Immediately, he noticed Necrozma's silhouette appearing in his Pokémon backpack. With a thought, Necrozma's information materialized before him. Necrozma level, 75 type, psychic ability, prism armor potential, mythical beast skills, moonlight, morning sun, charge beam, photon geyser, metal claw, psybeam, splitter, support power, rock wrecker, night slash, gravity, psycho cut, power gem, lightened body, shadow claw, iron defense, strangle, prism ray. Necrozma had been resurrected. Endymion Yu was elated. An 80-level level 1 deity Giratina was a reality, not a game. In a game, defeating Giratina through a wheel of battle might be conceivable. Yet in reality, Giratina's attacks and attributes were not merely dictated by numerical values. That previous antimatter sphere was not a skill, but rather an inherent ability of Giratina itself, making the battle even more unpredictable. Come forth, Necrozma, Endymion Yu exclaimed, tossing a Pokéball into the air. Instantly, a massive figure composed of black crystals emerged before them, appearing even more imposing against the backdrop of Giratina's antimatter. The arrival of this figure exuded a formidable pressure, rivaling that of Giratina. Is that Necrozma? Goodness. Level 75. How did another one come along? We're doomed. As the players lamented, they suddenly noticed Necrozma vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind Giratina, its claws shimmering with light. Night Slash. For Giratina, a ghost dragon type, the dark type Night Slash would be doubly effective. Caught off guard, Giratina was unable to defend itself with antimatter or any other skill, allowing Necrozma to land a solid hit. Giratina stumbled mid-air, hurtling backward before regaining its balance. Glancing at its health bar, a significant portion had vanished, dropping from yellow to red. The players below fell silent, but moments later erupted in thunderous cheers. This Necrozma is here to help us. Well, we survived. Giratina, now in the red, felt the sting of the recent damage and was taken aback. Is there truly a Pokémon in this world capable of inflicting such harm upon me? Yet, its violent emotions quickly dominated its thoughts. The surrounding antimatter trembled as if sensing its wrath, on the verge of tearing Necrozma apart. You shall not prevail, Luoming cried. And in the next moment, she raised her hand, slowly forming a fist. A surge of negative energy emanated from her being, while the antimatter surrounding Giratina gradually began to settle. Giratina's eyes narrowed as it turned its gaze towards Luoming, then opened its gaping maw, unleashing a wave of energy directed at her. The cerulean orb of energy sliced through the air with a piercing sound, swiftly nearing Luoming. She observed the approaching projectile with calm resolve, her eyes glinting with a spark of belief, as if trusting in something greater. She did not flinch, but confidently awaited the impact of the energy ball. Infernal Dragon unleashed the fiery curse. Simultaneously, the wave of energy and the infernal flames converged 5 meters before Luoming. In the next moment, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending a gust of wind that tousled her hair. Yet the residual shockwave inflicted no harm upon her. It seemed as though this outcome had been anticipated. Luoming remained unfazed, gripping her fists tightly, striving with all her might to seize control over the antimatter. This was the only action she could take at that juncture. Giratina felt the grip on the antimatter slipping away and could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. Legends speak of gods who fear nothing. But when a deity's proud ability is continuously wrested away by a mere mortal, fear is a natural response. At that moment, Giratina embodied that arrogant deity. Stripped of its former calm and authority, with tens of thousands attacking it and 2 formidable foes challenging its strength, it was besieged on all sides. The only fitting phrase was surrounded by enemies, for Giratina was now at its wit's end, devoid of any semblance of threat. Water jump fish, use water gun. Seed. Unleash leaf blade. Magikarp, execute splash. Perhaps foreseeing Giratina's imminent defeat, the multitude below launched their final assault in unison. Despondent, Giratina felt its spirit waning. Yet as a god, it clung to its last vestige of dignity. With a deafening roar, a terrifying aura surged forth in all directions. In an instant, the Pokémon poised to attack were paralyzed by the overwhelming presence. The island resonated with its anguished and wrathful cries, echoing long after it had ceased. Duanmu Yeo observed the raging Giratina, offering little more than a measured remark. Necrozma, execute dark impact. Upon hearing this, Necrozma vanished from sight. When it reappeared, Giratina's furious roars had ceased, and the surrounding antimatter began to dissipate. The sky above Ponkang Island regained its azure hue as the sea breeze swept away the lingering gloom. Players received a system notification. Giratina has been defeated and will soon be teleported. Yet again, the mysterious figure has triumphed over this world. What a pity. One player remarked with a sudden laugh. Let us count our blessings. After all, they saved our lives. When we return, I shall erect a monument in their honor. I think it's rather unflattering to refer to them as the mysterious figure. Let us simply call them the demonic messenger. Excellent idea. They do indeed resemble a harbinger of chaos. Chapter 67, Fusion of Law Sting. Congratulations, host, for defeating Giratina. Reward, Giratina, ability, antimatter control. Hearing the system's announcement, Dwaamu Yeo smiled faintly, then vanished from his location. Within the realm of Pokémon, Giratina surveyed its unfamiliar surroundings with a hint of bewilderment. Compared to its former self, it now exuded a sense of clarity and wisdom, devoid of the previous brutality. Just as Giratina pondered this, a boy suddenly materialized before it. Pray tell, why have you abandoned the distortion world to come here? Dwaamu Yeo inquired calmly. Giratina regarded the human before it, sensing a similar draconic aura, and furrowed its brow. Yet, for reasons unknown, it found itself lacking the inclination to attack this human. The distortion world is no more. The distortion world is no more? Dwaamu Yeo was taken aback. The distortion world was created by Arceus to confine Giratina, existing since the dawn of the universe. It had persisted for millions, if not billions, of years without issue. So why had it vanished now? Giratina seemed to sense Dwaamu Yeo's skepticism and replied coolly, I speak the truth. Since yesterday, the distortion world has been assailed by the laws of another realm and is gradually dissipating. Laws of another realm? Every world has its own laws that govern its existence. No world can operate beyond its established laws, for any transgression invites the wrath of those very laws. Giratina elucidated, explaining how the existence of laws allowed different worlds to function according to their unique principles. Dwaamu Yeo scratched his head, perplexed. Are you implying that the distortion world violated the laws of existence? More accurately, it is the laws of the new world that have come into play, Giratina replied, casting a meaningful glance at Dwaamu Yeo. For instance, you do not belong to this world, yet for some reason, your world has suddenly intersected and fused with ours. The laws operate similarly. Now Dwaamu Yeo comprehended the situation. In essence, his former world had merged with the Pokémon world. This fusion brought about a blending of laws, altering the very fabric of those laws. The disappearance of the distortion world likely stemmed from the original world lacking any parallel to its existence. Thus, the two worlds' laws had clashed, resulting in the Pokémon world conforming to the rule that the original world did not recognize the distortion world. Presently, the ineffectiveness of modern firearms and nuclear weapons could very well be a consequence of adhering to the laws of the Pokémon world. It seemed the laws of the two realms were engaged in a silent negotiation over the new world's regulations. As Dwaamu Yeo contemplated this, he sensed the enormity of the scheme at play. After all, how could the laws of the world engage in discussion of their own accord? By the way, our world lacks a creator deity. Does that mean Arceus would also be vulnerable to the law's wrath? Dwaamu Yeo posed this question. No, that being could not possibly fall, Giratina asserted firmly. Moreover, your world has deities of its own. Thus, the laws of the two worlds will not conflict on this front. Dwaamu Yeo was taken aback. Our world has gods? This revelation startled him. Though he had heard numerous tales of deities and spirits since childhood, he had long since moved into the modern era. Making such beliefs seemed far-fetched. Is that truly the case? It is indeed, Giratina nodded. If your world lacked deities, I would not have sensed the ongoing struggle for my divine essence between the two realms. You, as a being from that world, have also acquired my divine power. This serves as evidence. Dwaamu Yeo fell silent, unable to refute this point. Giratina observed the quiet boy, stretched its neck, and relaxed its form, stating softly, I do not mind that you have taken my divine power. After all, I have been under the control of that power for far too long. However, I must caution you to never fall under its influence. Otherwise, you might end up like me. As I spoke of Giratina, I stepped into a nearby cave. By the time I, Dwaamu Yeo, emerged, it was already evening, and the terrain had been nearly obliterated by Giratina, rendering me oblivious to the fact that Luyao had been waiting for me there. With no other options, I retrieved a tent from my system backpack and set up a makeshift campsite beside the ruins left in Giratina's wake. I gathered a few relatively intact stones and fashioned a pot. Then, I purchased some vegetables and meat from the point shop, intending to prepare dinner. Ever since I exchanged for the culinary skill roll last time, I had not cooked, so today I decided to see how well I could manage. I must say, the food in the points shop is quite affordable. A whole backpack of provisions cost me merely 10 points, and the ingredients were remarkably fresh, I remarked with a smile. I laid out a variety of food on the chopping board, wielded my knife in my right hand, and with a flurry of swift movements, the ingredients were neatly diced. With a flick of my spatula, I placed the food into the pot in an orderly fashion. As I casually stir-fried, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing the nearby forge dragon and other Pokémon to salivate profusely. With a deft motion, I sprinkled seasonings from my fingertips into the pot, enhancing the fragrance even further. Soon enough, both the meal and the energy cubes for the Pokémon were ready. I eagerly took a spoonful, and the flavor danced upon my palate, each taste bud reveling in the exquisite delicacy. I never imagined that the culinary skills taught by the system would be so exceptional, rivaling those of a 5-star hotel chef. After satisfying my hunger, I reclined on the grass, gazing blissfully at the bright stars in the sky. How could such an absurd event, where this world merges with my original one, happen to me? With a deep sigh, I felt as though I had been entangled in some troublesome affair. Suddenly, I noticed something shimmering beneath the rubble nearby. As it was nighttime, the glow was particularly striking. Was that a crystal? Chapter 68. The crystal cave. The icy blue light shimmered brilliantly against the backdrop of countless stars, standing out conspicuously in the darkness. I cautiously approached, and upon closer inspection, I discovered it was indeed a cave, with the light emanating from within. Inside, numerous massive crystals extended in all directions, reflecting the icy blue glow. The cave was situated at the bottom of the particle annihilation pit, likely blasted open by a burst of antimatter. Curiosity piqued, I peered inside and found a corridor-like structure with many icy blue crystals lining both sides. A long underground river flowed through the center of the passage, its destination unknown. Upon closer examination, I realized that the corridor's rock walls did not appear to be naturally formed. Rather, they seemed to have been excavated by some creature. This cave felt strangely familiar, I thought as I leaped down to stand beside the underground river, observing intently. I was currently in the Poncirus Island of the Orange Archipelago, specifically in the region following episode 81 of the non-branded series. As I pondered, I became engrossed in thought, failing to notice the faint rumbling sound coming from one side of the corridor. The sound grew closer, and a swift, icy blue figure darted through the underground river. I suddenly realized. I exclaimed, "The crystal onyx." Just as I finished speaking, an icy blue figure leaped from the river before me. It gracefully arced through the air before crashing back into the water, sending a spray of water that drenched me completely. In the next moment, the figure submerged back into the river, swiftly navigating the corridor. Although I was soaked, I felt no anger. Instead, I was filled with exhilaration. For in that fleeting moment of flight, I had clearly seen its form, a colossal onyx encased in icy blue crystals. The Crystal Onyx, a fictional character from the Pokémon series, had not appeared in the official games, but was a special Pokémon featured in the anime. Despite its brief appearance in just one episode, I was already captivated. The ordinary onyx is merely covered in gray rocks, while its evolved form, Steelix, is encased in metal. Even the shiny onyx is simply painted yellow. But how can rock convey sophistication? Just look at the Crystal Onyx. Entirely enveloped in crystals, its reflective surface dazzles anyone who lays eyes upon it. This high-class Pokémon must be included in the narrative, in our team. Moreover, I was curious about the Crystal Onyx's attributes. The regular onyx is rock ground type due to its rocky exterior. Steelix is steel ground, which makes sense. But what about the Crystal Onyx? Given its appearance and swimming ability, it should be resistant to or immune to water, yet crystals decompose under high temperatures, suggesting a weakness to fire. Does crystal count as steel, rock, water, or ice? Since onyx dwells underground, it should retain its ground type. However, if we retain the ground type, we could also explore water ground, steel ground, rock ground, and ice ground, but none could achieve resistance to water while weak to fire. Since the Crystal Onyx resides in water, it might not even possess the ground type, so I must discard that possibility. I attempted to explore the rock type, discovering that steel rock was unviable, as was water rock and ice rock. Ultimately, steel emerged as the final candidate, leading me to consider water steel, which failed. But ice steel seemed plausible. Yet, I couldn't discern any ice attributes in the Crystal Onyx. After all, it was crystal, not ice. Regrettably, the Crystal Onyx had darted away too swiftly for me to check its data, which would have unveiled this mystery. However, encountering the legendary Crystal Onyx ignited my desire for exploration. Without further ado, I promptly followed the corridor in the direction the Crystal Onyx had just departed. The cave's ground was uneven, and several times I nearly stumbled, but with Luoming by my side, I was spared from any injury. As I ventured deeper into the cave, the temperature became increasingly frigid. After walking about 200 steps, I could no longer endure the cold. Come forth, forged dragon. As I spoke, a massive dark green Pokémon materialized before me and Luoming. The Unforeseen dragon, sensing potential danger ahead, was prompted by Duanmu seemingly serious words to forge a path forward. However, it was only when Duanmu placed his hands upon the fiery tail of the Unforeseen dragon that it fully believed him. Reluctantly, the Unforeseen dragon proceeded deeper into the cave. Gradually, the surrounding walls transformed into a mesmerizing icy blue crystal. A wispy white mist wafted from within the cave, causing Duanmu to shiver. After an indeterminate amount of time, a sudden brilliance illuminated the path ahead, startling him into shielding his eyes from the blinding light. After a moment, he gradually acclimatized to the radiance. When he squinted to survey his surroundings, he was taken aback. They had entered a perfectly hemispherical chamber, entirely crafted from crystal, with an inexplicable chill cascading from the ceiling. The temperature was so frigid that even the Unforeseen dragon shuddered. At the center of the chamber stood a massive pedestal, topped by a crystalline pillar connecting to the apex of the hemispherical room. Coiled beside this pillar was a colossal crystal onyx serpent, seemingly guarding it. A closer inspection of the floor revealed intricate engravings resembling a magic circle, with the pillar acting as its core. Could this be a concealed relic? Duanmu mused, excitement coursing through him at the thought of the wealth that could be garnered from selling the crystals. Just as he contemplated this, the crystal onyx serpent abruptly opened its eyes and glared menacingly at Duanmu. With a fierce roar, the very ground trembled beneath them. Chapter 69. The Ice Rock Serpent. In a clandestine meeting room in Huaxia, Chairman Mo Zheng and Long Tianxiang were receiving a distinguished guest. This guest, with fiery red hair and clad in a fitted outfit, sported a peculiar cloak that seemed somewhat out of place. Greetings, Mr. Edu. You are the envoy from the Kanto region, correct? Mo Zheng inquired politely. Indeed, I am the one you speak of, the champion of the Kanto region's Quartz Alliance. The Dragon Master, Edu, he replied with a slight smile. There's no need for such formality, Mo Zheng continued, adopting his characteristic diplomatic demeanor. Since you are a visitor from another world, you may simply call me Mo Zheng or Mr. Mo, whichever you prefer. Very well, Mr. Mo. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I am here regarding the passage that has emerged connecting our two worlds, Edu stated, his eyes glinting with intensity. Though Edu smiled, Mo Zheng sensed an invisible pressure emanating from him, an intensity he had not encountered in his lifetime. Yet, as chairman, he could not allow such matters to disrupt his composure. Mo Zheng calmly lifted a teacup from the table, sipped his tea, and remarked, We, too, are intrigued by the appearance of this passage. To be candid, children from our world have inexplicably been transported to your realm on 2 occasions. Yet, coinciding with the 3rd instance, our world has begun manifesting these peculiar passages as well, and we currently have no leads. Edu scrutinized Mo Zheng's expression, seemingly attempting to glean information from his demeanor. After a lengthy pause, he discerned no signs of deception. It appeared they were equally in the dark. A sincere smile blossomed on Edu's face. While neither of us understands the origin of this passage, its existence suggests our worlds are destined to intersect. I hope for fruitful collaboration in the future. A colossal roar reverberated through the cave, causing numerous icy blue crystals to plummet from the ceiling. The Unforeseen dragon swiftly shielded Duanmu with its wings. Seizing the moment, Duanmu hastily examined the data on the crystal onyx serpent. Ice Rock Serpent level, 50 type. Ice Steel ability, frigid body potential, champion skills, mud slap, tackle, harden, bind, curse. Rock throw, rock tomb, rage, stealth rock, rock polish, spinning ball, knock off, dragon breath, stomp, roar, earthquake, sand tomb, iron tail, dig, stone edge, last resort, ice beam. The Ice Rock Serpent? Duanmu paused, surprised to find its attributes were indeed ice and steel. However, what was this peculiar ability, frigid body? He quickly consulted the system. Frigid body. The Ice Rock Serpent's body is composed of ice from the Ice Age, impervious to flames. Opponents who engage in close combat may have a chance of being frozen. Ice from the Ice Age? Impervious to flames? So it is merely ice. Duanmu lamented, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Yet, this description felt oddly familiar. At that moment, the Ice Rock Serpent forcefully slammed its tail against the ground. The hardened ice from the Ice Age cracked under the impact, rapidly fissuring toward Duanmu position. Not good, Duanmu exclaimed, hastily pulling Luo Ming onto the back of the Unforeseen dragon. Fortunately, the cave's expanse allowed the Unforeseen dragon to fly low. As it ascended, Duanmu glanced back at the spot where he had just stood, now a gaping chasm leading into an unfathomable abyss. He swallowed hard. Astonished at the ice rock serpent's formidable attack power, he was grateful for his quick reflexes. Just then, the ice rock serpent opened its mouth, aiming at the Unforeseen dragon. In the next instant, a beam of icy blue light hurtled towards it. Ice beam. The Unforeseen dragon swiftly dodged to the side. But the speed of the ice beam was astonishingly rapid, compounded by the dragon's size. Even though it reacted promptly, its wing was struck. The moment it was hit, a large block of ice encased its wing, throwing the Unforeseen dragon off balance, causing it to crash to the ground and roll several times before coming to a halt. Cough, cough. Duanmu stood up, clearing his throat. Unforeseen dragon. Are you all right? The dragon exhaled a small flame onto its frozen wing to melt the ice, nodding to indicate it was fine. The ice rock serpent, witnessing the trio withstand its ice beam without injury, was perplexed. In the past, no one had been able to endure such a blow. Perhaps fueled by indignation at being awakened or displeased that its prized attack had been thwarted, the ice rock serpent darted forward with surprising speed, ensnaring the Unforeseen dragon. Due to its ability, ice began to manifest on the Unforeseen dragon. It seemed intent on encasing the dragon in ice. Unforeseen dragon, don't let it succeed. Use infernal fire, Duanmu urgently commanded. The Unforeseen dragon opened its mouth wide, a golden-green radiance flickering within. Sensing the threat of the dragon's impending skill, the ice rock serpent swiftly constricted its body around the dragon's neck, then forcefully aimed its head towards the cave's ceiling. A series of massive golden-green fireballs erupted from the maw of the sinful dragon, striking the cave's ceiling and causing countless shards of ice to begin cascading down. In a swift response, Luo Ming employed her telekinetic powers to intercept the falling ice debris, preventing them from striking Duanmu. However, while their attention was consumed by the ice shards and the ice rock serpent, a fissure appeared in the central pillar of the cave, a consequence of the dragon's fiery assault. Gradually, cracks spread across the ice column, and in the next moment, it shattered completely, sending fragments of ice hurtling outward. Enveloped in a thick white mist, the collective gaze of the onlookers was drawn toward this phenomenon. What lies within? Duanmu squinted, seemingly perceiving a figure standing where the ice column had once stood, obscured by the mist. The ice rock serpent, sensing something amiss, gaped in fear, its bindings loosening. Chapter 70. Regice. Although puzzled by the sudden release of the ice rock serpent, the sinful dragon seized the opportunity to break free from its restraints, swiftly grasping Duanmu and Luo Ming before soaring out of the cave. As they glanced back at the collapsing cavern, Duanmu furrowed his brow, observing dozens of ice-blue figures standing atop the fractured ice column. Each figure bore a facial pattern composed of 7 yellow dots. At that moment, Duanmu realized what they were. Regice? He exclaimed, puzzled by the presence of so many. Regice had first appeared when Bonnie attempted to unlock the desert ruins, and a Regice had also been present in the battle against the pyramid's deity. Furthermore, Regice had made an appearance in the film featuring the brave Lucario. Thus, it was evident that Regice was not singular. However, the emergence of over a dozen of them was indeed perplexing. Legends spoke of Regigigas using unique icebergs, rocks, and magma to create Pokémon resembling itself, Regirock, Regice, and Registeel, imbuing them with life. Collectively, they were known as the legendary Titans, with Regigigas often referred to as the Titan King. Hence, it was plausible to deduce that these Regice had been crafted by Regigigas. Yet, a pressing question arose. Why would it create such a multitude of Regice in this location? It is well known that Regice is exceedingly rare, typically found in only a few ruins, and generally only one exists in any given locale. 200 million years ago, Regigigas shifted the continental plates, thereby forming various regions. During the Stone Age, it created Regirock from clay. In the Ice Age, it fashioned Regice from ice, and in the Iron Age, it molded Registeel from magma. The considerable time spans between these epochs suggest that the creation of the legendary Titans demanded immense energy from Regigigas. However, it was illogical for Regigigas to have produced such a multitude of Regice in this instance. Or perhaps it had crafted dozens of Titans in each era, explaining why Regigigas remained dormant for the majority of time. This notion could clarify many mysteries, including the revival of Regigigas. When rudely awakened by hunters, Regigigas, despite its fury and destructive capabilities, seemed oddly weakened. If one were to claim that such devastation stemmed from the Titan King who had once moved the continental plates, I would find it difficult to believe. The most plausible explanation would be that after creating numerous Registeel during the Iron Age, Regigigas had exhausted its strength and succumbed to slumber. Thus, when the hunters roused it, it was still in a state of diminished power, resulting in a perceived lack of combat prowess. But why would Regigigas create so many legendary titans? Dwanmu Yayo pondered, noting that the ground of the recently collapsed cave bore signs of some sort of seal. Who had set that seal? It was only after the Iron Age, thousands of years ago, that humans gained the ability to seal Pokémon, subsequently imprisoning Regigigas within the Temple of Sinnoh. The Ice Age had occurred long before the Iron Age, making it impossible for humans to have sealed these Regis. So who could it be? Dwanmu Yayo sensed a vast conspiracy veiling the Pokémon world. There were countless phenomena that defied explanation, as if an unseen hand orchestrated events from the shadows. Lost in thought, the eyes of the dozen Regis suddenly flashed with yellow light. Perhaps having been dormant for too long, the joints of their bodies crackled as they stirred. Amidst falling dust and fragments of ice, the Regis fully awakened. Curiosity about their new surroundings or the prolonged duration of their imprisonment seemed to render them momentarily immobile. After a lengthy silence, one Regis emitted a series of Regi sounds, prompting the others to spring into action, wreaking havoc around them. What is happening? As Dwanmu Yayo pondered this, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder and turned to find Luo Ming beside him. I understood what it just said. Luo Ming stated gravely. It said it can no longer sense the power of its king. The king has fallen. For vengeance. Now Dwanmu Yayo grasped the situation. Their king must refer to the Titan King Regigigas, but fallen? Wasn't Regigigas safe within the Temple of Sinnoh? Dwanmu Yayo muttered in curiosity. It seemed that their current location in the Orange Archipelago rendered them too distant to sense Regigigas, which might also be why the seal obstructed Regigigas' energy. Dwanmu Yayo formulated two plausible hypotheses. Do we need to stop them? Luo Ming asked anxiously, glancing below. After the battle with Giratina earlier that day, Pokémon on the island had virtually vanished. In reality, those capable of escaping had already fled, while the weaker Pokémon remained hidden in the island's secluded corners. Thus, the Regis rampage could potentially harm them. Dwanmu Yayo quietly opened the data panel to examine the profiles of the Regis. Regis level 50 type, Ice ability, Ice body potential, level 2 God skills, Explosion, Stomp, Ice Wind, Charge Beam, Heavy Slam, Curse, Superpower, Origin Pulse, Instant Amnesia, Ice Beam. After reviewing several similar profiles, Dwanmu Yayo sighed. Never mind, all these are level 50. And their skills and abilities are quite formidable. A direct confrontation would be unwise. Just as Dwanmu Yayo prepared to have the sinful dragon carry him away, a system notification chimed in his ears. Ding. Task triggered. The final battle with Regigigas. 1. Task objective. Prevent the Regis from attacking. Reward. Control over the Regis. Dwanmu Yayo felt a strange sensation. For no reason other than the name of this task, Dwanmu Yayo sensed that the situation was far from simple. Chapter 71. Cynthia. There was no time to ponder the peculiarities of the task. The immediate priority was to quell the uprising of these Regis. However, Regis was a second-tier deity, and there were not just one, but over a dozen of them. Clearly, the infernal dragon could not withstand such a force. As for summoning Necrozma and Giratina, it could lead to unnecessary complications, so they must be reserved for a critical moment. That ice rock snake seemed to have understood something when the ice pillars shattered and released its bindings. Coupled with its behavior, it must be a Pokémon guarding this ruins and likely possess some knowledge. Dwanmu Yayo glanced around, but found no trace of the ice rock snake. How strange. Where could it have gone? Frowning, he decided he could not dwell on that now. He had to first avert their attacks. Closing his eyes, he felt as if he had merged with the infernal dragon beneath him, a tremendous power surging forth from both. Behind the infernal dragon, a rudimentary incantation appeared, and a second pair of wings sprouted forth. Bonded evolution. Luo Ming, only you can communicate with that ice rock snake here. I need you to locate it. And by any means necessary, extract how to seal these Regis. Dwanmu Yayo instructed Luo Ming with grave seriousness. Luo Ming understood the critical nature of the situation, nodded, and without further ado, soared down into the ruins. The Regis naturally took notice of Luo Ming, unleashing a relentless barrage of ice beams upon her. The temperature of those beams was such that even a slight contact could freeze one into a statue of ice. No way, Dwanmu Yayo declared, as the infernal dragon inhaled deeply, unleashing a flurry of golden-green fireballs that collided with the oncoming ice beams at lightning speed. With a thunderous bang, a massive mushroom cloud of vapor erupted above the ruins. Simultaneously, in the skies not far from Orange Archipelago, a warrior eagle, unseen in the Kanto region, was swiftly flying inland. While ordinary warrior eagles measure around 15 meters, this one stretched an impressive 25 meters. Just the sight of its battle scars attested to its formidable might. A blonde woman clad in black stood atop this powerful warrior eagle, her demeanor dignified yet frigid, reminiscent of an iceberg. If Duanmu were present, he would surely recognize this icy beauty as Cynthia, the champion of the Sinnoh region. She pondered whether strange teleportation portals had emerged in the Kanto region, her calls to her companions going unanswered, causing her concern. Sighing, Cynthia muttered to herself. Just as she was preoccupied with worry, she suddenly gasped, furrowing her brow. She had clearly seen a massive crater formed by an explosion on Pomelo Island in the Orange Archipelago. As suspected, something was amiss. What could have caused such a tremendous explosion? Cynthia felt a sense of urgency. Although she was merely the champion of Sinnoh and Kanto was not under her jurisdiction. The sight before her compelled her to investigate. Warrior Eagle, let us hasten to Pomelo Island and assess the situation, Cynthia commanded sternly. With a swift cry, the warrior eagle surged forward, propelled by a gust of wind towards the explosion's epicenter. As they drew closer, Cynthia's heart raced with trepidation. For within the crater lay charred bones, half-burned, exuding a palpable aura of death. Despite her experience with grave situations, the hellish sight before her churned her stomach. And had her resolve not been strong, she might have succumbed to nausea. As she mourned the lost lives, Cynthia noticed a section of the crater encrusted with solid ice, from which icy blue ice beams continued to radiate outward. Warrior Eagle, let us investigate that area, Cynthia urged, bending forward to encourage her companion. Infernal Dragon. Use Fairy Dragon Claw. Upon the command, the Infernal Dragon's claws elongated into verdant dragon talons. With a powerful flap of its wings, the Infernal Dragon reached its maximum speed, appearing before a red ice in an instant. As the fairy dragon claw descended, the red ice was hurled away by the force of the impact. Yet, it merely tumbled, sustaining little real damage. Its body was crafted from ancient Antarctic ice, and the fairy dragon claw, being of the fairy type, dealt reduced damage. Duanmu clenched his teeth, realizing that prolonging this confrontation was unwise. Having recently battled Giratina, the infernal dragon's energy reserves were not abundant. Engaging head-on with these numerous Regice might lead to defeat within mere moments. Just then, the remaining Regice began to act, raising their icy arms towards the infernal dragon. Duanmu cursed under his breath, but fortunately, in this bonded evolution state, the infernal dragon could sense his every thought. Thus, it ascended vertically, attempting to evade the onslaught of ice beams. But as second-tier deities, the range of their attacks was formidable, and the infernal dragon found it challenging to evade them effortlessly. A network of ice beams converged in the air, encasing the infernal dragon. Not good, Duanmu exclaimed, trying to maneuver the infernal dragon to slip through a gap in the ice net. However, traversing such a barrier was no simple feat. The infernal dragon's size made it even more challenging, and despite ascending to a great height, the gaps were not large enough for an easy escape. During the attempt, the infernal dragon inevitably collided with two ice beams. Fortunately, in this bonded evolution state, Duanmu could absorb some of the damage on behalf of the infernal dragon. However, the dire consequence was that the ice beams struck both of its wings, freezing them solid. The infernal dragon lost its balance and began to plummet. As it fell, the Regice continued their assault, raising their arms as currents of electricity began to gather within their grasp. Electromagnetic cannons. If so many of them struck true, it would spell doom for both trainer and dragon. Just as Duanmu braced himself, closing his eyes in fear, a melodious female voice rang in his ears. Quickly, withdraw your Pokémon. Chapter 72. Prophecy. Quickly, withdraw your Pokémon. The enchanting voice reached Duanmu ears. Upon hearing this, he promptly recalled the infernal dragon. Though he had been lying on its back, the wind resistance provided by its massive form had slowed his descent. However, once he recalled the infernal dragon, his small frame fell with an acceleration nearly matching that of gravity. Even at such a rapid pace, a figure suddenly appeared beneath him, cushioning his fall. By the time Duanmu regained his composure, he found himself lying on the back of a valiant eagle, with a serious-looking blonde beauty in black attire gazing down at him. Cynthia? Duanmu blurted out her name, which momentarily stunned her. Although she was indeed the champion of the Sinnoh region, she was not particularly renowned in the Kanto region. Did she ever mention Cynthia during your viewing of the original series? Yet this young man had recognized her immediately. Before he could ponder further, a beam of electromagnetic energy whizzed past the warrior eagle's face, narrowly missing him. Cynthia shook her head, realizing that now was not the time for such thoughts. Young man, what on earth is happening here? And where did those Regice come from? She inquired sternly. Duanmu feigned fear and replied, I don't know. I was just here on vacation. He then recounted the events that had transpired, omitting any mention of Giratina's whereabouts. Claiming to be on vacation was merely a ruse to deceive Cynthia. He could not explain how he had recognized her name so readily. After hearing his account, Cynthia appeared somewhat agitated. Are you saying that the god of antimatter, Giratina, just appeared here, and those Regice emerged from the ruins below? Her demeanor suggested she was ready to disregard the Regice and plunge into the ruins below. Official descriptions had mentioned her profound interest in theology and history, but at this moment, it was evident that her fascination bordered on fanaticism. Duanmu Yeo awkwardly pointed at the drool trickling from the corner of Cynthia's mouth. She suddenly realized her lapse in composure, embarrassingly producing a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. My apologies. I tend to get a bit overexcited when discussing ruins. Duanmu Yeo thought. What on earth? The official description said she was composed and graceful, devoid of any pretension, exuding a noble aura. This hardly aligns with the divine image one might expect. While Duanmu Yeo was lost in thought, Cynthia suddenly sensed something and exclaimed, Warrior Eagle, turn. At her command, the Warrior Eagle executed a dramatic aerial maneuver, catching Duanmu Yeo off guard and nearly causing him to tumble off its back. Just as he was about to voice a complaint, he noticed several beams of electromagnetic energy and ice beams streaking past him from behind, prompting him to close his mouth. Truly, she was a champion. Such reflexes were not something Duanmu Yeo could hope to emulate anytime soon. Cynthia furrowed her brow as she surveyed the Regice below, who were once again preparing to attack. This is not good. We must devise a plan. The Warrior Eagle, despite being a formidable flying type, cannot withstand the ice beams or electromagnetic attacks of the Regice for long. One misstep, and we could plummet from this height. Duanmu Yeo recalled that Cynthia's strongest Pokémon was merely a level 78 Garchomp, which, being a ground dragon type, was 4 times weak against ice moves. Even as a champion, she would likely be defeated in an instant under the assault of so many Regice. Just as Duanmu Yeo was growing anxious, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared in midair. Another massive ice-blue Pokémon was being hoisted aloft by this figure. The sight startled Cynthia, who nearly thought yet another ancient Pokémon had emerged from the ruins. However, Duanmu Yeo joyfully shouted, Lamam. It turned out that the dark figure was indeed Lamam, who Duanmu Yeo had summoned earlier to find the Glacial Serpent. The ice-blue Pokémon, of course, was the Glacial Serpent, now battered and terrified, indicating that Lamam had not been gentle in her handling. Master, I have captured it, Lamam said, curtsying slightly while holding her skirt. Duanmu Yeo's lips curled into a slight smile. I believe I merely asked you to have the Glacial Serpent reveal the method to seal the Regice. I did not instruct you to use coercion. With the power of antimatter coursing through her, Lamam's attack capacity was undeniably formidable, allowing her to easily overpower the Glacial Serpent despite any level discrepancies. However, this immense power was challenging to control. Although concerned about Lamam's violent tendencies, Duanmu Yeo maintained a calm facade and inquired, Thank you for your efforts. So what is the method? There is no method, Lamam replied, somewhat embarrassed. It claims to be merely a guardian, responsible for watching over the seal, and knows nothing of how to seal it. Duanmu Yeo frowned. Lamam, use your psychic abilities to establish a mental link between us and the Glacial Serpent. I wish to ask it directly. Understood, Lamam replied before closing her eyes, raising her hands. Duanmu Yeo felt an enigmatic connection form between himself and the Glacial Serpent. This was Lamam acting as a conduit for their psychic communication, allowing Duanmu Yeo to engage with the Pokémon temporarily. Tell me, why do you guard this place? Duanmu Yeo directed his thoughts toward the Glacial Serpent, which received his inquiry. For the prophecy, it responded succinctly yet intriguingly. What prophecy? Duanmu Yeo asked with keen interest. The Glacial Serpent paused briefly. Then, noticing Lamam's raised fist, it quickly said, Millions of years ago, the Lord of Creation delivered a divine decree, stating that one day, the world would suffer unimaginable devastation. At that time, lives would be lost, dimensions would collapse, and doom would descend. Chapter 73. The gears turned thus. 200 million years ago, the Lord of the Pillars dismantled the continental plates and scattered them across the world, striving to minimize the devastation foretold in the prophecy. My duty as a guardian Regice is to oversee this seal created by the Lord of the Pillars to confront this potential catastrophe. The Glacial Serpent's words struck Duanmu Yeo like a bolt from the blue, shaking the very foundations of his worldview. The Pokémon world was doomed? No wonder Regigigas had fragmented the continents. It was to evade disaster. But how were these Regice sealed? Duanmu Yeo inquired, perplexed. The Glacial Serpent elaborated, after creating the Regice. The Lord of the Pillars discovered that their lifespans were not eternal like his own. In his despair, he encountered humanity, a species rich in wisdom and burgeoning in numbers. Thus, the Lord of the Pillars forged a pact with a great wizard, the leader of humanity at the time, requesting that humans use ancient technology to seal the Regice. When disaster struck, they would be unsealed to protect the Pokémon from this calamity. The glacial serpent paused, casting a guilty glance at the attacking Regice, murmuring, "Our clan of glacial serpents has existed underground throughout generations to safeguard this seal. However, now..." The words of the ice rock serpent were imbued with a sense of helplessness and self-reproach. "I apologize," Duanmuyu said. After all, had he not sought out the crystal rock serpent, this incident would not have transpired. The ice rock serpent shook its head and sighed. "Do not blame yourself. The fault lies solely with that black Pokémon that appeared here today. Its attack has caused cracks to form in this Antarctic ice." Giratina had always existed in the distortion world, thus the ice rock serpent was unfamiliar with it. However, one could only wonder what expression it would wear if Duanmuyu were to inform it that Giratina was a deity of higher stature than Regigigas. "So, what have you all been discussing? Could you share it with me?" Sharona could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired of Duanmuyu. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Is there anything else here aside from the seal? Perhaps a temple, or the like?" The ice rock serpent closed its eyes in contemplation for a moment, and then suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Yes. My father once told me that beneath this seal lies a temple. Perhaps there is a method to be found there." Upon hearing this, Duanmuyu hurriedly relayed the news to Sharona. She furrowed her brows. "So now our last hope rests upon that temple, does it? Otherwise, we will be wasting our time here, won't we?" Duanmuyu replied earnestly, "Surely there must be some clues within that temple." Sharona pondered for a moment. It indeed seemed to be the case. "I will accompany you. I have conducted some research on ancient civilizations and may be of assistance." Duanmuyu nodded, recognizing the importance of having someone who could decipher ancient texts. "Then let us summon our Pokémon to buy some time against the Regice," Duanmuyu proposed. Sharona agreed, noting that the foundation for controlling Regice must first be established by delaying them. "I came out in a bit of a rush and only brought my brave bird, Garchomp. And Milotic. Do you have any Pokémon with you?" As she spoke, she produced the Pokéballs for Garchomp and Milotic. "I have a Greninja, a shiny Hydreigon, an Ice Dragon, and a Charizard," Duanmuyu stated. "Together, we should be able to delay them without engaging directly." He analyzed seriously. However, Sharona did not pay much attention to the latter half of his statement, as she was left somewhat dazed by the first part. "A shiny Pokémon is quite rare, isn't it? I recall that the number of shiny Pokémon is 1 in 4096. How did you manage to gather so many?" Duanmuyu waved his hand in front of the dazed Sharona. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about?" "Ahem, it's nothing. Let us proceed as you suggested," Sharona replied, clearing her throat awkwardly. At that moment, the ice rock serpent suddenly spoke. "Then I shall guide you. I can dig tunnels to help you reach the depths more swiftly." Duanmuyu nodded in agreement. "Master," Luoming suddenly spoke, "do you need me to accompany you?" She cast a glance at the ice rock serpent, seemingly distrustful of it. Duanmuyu waved his hand. "No need. Our goals align for now. It won't do anything." Luoming, upon hearing this, fell silent and merely nodded. "Then I shall await your return." "All right, time is of the essence. We must set off," Sharona declared, and with a nod, she released Garchomp and Milotic. A level 75 Milotic and a level 77 Garchomp appeared before them. "My goodness," Duanmuyu silently marveled. A level 75 Milotic, a level 75 Brave Bird, and a level 77 Garchomp. Such formidable power was indeed impressive, befitting the champion of the Sinnoh region. Without further ado, Duanmuyu released his Pokémon. With the exception of Necrozma and Giratina, Sharona observed the diverse array of Duanmuyu's Pokémon, nodding in approval, seemingly satisfied with his training. After all, she had never encountered a shiny Pokémon, so she had no reason to doubt his claims. "Please help us hold off these Regice." Duanmuyu instructed his Pokémon before turning to the ice rock serpent. "Let us proceed." The ice rock serpent nodded and then leaped into the air, quickly burrowing downward, revealing an entrance before the two. Duanmuyu glanced at Sharona and nodded, and together they jumped into the deep hole. Within the depths, Arceus sat with eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Suddenly, as if having a fascinating dream, it murmured, "The gears of destruction that will push the world toward ruin have begun to turn." Chapter 74. The Controller in the Dark Underground. Scarcely any light penetrated, save for the faint glow from the tunnel dug by the ice rock serpent. Though little light entered, the Antarctic ice mirrored the dim illumination, enhancing visibility just enough to discern the subterranean scenery. Duanmuyu now stood at the site of the temple, directly beneath the seal of Regice. Although it was underground, the space was remarkably spacious, even larger than the layer where the seal resided. 12 ice pillars, likely for support or symbolic significance, formed a grand circle around a towering structure situated in the center. "Based on my experience, that must be the temple," Sharona stated solemnly. Duanmu Yeyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Did it really require experience to deduce that? There was only this single edifice. However, given the urgency of the situation, Duanmu Yeyu refrained from further commentary, simply suggesting, "Let us approach and investigate." Sharona nodded and took the lead toward the temple. They proceeded cautiously, as neither could ascertain whether any traps or mechanisms lay in wait nearby. After approximately 2 minutes, they encountered no traps and finally arrived at the temple unscathed. They circled the structure twice, but found no discernible entrance. How strange. Why is there no entrance? Duanmu Yeyu scratched his head in confusion. At that moment, Sharona appeared to have made a discovery, waving her hand at Duanmu Yeyu. "Come quickly." He assumed she had found an entrance and hurried over, only to realize she had spotted numerous inscriptions on one wall of the temple. "I thought you had found an entrance," Duanmu Yeyu expressed his disappointment. Yet Sharona scrutinized the wall with utmost seriousness, stating, "I do not recognize a single character on this wall. In fact, I have never seen anything like it. This is a new discovery in archaeology. I must document this." With that, she retrieved her navigator to photograph the inscriptions. Duanmu Yeyu lacked the same enthusiasm. For him, the pressing matter was to gain entry into the temple. Ice Rock Serpent. Why not simply smash open this temple? He suddenly turned to the Ice Rock Serpent and suggested. However, the Ice Rock Serpent shook its head, seemingly unwilling to forcefully breach the temple. Indeed, for the Ice Rock Serpent, the seal above was a cherished relic they had guarded for generations. The saying, "Love the house," and its crow holds true. Thus, the temple built to protect the seal must also be safeguarded. Although he understood, Duanmu Yeyu was still quite displeased. How on earth am I supposed to enter? Who designed this temple without even a door? With this thought, he angrily stomped his foot, producing a clanging noise. Cynthia furrowed her brow, somewhat irritated, and said, "Could you please refrain from disturbing me? I am recording notes." Her statement only served to heighten Duanmu Yuyu's frustration. "Excuse me, are you serious? We came here to explore the temple and seek clues about the seal, remember? Look at what you're doing right now." As he spoke, Duanmu Yuyu approached the wall and tapped the inscriptions, questioning the significance of such markings. "Did I bring you down here for you to study this?" Just as he turned to look at the wall again, he suddenly found himself speechless. "You don't understand. This is an ancient script never before discovered. It's a monumental find." Cynthia, unwilling to back down, began to shout. Yet, before she could finish, Duanmu Yuyu reached out with his right hand and covered her mouth. "Be quiet." Cynthia, perplexed, thought, "Weren't you the one making noise in the first place? How can you turn this around on me?" Just as she was about to bite his hand, Duanmu Yuyu dashed towards one of the 12 pillars. He gently placed his hand upon it, and a cascade of emerald light began to flow from his hand into the pillar. In the next moment, the originally ice-blue pillar transformed into a lush green hue upon absorbing the emerald light, revealing a spherical object within becoming clearer. This verdant light emanated from the power of eternity, while the sphere represented the controller of Regis inscribed on the wall. Those who could see and comprehend this inscription would likely deduce who they were and realize the method to control the rampaging Regis. The procedure was straightforward. There were 12 Regis sealed here, each with its own controller within the surrounding ice pillars. By infusing your power of eternity into each one, you could command the corresponding Regis. Once all 12 pillars absorbed this power, the temple would unlock. I do not wish for you to disturb her tranquility. However, you must see her. Otherwise, never mind, you will understand in time. As the power of eternity enveloped the sphere, it vanished. And Duanmu Yuyu suddenly felt as though he had gained a new perspective, one belonging to Regis. Although puzzled by why the temple's inscriptions were in Chinese, he sensed that he was not being deceived. But who is she? He pondered. How did the author of these inscriptions know I could unleash the power of eternity? Why not allow me to see her, yet insist that I must? A flurry of questions began to swirl in his mind. Nonetheless, he realized it was not the time for such musings. He needed to retrieve the controllers from the remaining 11 pillars swiftly. On the ground, Laman and the other Pokémon could no longer withstand the assault from the 12 Regis. Pokémon like Hydreigon and the Ice Dragon, having fallen significantly behind in levels, were barely able to stand, swaying as if they might collapse at any moment. Yet, the Regis remained in prime condition, each raising their hands as if to unleash another round of attacks. Suddenly, one of the Regis' eyes flashed with a green light, though it was brief. Both Burning Sin Dragon and Laman recognized the aura of Duanmu Yuyu. In an instant, all the Regis ceased their movements, standing still in a daze. Chapter 75. The Seed of the World's Origin Tree controlling so many controllers was no easy feat. Duanmu Yuyu felt that even during his evolution of the Burning Sin Dragon, he had not expended this much power of eternity. Ding. Task. Endgame Battle Regigigas. 1. Completed. Congratulations. Host, you have gained control over 12 Regice. Hearing the system's announcement, Duanmu Yu felt no joy. Instead, he was filled with anger. System, are you messing with me? The control over these 12 Regice was clearly handed to me without effort. This task offers no reward at all. Duanmu Yu expressed his dissatisfaction. Indeed, the method of control was inscribed on the temple itself, making the authority over these creatures seem almost trivial. The system had clearly pulled a fast one. After a moment of silence, the system replied, "Ding. Task star rating assessed as perfect. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Ice Pillar tablet." Duanmu Yu then noticed a blue ice tablet lying quietly in his system backpack. "What the hell?" he muttered. It is well known that there are a total of 17 tablets, fragments created during Arceus' genesis, formed under unknown conditions, each representing a different attribute. It is said that when Arceus gathers all 17 tablets, it becomes invincible. Furthermore, these tablets have always remained close to Arceus, ever since it once lent them to humanity, only to be nearly betrayed. Now, finding one of these ice tablets in his backpack made Duanmu Yu apprehensive. He swallowed hard and cautiously asked, System, where did this tablet come from?" Ding. All tablets originate from Arceus. Duanmu Yu began to panic. Arceus won't come after me, will it? Just as he worried, a tremendous noise erupted from the temple behind him. The once impenetrable ice walls shattered, transforming into delicate snowflakes. An entrance suddenly appeared before Duanmu Yu. What just happened? How could this be? Cynthia, still perplexed, looked at Duanmu Yu with a dazed expression. He shrugged, feigning ignorance, as if to say, "I have no idea." "Do you believe me?" After a moment of contemplation, Cynthia shook her head and turned her gaze towards the newly revealed temple entrance. "Well then, let's see what the temple contains." With that, she stepped inside. Duanmu Yu gazed at the temple, muttering to himself, "Why does the master of this temple neither want me to see what lies within, nor allow me to be blind to it?" Shaking his head, he concluded, "Forget it. I'll find out once I go in." With that, he entered the temple. The temple's overall structure was still composed of the Antarctic ice. Yet unlike the seals and ice pillars outside, the interior was adorned with intricate patterns. It was evident that this temple held far greater significance than the others. While Duanmu Yu marveled at the temple's grandeur, Cynthia pointed toward a high platform in the center. "Look, what is that?" Following her gesture, Duanmu Yu beheld what appeared to be a coffin. Indeed, upon the high platform lies an ice coffin, emanating a faint green luminescence. Duanmu Yu could distinctly sense the breath of life within that gentle glow. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he suddenly experienced an odd sensation, as if he had encountered this coffin long ago and felt that an exceedingly significant individual lay within. Yet, the reasons for this confusion eluded him, unaccountably. Duanmu Yu's gaze seemed to cloud with bewilderment, and his feet moved of their own volition, ascending the steps toward the ice coffin. Xylona, noticing Duanmu Yu's peculiarity, hurriedly grasped his arm and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" However, a surge of violet light erupted from within Duanmu Yu, enveloping the entire temple in an instant. A pressure akin to a mountain emanated ceaselessly from his being. Slowly, Duanmu Yu turned his head, his eyes having transformed into a blood-red hue. "Do not hinder me." Xylona was so taken aback by his appearance that she stumbled back 2 steps. Duanmu Yu continued to ascend the steps, each one taken with a deliberate slowness and weightiness. The only sound within the temple was the echo of his footsteps, thud, thud, thud. His gaze was imbued with a tremendous fury and intent to kill. Yet when he looked toward the ice coffin, his expression softened with utmost reverence, as if on a pilgrimage. At last, he stood before the ice coffin, finally able to scrutinize it up close. The coffin was semi-transparent, likely due to being carved from Antarctic ice, adorned with various inscriptions resembling incantations. At the center of the coffin's lid lay an elliptical, crimson gemstone. For reasons unknown, the sight of the vague silhouette within the coffin pierced Duanmu Yu's heart with pain, and he could not fathom why he felt such rage. He slowly extended his hand, yearning to touch the ice coffin, but just as his fingers grazed its surface, the crimson elliptical object suddenly soared into the air, heading straight for him, only to vanish in an instant before making contact. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained System Fragment 1. Seed of the World S Initial Tree 1. World Fusion Progress Accelerated. Current Progress, 20. Before Duanmu Yu could fully comprehend the situation, he noticed the figure within the ice coffin beginning to dissipate. No. Panic gripped him inexplicably. He desperately pushed against the coffin lid, but its weight was insurmountable for him to easily open. Watching the figure fade, tears fell unbidden from his eyes. No, no, no. Finally, after great effort, Duanmu Yu managed to pry open the lid. Yet, upon peering inside, He found it empty, save for a swirling cloud of shimmering dust. Stunned, he let out a roar of frustration. Report. Abnormal activity detected by the Navy in the South China Sea. A messenger rushed to Long Tianxiong. An island has suddenly appeared. Chapter 76. The Mystery of the Temple and Island? Although it seemed peculiar, given the multitude of bizarre occurrences lately, the emergence of an island was hardly surprising. Have we sent someone to investigate? Long Tianxiong inquired, picking up a file to peruse. Unmanned drones have been dispatched for reconnaissance. Here is the aerial footage, the messenger replied, handing a disc to Long Tianxiong. Without hesitation, he inserted the disc into a computer to view the video. The footage revealed that the island was not particularly large, roughly the size of an ordinary small town. Its central feature was a towering mountain, lush with verdant vegetation. Long Tianxiong scrutinized the island, finding nothing overtly strange. Were it an island within the territorial waters of Huaxia, it would likely go unnoticed. However, with the world gradually intertwining with that of Pokémon, the sudden appearance of such an island was a matter of concern. As the camera drew closer, the island's environment became clearer. Long Tianxiong suddenly recognized that he had never seen the trees on this island before. Having fought across various lands for over 2 decades, he had encountered numerous species of trees across continents. The uniqueness of this island was evident. Long Tianxiong seemed to discover something. Adjusting the mouse to enlarge a section of the video, he observed a creature with a blue body jumping to consume the red fruits from the peculiar trees. Distinct from its blue form, it had a black tail with an eye-like marking, and 2 appendages resembling arms drooped at its sides, with 2 spherical feet beneath. It was apparent that this creature could not possibly belong to this world. Thus, this island might well be one from the Pokémon realm. Prepare a team to investigate. If they encounter any Pokémon on the island, they are to retreat without disturbing them. We will await the return of the Eagle Squadron, Long Tianxiong commanded, closing his eyes as if contemplating the temple, before dismissing the messenger with a wave of his hand. Within the temple, Duanmu Yuyu was unaware of how long he had been lost in thought over the ice coffin. Gradually, he rose, wiping away the remnants of tears from the corners of his eyes, curiously gazing at his reflection in the coffin. What just happened? He wondered, scratching his head, as if the events that transpired had slipped from his memory. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he stood before the ice coffin, while Xylona, pale-faced, watched him from a distance. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Duanmu Yuyu scratched his head again. Did something happen? I can't recall anything. Seeing Duanmu Yuyu return to normalcy, Xylona sighed in relief but quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Are you from the Dragon Tamer clan of Smoke Ink City? Duanmu Yuyu paused, clearly perplexed by her inquiry. What do you mean? Stop feigning ignorance. You unleashed the power of dragons just now, didn't you? Such formidable dragon energy surpasses even that of Edu when fully unleashed. Speak. What is your connection to the Dragon Tamer clan? Xylona asked, crossing her arms and observing him intently. Memories began flooding into Duanmu Yuyu's mind, the recent events replaying vividly. Yet he sensed he had forgotten something crucial. Suddenly, he recalled that he had seemingly used dragon energy against Xylona. Oh no, how do I explain this? Panic surged within him. For dragon energy was a power possessed solely by the dragon tamers of the Pokémon world, enabling them to achieve a unique bond with dragon-type Pokémon. What are you talking about? I don't understand. At this moment, Duanmu Yuyu could only force a laugh, attempting to pass off the situation. Still pretending? The moment I laid eyes on your extraordinary Pokémon, I found it peculiar. Why are there so many shimmering dragon-type Pokémon? It seems that it must be due to your inherited dragon power, right? I'm not. I don't have it. Don't say such things. Duanmu Yuyu hurriedly denied it 3 times in succession. Oh? Cynthia scoffed lightly. Then how do you explain your dragon power? Duanmu Yuyu found himself at a loss for words. He certainly couldn't tell Cynthia that she had misjudged him. Noticing his silence, Cynthia sighed and waved her hand, saying, forget it, let us pretend I never asked. In Cynthia's eyes, Duanmu Yuyu must be a figure of great secrecy within the Dragon Tamer clan, not at liberty to disclose his identity. Her family had numerous connections with the Dragon Tamers, and thus, for the sake of harmony between the 2 families, it was best not to delve deeper into Duanmu Yuyu's background. Finally relieved that Cynthia ceased her inquiries, Duanmu Yuyu exhaled deeply. After all, the Dragon Tamer family was considered a hidden lineage, and even he was unaware of many of its secrets, especially since the authorities had provided no explanations. By the way, what did you see inside the ice coffin? Cynthia inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. To her, the very act of constructing a temple for the person within the ice coffin and placing 12 Reggie-S seals atop it suggested that this individual held immense significance. Unraveling his identity might lead to the secrets of the temple. However, Duanmu Yuyu shook his head. No, I didn't see anyone. As I approached the ice coffin, the person inside vanished. Moreover, the lid of the coffin was too hazy for me to discern clearly. Is that so? Cynthia appeared somewhat disappointed, yet she added, "At least there's still this temple." Before she could finish her thought, Cynthia noticed the walls of the temple were continuously seeping water. Suddenly, cracks began to spiderweb across the walls. Oh no, the temple is melting. Run. Duanmu Yeo reacted swiftly, grasping Cynthia's arm and dashing towards the exit. Ice Rock Serpent. Take us up. Chapter 77. Encounter again, Master. What exactly transpired in the temple yesterday? Why did you call upon the infernal dragon to help us flee? Luo Ming asked. Puzzled. How could that be called fleeing? Can one call a scholar's actions fleeing? I merely executed a strategic retreat, Duanmu Yeo replied, somewhat awkwardly. After the Ice Rock Serpent had escorted Duanmu Yeo and Cynthia out, he had promptly stored the 12 Reggie-S in his Pokémon space. As for the Ice Rock Serpent, it insisted that Duanmu Yeo was the one its kind had been waiting for and refused to leave his side. To be honest, ever since Duanmu Yeo discovered that the Crystal Onyx was merely a variant of the Ice Rock Serpent, his interest in it had waned. Nonetheless, it was still a Pokémon from ancient times, and keeping it around added a touch of prestige. Just as he finished capturing the Ice Rock Serpent, helicopters arrived, each emblazoned with the Pokémon League's emblem. Clearly, the disturbances caused by Giratina on Pomelo Island had come to light. In the past, Duanmu Yeo might have lingered to claim some rewards, but now, with so many peculiar Pokémon at his disposal, he would undoubtedly be subjected to various studies. Hence, he had urged the Infernal Dragon to make a hasty exit. Duanmu Yeo retrieved his Pokédex from his system backpack, activating the map feature for a detailed inspection. Oh, I never realized that Pomelo Island was so close to Hualan City. Although Hualan City was coastal, there was still some distance between the two locations. It could only be said that the Infernal Dragon's flying speed was indeed remarkable, as it had taken only a few hours to traverse the distance. Why did Duanmu Yeo wish to return to Hualan City? Because every individual who admired Pokémon or enjoyed Pokémon games harbored a dream of becoming a Pokémon master. To earn that title, one must collect gym badges and emerge victorious in Pokémon tournaments. Glancing at the familiar forest surrounding him, Duanmu Yeo smiled at Luo Ming and said, "Do you remember the scene from our first meeting? I recall rescuing you near here. To be precise, it was under the crooked tree 5 steps ahead to the right." Luo Ming replied with a smile. Duanmu Yeo was taken aback, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I didn't expect you to remember so vividly." "Of course, I remember. Ever since that day, I felt a connection to you," Luo Ming murmured softly. She recalled the day when she was cornered by 2 Pokémon poachers, ready to give up, only for Duanmu Yeo to appear like a deity, driving them away. That moment would forever remain etched in her memory. As she reminisced, Luo Ming suddenly sensed something and instinctively hid behind Duanmu Yeo, feeling a twinge of fear. "Huh, Luo Ming, what's wrong?" Duanmu Yeo asked, puzzled. After all, Luo Ming had the audacity to confront Giratina directly. What could possibly frighten her? Suddenly, a snow-white figure materialized before Duanmu Yeo. It was then that he recognized the figure as a Pokémon. Its body was white, resembling a ballet dancer's skirt, and it had slender green legs. With shoulder-length bangs and 2 red horns at the sides of its head, it appeared as if adorned with hairpins. Overall, it exuded an exquisite and adorable charm. Kirlia? Duanmu Yeo called the Pokémon's name, capturing Kirlia's attention. The Kirlia glanced at him with an air of arrogance, but suddenly, it seemed to perceive something horrifying. Its pupils dilating in shock. "Impossible! Why is this calamity still here?" The words conveyed through telepathy were not directed at anyone in particular, yet Duanmu Yeo overheard them. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Yeo's gaze turned icy, and an invisible dragon's might surged from within him, heavily pressing down on Kirlia. "Apologize to her." Duanmu Yeo's command boomed like a dragon's roar, causing Kirlia to stagger back 2 steps in fright. What are you? Why do you shield this calamity?" Though Kirlia trembled before Duanmu Yeo's dragon might, as a member of the noble Gardevoir lineage, its pride forbade it from bowing to the man before it. "Oh." Duanmu Yeo smirked coldly, raising his hand to summon a black antimatter sphere. Although it was not as large as the one he had unleashed before Giratina, the energy generated by the annihilation of matter and antimatter was formidable. Even the small sphere in Duanmu Yeo's palm could be conservatively estimated to possess destructive power comparable to that of an average potential Pokémon's Hyper Beam. Kirlia was perceptive enough to recognize the terrifying power emanating from the antimatter sphere, causing it to retreat several steps in fear, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? Are you challenging the dignity of our Queen Gardevoir?" Queen Gardevoir? As Duanmu Yeo reminisced. He recalled that Luo Ming had once confided in him that her mother was the sole Shinado of their clan, while her father was the only Elurad. Thus, the Kairu he encountered must indeed be Luo Meng's mother. Humph, I have never held in high regard those who abandon their own flesh and blood. Duanmu Yuyu remarked as he prepared to hurl the antimatter sphere in his hand. Suddenly, a flurry of emerald leaves shot towards him, aimed directly at the antimatter sphere. It is well known that upon contact, matter and antimatter annihilate each other, and the leaves contained a myriad of elements. If these leaves were to collide with the antimatter sphere, Duanmu Yuyu's hands could be severely harmed. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, and he promptly redirected the antimatter, only to suffer minor scratches from the leaves. Clutching his bleeding wound, Duanmu Yuyu cast a cold gaze in the direction from which the leaves had come. A tall Pokémon emerged from the woods, its body a pristine white, reminiscent of an elegant evening gown, with a green lining beneath the skirt. Its hair cascaded in curls down past its shoulders. The arms were green, with an indistinct boundary between the arms and hands, the fingers long and slender, as if adorned with gloves. It bore fins on its chest and back, and spiky structures framed its face, resembling a masquerade mask. A green band on its chest connected to the middle of its horns, extending to its gloved arms, giving the illusion of wearing a long dress. Upon recognizing this figure, Luo Meng felt tears welling up in her eyes, as if she might weep at any moment. Chapter 78. Encounter with Ash. The Shinado exuded an air of nobility and grace that was truly breathtaking. With a regal demeanor that commanded attention, a mere glance was enough to captivate the heart. The Shinado regarded Duanmu Yuyu coolly and inquired, "Human, why have you harmed my kin?" Duanmu Yuyu let out a derisive laugh. "Harmed your kin? I merely sought to educate a rather insufferable brat." The Shinado's gaze sharpened as she pointed to Duanmu Yuyu's injured arm. "Do not presume that your tricks can stand against our lineage. You are, after all, merely flesh and blood. Should I desire it, you would not leave this forest." Her tone bore a hint of menace, serving as a warning to Duanmu Yuyu. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Duanmu Yuyu's lips as he replied with faint disdain. "Oh, are you certain?" With that, he released the hand that had been covering his wound, revealing an unscathed arm. The Shinado momentarily faltered, but quickly regained her composure, expressing surprise that a mere human could receive the blessing of the forest spirits. "Very well, I shall not pursue this matter further today." She waved her hand, intending to depart with the Kairu. "Wait." The Shinado turned sharply, glaring at Duanmu Yuyu. "Human, do not overstep your bounds." Duanmu Yuyu retorted coldly. "It's not that simple. Have her apologize to Luo Meng." He pulled Luo Meng into his embrace, facing the Shinado with an air of dominance. "Mother," Luo Meng murmured softly. The Shinado raised an eyebrow. "Apologize? Humph. She is merely a harbinger of disaster. There is nothing to apologize for." Luo Meng suddenly felt a jolt in her heart, tears streaming down her face. To be denied by her own mother. Was there anything more sorrowful in the world? Duanmu Yuyu stroked Luo Meng's hair, gritting his teeth as he declared, "You seek death." No sooner had he spoken than an antimatter sphere materialized in his hand, which he promptly hurled at the Shinado. Possessing the physical prowess of a superhuman, Duanmu Yuyu's strength was formidable. The antimatter sphere flew towards the Shinado in an instant, leaving her no time to react. However, just before it could make contact, the sphere dissipated into nothingness. "Luo Meng, what are you doing?" Duanmu Yuyu turned to see Luo Meng, her hand raised. Luo Meng slowly lowered her hand, resting quietly in Duanmu Yuyu's embrace, whispering, "Let them go, my lord." "Are we truly letting them leave?" The Kairu questioned reluctantly. "Enough," the Shinado interrupted. "They are not foes we can contend with, especially that boy. He harbors a power that rivals my own, perhaps even surpasses it." The Kairu was taken aback. A power greater than that of their queen could easily spell doom for it. It was fortunate that the queen had arrived in time, or it might have lost its life. As the Kairu silently expressed gratitude, the Shinado sighed, pondering, "The boy's power is chaotic. Within it lies a ferocity. Fortunately, he possesses the blessing of the forest spirits, which maintains a delicate balance. Otherwise, he might have perished long ago." Yet, that child, the Shinado shook her head, considering that perhaps this was the boy's best fate, compared to the treatment he would receive within their clan. "My queen, should we inform his majesty of this matter?" The Kairu inquired. The Shinado waved her hand. "No need for you to mention it. I shall inform him myself." "Understood," the Kairu nodded. But no one noticed the flicker of disdain in its eyes. On the road to Hualan City, Duanmu Yuyu intended to ask Luo Meng something, but she interjected. "I'm sorry, master. I need some time alone." The Shinado clan was attuned to the emotions of humans and other Pokémon, some even capable of glimpsing the future. Thus, Luo Meng had sensed Duanmu Yuyu's intentions well before he could voice them. Duamu Yu recognized that this was not the right moment to speak and refrained from pressing her further. Instead, he found himself pondering the words of Luomeng's mother. The blessing of the forest spirits? What might that entail? It was a term he had never encountered before, neither in anime, games, nor comics. The only semblance he could think of was the fairy forest from Pokémon Super Mystery Dungeon. However, the disparity between the two was stark. While the fairy forest was indeed a forest, it functioned as a maze within the game, and the genre of Super Mystery Dungeon diverged significantly from that of Pokémon, likely placing it in a parallel world. What, then, did Luomeng's mother truly refer to? Duanmu Yu mused silently. Before he knew it, they had arrived in Hualan City. Ah well, he resolved to ponder this later. Their immediate priority was to defeat the Hualan Gym and acquire the blue badge. Just then, he was called out to. Duanmu? Curious, Duanmu Yu turned to see Ash approaching. What a coincidence. Are you here to challenge the Hualan Gym as well? Ash, with the esteemed Shadow Emperor perched on his shoulder, greeted him cheerfully. You arrived 2 days earlier than me. It seems your journey has not been particularly smooth, Ash teased. Indeed, I have certainly encountered many trials, Duanmu Yu replied with a smile. In my recollection, it took Ash approximately 2 to 3 days to reach Hualan City after defeating Brock under the rigorous training of Wu Ning. However, it has been around 5 to 6 days since Danmu Yeo defeated Brock, which clearly does not align with the timeline in the anime. Just as Danmu was pondering this discrepancy, Ash suddenly interjected, Danmu, you are unaware that on the 3rd day after you left Shenhui City, I received assistance from an uncle, Brock's father, to provide Pikachu with special training. Our overall strength has significantly increased. How about a battle? 3 days later? It appears to be a butterfly effect. Danmu's presence has caused the gym to be destroyed by Team Rocket before Ash's first arrival, thus delaying the subsequent plot. While the two were engaged in conversation, Brock suddenly rushed forward, grasping Luomeng's hand in excitement. Miss, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Brock. The small in my name signifies beauty, while Brock denotes strength. A young and accomplished Brock, possessing the gentle nature of a Tailo and the brave spirit of a Tauros. Furthermore, I embody the tenacity of a Gyarados. Pray tell, what is your name, Miss? Chapter 79. Ash's discovery. This unexpected encounter caused the shy Luomeng to instantly teleport behind Danmu in fright. Danmu scratched his head, feeling quite awkward. Her name is Luomeng. She is my Pokémon. In the anime, Brock possesses an extraordinary ability to identify attractive older girls at a glance, yet today, this remarkable skill seems to have faltered against Luomeng. It is no surprise, though, as Luomeng truly became more beautiful after evolving into Gardevoir. Her aura exudes that of a mature woman. At times, Danmu even forgets that she is a Pokémon. Upon hearing Danmu's introduction, Brock was momentarily stunned. Ash, observing Brock's reaction with mild amusement, chuckled and said to Danmu, I forgot to mention that Brock has been traveling with me. Danmu nodded as if he already knew. What about Misty? According to the storyline, Misty is quite reluctant to return to Hualan City. Hence, she did not accompany Ash into Hualan City. Instead, she observes from the shadows. Danmu's inquiry was merely an attempt to appear casual. How would I know her? She absolutely refuses to come to Hualan City. So it's just me and Brock, Ash replied, crossing his arms in a frustrated manner. By the way, Danmu, you came to Hualan City to challenge the Hualan Gym for the blue badge, right? If that is the case, shall we go together? Danmu pondered for a moment and found no objection, gladly agreeing. The three strolled through the streets of Hualan City, marveling at the scenery around them. While passers-by couldn't help but gaze at Luomeng's stunning beauty, causing the shy Luomeng to inch closer to Danmu. Suddenly, Ash pointed towards a commotion in the crowd, exclaiming, Look, what is happening over there? He then tugged at Danmu and Brock, pushing through the throng, only to discover that the crowd was gathered around a shop. However, the shop was now cordoned off by police, and Miss Jusha was busily jotting down notes in her notebook. Hey, aren't you Miss Jusha from Tonkin City? Navelli inquired Ash, who was still oblivious to the mysterious connection between the Junsha and Joy families. Miss Junsha noticed Ash and politely smiled. You must be referring to my sister. I am Miss Jusha from Hualan City. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, her expression turning serious as she asked, Are you newcomers? Yes, is there a problem? Ash scratched his head in confusion. Miss Junsha displayed an astute smile and replied coolly, If I'm not mistaken, you must be the thieves who stole from this shop. Before anyone could protest, Miss Junsha began her deduction, stating that criminals typically return to the scene of the crime. Furthermore, since they claimed to know her sister, it was likely that those acquainted with the police were either lost, had lost something, or had a criminal record. Now, tell me where you've hidden the stolen pipes and engine, she said, producing several pairs of handcuffs. Before she could finish, Danmu interjected, logically speaking. If we were the criminals, why would we dare to appear so brazenly at the crime scene? We just arrived in Hualan City, and we possess identification. With that, Donmu produced a Pokémon Pokédex, containing proof of trainers recorded by Professor Okido. Ash mimicked him and retrieved his Pokédex. While Brock presented his gray badge as evidence of their identities, Miss Junch's expression shifted into a slight smirk, accompanied by an awkward apology. I sincerely apologize. I acted too hastily. It's quite all right, we understand. However, you mentioned that the stolen items were pipes and an engine? Donmu seemed to recall something, his eyes reflecting realization. Yes, the criminals likely broke in during the night to steal. Strangely, they left all the other valuable items untouched and instead took a thick pipe and an engine. Miss Junsha then slapped her forehead. You aren't even police, so why am I sharing this with you? You should leave. Disperse, everyone, she instructed. Starting to disperse the crowd, Donmu then called Ash and Brock to leave the scene, a smile gracing his lips as they departed. Although Donmu was unsure of Miss Junsha's crime-solving success rate in the anime, he recalled that she had rarely solved cases without Ash's assistance. As for this particular crime, Donmu could easily deduce that Team Rocket was behind it. On their way to the gym, Brock mentioned he needed to buy some items and asked the two to wait for him outside the gym after their challenge, temporarily parting ways. Donmu, what kind of person do you think the gym leader of Hualan Gym will be? Ash inquired. This is my first challenge as well, so I have no idea. Donmu replied nonchalantly. Oh, I see, Ash said, then suddenly asked, that dragon-shaped Pokémon that appeared over Shunhui City that night, was it yours? This unexpected question startled Donmu, leaving him momentarily speechless. However, he managed to muster a smile and looked at Ash with a peculiar gaze. Why do you ask? Don't hide it from me. I saw you that night, Ash said, casually placing his hands behind his head, his demeanor calm. I think it's really cool. Why keep it a secret? Donmu scrutinized Ash closely, attempting to discern his intentions. At that moment, Ash's aura felt nothing like the brainless trainer from the anime, but rather someone with a glimmer of wisdom and foresight in his eyes. After a long pause, Donmu sighed, this matter is significant, and I cannot explain it now. When the time is right, I will share it with you. You haven't told anyone else, have you? Ash shook his head. No. Because I believe you have your reasons for not disclosing it, so I don't want to expose your secret. That's good. Donmu exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally at ease. Setting aside everything else, Ash's loyalty to his friends was undoubtedly reassuring. Yet, the cleverness Ash had exhibited earlier caught Donmu off guard. But who could truly discern whether Ash's apparent dullness was genuine or a mere facade, regardless of whether Ash is feigning or being genuine? Donmu Yiyu firmly believes that one must never underestimate this protagonist. Chapter 80. A fine figure, is this the right place? Ash pondered as he examined the map in his hands, glancing up at the circus-like structure adorned with a massive white sea lion sign. He scratched his head in confusion. It must be this one. Let's go in and take a look, Donmu Yiyu declared as he boldly strode toward the Hualan Gym. Wait for me, Ash exclaimed, folding the map and hastening to catch up with Donmu Yiyu. The interior of the Hualan Gym resembled two concentric circles, with a smaller inner circle containing a round water pool, the venue for performances by the Hualan sisters, as well as battles with trainers. Surrounding this pool was a corridor, reminiscent of an aquarium, teeming with various water-type Pokémon. Although it was his first visit to the Hualan Gym, Donmu Yiyu had already mentally reconstructed its layout based on scenes depicted in the anime. Thus, he swiftly located the staircase leading to the pool area, while Ash remained captivated by the water-type Pokémon in the corridor, oblivious to time until Donmu Yiyu called him back to reality. The two made their way to the stands beside the battlefield, which were already filled with spectators. Donmu Yiyu didn't need to think twice to deduce that the Hualan sisters were showcasing their beauty through a performance. However, Ash, unaware of this, furrowed his brow in confusion, saying, what is going on? This doesn't seem like a gym battle. Sighing, Donmu Yiyu explained, this is indeed the gym. The trainers here, the renowned Hualan sisters, often hold performances when they're bored. Didn't you do any research before coming? Oh, I see, Ash replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Just then, an announcement rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The long-awaited underwater ballet show is about to commence. As the announcement echoed, the audience erupted in cheers, with many standing and calling out phrases like, Sakura-chan, I love you. I'm your fan. Peony, I'm here to see you again. Donmu Yiyu frowned, recalling that the audience had never been this enthusiastic in his memory. However, upon noticing the attire of some attendees, he realized that many individuals from the real world had entered the Pokémon universe, bringing along a culture of fandom. After all, the Hualan sisters were portrayed in the anime as narcissistic beauties, naturally attracting a legion of fans. Speaking of which, I am quite curious about what they look like in the real world, Duanmu Yiyu mused, resting his chin on his hand, an expression of intrigue crossing his face. Suddenly, bright lights illuminated a nearby high platform, and a crimson curtain slowly drew back, revealing a captivating figure. Isn't it supposed to be the Hualon sisters? Why is there only one person? This realization was shared by more than just Duanmu Yiyu. The fans in attendance also sensed something amiss, and murmurs of discontent began to escalate. What the hell? I came to see the Hualon sisters. Where's Sakura-chan? Get her out here. You're Sakura-chan? What are you thinking? Sakura-chan is mine. As the audience's complaints grew louder, the curtain finally fell away, unveiling a young girl in a white bikini. The moment she appeared, the atmosphere grew still, followed by an uproarious cheer that filled the gym. Not only was the girl stunningly attired, but her fair skin elicited gasps from the crowd. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, tied back in a ponytail for convenience during her performance, showcasing her intellectual beauty. Her large, glistening eyes sparkled like wells of clarity, hinting at stars twinkling within. Her delicate features, a graceful nose, and rosy lips exuded an air of innocence and charm. In that instant, the audience was utterly enchanted, completely forgetting the quarrels they had moments before. Duanmu Yiyu found himself entranced, and even Luo Ming beside him gazed at the girl on stage with a hint of envy. After a while, he heard Ash exclaim, "Isn't that Long Wuyue?" Indeed. The girl on the high platform was none other than Long Wuyue. As the music began, she leapt gracefully, tracing a beautiful arc through the air before elegantly plunging into the water after a series of flips. If this were a diving competition, Duanmu Yiyu would confidently declare that her dive was a perfect score. Next, she began to perform underwater ballet, her movements so graceful and captivating that she resembled a dancing fairy in the water. Duanmu Yiyu found himself momentarily spellbound. After a while, he suddenly felt a hand wave in front of him and instinctively snapped. "What are you doing? The performance is over, and you're still staring?" Ash said, hands on his hips, looking exasperated. Duanmu Yiyu glanced around at the now empty audience seats, awkwardly scratching his head. "I suppose I was mesmerized. My apologies." "You really are something," Ash sighed. "Now the question is, how do we proceed with the gym battle?" Looking at the deserted gym, Duanmu Yiyu was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, he recalled that in the anime, Ash encountered the Hualon sisters in the corridor after the performance ended. Perhaps stepping outside would trigger the next plot point. "Let's head outside and take a look," Duanmu Yiyu suggested, darting toward the exit. Just as he stepped out, he collided with a fair figure, caught off guard. And with the combined forces of inertia and gravity, Duanmu Yiyu found himself pinning the figure beneath him. Ouch, ouch, ouch. As he instinctively braced himself to get up, he muttered, "I'm sorry," but before he could finish, he realized he was pressing down on something soft. Yes, you guessed it right, the classic trope of anime. Duanmu Yiyu found himself atop Long Wuyue's chest. "Long Wuyue," he exclaimed, observing the blush spreading across her face, and felt a surge of adrenaline, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. To ease the awkwardness, Duanmu Yiyu forced a smile and said, "It's been a while. You've maintained your figure quite well." Chapter 81. Yu and the Hualon sisters. As soon as the words left his mouth, Duanmu Yiyu felt the air grow heavy with an unbearable tension that made the atmosphere palpably awkward. "Oh no," Duanmu Yiyu thought, "am I being foolish? It sounds as if I've touched her before. This is a disaster." Just as Long Wuyue was about to speak, a melodious female voice interrupted. "What have you done to our Wuyue?" Before Duanmu Yiyu could react, a slap came out of nowhere, striking him with such force that it sent him flying away from Long Wuyue. "Duanmu." Long Wuyue hurried to his side, checking on him. "Xiaoyu, how could you hit him so hard?" At this moment, one side of Duanmu Yieyo's face had swollen completely, the searing sensation assaulting his nerves, followed by a vivid red handprint appearing on his cheek. Duanmu Yieyo, covering that half of his face, forced a bitter smile and said, "It's nothing, it's nothing. I brought this upon myself." Only then did he take a moment to observe the person who had slapped him, clad in wild attire, with cascading fiery red waves. Her exquisite features complemented by a punk-inspired makeup. Her skin was as fair as frost, and although her figure was alluring, it lacked the captivating charm of Long Wuyue. Yet, this combination exuded a distinct allure of a spicy girl. However, it piqued Duanmu Yieyo's curiosity. Despite possessing the physique of a super rookie, he still felt the impact. This young lady before him was not to be underestimated. "Sorry, Duanmu, Xiaoyu is from a military academy, so she has a bit of strength," Long Wuyue explained with a hint of guilt. Yu displayed a look of disdain, angrily remarking, "Yeah, I'm not criticizing you, but this guy just treated you like that. Why are you still defending him?" "Xiaoyu, that's enough. It was just an accident. Duanmu is not that kind of person. Long Wuyue stamped her foot in frustration, which only appeared endearing in Duanmu Yeo's eyes, prompting him to steal a couple more glances, though he dared not gaze too openly. His furtive looks did not escape the keen eyes of Yu, who instantly registered a flicker of disdain, her tone oddly laced with sarcasm. Oh, so this is the Duanmu you often mention? He doesn't seem all that impressive. Xiaoyu. Long Wuyue's nostrils flared, her brows knitting in a frown, she threatened. If you keep talking about Duanmu like that, I'll ignore you. Seeing Long Wuyue's reaction, Yu, genuinely concerned about inciting her anger, quickly took her hand and said, all right, I won't hold it against you. Just don't be angry, it won't look good. As she spoke, she extended 2 fingers, playfully sketching a smile across Long Wuyue's puffed cheeks. Then you must apologize to Duanmu. Long Wuyue crossed her arms defiantly, turning her head away, seemingly waiting for Yu to offer her apology. With a resigned sigh, Yu forced a stiff smile and approached Duanmu Yeo. Hello, I'm Yu, Ye's best friend. I truly apologize for what happened. She extended her right hand, seemingly wishing to shake hands with Duanmu Yeo in reconciliation. Duanmu Yeo, unsure if the girl struggled with articulation or cognition, noted her speech was deliberate yet disjointed. However, he paid little mind to it and extended his own hand, smiling as he said, It's fine. It's all my fault. As their hands clasped, Duanmu Yeo felt a surge of strength emanating from her grip. His brow arched in surprise. Well, are you trying to provoke me? Fortunately, I'm a super rookie. Your strength is hardly a challenge. Seeing his raised eyebrow, Yi mistook it for pain and immediately broke into a victorious smile. With a forceful tug, she pulled Duanmu Yeo closer, leaning in to whisper threateningly in his ear. Listen here, if you bully Ye again and I find out, I'll break one of your arms. With that, she patted Duanmu Yeo's back and returned to her normal volume, declaring, well, it seems we've become friends through this little scuffle. I look forward to our friendship. Feigning discomfort in his hand, Duanmu Yeo shook it lightly and smiled. Absolutely. You seemed quite pleased with his reaction, letting out a satisfied hum. By the way, Wuyue, what brings you here to perform? Duanmu Yeo inquired curiously. Well, actually, we've run out of money. Coincidentally, the Hualan gym was hiring, and the pay is quite decent, so we came. Since I've had some ballet training, the Hualan sisters asked me to fill in for them. Xiaoyu has good stamina, so she is responsible for cleaning. I see, Duanmu Yeo mused, pondering how long Wuyue could be out of money. She hardly seemed the type. Judging by her attire and demeanor, she appeared to hail from a respectable family, if not a prominent one. Moreover, knowing someone from a military academy implied her family likely had connections, possibly even military officers. Could it be that the daughter of a military officer was short on funds? Who would believe that? Yet, Duanmu Yeo refrained from exposing it. Everyone has their own secrets, and if someone chooses not to share, that's their prerogative. At that moment, footsteps approached, accompanied by a familiar yet foreign voice exclaiming, Found them. The group turned to see 3 stunning young women standing in a row. Their delicate faces seemed to have been chiseled from the same mold, distinguishable only by their hairstyles and colors. Such distinctions were simple, having seen anime. Duanmu Yeo readily identified them. The blonde was Sakura, the blue-haired one was SHBU, and the pink-haired one was Peony. Sakura smiled and said, Wuyue, congratulations. Your first performance today was a success. You truly are someone we believe in. Not at all. This is all thanks to the guidance of the 3 elder sisters. Long Wuyue humbly replied. Peony chimed in with a melodious laugh. Keep up the good work, Wuyue. Who knows, you might catch up with us Hualan sisters someday. By the way, who are these 2? SHBU inquired, glancing curiously at Duanmu Yeo and Xiaoji behind Long Wuyue. At that moment, the battle enthusiast Xiaoji stepped forward excitedly, proclaiming, I'm Xiaoji from Jinshin Town, and this is Duanmu Yeo. We're here to challenge the Hualan gym. When can we battle? Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, the 3 sisters displayed expressions of disdain. Peony sighed dramatically, another pair from Jinshin Town. The other day, we were already frightened by those 2 little brats from there. Now we have 2 more? Peony's words astonished Duanmu Yeo. In the animation, it was stated that 3 individuals from Jinshin Town had challenged the Hualan gym, resulting in the Hualan sisters Pokémon being rendered incapable of battle. Hence, they intended to directly award the blue badge to Xiaoji. But now, why were there only 2 from Jinshin Town? Where had the 3rd one gone? Indeed, we 3 have been swamped lately. Besides those 2 from Jinshin Town, many challengers from other worlds have come. While our fanbase has grown, it has been exhausting. SHBU lamented, resting her chin on her hand. Sakura nodded, adding, exactly, and our Pokémon are still recovering, so we can't hold any gym battles. Xiaoji, upon hearing this, felt deflated. Is there really no other way? Sakura shook her head, producing 2 blue badges from seemingly nowhere. smiling as she said, I know what you're after, the blue badges, right? Here, take them. Wait, really? Is that allowed? Xiaoxi exclaimed in surprise, wondering if this was a generous gift. Sakura nodded. Of course, take them. We trust that those from Jinshin Town are strong enough without a battle. Thank you so much, Xiaoxi exclaimed, eagerly reaching for the badges. Just as he was about to grasp them, two voices rang out in unison. No, no. At that moment, Xiaoxia appeared out of nowhere, snatching the blue badge from Xiaoxi's hands, while Yu swiftly captured the other one. Xiaoxia? What are you doing here? Xiaoxi asked, puzzled at her sudden presence. With her hands on her hips, Xiaoxia proudly declared, Sakura, let me help you with this match. Yu chimed in. I can battle Duanmu. Wait, Xiaoxia, what are you doing? Confused, Ash is yet to grasp the situation. Misty smiled gently, as the youngest of the Hualan sisters. We cannot allow such a generous act of giving away badges. It's the Hualan trio and the ugly duckling, Isekai'd? Peony chuckled. Who was it that boasted they wouldn't return until they became a great Pokémon trainer? Iris teased as well. Upon hearing this, Misty's face flushed with anger as she mumbled, I didn't want it either, but Ash insisted on coming. Sakura, catching the scent of gossip, glanced at them with a hint of amusement. Misty, I'm not one to judge, but how could your taste be so poor? What are you talking about, Sakura? He broke my bicycle, and hasn't he compensated me yet, so I have no choice but to stick with him, Misty retorted. Duanmu Yayo nearly burst out laughing at this. Honestly, the premise of the animation is quite humorous. Why must she follow him just because he damaged her bicycle? Couldn't they exchange phone numbers or something? He even pondered whether he could adopt such a method to acquire a girlfriend for free. Sakura crossed her arms, sighing with concern as she looked at the two. Are you both capable of handling this? Misty patted her chest confidently, stating, Don't worry, Sister Sakura, I am fully confident in dealing with Ash. Yuyuan nodded in agreement. I have considerable confidence in battling Duanmu. She then turned to look at Duanmu Yayo, her gaze imbued with subtle meaning. Well then, I suppose giving away badges isn't quite right, Sakura sighed. Follow me, let us head to the competition venue. The group nodded and followed Sakura to the arena. On their way, Long Wuyue suddenly approached Duanmu and whispered, Duanmu, during the battle, could you please go easy on Yuyue? She has a strong sense of pride, and I worry for her. Duanmu Yayo nodded in understanding, assuring her, Don't worry, I'll hold back as much as I can. What are you two whispering about? Yuyue suddenly intruded, eyeing Long Wuyue with curiosity. You're not telling him about my Pokémon, are you? She added playfully. Long Wuyue shot her a glare. Do I look like that kind of person? Besides, he doesn't need to know. Then what were you just discussing? You'll find out soon enough. Long Wuyue replied just as they arrived at the competition venue. Although referred to as a competition venue, it was merely a large swimming pool with a few floating boards. Duanmu Yayo and Ash stood on one side of the pool, while Yuyue and Misty occupied the opposite side. Sakura observed that both sides were ready, then suggested, To save time, shall we go straight to a 2v2? No way. Misty suddenly shouted, I don't want to battle Duanmu. If it's a 2v2, Ash could easily win without any challenge to his skills. Is Duanmu really that strong? Yuyue asked curiously. Misty nodded vigorously, incredibly strong. I wouldn't dare face him. No, I said 2v2, and that's final, Sakura insisted, disregarding Misty's protests. Time is precious for a beautiful girl like her, and she was determined. Misty appeared somewhat defeated even before the battle began. Yuyue comforted her with a pat on the shoulder. Don't worry. I'll handle Duanmu. You just focus on Ash. Misty forced a smile. I hope so. Clearing her throat, Sakura announced the rules. I will explain the competition rules. This battle will be a 2v2, with each trainer using only one Pokémon until one side can no longer fight. Once both sides are ready, let us release our Pokémon. I choose you, Butterfree. Go, Starmie. Let us go, Eevee. Duanmu Yayo murmured, observing Ash's Caterpie had already evolved into Butterfree, while Yuyue was using Eevee. He casually tossed a Pokéball, and with a pop, a frosty blue figure appeared before them. To everyone's astonishment, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Go, Glacian, Duanmu Yayo spoke calmly. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, pulling an ice blue tablet from his backpack. A system prompt appeared. Would you like Glacian to equip the ice pillar tablet? Yes. As the command was given, the ice blue tablet vanished from Duanmu Yayo's hand. The Glacian on the field emitted a brilliant icy glow, its body visibly expanding at an astonishing rate, quickly reaching twice its normal length. With this transformation came an even more ferocious snowstorm. What just happened? As everyone marveled, Long Wuyue pointed at the battlefield in surprise. Look, the venue is now. Chapter 83, Drawn into Silence. Everyone followed Long Wuyue's gaze, gasping in shock. Goodness. This was no longer a swimming pool. It had transformed into an ice skating rink. It turned out that after equipping the ice pillar tablet, the cold aura emitted by Glacian had frozen the entire competition area into solid ice. Although the weather in Hualan City was relatively mild, it felt as though winter had descended with Glacian's arrival. Misty grimaced. What is the point of this? It was well known that most of Misty's Pokémon performed best in water. Now that the entire venue was frozen, her advantage had been nullified. Ding. Congratulations. Glacian has merged with the Ice Pillar Tablet, mastering Arceus' ice power. The system's notification sounded, but Duanmu Yeo was left uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. It was common knowledge that Arceus, when equipped with all 17 tablets, became invincible, with each tablet representing mastery over a specific elemental power. In the game, non-Arceus Pokémon carrying a tablet would enhance the power of the corresponding type moves. Duanmu Yeo had merely intended to store the Ice Pillar tablet on Glacian until he could catch Arceus, planning to transfer the tablet later. Yet, who would have anticipated such an occurrence? Quickly, he opened Glacian's panel to review its status. Glacian level, 20 type, Rock Ice Dragon ability, Ice Power potential, champion moves, Roar, Powder Snow, Thunder Wave, Rock Slide, Icy Wind, Tackle, Mist, Laser Beam Ice Power. Ice-type moves deal double damage and possess all ice-related abilities, such as Hail, Snow Cloak, etc. What could Duanmu Yeo say? This was undoubtedly a remarkable ability. In fact, it was nothing short of divine. The combination of all ice-related abilities. And while the Ice Pillar tablet only increased power by 20%, the fusion resulted in a direct doubling of the power, truly remarkable. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Yue appeared astonished. As someone from the original world, she could see the levels of Duanmu Yeo's Pokémon. Suddenly, she understood why Misty had been insisting that Duanmu was exceptionally strong. Most players' Pokémon were only in their teens for levels, so a level 20 Pokémon certainly had its merits. However, Yuu's EV was no novice, boasting a formidable level of 18. Coupled with the military training Yu and EV underwent in the fledgling Eagle group, she was brimming with confidence in her ability to triumph over Duanmu Yeo. In contrast, Ash and Misty had Pokémon that barely reached around level 15. Thus, the focal point of this battle undoubtedly lay between Duanmu Yeo and Yu. Although the sudden transformation of the battlefield puzzled her, she suspected it was the handiwork of her opponent's Pokémon. Nevertheless, she was resolute. This would not deter her. EV. Use Quick Attack. Yu initiated the offensive. Little did she know, the current arena was the domain of the Ice Dragon. Dodge it, Duanmu Yeo said calmly. Given the snowy conditions, the abilities Snow Cloak and Ice Body were activated, significantly enhancing his evasion. In an instant, the Ice Dragon vanished, only to reappear behind the unsuspecting Stereo. Use Tackle. Since Stereo was a water type, it was inherently weak against ice-type moves. One might wonder, don't you possess all abilities related to the ice type? Wouldn't he that grant you Ice Skin? The reasoning is straightforward. While Ice Skin is indeed an ice-type ability, the General Tackle, which has a power of 90, would convert into an ice-type tackle with a power of 108. However, since ice is weak against water, the effective power would only be 54. Yet, one must not forget that ice-type moves inherently double in power. Thus, the damage inflicted upon Stereo remained at a staggering 108. In a battle of this level, moves exceeding a power of 100 can decisively influence the outcome. As expected, the inexperienced Stereo was sent hurtling away, crashing heavily against the wall, rendering it unable to battle. Stereo. Misty lamented, staring despondently at her incapacitated Pokémon. Yu was left bewildered. How could it be defeated so swiftly? Was Stereo too weak, or was Duanmu Yeo simply too strong? Observing Yu's reaction, Duanmu Yeo smiled faintly. Now it's 2 against 1. Do you still believe you stand a chance? Yu gritted her teeth defiantly, as a soldier of Huaxia. I will never concede. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Yeo felt a surge of respect. For a moment, he hesitated to strike. Just then, a wall to the side suddenly exploded, debris flying as a large hole appeared. A massive armored vehicle rolled through the opening. What on earth is happening? Sakura gasped at this unexpected turn of events. Since you've asked so earnestly, we shall benevolently enlighten you, Musashi declared. To prevent the destruction of the world, Kojiro and I are here to safeguard peace, Musashi continued. To embody the love and truth of villainy, Kojiro added, the charming anti-hero. Musashi, Kojiro. Together, they proclaimed, we are the rocket team, traversing the galaxy. A bright tomorrow awaits us. Meowth. What are you doing here, Team Rocket? Ash demanded angrily, glaring at the duo and their feline companion atop the armored vehicle. What are we doing? Naturally, we are here to seize Pokémon. Musashi replied with an evil grin. Kojiro chimed in. Why are you still talking? Hurry up and drain the water. Capture the Pokémon. Right. Meowth exclaimed, pulling a lever beside him. Suddenly, a tube extended from their vehicle into the battlefield. With the roar of engines, the tube began to rapidly suck in air. The three of them erupted into sinister laughter. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, several seconds passed. Yet the onlookers showed no signs of panic. They soon realized something was amiss. Hey Meowth, why does it seem like the water level isn't decreasing? Musashi exclaimed anxiously. Yeah, what is going on? Meowth scowled, can't you see? There's no water here. It's all ice, how can we drain it? Duanmu chuckled softly. You've truly drawn a blank. Chapter 84, The Gang. The three members of Team Rocket stared at the frozen pool, momentarily taken aback. Little one, do you have any questions? Isn't the Hualan gym a water-type gym? Why is it all ice? Are you certain this isn't an ice-type gym? How could this happen? Our flawless plan has gone awry. Musashi exclaimed. Disbelief etched across her face as she looked at Meowth, who had clearly been confident in their scheme. Kojiro added, exactly. After all the effort we put into stealing those long tubes and engines, doesn't this mean our pump is useless now? Don't ask me. Meowth retorted. I want to know what is happening here too. Suddenly, it seemed Meowth sensed something and turned to gaze at the ice dragon in the arena. As a Pokémon, it could distinctly feel the presence emitted by different Pokémon, and this particular creature exuded an aura of profound desolation and unfathomable power. I think I know why it's so cold, Meowth said, a hint of malice glinting in its eyes as it pointed at the ice dragon. It's that Pokémon's doing. Musashi and Kojiro followed Meowth's gaze, intrigued by the ice-blue dragon Pokémon they had never encountered before. Oh, we haven't seen this Pokémon before, they remarked. If we capture it, we might earn a substantial reward. Without waiting for a response, Meowth produced a capture net launcher from seemingly nowhere and swiftly aimed it at the ice dragon. Not good. Just as everyone anticipated the net would ensnare the ice dragon, a miraculous scene unfolded. The net suddenly halted midair as it approached the ice dragon, as if frozen in time, exhibiting no further inclination to advance. How could this happen? Meowth exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, the ice dragon approached the net and gently tapped it with the fin on its head. Instantly, the net shattered into countless ice crystals, dissipating into the air. The shimmering fragments scattered throughout the atmosphere became the sole testament to its existence. Duanmu observed the glittering remnants with a faint smile. Let me enlighten you. A fiber-based net, when subjected to sudden cold, causes the moisture within to freeze, thereby compromising its structural integrity. But I suspect you might not understand this, so let us conclude this here. Duanmu waved his hand, and immediately, the Pokémon beside him, Luoming, understood his intent, teleporting in front of the three members of Team Rocket. A gentle pat on their shoulders, and in the next moment, they vanished from the spot. Huh, where did they go? Yu inquired curiously, glancing at Duanmu. They stole long tubes and engines from our store, naturally. They should be handed over to Miss Jusha, Duanmu shrugged. So, shall we continue? With Misty S. Sterry already out of commission, Duanmu naturally directed his question to Yu. After a brief silence, Yu suddenly smiled. No, I concede. I have lost. Your discerning eye truly shines, yeah. However, this does not signify my forgiveness. I must observe the situation between you and yeah with caution. With that, I turned and withdrew my EV. Tossing the blue badge gracefully to Duanmu. Xiaoxia, with no alternative, handed the blue badge to Xiaoji. Upon catching the badge, Duanmu appeared somewhat bewildered. What transpired between me and Long Yu? Has she misunderstood something? What expression should I wear at this moment? As the group exited the gym, dusk had already settled in. Long Yu and Yuya had completed their tasks for the day, and they planned to celebrate Xiaoji and Duanmu with a hearty meal. The clouds blushed with the setting sun, painting the sky in hues reminiscent of intoxication, cradling the deepening twilight. The words of a poem echoed in my mind. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it is near dusk. Coincidentally, Xiaojiang returned just then, having finished his errands, and he crossed paths with the group as they exited the gym. Observing the two smiling individuals, he deduced that they had successfully obtained the blue badge, although he found it curious that Xiaoxia was trailing behind them. He deemed the outcome to be favorable. Just as Xiaoji began recounting the day's events to Xiaojiang, a group of unsightly individuals suddenly appeared. Duanmu scanned the group and noted about a dozen of them, all clad in peculiar black uniforms emblazoned with a spiraling azure dragon. The character for blue prominently displayed in the center. These menacing figures surrounded Duanmu and his companions. Yuya shielded Long Yu, frowning as she demanded, "Who are you? What do you want?" At that moment, a delinquent with a pompadour stepped forward. A lewd grin plastered across his face as he addressed the group. Our leader from the Azure Dragon team wishes to invite the Dragon Maiden performing today to our base for a visit. The Azure Dragon team? Dwanmu Yayo furrowed his brow, reflecting on the fact that such a villainous organization did not seem to exist in the world of Pokémon. Huh? You don't know about the Azure Dragon team? The pompadour-wearing thug glared at Dwanmu Yayo. Should I know? Dwanmu Yayo queried, maintaining a stoic demeanor. At that moment, Yuya interjected. The Azure Dragon team is a recent malevolent organization formed by individuals from our world, extorting money under the guise of protection fees, often employing Pokémon in acts of violence, akin to a gang. The pompadour thug scoffed. That explanation isn't entirely accurate. We are protectors of the weak, punishing the wicked. And what of it? Dwanmu Yayo replied, his expression remaining inscrutable as he regarded the thug. Our leader simply wishes to invite Miss Long to be our guest. Enough of this chatter, step aside, the thug declared, attempting to push past Dwanmu Yayo. Yet, before he could make contact, he found himself immobilized, as if seized by invisible hands. Do not harm my master. Lo Meng's eyes shimmered with a blue glow, a telltale sign of psychic energy being employed. The thug felt a sharp pain in his arm and, in a fit of rage, shouted, "What are you waiting for? Attack them." Before the thug's underlings could unleash their Pokémon, an unseen force restrained them. They found themselves levitating in midair, helplessly suspended, which was indeed a chilling sight. What is happening? The thug gawked at his floating subordinates, his mind blank, a wave of terror washing over him. Dwanmu Yayo approached the thug leisurely, patting his face with a devilish smile. Do you now feel the need to know who we are? And no need, the thug stammered, shaking his head vigorously, fully aware that he could not contend with the person before him. With a dismissive snort, Dwanmu Yayo commanded, Lo Meng, release them. In an instant, the group of men fell 2 meters to the ground, groaning in pain. Return and inform your leader not to set his sights on Long Yu. She is under my protection. With that, Dwanmu Yayo and his companions departed with an air of nonchalance. After enjoying their meal and settling into their lodgings, Dwanmu Yayo summoned Yuya to the rooftop of their hotel. So, is the situation truly this chaotic? He inquired seriously, deducing from Long Yu's hints that Yuya was likely a member of the fledgling Eagle team established by the nation, making her insights invaluable. Yuya paused for a moment before nodding. The news regarding the malfunction of firearms has somehow leaked, and entry into the Pokémon world is now unrestricted. Anyone can traverse the portal to enter and capture Pokémon. However, the military possesses only a handful of trainers with Pokémon. Thus, the state's ability to maintain social order has been significantly weakened. Meanwhile, prominent families can leverage their resources and market monopolies to rapidly cultivate trainers capable of instilling fear in the state. As for ordinary individuals, extremist elements have emerged as terrorists, though they are a minority. More commonly, new gangs have risen, reminiscent of the underworld of yore, forming a force that cannot be underestimated. Consequently, nations are gradually coalescing into a tripartite structure comprising the state, influential families, and gangs. Upon hearing Yuya's explanation, Dwanmu Yayo was momentarily taken aback. While he had not contemplated the societal transformations resulting from the military's loss of firearms, the current circumstances indicated that the advent of Pokémon could significantly alter societal structures and systems. Yuya leaned against the railing, casting a glance at the contemplative Dwanmu Yayo, and smiled wryly. This situation may still be considered favorable. However, it is said that many gangs and influential families are amassing power, seeking to establish a foothold in the Pokémon world, with some even eyeing legendary Pokémon. Eyeing legendary Pokémon? Surely you jest. Dwanmu Yayo was taken aback by this staggering revelation. Legends refer to the key Pokémon mentioned in ancient tales throughout the Pokémon world, known for their immense power and rarity. In mythologies, some are revered as deities or messengers, while others are thought to be creators or overseers of certain elements, and some have even caused catastrophic events in the past. Additionally, some legendary Pokémon were artificially created by humans for specific purposes, often modeled after other legendary Pokémon. Considering the formidable might of beings such as Necrozma and Giratina, which Dwanmu Yayo had encountered, it was evident that these entities possessed not only extraordinarily high stats in the games, but also the unique abilities ascribed to them within the Pokémon universe, such as control over antimatter. Since Giratina had eliminated thousands of players with a single strike, Dwanmu Yayo understood that this world was far more complex than mere gameplay. The strength of legendary Pokémon was certainly not to be underestimated and would not be easily vanquished as portrayed in animations. Yuya chuckled lightly, who knows? Perhaps 1 or 2 organizations might indeed succeed in capturing legendary Pokémon. Yu suddenly seemed to recall something and said with a smile, "Have you heard of the dark green demon from the deep gray market? It has now been elevated to legendary status by netizens. And its nickname has changed to something like four-winged heavenly dragon. Huh? Duanmu Yayo paused for a moment. What is going on? Just recently. It was referred to as the demon of sinful judgment. How could the narrative shift so swiftly? However, I have heard that it is merely a Pokémon belonging to someone in our reality. Just think about it. What kind of person would be able to command such an existence? Duanmu Yayo smiled in response, but did not answer. After all, the person in question was right before him. How could he respond? But what are you planning to do? What do you mean by what? Yu looked at Duanmu with curiosity. I mean, although you were undeniably cool for saving Yaya today, aren't you worried that someone from the Azure Dragon team might target you? Don't think that just because you defeated me today, you're invincible. There are many who are stronger than me, and since they dared to form a faction, they must possess considerable strength. It would be best for you to exercise caution. Is this your way of showing concern for me? You might as well just disappear. You're wasting my time worrying about you. Hee. Long Wuyue hummed cheerfully as she tidied up her clothes. Fresh from the shower, she wore only a shirt, which clung to her figure due to the moisture, accentuating her lovely silhouette. Despite her humming, her mind was preoccupied with Duanmu Yayo's earlier declaration. I've got her covered. Suddenly, Long Wuyue halted her actions and dove into her bed, burying her head under the covers. Wow, he is really so cool. Why does such a silly plot feel so magnificent? After rolling around under the covers for a while, she finally peeked out, gazing longingly at the moon outside the window. This reminded her of not long ago when she had sat on the back of the demon of sinful judgment, wrapping her arms around Duanmu Yayo's waist. Catching sight of the crescent moon, though it was a new moon, it seemed to shine brighter than tonight's full moon. Just then, a sudden knock at the door interrupted the girl's innocent reverie. Chapter 86. Kidnapping. All right, I admit I was reckless today. But still, I must agree to your relationship with Yaya, Yu declared as she pushed open the door and waved her hand. All right, it's getting late. You should rest. I will take responsibility for comforting Yaya. Good night. Although Yu's actions today were clearly directed at him, one could argue that it was also a manifestation of her concern for Long Wuyue. Perhaps this is what is referred to as a good best friend. However, Duanmu Yayo might never fathom the subtle thoughts of these girls. Just as Duanmu Yayo was about to turn and leave, a piercing scream from Yu suddenly echoed. What happened? Duanmu Yayo quickly opened the door that had not yet closed. What he encountered shocked him. The entire room was in disarray, as if a fierce battle had taken place within. Fragments of the chandelier littered the floor, some stuck to larger pieces, as if the chandelier had fallen upon someone. Even more terrifying was the large pool of blood on the carpet, leaving him hesitant to contemplate whose blood it might be. Duanmu, Yaya, she is gone. Though Yu had undergone military training, she had never truly been on the battlefield, so her composure was not particularly steadfast. Yet, her words ignited a flame of rage within Duanmu Yayo's chest. An uncontrollable fury erupted from within him. Azure Dragon Team. His anger clouded his judgment, and even Luo Meng, who stood behind him, had never witnessed such wrath in Duanmu Yayo. She felt as though the man before her was not Duanmu at all. The surrounding guests were startled by Duanmu Yayo's furious roar, emerging from their rooms to gaze upon him. Xiao Ji and the others looked on with curiosity. Hey kid, what are you shouting about in the middle of the night? Exactly. Can't a person get some sleep? Many guests hurled insults at Duanmu Yayo. But when they met his eyes, filled with murderous intent, they fell silent. What is going on, Duanmu? Xiao Ji rushed to Duanmu Yayo's side, noticing the chaos within the room and furrowing his brow. Is it Long Wuyue? Before Xiao Ji could finish his sentence, Duanmu Yayo dashed back to the rooftop before anyone could react. Come forth, demon of sinful judgment. As Duanmu Yayo tossed out a Pokéball, a massive dark green figure materialized on the rooftop, and the dragon raised its head, unleashing a roar that resonated through the sky. Although it had just emerged, it shared a bond with Duanmu Yayo, instinctively aware of the unfolding situation and equally enraged. This spared Duanmu Yayo the need for explanation, as he leaped onto the back of the demon of sinful judgment, with Luo Meng following suit in an instant. Luo Meng, wait. The demon of sinful judgment will circle above Hualan City. I need you to use your telepathy to help me locate Long Wuyue. Luo Meng nodded, saying nothing further. The demon of sinful judgment flapped its wings, stirring up a fierce wind, soaring into the sky like an arrow released from a bowstring. The night sky was still dotted with clouds, but as the demon of sinful judgment appeared, those clouds were swept away by the powerful gust, revealing the luminous moon that cast its pale light upon the earth. This caused the shadow of the demon of sinful judgment to be reflected on the ground, naturally attracting many gazes. Look, what is that in the sky? It looks like a four-winged heavenly dragon. Wow, it really is. Quick, take a picture. Despite the chaos below, Dwanu Yayo remained unfazed, focusing intently on searching for anyone donning the Azure Dragon Team's uniform through the bond he shared with the demon of sinful judgment. At that moment, Luo Ming, who had been keeping her eyes closed, suddenly opened them and pointed to a speeding blue truck, saying, "Long Wuyue is in that vehicle." Before Dwanu Yayo could give the order, the demon of sinful judgment had already locked on to that truck and dove swiftly towards it. In a certain military base in Huaxia, Long Tianxiong was reading a report regarding the sudden emergence of islands in the South China Sea. The island was rich in resources, with several mineral veins discovered, and many species of trees not found in their world documented in various archives. Currently, only one Pokémon with a blue body and a black tail resembling an eye had been discovered on the island, along with 2 spherical feet. However, the description of this Pokémon was scant, thus they refrained from further exploration. Long Tianxiong rubbed his tired eyes and pondered. No information on it? The documents provided by Adu didn't mention it either. I wonder if they simply haven't discovered it or if they are concealing the information. With that, he straightened his posture. Exploration of the unknown Pokémon would still rely on the fledgling team to assist. He couldn't help but wonder how those kids were faring during their training, especially considering the current domestic situation was precarious. Just as Long Tianxiong was reflecting, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. "Come in." The office door swung open, and a girl with a blue ribbon tying her ponytail entered, saluting briskly. "Report. This is Lu Yao, captain of the Jiangzhou division of the fledgling team. I have information regarding the dark green demon." Indeed. The figure that appeared in Long Tianxiong's office was none other than the mysteriously vanished Lu Yao. That day, she had merely traversed the portal on Pungan Island and returned directly. As for her late appearance, it was primarily due to the considerable time spent navigating checkpoints between Jiangzhou and this military base. Upon seeing Lu Yao, Long Tianxiong did not express joy. Instead, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Captain Lu, I recall instructing you to take a leave for recuperation, did I not? Why have you come to report on the information regarding the Emerald Demon?" "Thank you for your concern, Chief, but my health is not in jeopardy. I believe it more prudent to contribute to the nation rather than waste time resting at home. Hence my investigation into the Pokémon world," Lu Yao responded. "That said, I acknowledge I have breached military discipline. Please, punish me accordingly." Listening to Lu Yao's reply, Long Tianxiong, though tempted to impose a stern punishment, ultimately shook his head in acquiescence. "Very well, considering your contributions in the investigation, let us overlook your transgressions. Now, what information do you possess?" Lu Wuyue saluted in gratitude and then stated, "I have ascertained the identity of the trainer associated with the Emerald Demon." Chapter 87. The sequence of events as the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth, a youthful figure emerged on the horizon. Accompanying him was a shimmering Shinado, while a stunning girl, wearied and with a serene smile upon her lips, was slung over his back, seemingly drifting into slumber with pleasant dreams. "Yeah." The voice belonged to Yu, who had been tirelessly searching for Lu Wuyue since her abduction the previous night. Lacking the telepathic connection that Luo Ming possessed, she felt like a headless fly, aimlessly wandering through Hualan City in search of any trace of Lu Wuyue. However, upon spotting Dwanu Yayu carrying Lu Wuyue, the tears that had been welling in her eyes could no longer be restrained. "Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't wake her." Dwanu Yayu sidestepped as Yu lunged toward Lu Wuyue. Wiping her tears, Yu cast a resentful glance at Dwanu Yayu before urgently inquiring, "How is Yaya?" The Qinglong team didn't harm her, did they? Upon hearing Yu's question, a bitter expression crossed Dwanu Yayu's face, and he fell silent. "What on earth happened? Please tell me." Yu, interpreting Dwanu Yayu's expression as an indication of calamity, felt tears threatening to spill once more. "Is it possible that Yaya?" "Don't jump to conclusions. You want to pass the scrutiny like this." Dwanu Yayu interjected hastily. "Allow me to explain. Last night, ding. Congratulations to the Burning Sin Emperor Dragon for comprehending Dragon God Dive." As the Burning Sin Emperor Dragon charged towards the truck, a brilliant white light erupted from its form, accompanied by the system's notification. However, Dwanu Yayu was not in a celebratory mood for the Burning Sin Emperor Dragon. His focus was solely on one matter. The occupants of the vehicle seemed to have noticed the impending charge of the Burning Sin Emperor Dragon, disregarding surrounding traffic, and accelerated to the utmost, crashing into several vehicles and breaking through the guardrail, heading towards the outskirts. "Damn it! Burning Sin Emperor Dragon, ascend and follow." Although Dwanu Yayu yearned to intercept the vehicle, he could not gamble with the lives of pedestrians. Reluctantly, he decided to gain altitude and await an opportunity to confront them later. This vehicle was evidently no ordinary one. It had likely undergone modifications. After breaching the guardrail, its speed noticeably increased severalfold, far beyond that of a standard truck. Thankfully, the Burning Sin Emperor Dragon maintained a commendable speed, enabling it to keep pace. Yet, Duanmu Yeyu chose not to close in immediately, as he understood that the vehicle was likely en route to their Qinglong team's base, providing him the chance to trace the routes of the Qinglong team and uproot them entirely. The truck swiftly exited the city, heading towards the forest on the outskirts. The forest consisted of narrow, muddy paths, making travel difficult, thus slightly slowing the vehicle. Nonetheless, Duanmu Yeyu maintained a safe distance, ensuring that if Luo Meng sensed any danger befalling Lu Wuyue, they could provide immediate assistance. Before long, a few small houses came into view, resembling a farm. Duanmu Yeyu surmised that this was likely the Qinglong team's base. True to his conjecture, the truck drove directly towards the farmhouse. As soon as the vehicle halted, the back doors of the container swung open, and several individuals clad in Qinglong team uniforms hurriedly dragged a figure from the truck, rushing towards the largest building. At that moment, the Burning Sin Emperor Dragon unleashed another Dragon God dive, landing squarely in the open area in front of the farm. In that instant, Duanmu Yeyu swiftly retrieved a mask from his backpack, a precaution he had maintained since the pandemic, realizing he was riding the fabled Emerald Demon, or rather, the four-winged celestial dragon, necessitating the concealment of his identity. As the Burning Sin Emperor Dragon approached, the Qinglong team members were sent flying several meters by the gust created by the Dragon God dive. The figure they had been dragging fell to the ground as well. In a flash, Duanmu Yeyu dashed forward, lifting the fallen figure and anxiously calling out, "Wuyue, Duanmu, what brings you here?" Lu Wuyue's voice suddenly emanated from the truck's container, followed by a beautiful figure leaping out. "Wait, if you are here, then who is this?" Duanmu Yeyu exclaimed, turning to the individual he had just rescued. To his astonishment, he found himself cradling the airplane man, now battered and bruised, barely recognizable even to his own mother. "Leader." The members who had been blown away rushed forward to assist the airplane man. "Doctor, quickly," they exclaimed as they carried him into the house. At this moment, Duanmu Yeyu was thoroughly bewildered, gazing at Lu Wuyue in confusion. "Miss Long, could you elucidate the current situation?" Lu Wuyue, meeting his gaze, playfully stuck out her tongue, her eyes darting away as her fingers fidgeted with her hair. "Well, what is the current situation?" "Master, that person was struck by Miss Long." Just then, Luo Meng interjected. Duanmu Yeyu furrowed his brow. "So you're saying Miss Wuyue is responsible for that individual?" He turned to the blushing Lu Wuyue. Stare. Unable to endure Duanmu Yeyu's gaze any longer, Lu Wuyue relented. "Fine, I did hit him, but the circumstances were such that..." At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted the girl's bewildered recollections. "Who is it?" Lu Wuyue inquired curiously. "Miss Long, it's the Qinglong team member you met today. Our leader has requested to see you again. May I come in?" The voice of the airplane man echoed from outside. Lu Wuyue's brows furrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over her, yet she feigned calmness. "Just a moment, I need to change my clothes." "Of course, Miss Long." Upon hearing his reply, a glint of malice flashed in Lu Wuyue's eyes. After changing her outfit, she declared, "All right, the door is unlocked. You may enter." As the airplane man stepped through the doorway, he was met with the sight of a chandelier hurtling toward him. "How dare you return? Experience my prowess." "Ah, no, please." Chapter 85. The triumvirate. Upon reflection, a 1,000-word apology indeed seems excessive, especially considering the investment of 4 coins by each reader. Thus, I dedicated an entire day to meticulously compiling the history of the Pokémon world, ensuring that your investment is justified. Should anyone have inquiries regarding Pokémon or this narrative, I encourage you to express your questions in the comments section. In my personal classification, the Pokémon universe can be divided into several distinct eras. 1. The mythical era in the primordial dawn of existence, when the universe was yet a blank slate. Nothing material had yet come into being. All was enveloped in chaos and void. After an indeterminate passage of time, an egg emerged from this tumultuous nothingness, giving rise to the first life form, Arceus. Arceus, the inaugural Pokémon, found itself isolated in a realm still shrouded in chaos, bored by its solitude. Arceus conceived a grand vision, to create a world. This act of creation is known as the Genesis, and thus Arceus was rightfully honored as the creator deity. Fragments of this creation gave rise to tablets, imbuing various forces into all things. Following this, Arceus crafted 3 additional beings, Palkia, Dialga, and Giratina. He bestowed upon Dialga the dominion over time, Palkia the mastery of space, and Giratina the control of antimatter. It is said, space embodies the universe, while time represents the cosmos. Together, Palkia and Dialga forged the universe, giving birth to a complete world. However, Giratina's destructive nature wreaked havoc upon the cosmos created by Palkia and Dialga. In a fit of rage, Arceus imprisoned Giratina within the distortion world. Subsequently, Arceus created 3 more Pokémon, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, who endowed the beings of the Pokémon world with knowledge, emotion, and will. These 3 Pokémon then descended into Lake Verity, Lake Valor, and Lake Acuity, earning them the title of the Lake Guardians. With the genesis complete, Arceus fell into a deep slumber. Eons later, from the depths of molten rock, Groudon was born. From the oceanic trenches, Kyogre emerged, and from minerals in the ozone layer, Rayquaza came into existence. Groudon and Kyogre expanded their respective territories of land and sea. Eventually, these ancient Pokémon engaged in a protracted battle for dominance over the nascent world, which was ultimately quelled by Rayquaza. Post-conflict, Kyogre and Groudon retreated to their underwater caves and volcanic mountains, descending into a long slumber. Thus, the strife between ocean and land subsided, allowing the world to stabilize and flourish. During this epoch, Mew appeared. It is said that within its being lies the genetic essence of all Pokémon, widely dispersed throughout the world. 2. The ancient era. Millions of years ago, the Alola region entered a phase of primordial formation, yet light had not yet graced the world. At this juncture, Solgaleo, Lunala, and Necrozma descended from the Ultra realm, illuminating the land. Gradually, the earliest prehistoric Pokémon began to emerge. During this time, Mew's presence diminished, while the population of other Pokémon steadily increased. Humanity also made its appearance in this period. Approximately 300 million years ago, the ancestral forms of Kabuto and Dissect emerged. 200 million years ago, Regigigas moved the continental plates with ropes, shaping the various regions. In the Stone Age, it crafted Regirock from clay. In the Ice Age, it formed Regice from ice, and in the Iron Age, it created Registeel from magma. 100 million years ago, Lilip became extinct, while Cranidos, Shereldon, and the original form of Turtwig appeared. Rampardos dominated the earth, and Glacian was encased in ice. The ancient Quillfish has retained its form to this day. Thousands of years ago, Kabuto and Ammonite faced extinction. Around 20,000 years ago, the Ultra Beast Nihilego fell to the Galar region alongside a meteorite, its energy distorting the surrounding spacetime and triggering the phenomenon of Dynamax in Galarian Pokémon. 2,000 years ago, a clay doll crafted by humans mutated into a clay doll upon exposure to an unusual light. 1,000 years ago, at the end of the Ice Age, the woolly mammoth began to thrive. Following the Ice Age, global warming led to a significant decline in the woolly mammoth population. At some point, the mudbray was created by humans utilizing the powers of ancient civilizations. 3. The medieval era. Thousands of years ago, after the Iron Age, Regigigas was sealed within the Hall of Origin in the Sinnoh region. Regirock, Regice, and Registeel were respectively sealed within various ruins across the Hoenn region. Approximately 3,000 years ago, a war erupted in the Kalos region. During this conflict, the king of Kalos lost his beloved Florges. In an attempt to resurrect Florges, the ultimate weapon was invented. The energy released by this weapon granted Florges eternal life. Although revived, it sought vengeance upon both warring factions, resulting in total destruction and calamity for the Kalos region. Upon learning that the ultimate weapon was powered by the sacrifice of countless Pokémon, Florges departed in despair. The king, tormented by the loss of Florges, embarked on a wandering quest to find it, unable to end his own life due to his newfound immortality. 2,500 years ago, the ancient castle of Unova was constructed. About 1,500 years ago, the earliest written language emerged in the ruins of Alfinjato, the ruins of Iskarn in the Seven Islands, and the ruins in Sinnoh. To this day, archaeologists remain uncertain which appeared first, the unknown totem or this script, yet a connection between them is evident. During the same period, Farfetch'd faced a decline due to overhunting, while the population of Magikarp underwent a mutation, resulting in subpar genetic traits. Around 800 years ago, Xerneas and Veltal fell into slumber in the Kalos region. 4. The modern era. Approximately 700 years ago, the bell tower and the clock tower were erected in a Krutik city, symbolizing the friendship between Pokémon and humanity, with Lugia and Ho-Oh residing atop the towers. About 500 years ago, the brilliant scientist of the Azoth Kingdom, Eliaphaz, created Magiarna as a gift for the royal family, living alongside the princess of that time. Roughly 300 years ago, the king of Kalos constructed the Prism Tower to flaunt his power. About 150 years ago, the clock tower was struck by lightning, igniting a great fire. Lugia fled to the Whirl Islands, and 3 Pokémon perished in the blaze. After the fire was extinguished, Ho-Oh appeared, resurrecting the 3 fallen Pokémon, now known as the legendary beasts, Enei, Raikou, and Suicune. Around the same period, the first Pokémon League competition was held. Approximately 100 years ago, gears began to emerge in the power plant. In 1925, Professor Kenji Mori, the pioneer of Pokémon studies, conducted an experiment to extract the wrathful energy of an Infernape. However, the elderly professor miscalculated the dosage, causing the Infernape to weaken significantly, perhaps driven by survival instincts. The Infernape curled into a ball, resembling a fetus, within the professor's spectacles case. This incident became the catalyst for the development of the Pokémon Capture Capsule, which underwent several modifications before ultimately evolving into the modern Pokéball available on the market today. 5. The contemporary era. The events of the modern age encompass the principal narratives within various games, and thus, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Chapter 88. The variables. The events unfolded as follows. Dragon Wuyua murmured, her delicate face flushed crimson as if it could bleed. Wait a moment, let me process this. You tore down the chandelier with your bare hands and hurled it at that man on the plain, injuring him severely? Dragon Wuyua bit her lips softly and nodded. My family has a long lineage of military service. My grandfather taught me various self-defense techniques and training methods when I was young, and he often supervised my practice. Duanmu Yuyu swallowed nervously and ventured. Do you know the names of the self-defense techniques you practice? Dragon Wuyue pondered for a moment and replied. I recall my grandfather mentioning a few, something like Ma Jiashu and Sangbo enough. Don't say any more, Duanmu Yuyu interrupted, a chill running down his spine. This lady was not to be trifled with. What she practiced were not mere self-defense techniques. These were combat arts from various military forces across nations. For a fleeting moment, Duanmu Yuyu felt a pang of sympathy for the man on the plain. But why did you come here so directly? Did you not know we were worried? Do not blame Miss Long. It was I who invited her, a magnetic voice interjected. A man had appeared at the doorway. His long hair elegantly tied into a bun with a wooden hairpin. His appearance was striking, with a handsome face devoid of facial hair, exuding an air of a wise sage rather than a villain. He wore a flowing purple robe adorned with dragon motifs, a gold-threaded brocade coat over it, and traditional black cloth shoes, emanating an aura of antiquity. Duanmu Yuyu glanced at him coldly. Who are you? What do you want with Dragon Wuyue? The man smiled enigmatically, betraying nothing of his thoughts, and bowed slightly. I am Qing Wuran, the leader of the Qing Long team. Oh, may I inquire what business you have with Miss Long? Duanmu Yuyu found himself inexplicably adopting a tone influenced by Qing Wuran. Noticing Duanmu Yuyu's disdainful expression, Qing Wuran sighed. My good fellow, you have misunderstood me. I have actually invited Miss Long here for a matter of great importance. Just as Duanmu Yuyu was about to retort, Dragon Wuyue held him back. Enough, Yuyu. Qing Wuran is an esteemed guest of our family. Please be courteous. Seeing Dragon Wuyue's irritation, Duanmu Yuyu sulked and turned away. Observing his childish reaction, Dragon Wuyue sighed and bowed to Qing Wuran. I apologize, Brother Qing. Yuyu is merely concerned for my safety, so he may have been a bit rude. No offense taken. Qing Wuran waved his hand dismissively. May I ask what brings you here, Brother Qing? Is there any way the Long family can assist? Qing Wuran remained silent, but gestured for quiet, indicating that this was not a suitable place for discussion. The fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. He made a gesture inviting Dragon Wuyue to follow him inside. Duanmu Yuyu attempted to enter, but was stopped by Qing Wuran. Brother Duanmu, this conversation cannot be made public. I hope you understand. Why not? Duanmu Yuyu was about to protest fiercely, but was silenced by a single glance from Dragon Wuyue. Qing Wuran smiled mysteriously, bowed slightly, and then closed the door behind him. Did they talk all night? Yuyu's face flashed with surprise, but quickly returned to normal. Yet, Duanmu Yuyu noted this detail. What's wrong? According to folklore, in Han times, there was a King Wuzi, renowned for his divination skills. The King Wuzi was the ancestor of the Qing family, known for his mastery of divination, yet few knew of his exceptional predictive abilities. It is said that before he departed this world, he passed his skills to his descendants. After acquiring this art, the descendants, having predicted something significant, retreated into the mountains, with no one aware of their whereabouts. Rumors suggested that once the Qing family emerged, chaos would surely ensue. Yu glanced at the still-sleeping Dragon Wuyue and murmured, it is said that only the Long family knows the whereabouts of the Qing family's recluse. But what ties exist between the Qing and Long families remains a mystery. After hearing Yuyu's words, Duanmu Yuyu felt as though his worldview had shattered further. After a lengthy contemplation, he asked, so you mean to say chaos is imminent? Yuyu shook her head. No, I do not know. However, the power of the Qing Long team is not something that can be assembled in a short time. Clearly, the Qing family had foreseen that our world would soon intersect with that of Pokémon, hence they prepared in advance. But as for their ultimate goal, only they and the Long family would know. If the Qing family's predictive skills are indeed that formidable, then why do they not simply use them to dominate the world? Why have they hidden away for nearly 2 millennia? Did they foresee a terrifying future, or something else? Wait, if that is the case, could they also predict my existence? The thought struck Duanmu Yiyu, sending shivers down his spine, as if countless eyes were watching him intently. Young master, why did you insist that I invite Miss Long first before you went in to explain the situation? The injured man from the plane, now bandaged, grumbled. Qing Wuran took a sip of freshly brewed tea, smiling mysteriously. If I had gone in first, wouldn't I have been the one to be struck? You anticipated that? Why didn't you inform me that she would strike so fiercely? The man shot Qing Wuran a resentful glance, yet his eyes sparkled with admiration. Ah. Qing Wuran chuckled lightly, offering no further explanation, which piqued the man's curiosity. Young master, could it be that you failed to predict something? The Qing family can only predict one individual, Qing Wuran replied, taking another sip of tea. The man perked up, eagerly asking, who is that person? You have already encountered them yesterday. Just as the man was about to inquire further, Qing Wuran waved his hand. I must report this person to the family head. You may leave now. The man had no choice but to swallow his questions. Once the man exited the room, Qing Wuran retrieved a phone from his pocket and dialed a number. A moment later, an elderly voice came through. Have you encountered them? Yes. I happened to meet them today. Is it with the descendant of the Long family? Indeed. Be cautious. Ever since your encounter with that variable last night, we can no longer predict your fate. Upon hearing this, Qing Wuran's eyes gleamed with excitement, yet he suppressed his emotions and replied calmly. I will heed the family head's instructions. Chapter 89. It's you again. When Dragon Wuyue awoke, it was already midday. She hastily consumed a few morsels before urgently dragging Yu to the Hualan dojo to resign from her job, citing an important matter that required her attention. I'm sorry, Duanmu. I may need to return for a while, and I want to be able to accompany you on the rest of the journey. Dragon Wuyue said apologetically to Duanmu Yiyu. Duanmu Yiyu did not press for details. After learning about the Qing family, he felt there was no longer any situation he could not accept. Dragon Wuyue's need to return was a trivial matter that he would not dwell upon. He simply replied, Take care. Long Wuyue nodded and took Yiyu through the portal, returning to their original world. Yeah, what is it that has you so eager to return? Have you forgotten the task your grandfather entrusted to us? Yiyu inquired curiously during the transit. That's not something you need to worry about. It would be troublesome if the Qing family found out. In any case, it is a pressing matter, Long Wuyue replied, her expression tense, indicating that the situation was indeed serious. As Yiyu pondered the discussion between Qing Bureng and Long Wuyue, her communication device from the Chick's squad suddenly beeped. Intrigued, she took out the device to examine its contents, only to be left speechless in an instant. There, on the screen, was a photograph of a young boy. Initially, she didn't think much of it, but then a sense of familiarity washed over her. Isn't that Duanmu? She murmured to herself, only to read the accompanying text. This individual is the trainer of the Emerald Demon. Remember his appearance. Do not provoke him. Instead, try to befriend him. Duanmu is the trainer of the Emerald Demon. The portal in Hualan City was nestled within the hollow of an ancient tree on the outskirts. After Long Wuyue and the others departed, Duanmu Yayo decided to explore the forest first. He sought to discover any remarkable Pokémon that resided around Hualan City, and admittedly, he was quite bored. Perhaps this was the solitude that came with being a powerful individual. However, it wasn't long before he was approached. Mr. Duanmu, our captain wishes to discuss some matters with you, announced a bandaged man, who had appeared behind Duanmu Yayo without him noticing. Duanmu glanced at the bandages on the man's face and the noticeable swelling before chuckling. All right, lead the way, though aware that he was ridiculing the man's appearance. The bandaged man dared not take offense. Firstly, Duanmu Yayo was a guest of Qing Bureng, and secondly, he knew he couldn't contend with Duanmu Yayo. The last time they crossed paths, he hadn't even released his Pokémon, and he and several subordinates had been easily defeated. Who would dare to lose their temper with someone like him? He cast a sideways glance at Luo Ming, who stood behind Duanmu. Truth be told, ever since Luo Ming evolved into a dark Gardevoir, Duanmu had noticed her presence had become significantly more subtle. Coupled with the fact that the Gardevoir race moved silently, her presence was almost ghostly. Unless one was aware of her existence, an ordinary person would likely be terrified. Wait. A familiar female voice suddenly echoed from an unknown source. The bandaged man and his subordinates, startled, instinctively released their Pokémon, scanning their surroundings warily. However, Duanmu was puzzled by the fact that the Pokémon they unleashed were all Caterpies. Could it be that the Qinglong team is named after the fact that each member has a Caterpie because of their limited numbers? Duanmu couldn't help but quip. At that moment, a flurry of white figures appeared before everyone, revealing a group of Ralts and Kirlia. Caterpie, use Bug Bite, one of the Qinglong team's subordinates. Witnessing the appearance of the Ralts and Kirlia, grew fearful and issued the attack command without hesitation. Don't act rashly. The bandaged man attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The Caterpie lunged forward, aiming to bite one of the Ralts. Just as the Caterpie was about to make contact with the Ralts, it suddenly halted midair. In the next instant, a powerful force struck the Caterpie without warning, rendering it incapable of battle with a single blow. Caterpie. The subordinate hastily scooped up the Caterpie, anxiously checking on it. A snow-white and noble figure appeared before the Ralts and Kirlia. It was none other than Luoming's mother, Gardevoir. The bandaged man felt a surge of frustration watching his subordinate be defeated so easily. Damn it, why is it always you guys? He exclaimed. Duanmu, puzzled, wondered if there was a rivalry between the Qinglong team and Luoming's clan. Why is it always you? Shouldn't we be the ones saying that? Gardevoir's eyes narrowed, and a regal aura emanated from her. Humans, we have already given you one of our sacred stones, so why do you continue to intrude upon our territory? The bandaged man shot her a glare and replied angrily, I didn't want to. Our boss ordered us to come and pick someone up. We came here reluctantly. Do you think we wanted this? Gardevoir scanned the area and noticed Duanmu and Luoming. You two again. Why are we always the ones in the crosshairs? Duanmu retorted, but his expression quickly darkened. Shouldn't we be the ones saying that? Gardevoir smirked. I have already said that. Are you not afraid of being accused of repeating yourself? Ahem. Duanmu cleared his throat awkwardly. I didn't mean to. I already said that. Enough, be quiet. Hee. Qing Burang, overhearing Duanmu's predicament, chuckled softly. So this is the reason for your tardiness. Duama shot Qing Burang a sidelong glance. Isn't the Qing family supposed to be all-seeing? I thought you would have foreseen this. Qing Burang merely smiled enigmatically and did not respond. All right, why did you really summon me here? Duanmu took a sip of tea, hastily steering the conversation back to the main topic. Very well, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Qing Burang smiled mysteriously. Do you know why Luoming is looked down upon by her clan? I don't know, nor do I wish to, Duanmu replied coldly. Qing Burang paused for a moment, then smiled. Brother Duanmu, I know you care deeply for those around you, both people and Pokémon. Therefore, I think you should learn about her past to help her better. Don't you agree? After a brief contemplation, Duanmu conceded. All right, go ahead. Qing Burang's smile widened, still shrouded in mystery, but a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. Chapter 90. Friends, do you know what this is? Qing Burang asked, producing a stone that shimmered with an extraordinary light from his sleeve. Just from a distance, Duanmu could sense a tremendous power emanating from it. Clearly, this was no ordinary object. What is this? Without answering, Qing Burang remained silent, but Luoming, standing behind Duanmu, gasped in astonishment. Isn't this the sacred object from our clan? How did it end up here? Indeed, Qing Burang confirmed. This is your sacred object. In this world, it is referred to as the Shining Stone. Upon hearing the term Shining Stone, Duanmu's pupils constricted. The Shining Stone is a rare item in the game that allows Pokémon to evolve. This is actually a sacred object belonging to the Gardevoir clan. Observing the subtle change in Duanmu's expression, Qing Burang smiled faintly. I believe you already know the purpose of this item. So have you realized something? With Qing Burang's hint, Duanmu suddenly understood and quickly turned to Luoming. Luoming, have you ever encountered the Shining Stone before? Luoming pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Not that I recall, at least not since I hatched. Then where does your clan usually hatch their eggs? Duanmu pressed further. Eggs are typically hatched near the sacred stone. The sacred stone? Duanmu asked, somewhat perplexed. Luoming pondered for a moment and explained, the holy stone is perhaps the most significant treasure of our clan. The sacred relic is merely a small fragment derived from it. Duanmu Yayo paused, glancing at the dazzling gemstone in Qing Buran's hand, and swallowed hard. A small fragment? How large is the holy stone? Approximately this big, Luoming gestured with her hands. Oh, only about the height of a person. No. I meant the size of this room. Duanmu Yayo remarked. The area of Qing Buran's room is over 30 square meters, and with the height of the ceiling, it must be around 3 meters tall. So what you're saying is that the radiant gemstones of your clan are. Observing Duanmu Yayo's expression, Luoming sensed a hint of concern. Master, is something wrong? Duanmu Yayo shook his head and replied gravely, Luoming, I may have an idea as to why you differ from the other Lalalaisai of your clan. A flicker of apprehension crossed Luoming's eyes, as if she wished to avoid certain memories. Nevertheless, she inquired why. The energy emitted by the radiant gemstones can transform Pokémon that come into contact with them into shiny Pokémon. It is likely that when you were still an egg, you absorbed an excess of this energy, leading to your blue hair, Duanmu Yayo elucidated. So, I am no different from them. Luo Ming's voice trembled as she spoke. Duanmu Yeo remained silent, fully aware that the feeling of being blamed for something beyond one's control is profoundly unsettling. Qing Buran quietly observed the two, taking a sip of tea and savoring its aroma, before suddenly stating, "If you wish to alleviate Luo Ming's estrangement from her kin, I can assist you." Upon hearing this, Luo Ming halted her tears, gazing at Qing Buran with tear-stained eyes, while Duanmu Yeo furrowed his brow, also looking at Qing Buran. "You can help us?" "Indeed. I can effortlessly resolve this matter for you, and also help you obtain an entire radiant gemstone." Duanmu Yeo regarded Qing Buran, whose smile bore an air of mystery, and hesitated. "Why do you wish to help us?" Seemingly anticipating this question, Qing Buran smiled enigmatically and replied in an ambiguous tone, "I simply wish to befriend you." These words sent a chill down Duanmu Yeo's spine. "I am straight." "So am I," Qing Buran said, still smiling. Duanmu Yeo gazed at Qing Buran, increasingly perplexed by this individual. Although he claimed to desire friendship, who could truly discern his underlying intentions, coupled with the Qing family's divination techniques? Duanmu Yeo had ample reason to suspect their motives towards him, though whether those motives were benign or malevolent remained uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, Duanmu Yeo sighed and said, "Very well. If you can indeed help Luo Ming reconcile with her people, then having you as a friend may not be such a bad idea." Qing Buran's smile deepened as he rose and extended his right hand to Duanmu Yeo. "Then we shall be friends from this day forth, and in times of trouble, we shall assist one another." As if foreseeing this outcome, Duanmu Yeo smiled slightly and took Qing Buran's hand in his own. The territory of the Shinado clan lay upon a small mountain near Hualan City. While it was referred to as a mountain, it was more akin to a small hill. Despite its diminutive size, this hill concealed a world of its own. At the base of the hill, an inconspicuous cave awaited. Upon entering the cave and walking a mere 10 paces, one would discover it was hollow within. At its center stood their holy stone. A figure with shoulder-length bangs glided into the cave, and the Lalo Laisai and Kairu Lulian on guard bowed to it, as if this Kairu Lulian held a status superior to theirs. In truth, aside from Luo Ming's parents, it was the strongest in the entire clan. If all went as expected, this creature would be the next clan leader. However, the unpredictable nature of life often brings unforeseen events. Luo Ming's parents had laid an egg, and as the days passed, their anxiety grew. Finally, one day, a shiny Lalo Laisai emerged from the egg. Fear crept into their hearts. Years prior, during its adventures, it had heard that shiny Pokémon were generally stronger than their ordinary counterparts, and their occurrence was exceedingly rare, rendering their status significantly elevated. Even more terrifying was the discovery of a line of human script beneath the holy stone. Having ventured into the human world, it possessed a modicum of understanding of human writing. The inscription read, "When the child of the blue sky descends, it shall be the day of our clan's revival." This revelation struck it hard, yet fortunately, the clan was oblivious to the meaning of these words, believing them to be mere decorative patterns. As for the shiny Pokémon, they remained unaware of its existence. Thus, a dark thought took shape in its mind, to mold the child of the blue sky into the cursed child. The Shinado clan was inherently feudal. Coincidental events, coupled with its instigation, solidified the accusation of being a cursed child. "I thought you had been devoured by other Pokémon or captured by humans. Yet, here you are, back again. Don't blame me." Chapter 91. A direct identity. The mountains yearn for their stillness, the waters crave their clarity. As the mountains rise and the waters flow, they bring wealth and prosperity. When the mountains cease and the waters stagnate, they imprison kings and captivate nobles. Qing Buran surveyed the surroundings, nodding to himself as he murmured, "Indeed, this is a fine burial site." Traversing the rugged path, even Duanmu Yeo, possessing the vitality of a super new human, found himself perspiring. Yet, observing Qing Buran ahead, who showed no sign of exertion, led Duanmu Yeo to question Qing Buran's normalcy. "I say, you've been mumbling since earlier. What on earth are you talking about?" Duanmu Yeo finally could not contain his curiosity. Qing Buran smiled mysteriously. His frequent laughter had rendered his eyes narrow, akin to those of Xiao Gang, making it difficult for the perceptive Duanmu Yeo to glean any insight from his gaze. "My ancestor, Qing Wuzi, was also adept in burial arts, and our family possesses numerous texts on geomancy, so I have some knowledge of feng shui." He gestured toward the stream in the woods and the adjacent hill, stating casually, "This is a place where the mountains cease and the waters flow. Those buried here must be noble captives." "I don't understand what you're saying," Duanmu Yeo admitted, puzzled. "You will understand in due time. However, Luo Ming should be quite familiar with this area, right?" Luo Ming nodded. "I have lived here since birth, so I am quite familiar with it." Upon hearing this, Duanmu Yeo realized that Qing Buran had led them directly to the territory of the Shinado clan. Wait. We were just warned not to set foot in their territory again. Why are we here now? Duanmu Yayo exclaimed anxiously, glancing around. I do not wish to provoke any conflict with them. Do you know why they oppose us, the Qinglong team? Qing Baran pointed to a few stumps nearby and continued. It is because we promised a logging team from Hualan City to help them clear out the Pokémon in this area so they could log. So, you rushed into enmity without forethought? Duanmu Yayo replied, exasperated. Aren't the members of your Qing family supposed to be adept at calculations? How could you overlook this? Although Duanmu Yayo's words carried a hint of mockery, Qing Baran merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Suddenly, the aircraft man who had ventured ahead returned, boasting, Captain, your calculations are truly accurate. There is indeed a cave at the foot of the mountain, where the Shinado tribe resides. Well then, let us proceed as planned. Qing Baran nodded slightly, seemingly unfazed by the revelation. However, the aircraft man appeared reluctant to implement Qing Baran's directive, scratching his head awkwardly. Captain, do we really have to do it this way? Won't it be inappropriate? I have already calculated everything. There is no room for change. As Qing Baran spoke, he retracted his smile and opened his eyes wide, quietly gazing at the aircraft man. Or perhaps, you no longer wish to proceed? The aircraft man, as if confronted by something terrifying, hastily fled once more. Yet, since Qing Baran stood in front of Duanmu Yayo, she remained oblivious to his transformation. When Qing Baran turned back around, he resumed his usual squint and enigmatic smile. Let us hasten, lest we miss the grand spectacle. With that, Qing Baran offered Duanmu Yayo and Luo Ming no opportunity for questions and turned back, proceeding in silence. Meanwhile, within the cave, the Shinado tribe was in a state of chaos. Humans, how did you discover our dwelling? Depart at once. Otherwise, we shall not be courteous. The Lalu-Lasai and Carillion were visibly flustered. After all, their tribe's ancestral home had been discovered by humans. How could they not panic? And now, there were around 50 humans entering the cave. How could they, with no combat experience, possibly defend against such an invasion? At that moment, 3 white figures appeared before them, a Shinado, an Eldorado, and a particularly robust Carillion. Humans, why do you persistently challenge our limits? Luo Ming's mother spoke, her tone rife with unmistakable anger. The Eldorado and Carillion beside her assumed fighting stances, seemingly ready to confront the intruders at any moment. All members of the Qinglong team. The aircraft man suddenly shouted. The hearts of everyone present raced, as if a grand battle was about to ensue. Apologies. In the next instant, more than 50 members of the Qinglong team simultaneously performed a deep bow. We are sorry. The collective voices of the 50-odd individuals resonated, creating a significant uproar that echoed throughout the cave. Luo Ming's parents, along with the Lalu-Lasai and Carillion present, were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Weren't they supposed to be causing chaos? Why were they all bowing an apology? Perhaps you should rise before we continue? The Shinado tribe, known for their inherent kindness, felt a wave of awkwardness, even though they did not fully understand the concept of a deep bow. Not at all. Our captain has decreed that you are not permitted to rise until you accept our apology. The aircraft man, still bowed, stated earnestly. It was we who were blinded by greed, undertaking secretive work without our leader's consent. Upon discovering this, our leader punished me, and thus we came to apologize today. The injuries on my face are proof. He pointed to the bandages adorning his face, wearing a serious expression. Yet, in truth, his wounds were not inflicted by Qing Baran, but rather by Long Weiyue, just 2 days prior, showcasing the aircraft man's exceptional talent for fabrication. Luo Ming's mother glanced at the Eldorado beside her, seemingly troubled. The Eldorado, perhaps convinced by the aircraft man's words, nodded slightly, appearing willing to forgive them. Very well. Let the past be bygone. But I hope to never hear of you cutting trees in the forest again. Thank you, my queen. Qing Baran's voice suddenly resonated throughout the cave. Everyone turned to see 3 figures emerging at the entrance, Qing Baran and Duanmu Yayo leading. While the third figure's appearance incited a stir among the Shinado tribe, the Carillion beside Shinado narrowed its pupils. Why has this calamity returned? Drive her away. Raising her right hand, Shinado commanded silence among the Lalu-Lasai and Carillion. Humans, what is your intention? Qing Baran performed a simple bow and replied. Without concealing anything from your majesty, we have come today for another matter, to clarify Luo Ming's true identity. True identity? What identity do we not already know? The Carillion beside Shinado interjected with a sarcastic tone. And you, first here to apologize, then bringing back this calamity, what does that mean? Shinado shot at a glare, causing the Carillion to fall silent. Our tribe's affairs do not require outsiders' intervention, especially not a human's. At this moment, Duanmu Yayo leaned closer to Qing Baran and whispered, Is this truly your brilliant idea? It seems rather foolish to me. Qing Buran gestured for him to be silent and stepped forward. I have been reckless. As a gesture of goodwill, allow me to return what my subordinates retrieved from your domain. With that, Qing Buran produced a radiant gem from his sleeve and respectfully extended it toward Shinado. Shinado hesitated for a moment, but then reached out to take it. Stop! The Kyrulian beside Shinado suddenly exclaimed. Everyone turned to look at it, confusion evident in their expressions. Qing Buran, however, wore a playful smile. For what reason might it be unacceptable? The Kyrulian struggled to formulate an explanation, eventually blurting out, Your Majesty, this human may have tampered with the sacred artifact. Shinado furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Upon evolution into Shinado, a creature gains a foresight ability, allowing them to glimpse future events. At that moment, Shinado perceived an ominous vision. Just as Shinado grappled with indecision, Qing Buran grinned. Could it be that Your Majesty fears we would meddle with your sacred artifact? If so, then we shall have to take it with us. As Qing Buran spoke, he turned to leave, heading towards the cave's exit as if to depart. Suddenly, he pivoted sharply, launching the radiant gem straight towards Shinado with a whoosh. Duanmu Yoyu was caught off guard. This seemingly frail Qing Buran demonstrated remarkable strength, astonishing him once more. Shinado, with a decent level of agility, attempted to react. However, by the time she realized what was happening, the gem was merely half a foot away. Instinctively, she reached out to block it. Yet, as the stone made contact with Shinado, a bizarre phenomenon occurred. The gem seemed to find its rightful owner, merging seamlessly with Shinado. The fusion erupted in a dazzling display of light, akin to Shinado evolving once again. Mother! Luo Ming panicked, witnessing Shinado's transformation. It was common knowledge that Shinado had already reached its ultimate form. How could it possibly evolve again? Let us not discuss the first generation here. However, Duanmu Yoyu placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, gently patting her. Do not worry, such phenomena occur upon contact with the radiant gem. Thus, the phenomenon is referred to as radiant evolution. Upon hearing Duanmu Yoyu's words, Luo Ming finally felt somewhat reassured. However, standing beside Shinado, Kyrulian quietly sensed impending trouble. For if Shinado were to evolve in a dazzling manner, the lies he had spun would be rendered irreparable. After all, Shinado's achievements were well recognized by the entire clan and could not be altered by mere words from him. Thus, the only recourse now was to wait. Gradually, the radiance began to fade. Shinado slowly opened her eyes and gazed at her transformed form. The once pristine white gown had now morphed into a striking black, much like Luo Ming's, and her green hair had shifted to a deep azure. Observing her own metamorphosis and then looking at Luo Ming, she seemed to grasp something profound. Yet before she could articulate her thoughts, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her. Do not approach. Before Shinado could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself lifted by Kyrulian, whom she had once held in high regard, through the power of telekinesis. What are you doing? Release Her Majesty at once. Do you seek to oppose the entire clan? The surrounding Lariulas and Kyrulians began to denounce this Kyrulian, yet none dared to step forward, fearful of any threat it might pose to the queen. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed through the air, drawing everyone's gaze to the applauder. Ah, can you no longer contain yourselves? Qing Buran ceased clapping, surveying the crowd with a calm demeanor. Perhaps you are still unaware of the true nature of the events unfolding here. Allow me to elucidate. Pointing towards Kyrulian, he continued. Do you understand why your queen transformed into this form upon encountering what you call the sacred artifact? It is not a curse, it is merely a shiny Pokémon. You may not be familiar with the concept of shiny Pokémon, only knowing the tales of curses. However, in truth, shiny Pokémon are stronger than their ordinary counterparts and are typically leaders of their respective clans. As he spoke, Qing Buran took a couple of steps forward, reaching the so-called sacred stone, and pointed to an inscription etched upon it. The founding leader of your clan had already recorded this matter upon the sacred stone. Yet you remained oblivious, even expelling Luo Ming, who possesses the aura of royalty. Is this not rather absurd? Upon hearing this, all the Lariulas and Kyrulians present began to comprehend the situation, their faces displaying a tinge of guilt. What good does it do to speak so much? Kyrulian remarked, her body emanating a faint blue glow, a precursor to her teleportation. Qing Buran remained silent, merely observing her with a calm demeanor, seemingly unconvinced that she could escape. Kyrulian scoffed inwardly, thinking, with my prowess, I could thrive in any clan without issue, as long as I am not caught. Yet the next moment, she felt a chill run down her spine. A mass of darkness had mysteriously encircled her, and a terrifying, frigid pressure suddenly bore down upon her shoulders, interrupting her imminent teleportation. So it is you, came Luo Ming's voice, resonating like an ominous echo in her ears. When she lifted her gaze, she discovered that Luo Ming had entered her vengeful form, with antimatter swirling around her like loyal subjects. Her blood-red eyes glinted with malice, fixed intently upon Kyrulian. It is over. Qingbu Ran turned away, as mountains yearn for clarity and waters desire tranquility. Mountains come and waters flow, prospering in abundance. Mountains cease and waters remain. Capturing kings and imprisoning nobles.